Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 1148 to Chapter 1232. Originally, when they were surrounded by tens of thousands of people, the sacred dynasty was still a little worried. Wasn't this like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? But now, they understood that they were overthinking. This Ling Xiao, the chosen one, was much more powerful than they had imagined. In the city lord's mansion's meeting hall, the expressions of the dozens of oceanic race nobles were not good. Miserable screams kept coming from outside, and it was obvious that they were from their side. Tens of thousands of people couldn't stop a brat. In the hall, the aura of panic kept spreading, and many people couldn't sit still. Only City Lord Zhao Lai, who was sitting in the master's seat, had a gloomy expression. He wasn't afraid. He just felt a little humiliated. He had spent so much money to raise so many trash. He suddenly stood up, wanting to rush out and personally exterminate those traitors. City Lord, you don't have to do anything now. Let those trash exhaust that brat's strength. The people sitting to the right of Zhao Lai were obviously not from the oceanic race, but from the position they were sitting in, their status shouldn't be low. But he has already barged into this daddy's castle. If he doesn't go out, is he going to be a coward? Zhao Lai said angrily. My lord, you'd better calm down. Most of those people are good-for-nothings from the Blue Eyes clan. Even if they're all dead, you can just find another batch. The person sitting to the right of Zhao Lai continued, furthermore, if he can kill the East County Marquis, it doesn't mean that he can't kill you. Are you rushing out to die? Be smart and wait for him to come in. If we work together, it will be easy to take his life. If it really doesn't work, I'll let our alliance leader do it. Don't forget, he is a Yin-Yang realm expert. Even if that brat is at the Grotto Heaven realm, won't he still be crushed? Although this person's words weren't pleasant to hear, Zhao Lai knew that this person was right. If he rashly went out, he might not be Ling Zhao's match. Thinking of this, he slapped the armrest of the chair and finally sat down. Bang! A figure suddenly shot in from outside and pounced at Zhao Lai. Zhao Lai didn't see who it was and casually punched out, causing that person to explode in midair. Brother! When he saw it clearly, he cried out in excitement. It turned out that the person who flew in was actually his good brother, the leader of the Sea Tribe's private army who was in charge of guarding the city lord's mansion. He had actually killed his good brother with his own hands. This infuriated Zhao Lai, and he angrily looked outside the door. A huge skeleton warrior directly tore down the door. Ling Xiao, Wu Xiang, and the others entered in a single file. Everyone, you're all here. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. The young man jumped directly onto the skeleton warrior's palm and reclined there comfortably with a smile. Looking at this arrogant fellow, many people in the hall fell into chaos and retreated behind Zhao Lai, filling up the small space behind him. The young man's face was filled with a sunny smile. But in the eyes of these people, it was a sinister smile of the devil. City Lord Ardent Fled Dragon, it must be very comfortable to act like a tyrant in our human territory, right? Ling Zhao's gaze landed on Zhao Lai, who was standing there with a face full of anger. You've been comfortable for so long. Isn't it time to scram back to your old nest? Seeing Ling Zhao's smile that was not a smile, Zhao Lai's face was gloomy. His hands gripped the armrest, and because of the force, the solid wooden armrest was crushed into pieces. Bastard, you actually dare to bring people into my city lord's mansion. Don't you know that this is a rebellion? Zhao Lai coldly looked at Ling Xiao. Although he was furious, he did not dare to attack rashly. His cultivation was similar to the East County Marquis, but the huge skeleton warrior beside Ling Xiao was not any weaker than him. If he attacked now, he might make a fool of himself very quickly. Rebellion? Ling Xiao smiled and said, the Sky Dragon continent has been the territory of the Sacred Dynasty since ancient times. Although the Sacred Dynasty has declined over the years, causing the management of this place to be poor, your Sea Tribe actually dares to say that I'm rebelling? What we occupy belongs to us. Zhao Lai said coldly. Then we have nothing to talk about. I came here today mainly to kill you, the city lord of the Sea Tribe, and also to find that traitor Gao Yongjun. Do you know where he is? Ling Xiao said casually. Zhao Lai was already furious to the extreme. Now that he saw Ling Zhao's attitude, which was completely above him, he was even more furious. Gotcha. The bluestone floor beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. Jiao Lai said word by word, "Lowly human, you dare to try and snatch something from the hands of the Sea Tribe? No way. Is that so?" The East County Marquis said the same thing before the battle. Ling Xiao smiled, as if he did not care about Jiao Lai's words. Arrogant and ignorant brat, who does the East County Marquis think he is? How can he compare to me? I'd like to see how the few of you can kill me, Jiao Lai, and take over Langdon City. With a roar, Jiao Lai's aura completely erupted, and he released his Grotto Heaven domain. His Grotto Heaven domain was very similar to Jiao Baishan's. What was released was a completely sealed space filled with seawater. However, Jiao Baishan's seawater was cold, while this fellow's seawater was boiling hot. The boiling seawater covered the entire conference hall. Not only did it protect his own people, but it also swept towards Ling Xiao and the others. The powerful aura forced Army Breaker and the others to retreat. Only Wu Xiang, Ling Xiao, and the skeleton warriors did not retreat. Although Wu Xiang's injuries had not healed, he would not be frightened by this aura. Looking at Jiao Lai's aura that covered the sky, Ling Xiao's face revealed a trace of ridicule and disdain. After the battle with the East County Marquis, he had already benefited a lot. Therefore, there was no need to waste time with someone of the same strength. What he needed now was to completely suppress the other party, to make them feel fear and despair. He planned to borrow the butterfly lady's strength. What? You're not going to make a move? Seeing that Ling Xiao was still sitting there without any intention of making a move, Jiao Lai was confused. To deal with you, I don't need to make such a big move. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I think you are simply courting death. Where are the guards? Kill him. Jiao Lai's guards were all 9th celestial layer cultivators who had been selected. There were a total of 6 of them, and they usually stood near him, protecting him at all times. They could also give up their lives for him at any time. He did not dare to make a move himself, so he let these 6 guards test Ling Xiao's strength for him. These 6 guards were really obedient to Jiao Lai's orders. After hearing the order, they leaped out and pounced towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Seeing the 6 guards attack, Ling Xiao turned around and said to Wu Xiang and the others, "Just watch. Today, I'll let you all understand my determination to destroy the true demonic empire." Actually, it was easy to say that he wanted to overthrow the true demonic empire, but it was difficult to do so. The Restoration Nation and many civil resistance organizations wanted to overthrow the true demonic empire, but they didn't dare to do so openly because they didn't have the strength to fight against the true demonic empire. Whether it was the Moon Maiden or the old Divine Emperor, they didn't have the intention to do so. Some people had the intention to do so, but they didn't have the courage or strength. Ling Xiao was the heaven's chosen. This was something that almost everyone in the Sky Dragon continent knew. However, he was only a 16-year-old youth. Many people doubted his ability, so they didn't dare to stand up for him. So today, he wanted to let the Restoration Nation take a good look and spread his heroic deeds. Even if he wasn't the one to attack, it didn't matter. What he needed now was an opportunity to rally everyone. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wu Xiang nodded silently. In his opinion, 6 9th heavenly layer cultivators and above were unable to pose any threat to Ling Xiao. There must be a reason why Ling Xiao did not allow him to take action. In the next moment, he understood why. Heaven Burning Eye. To deal with Jiao Lai, Ling Xiao had to rely on the butterfly lady's power to suppress him. However, to deal with 6 9th heavenly layer cultivators, it wasn't worth it. Just the Tai Chi Eye was enough. The moment the Tai Chi Eye spun, the 6 guards who were rushing over suddenly stopped. Blazing flames engulfed the entire hall. Even the paradise domain that Jiao Lai used to protect his people was sizzling under the heat, turning into wisps of white smoke that drifted away. In just a few breaths of time, the 6 9th heavenly layer cultivators became burning men. Amidst the flames, they screamed miserably before they were burned to ashes by the high temperature. Actually, the temperature wasn't high. If Ling Xiao could use the sacred flame now, these fellows would have ended up even worse. How can this brat be so terrifying? Even if it was me, I wouldn't be able to block such an attack. Wu Xiang was shocked. He was a cultivator at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer. Ling Xiao, this brat, was becoming more and more unfathomable. He was incomparably glad that he met Ling Xiao back then and didn't become Ling Xiao's enemy. In the main hall, 6 piles of ashes were placed on the ground, causing everyone in the city lord's mansion to fall into a terrified silence. What kind of strength was this? Didn't they say that this kid was seriously injured when he fought with the East County Marquis? Didn't they say that this brat was only a late-stage 9th heavenly layer cultivator? What was going on? What was going on with this attack that had the lethality of a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Everyone felt a kind of fear growing in their bodies, and it quickly engulfed their souls. Jiao Lai wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. With his heavenly Tian S, the demonic heavenly divine Tian, and with his help, he was see lies. But from the looks of it, the situation didn't seem right. The warrior on his right also had an ugly expression on his face. Although he had expected Ling Xiao to be more powerful than he had imagined, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Ling Xiao was still lying there comfortably. He looked at the trembling Jiao Lai with a mocking gaze and laughed. "How is it, city lord? I wonder if my strength can enter your eyes." Bah! Jiao Lai was still a valiant general of the Sea clan. Otherwise, the Sea clan wouldn't have sent him to guard Landen City. One had to know that Langton City was like Northern Desert City to Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City. They were both strongholds, fortresses. If Landen City fell, then the demonic city would have no obstacles on land. The army could march straight in and besiege the city. Even though Jiao Lai felt that the fear in his heart was growing and was about to swallow him whole, he didn't compromise. However, he did not compromise. He shrank his Grotto Heaven domain and wrapped the boiling seawater around his body like the East Marquis. Only in this way could he feel more at ease. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were still filled with ridicule and ridicule. The huge skeleton warrior was put away. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Jiao Lai. Every step he took caused Jiao Lai's heart to tremble. When he was 4 to 5 meters away from Jiao Lai, Ling Xiao's body suddenly floated up. A long sword appeared in his hand and he pierced straight towards Jiao Lai's heart. His movements seemed very slow, but Jiao Lai suddenly realized that his body seemed to be imprisoned by something. He actually stood there, unable to move. His entire body seemed to be filled with lead, so heavy that it seemed like he was going to move the entire land. If it was Ling Xiao himself, of course, he wouldn't be so powerful. The key was that Ling Xiao was borrowing the power of the Butterfly Lady. The Butterfly Lady didn't need to fight personally. She only needed to transfer power to him. This was actually the same principle as a cultivator providing inner strength to another cultivator. However, most cultivators' bodies might not be able to withstand the inner strength of a cultivator much stronger than them. Forcefully transferring power would only cause the body to collapse. However, Ling Xiao's body was too tough. He could still withstand a portion of the Butterfly Lady's power. After obtaining this external power, he could use the 9 cauldrons' heavenly veins to transform it and use it to attack his opponent. Of course, this process would consume a large amount of energy, so Ling Xiao wouldn't normally do this. Today, he wanted to display his strength and intimidate the oceanic race. There was no problem using it like this. The shining golden sword easily pierced through Jiao Lai's Grotto Heaven armor. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The Grotto Heaven armor, which should have been incomparably tough, was easily torn apart like a piece of paper by the sword, creating an obvious crack. Jiao Lai could clearly feel the pain of the sword piercing through the Grotto Heaven armor, piercing through his clothes, and then piercing through his skin. In that instant, all the hair on his body stood on end, and he felt a chill down his spine. If he was immediately killed at this moment, it would be fine. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. The speed at which Ling Xiao's sword pierced through was very slow. Very slow. The pain continued, and the fear also continued to deepen. The shadow of death shrouded Jiao Lai's thoughts. The wound became deeper and closer to his heart. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's terrifying soul power had greatly amplified the fear in their hearts. Finally, Jiao Lai collapsed. He suddenly knelt down. "Young hero. Young hero, please spare me. I don't want to die." In this exchange, Jiao Lai was filled with despair from the start. Death might not be scary. However, the shadow of death shrouded him, causing his heart to be constantly attacked. That feeling was too painful. It was as if he was constantly having nightmares in the middle of the day. Furthermore, the pain in the nightmares was all real and vivid in his mind. This kind of pain had already tormented Jiao Lai to the point that his entire body was drenched in sweat. He couldn't even release his internal energy. The demon of fear had completely swallowed his rationality. He had completely lost the courage to continue fighting. Tell me, where is Gao Yongjun? Who is he? Ling Xiao looked at Jiao Lai indifferently. He wasn't in a hurry to kill this person because there were some things that he had to clarify first. I know. I know. Jiao Lai nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he was like a prisoner who had finally given up after being tortured. He would answer whatever others asked him, afraid that if he angered Ling Xiao, he would be stabbed to death by this cruel fellow. Even now, he could still feel the sword in Ling Xiao's hand within his body. As long as he sent it forward a little, he would immediately lose his life on the spot. He didn't want to die. He was a noble of the Sea clan. He had his own family and loved ones in the depths of the vast stormy ocean. If he died like this, he would really have nothing left. Very good, speak. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Jiao Lai hesitated for a moment because he was worried that he would still be killed by Ling Xiao if he spoke. Jiao Lai, you have to think carefully. There are some things that you can't say carelessly. It was during this moment of hesitation that one of the people sitting to his right suddenly said in a sinister and cold voice. Puchi. A sharp sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's left hand. This time, he did not hesitate to stab into this person's body. It was like killing a dog. The most terrifying thing was that when the sword was pulled out, this person's body actually started to burn. In the end, he turned into ashes amidst a miserable scream. Killing a chicken to warn the monkey. Ling shouted this to show Jiao Lai. I'll speak. Gao Yongjun is one of them. He is the son of the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Truth Alliance, Gao Yongwen. Jiao Lai didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Even if he had to die, he didn't want to die so miserably. In the end, he wouldn't even have a complete corpse. Oh? How could this matter involve the Tianli League? I heard that the Heavenly Truth Union is the same as the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Union. Isn't it against your true demonic empire? Why are they colluding with you again? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. That's all an illusion. Ever since the creation of the True Devil Empire, the Heavenly Truth Alliance has provided us with information and residences of many rebel organizations and rebels. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to kill all those rebels. Jiao Lai replied. Are they from the Tianli League? Ling Xiao wasn't surprised by what Jiao Lai had said. Ever since the Heavenly Reason Union established a puppet country, he didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Reason Union. The reason why he wanted Jiao Lai to say it was for the people of the Restoration Nation to hear. This was because there were many people in the Restoration Party who wanted to cooperate with the Tianli League. Wasn't this tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin? If they knew the truth, they wouldn't be foolish anymore. How strong is Gao Yongwen? Ling Xiao asked. Rumor has it that Gao Yongwen once went overseas to practice martial arts and went to one of the 5 Immortal Islands, the Black Water Immortal Island. Some people say that he is a Yin Yang realm expert, while others say that he is a 10th Grotto Heaven realm expert. But no matter what the rumors are, this Gao Yongwen is a ruthless character. In our True Devil Empire, if not for the Lightning Demon King and the Yin Yang Demon King suppressing him, he would be the strongest expert. Jiao Lai replied in detail. Did you hear that? Our Heavenly Truth Alliance's Alliance Master is a Yin Yang realm expert. Even if our young master harmed your big brother, so what? Do you dare to do anything to us? It was as if they felt that with Gao Yongwen's support, everything would be fine. The few warriors of the Heavenly Truth Alliance suddenly became arrogant. So what if he's a Yin Yang realm expert? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Si Kongzun, also known as the Lightning Demon King, how is he compared to your Alliance Master Gao Yongwen? Wasn't he still killed by me? Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile and said, since Gao Yongwen is tired of living, then I'll fulfill his wish. The Heavenly Truth Alliance, including the country he established, doesn't need to continue existing. You're crazy. You're dreaming. Whether I'm crazy or not, you'll know in a moment. I'll give you a chance. Take me to Gao Yongwen and Gao Yongjun. Whoever stands out first, I'll spare them. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Me. At that moment, 4 of the 5 warriors of the Heavenly Truth Alliance stood out almost at the same time. You're the one. The rest can die. Ling Xiao casually swung his sword and 4 heads fell to the ground. Because he borrowed the power of the butterfly lady, killing people was as easy as blowing off dust. Senior brother Wu, take control of the city lord's mansion. Don't be soft. Kill all the Sea clan. As for the Blue Eyes clan, those who are willing to submit can surrender first. However, they must take the pill I gave you. Otherwise, it won't be easy to control them. In the end, Ling Xiao couldn't bear to purge the entire Langton city. Therefore, he gave Wu Xiang a lot of the pills that he refined in the past to control warriors. After taking those pills, they would hide in the body for a long time. If they didn't act recklessly, then they would be fine. However, once they had thoughts of betrayal, they would die from the poison. It was a miraculous pill that was closely linked to the soul. Ling Xiao had found it in the Eternal Divine Pill scripture. Alright, leave it to me. Wu Xiang nodded. Then, Ling Xiao looked at Jiao Lai and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, you have to be unconscious for a period of time. I'll only let you go after I'm done. With that, Ling Xiao opened Jiao Lai's mouth and stuffed a blood-red pill into it. This pill was different from the one he gave Wu Xiang. This pill could make a person completely unconscious and even fake death. Unless Ling Xiao woke him up personally, no one could do anything about it. If he acted rashly, he would only kill Jiao Lai. Ling Xiao, you're not really planning to find Gao Yongwen, are you? Wu Xiang asked worriedly. Of course I'm going to find him. If I don't eliminate Gao Yongwen first, he will become a problem when we move tomorrow. Don't worry, senior brother. I'm confident. With that, Ling Xiao turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. He was still carrying a member of the Heavenly Truth Alliance who was leading the way. His speed made Wu Xiang and the others feel inferior. Big Sister Moon Maiden, I'll have to trouble you this time. Ling Xiao was a person who knew his own limits. Against Gao Yongwen, it was impossible for him to win even if he used the Butterfly Maiden's power. After all, the possibility of Gao Yongwen being a Yin-Yang realm expert was very high. Your matter is my matter. It's nothing. The Moon Maiden nodded and said. Hee, Big Sister Moon Maiden is still the best to me. However, I might try not to let you take action in the future. Ling Xiao smiled. If the Moon Maiden took action too much, he was afraid that he would become dependent on her. That wouldn't be good. With your cultivation speed, I'm afraid it won't be long before you surpass me. By then, even if I wanted to help you, I might not have the chance. Speaking of this, the Moon Maiden was clearly a little disappointed. She admired Ling Xiao's aptitude, but on the other hand, she felt that it was a pity. Once she could not protect Ling Xiao, what was the point of staying by Ling Xiao's side? Don't think too much, Sister Moon Maiden. If you protect me now, I'll protect you in the future. Moreover, Sister Moon Maiden's strength has not recovered to its peak, right? It'll be very difficult for me to catch up to you. Ling Xiao gently pinched the Moon Maiden's fair hand and comforted her. Of course, he knew what the Moon Maiden was thinking. He just wanted to tell the Moon Maiden that there was no point in letting her imagination run wild. The woman that Ling Xiao had set his mind on could not be changed in this lifetime. Unless the woman left him on her own accord. In the spacious and luxurious hall, it was crowded with people. As the Heavenly Reason Alliance's secret activity venue in Langton City, this place should be quieter and more secretive. However, it seemed that this was not the case. The atmosphere here today was very lively and jubilant, as if something joyous was about to happen. Upon closer inspection, the people sitting in the hall were all influential figures from all over the world. There were leaders of various resistance organizations on the Heavenly Dragon continent. There were emissaries from various countries on the Divine Phoenix continent. There were even representatives from the 5 Immortal Islands. These people did not gather here to play. They all had a common goal, and that was to befriend Gao Yongwen, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Reason Alliance. Now that the Heavenly Reason Alliance's power was growing, the various resistance forces on the Heavenly Dragon continent had been annexed and incorporated by him, as if he wanted to conquer the world. Although Gao Yongwen seemed to be subservient to the true demon's empire and was willing to be their puppet, this guy was actually very ambitious. He wanted to become the king of the Heavenly Dragon continent and be on equal footing with the true demon's empire. Then, the first thing he had to deal with was the trouble of Northern Han. Today's gathering was the meeting where he officially became the Alliance Master of the Resistance Alliance, so it was naturally jubilant. On the surface, the Defender Alliance was targeting the True Devil Empire. However, interestingly, Gao Yongwen's established strategy was to first destroy the state of Northern Han and divide the world with the True Devil Empire. Sitting at the head of the table was Gao Yongwen. Although he was already 60 or 70 years old, this age was still considered the prime of life for a martial artist. His robe, which was made of precious materials, made him look very majestic. He sat there and cupped his hands in greeting to the guests, obviously enjoying the feeling of being praised to the heavens. From time to time, a complacent smile would flash across his face. To be able to reach this point, he had to thank the True Devil Imperial country. If it weren't for the True Devil Empire destroying the sacred dynasty, his Heavenly Truth Alliance would only be able to make a small fuss. Of course, he wouldn't really thank the True Devil Empire. After all, to him, this was just a mutual benefit. He used the True Devil Empire to deal with the sacred dynasty, while the True Devil Empire used him to restrain Northern Han. Blackwater Fairy Island's special envoy, Lord Xianxia, has arrived. Outside the door, a voice suddenly sounded, causing the noisy hall to suddenly quiet down. The Blackwater Immortal Island was a powerful existence among the 5 Immortal Islands, and was also where Gao Yongwen's master was. Generally speaking, the 5 Immortal Islands wouldn't send people to this kind of worldly conflict. However, the Blackwater Immortal Island had a special relationship with Gao Yongwen, so they naturally sent a special envoy. Although the strength of this special envoy, Xianxia, was only at the late stage of the first Grotto Heaven realm, the power he represented was incomparably terrifying. At the very least, in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent, unless someone was crazy, no one would be willing to provoke them. With the support of the Blackwater Immortal Island, Gao Yongwen's position as the Alliance Master of the Resistance Alliance became more secure. Even the True Devil Empire couldn't do anything to him, let alone the small state of Northern Han. Ha ha ha, senior brother Gao Yongwen, long time no see. Today, I've come under the orders of my master to congratulate you. Congratulations, senior brother. Xianxia came alone, but the clothes he was wearing had the symbol of the Blackwater Immortal Island, so he couldn't be looked down upon. Moreover, his cultivation wasn't low. Apart from Gao Yongwen and a few others, there really wasn't anyone stronger than him at the late stage of the first Grotto Heaven realm. Junior brother Jean, just come. There's no need to bring gifts. Please come in and have a seat of honor. Gao Yongwen directly pulled Jean Mo's hand and had him sit beside him. Although his relationship with Xianxia wasn't that good when he was at the Blackwater Immortal Island, today, in front of so many people, he still had to put on a show of brotherly affection. A moment later, another voice came from outside. Northern Han's special envoy, Ling Wuhan, has arrived. Ling Wuhan, hearing this name, the corner of Gao Yongwen's mouth raised into a smug smile. Ling Wuhan was a key figure in the heavens. Choice Academy. Although his cultivation wasn't very good, his relationship with Ling Xiao was very good. Moreover, his status was also very high. Today, Ling Wuhan actually appeared here. Did that mean that Northern Han was prepared to admit defeat? Admitting defeat is useless. If I don't destroy your Northern Han, how can I, Gao Yongwen, be at ease? Although Gao Yongwen was thinking this, he still let Ling Wuhan in. Since he was going to destroy Northern Han, he might as well use this Ling Wuhan as a sacrifice. Greetings to the Alliance head of the Tianli Union. Congratulations. Ling Wuhan didn't come alone. Beside him was an old man, Ling Zhao's master, Grandmaster Bai Yun. I really didn't expect that Mr. Ling would actually be willing to come to my place. Your presence brings light to my humble cottage. Gao Yongwen said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He cupped his hands and casually arranged for Ling Wuhan and Grandmaster Bai Yun to sit down in an inconspicuous position. After all, it was just something to be used as a sacrifice. It wasn't worthwhile to care so much about it. In any case, those who came were all reputable figures. Moreover, they were also very important to Gao Yongwen. However, Gao Yongwen's son, Gao Yongjun, was nowhere to be seen. Of the people in the hall, those who should have come had basically all come. However, no one noticed that on the eaves of this hidden place, there were two people squatting there, carefully observing every movement in the hall. I didn't expect that even Second Master Ling and my master, Grandmaster Baiyun, would come. Aren't they just like sheep entering the tiger's den? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. Don't blame them. After all, they don't understand this Gao Yongwen. In their opinion, if they want to overthrow the true demon empire, they must cooperate with Gao Yongwen's Tianli Union. The Moon Maiden explained, look at their resolute faces. They clearly knew that it was dangerous, yet they still came. If their deaths can wake up those sleeping people in Northern Han, it can be considered pretty good. Since I'm here today, I can't let them die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Don't worry. No matter what, I'm still a member of Heaven's Choice Academy. I won't watch them die. We'll do as you say. The Moon Lady looked at Ling Xiao and said. Of course it's to ruin their plans. However, we have to ensure the safety of Second Master Ling and Master Baiyun. Sister Moon Lady, you just have to restrain Gao Yongwen. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao had observed carefully. Among the guests and hosts, Gao Yongwen was the strongest. However, he was definitely not a match for the Moon Lady. As for the rest, he and the Butterfly Lady could easily handle them. He wouldn't act recklessly if he wasn't confident. Sigh. The Moon Lady suddenly sighed. What's wrong, Sister Moon Lady? I feel sad for Gao Yongwen. This should be a joyous day for him. However, he didn't expect to meet a jinx like you. The Moon Maiden caressed Ling Xiao's ears lovingly and smiled. It's all thanks to Sister Moon Lady's presence. Ling Xiao also smiled. Without you, I wouldn't have dealt with him. In the end, it's all your plan. In the hall, all the guests had arrived. Gao Yongwen stood up with a smile. He looked very majestic and had the aura of dominating the world. Everyone looked at him in awe, waiting for his reprimand. As long as Gao Yongwen made a move, he could easily kill all of these people present. This was the confidence and prestige that his strength gave him. No one dared to disagree. Even John Mo from Blackwater Immortal Island was the same. Everyone, I, Gao Yongwen, have to thank all of you for your support. It's a great fortune for all of you to be able to participate in this gathering that I've organized. Gao Yongwen smiled and said, I'm sure everyone knows that the Defender Alliance has been established. Our ultimate goal is the true demon's empire. However, first, I need to announce a goal. Everyone must work together to achieve it. Hearing this, many people couldn't help but look at Ling Wuheng and Master Baiyun. Some people had gloating expressions on their faces, while others had helpless and sad expressions on their faces. They must have already heard the news that the first step of Gao Yongwen's resistance alliance was to exterminate Northern Han or have Northern Han submit to them. Ling Wuheng and Master Baiyun also felt the tense atmosphere. They looked at each other, their hearts filled with sorrow. Originally, he had sincerely hoped that the Northern Han Kingdom and the Tianli Kingdom could join forces to resist the true demon empire. But now, it seems that they have no intention of cooperating at all. They just want to swallow you up. The goal of this stage is actually very clear. It is obviously impossible to easily overthrow the true Devil Empire by relying on the strength of our Heavenly Truth Alliance, so we must expand our strength and find helpers. At present, the majority of the rebel organizations on the Tianlong continent had already pledged allegiance to the Rebel Alliance. Only the state of Northern Han was still reluctant to join. As for the state of Northern Han, it is without a doubt the largest rebel organization other than our Heavenly Reason League. My goal is very clear. I want the state of Northern Han to join this big rebel family. Of course, after joining, the state of Northern Han can no longer establish the position of emperor. However, the original emperor can become the deputy alliance leader of our resistance alliance. At the same time, the state of Northern Han can also obtain a lot of information from our Heavenly Truth Alliance. In case they are attacked, our Heavenly Truth Alliance will also lend a hand. Today, the two special envoys from the state of Northern Han have also come. There is no harm in listening to their opinions. Gao Yangwen's words were very righteous and awe-inspiring. However, anyone with discerning eyes could see that. Once the state of Northern Han joined the Resistance Alliance, it would mean that the Tianli Kingdom would annex them. This meant that the other side wouldn't need to waste a single soldier to incorporate them. If it were anyone else, they would never agree to such unfair terms. In fact, how could Gao Yangwen not know this point? It was precisely because he knew that he would say this. He wanted to force the state of Northern Han to oppose him. Only then would he have an excuse to borrow the strength of the Resistance Alliance to attack the state of Northern Han. After all, the Heavenly Truth Alliance's strength was still a little weak. Everyone looked at Ling Wuhan and Grandmaster Bai Yun. Among them, there were many small resistance organizations that had already become Gao Yangwen's lackeys. At this time, they were also adding oil to the fire. Two special envoys, for the common cause of mankind and for the sake of the overall situation, I hope that you will not make the wrong choice. That's right. Looking at the entire Tianlong continent, I fear that there is no second person who has the qualifications to compete with Alliance head Gao Yangwen for the leadership. Your state of Northern Han must be tactful. You are weak, so you should submit to the strong. This way, everyone's strength can be combined to face the common enemy. Such persuasion continuously sounded, causing Ling Wuhan and Grandmaster Bai Yun to frown repeatedly. Ling Wuhan thought for a moment and said, "Everyone, I fear that the two of us cannot make a decision on such a major matter. I fear that we will have to return and ask for instructions." Who doesn't know that you, Ling Wuhan, have a close relationship with the Heaven's chosen child? Even the Emperor of Northern Han has to listen to your words. Someone loudly said. These words are too much. The Heaven's chosen child has gone to the Divine Phoenix continent and has not returned to Northern Han for a long time. He does not have any influence there. Moreover, I, Ling Wuhan, am merely a martial artist with the cultivation of one-line heaven. I truly do not have the authority to speak. Ling Wuhan shook his head. So you are saying that you are unwilling? Gao Yangwen directly looked at Ling Wuhan and questioned. It is not that I am unwilling, but that I cannot make this decision. However, the Northern Han monarch has entrusted us to discuss matters of cooperation with the Resistance Alliance. Of course, after joining the alliance, the monarch and Mr. Gao Yangwen will jointly control the alliance and be on equal footing. Everything needs to be discussed and not submitted. Ling Wuhan revealed Northern Han's true intentions. Cooperation is fine, but submission is out of the question. You still want to be on equal footing with this alliance head? Is your Northern Han monarch tired of living? You are truly shameless. Gao Yangwen revealed a malevolent expression and coldly said, I will give you one more chance. Agree to submit to me and sign a contract. Then, you can scram. Otherwise, Northern Han will become the target of the Resistance Alliance. He had already completely torn off his disguise and was a threat through and through. Is Alliance head threatening us? Ling Wuhan frowned. That's right. I am threatening you. Don't tell me that you don't understand the principle of the strong preying on the weak. If you are weaker than me, then you will be under my rule. If your Northern Han is stronger than our Heavenly Reason Alliance, then I will also join without hesitation and be under your rule. Gao Yangwen sneered. He is very clear that although Northern Han has two powerful Yin-Yang realm martial artists, one is missing and the other is still recuperating in seclusion. The current him is the strongest human existence on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Looking at Gao Yangwen's ugly behavior, some people felt uncomfortable, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Gao Yangwen was strong enough. If they didn't obey him, they might die. Master Bai Yun, let's go. It seems that Alliance Master Gao Yangwen has no intention of sitting down and negotiating with us. Ling Wuhan's fantasy was completely shattered. From now on, it was impossible for Northern Han and Tianli Kingdom to cooperate, unless Gao Yangwen died. Want to leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Since you know the secret of our rebels' alliance, don't think about leaving alive. Gao Yangwen sneered. It's not bad to use you as a sacrifice. You want to fight? Master Bai Yun frowned. So what if I do? One of you is in one-line celestial cultivation, while the other is in Avalon of 5 elements. You're both trash to me. Killing you is like killing dogs. Come on, catch these two traitors of True Demon's empire and use them as a sacrifice on the day of battle. Gao Yongwen shouted loudly. Yes. In the crowd, some warriors who wanted to be Gao Yongwen's henchmen jumped out one after another. More than a dozen people, all of whom were in Celestial Realm, were leaders of the Rebels' alliance. Although their strength was uneven, with so many people besieging two people, they would definitely win. Wuhan, I'll find a chance to use that treasure later. You take the opportunity to escape. Master Baiyun took a deep breath, and his face showed a determined look. Let me use it, Ling Wuhan said. No need to argue. I'm already old, and you still have a promising future. I know what's more important. Master Baiyun raised his hand to protect Ling Wuhan, and then looked at the storage ring on his finger. There was a magic treasure in it that was specially used to perish together. The user would definitely die. But as long as he could create a chance for Ling Wuhan to escape, he would accept it. You two don't have to die. The one who should die is Gao Yongwen, the leader of the Tianli Alliance. In the hall where the atmosphere was extremely tense, a clear voice suddenly sounded. Then, a young man landed in the crowd. The energy that erupted from him blasted back more than a dozen warriors who rushed up. The young man's face was gloomy, and he looked coldly at Gao Yongwen, who was sitting on the leader's throne. The sudden appearance of this handsome young man was too eye-catching. So much so that everyone's eyes were attracted to it. They were all a little stunned. Did a teenager who looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old have a fever in his head or something? How dare he cause trouble at Gao Yongwen's place? To the prideful Gao Yongwen, this was a great humiliation. Ling Xiao. Ling Wuhan and Master Baiyun were the most shocked by the appearance of the young man. They never thought that they would be able to meet Ling Xiao here under such circumstances. Their hearts were filled with excitement. However, in the blink of an eye, they began to worry again. How could Ling Xiao be a match for Gao Yongwen alone? The chosen one, Ling Xiao? Haha, I didn't think that you would actually dare to walk right into my trap. Gao Yongwen's anger suddenly turned into ecstasy. To him, the only uncertain factor in unifying the Sky Dragon continent was Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared and was standing in front of him, he could pinch this young man to death at any time. However, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to his expression and words. He only said indifferently, Gao Yongjun is your son, right? Let him come out, I have something to ask him. Ha 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 ha. Gao Yongwen looked up to the sky and laughed. Was the young man in front of him crazy? How dare he speak to him like that? Young man, you'd better understand your situation. If you're here to submit to me, then I'll naturally welcome you. In the future, there will definitely be a place for you in the new sacred dynasty. But if you're here to mess things up, I'll definitely use you and the two people behind you as sacrifices. While speaking, Gao Yongwen released energy from his hands and actually condensed into two masses of earthy yellow aura. It was heavy and overbearing. And his whole body naturally released an angry battle intent and murderous aura, causing the martial artists in the hall to involuntarily tremble. They gently shook their heads. This young man actually dared to boast so shamelessly in front of Gao Yongwen. He was definitely going to die. However, if they thought that this was boasting shamelessly and arrogantly, then they were underestimating Ling Xiao too much. Ling Xiao's next words almost caused their eyeballs to pop out of their sockets. Submit to you? Are you worthy? Although you're barely a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert and the leader of the Heavenly Reason Alliance, in the end, you're just a vicious dog crawling at the feet of the true demon empire. These words were even more shocking than throwing a thunderbolt bomb. Shocked and terrified gazes were cast at Ling Xiao. They all thought that Ling Xiao was crazy. But even if you're crazy, don't do it here. If you anger Gao Yongwen, you'll probably be implicated. A half-step Yin-Yang realm expert was actually nothing in this young man's eyes. Don't forget that when Gao Yongwen established the Heavenly Reason Alliance, he was besieged by the Sacred Dynasty's army. He actually killed 100,000 troops of the Sacred Dynasty by himself and successfully protected the Heavenly Reason Alliance. That incident happened 10 years ago. At that time, Gao Yongwen's cultivation was only at the 7th grotto heaven, not even a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert. Could it be that this young man didn't know about the past, so he foolishly provoked a terrifying butcher? Among the guests, there were martial artists from the True Demon Empire, but they were disguised. This person was the demon capital city lord of the true demon empire. This time, he came to secretly support Gao Yongwen. Hearing Ling Xiao describe the powerful true demon empire so casually, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. However, he still didn't reveal his identity. Gao Yongwen was completely furious. His originally wise and heroic face instantly became ferocious and terrifying. A cup was smashed on the ground by him. Immediately, dozens of people rushed in from outside. They were all elite martial artists of the Heavenly Reason Alliance. They surrounded Ling Xiao, Ling Wuheng, and Master Bai Yun. Good boy, I gave you face, but you didn't take it. Since I established the Heavenly Reason Alliance, no one has dared to speak to me like this. You're the first one. If I don't use you as a sacrifice today, I'll really let down the countless brothers and sisters of the Heavenly Reason Alliance. Gao Yongwen's voice was gloomy and cold. In his opinion, cooperation was impossible. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to cooperate, he wouldn't agree. Such an arrogant and ignorant young man. Only by killing him could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Haha, everyone knows how to speak ruthlessly. Today, let's see who will use who as a sacrifice. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, when you first established the Heavenly Reason Alliance, you still adhered to the idea of enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. To be honest, I admire you very much. But now, you're just an old bastard who recognizes a thief as his father. If I kill you, I believe most people on the Tianlong continent will be happy. A sentence in the chuckle once again shocked the audience. Good. Very good. Very good. Little bastard, you have a sharp tongue. You have guts. Gao Yongwen was so angry that he laughed. A powerful force erupted, causing the tables, chairs, and limestone floor around him to shatter. Even Jean Mo and the others who were sitting near him had to retreat far away, afraid that they would be affected by this furious half-step Yinyang realm expert. This old thing looks like he's about to break through to the Yinyang realm. Jean Mo's face was gloomy. The Devil Capital City's city lord also frowned. They all hoped that Gao Yongwen would be a dog instead of a tiger. Once Gao Yongwen really broke through to the Yinyang realm, neither the True Demon's Empire nor the Blackwater Immortal Island would be able to suppress him. The two of them originally wanted to step forward, but they both sat down and didn't say anything. If they could let this young man dampen Gao Yongwen's spirit and embarrass him, it might not be a bad thing for them. The elite martial artists of the Heavenly Reason Alliance were all invigorated when they saw their alliance master's awe-inspiring aura. As long as Gao Yongwen gave the order, they would immediately attack and kill Ling Xiao and the others on the spot. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about Gao Yongwen's soaring aura and fighting spirit. He only said indifferently, Gao Yongwen, I don't care if you want to die for your son. However, I'm here today to find your son, Gao Yongjun. He actually colluded with Langdon City's city lord Jiao Lai to plot against the Restoration Society's president, Wu Xiang. This kind of behavior is exactly the same as your father. Nonsense. Kill him. Gao Yongwen wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to continue speaking. If Ling Xiao could appear here, it probably meant that the idiot Jiao Lai's plan had failed. Since that was the case, he had to kill Ling Xiao here. Only then would he be able to turn the tables. He didn't care about Wu Xiang at all. Following Gao Yongwen's order, the elite martial artists of the Heavenly Reason Alliance released their martial souls at the same time. Then, they took out their weapons and charged towards Ling Xiao. Although they really wanted to go together, the hall was only so big, and there wasn't that much space. However, in their opinion, it should be very easy for 7 or 8 elite warriors of the 9th celestial layer to kill a 16 or 17-year-old child. Ling Xiao, be careful. Ling Wuhan was anxious and made a move to stop him. Master Ling, Master, don't move. A calm voice rang out from Ling Xiao's mouth. He stood there without any intention of moving. When the weapons of the 8 elite warriors were only 3 or 4 inches away from him, a dazzling light suddenly emerged from his body, wrapping those weapons in it. Qi, the weapon that was wrapped in light actually turned into droplets of molten iron under the high temperature and fell to the ground. However, the shocking situation did not end there. The light was released and rushed towards the 8 elite martial artists. Those 8 people only had time to open their eyes wide, but they didn't have time to cry out in alarm. After the baptism of the terrifying heat, they all turned into piles of black ashes, falling onto the clean bluestone floor. It was very eye-catching. Hiss, the crowd made a sound of sucking in a breath of cold air. Horrified and incredulous gazes were all directed at Ling Xiao. What kind of killing method was this? What was with that light? The legendary Heaven's Chosen One should not be so terrifying, right? It's actually the profound meaning of light. Logically speaking, on the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, no one should have mastered this kind of high-level profound meaning. This is the ultimate mystery of martial arts. Even on the Five Immortals Island, no one can master it. Zhang Mo's face was shocked to the extreme. The rumored profound meaning of martial arts was brought back by some warriors from outside the gate of Heaven's Chosen One. Of course, there were also very few warriors who obtained the true essence of the ancient martial arts and comprehended the profound meaning. Could it be that this kid actually has a martial arts secret book from the ancient era? And it should be a full set. Zhang Mo's face showed a greedy expression. This kid is so scary. I feel that the Heavenly Reason Alliance has really encountered a difficult person this time. In the crowd, some people were whispering. Although I haven't seen the Heaven's Chosen One, I have heard of his heroic deeds. Back in the Holy City, he injured the Electric Demon King and the Yin-Yang Demon King. Although he used external forces, it was still very impressive. Gao Yongwen is usually so overbearing. This time, he has finally met his match. I didn't expect my disciple to have grown to this extent. Master Baiyun was even more shocked. When he thought of how he looked down on such a disciple, he felt a little funny. Fortunately, he reined in the horse at the edge of the cliff and got along well with Ling Xiao, which led to today's master-disciple relationship. Therefore, he was actually very lucky. Little bastard, you really have some skills. But even if you have the ability to kill them, it's still nothing in front of me. All of you retreat to the side, I will deal with him personally. Gao Yongwen could see that Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than he imagined. If he forced his subordinates to deal with Ling Xiao, he was afraid that only corpses would be left behind. It seemed that he could only do it himself. Aren't you going to call for help? Isn't the city lord of the demon capital, Demon Jiao, with you? Since you've already colluded, why hide? You will definitely die alone. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Bulj T, who's the city lord of the demon capital, Demon Jiao? Why don't I know? Gao Yongwen definitely wouldn't admit it. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be exposed. He could collude with the people of the true demon's empire, but he definitely couldn't let others know. Otherwise, many things wouldn't be clear. Get out here. Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand, and a rainbow-colored light pierced through the sky. To others, it was an attack. In reality, it was just the butterfly lady flying out. The city lord of the demon capital, Demon Jiao, was stronger than Jiao Lai. Even if Ling Xiao could defeat him with his own strength, it would be very difficult. Therefore, it was best to let the butterfly lady help. In just an instant, Demon Jiao's chest was pierced and his corpse was dragged over, revealing his true appearance in front of everyone. It really is Demon Jiao. The Chosen One is too terrifying. Demon Jiao is a second Grotto Heaven Realm expert, but he was killed by him in one move. Yeah, this young man's growth is too terrifying. Everyone discussed animatedly, and they were even more in awe of Ling Xiao's strength. As for Gao Yongwen, they were somewhat disdainful. Although they had heard some rumors about Gao Yongwen colluding with the true demon's empire in the past, it was still just rumors. After all, those were just rumors and couldn't be taken seriously. But today, Demon Jiao was pulled out on the spot. Even if Gao Yongwen jumped into the stormy ocean, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. So what if he's Demon Jiao? What does it have to do with me? Gao Yongwen snorted coldly. The city lord of the true demon's empire snuck into this alliance conference and tried to assassinate me. I have to thank the Chosen One for getting rid of him for me. Ha ha ha, I've seen many shameless people in the Divine Phoenix Empire, but compared to them, Alliance Master Gao Yang is not inferior at all. Ling Xiao laughed loudly and said, since you want to lose face, then I'll satisfy you. After speaking, he directly took out the Scorpion Man race's blood mirror. When the scenes of collusion were displayed one by one, Gao Yongwen's old face completely darkened. How about it, you have nothing to say, right? Ling Xiao retorted. Humph, so what if this daddy is working with the True Devil Empire? So what if this daddy wants to work with them to destroy Northern Han? With just you, do you dare to offend the True Devil Empire and the Heavenly Reason Alliance? In the end, Gao Yongwen was unable to argue any further. So, he decided not to argue any further. Instead, he revealed his true ferocious face. It's good that you admit to colluding with the True Devil Empire. I'm not afraid to tell you that this time, I came back from the Divine Phoenix Empire to destroy the True Devil Empire. Since you're colluding with them, then you'll become the sacrifice for me to destroy the True Devil Empire. Ling Xiao indifferently looked at Gao Yongwen, his face revealing a disdainful smile. Arrogant, I'll kill you right now. Gao Yongwen did not want to wait any longer. He had to give Ling Xiao a thunderous blow and directly kill Ling Xiao. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared behind Ling Xiao. The strength of a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert was definitely not to be underestimated. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would have a hard time stopping him. However, Ling Xiao did not come alone today. He was not a rash person. Die. Gao Yongwen was unable to restrain his anger as he fiercely slapped Ling Xiao from behind. If this palm really landed, then Ling Xiao would probably die on the spot. However, what made everyone incomparably shocked was that Ling Xiao only lightly turned around to block, and Gao Yongwen was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The sound of bones breaking could even be heard in the air. Blood even formed a beautiful arc in the air. Bang! Gao Yongwen's body shattered the stone floor and he fell heavily to the ground. With just one move, Ling Xiao had swatted away Gao Yongwen, who was known as the strongest human being, like a fly. This strange scene made everyone in the hall flabbergasted. Although Ling Xiao had killed Demon Flood Dragon in an instant, everyone felt that Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary. However, Demon Flood Dragon couldn't compare to Gao Yongwen. One was at the second Grotto Heaven realm while the other was at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. But even so, Ling Xiao sent Gao Yongwen flying as though he had easily killed Demon Flood Dragon. A half-step Yin-Yang realm expert actually couldn't fight back against Ling Xiao. What was the cultivation level of this Ling Xiao? Could it be a Yin-Yang realm expert? Of course, they were all wrong. Although Ling Xiao had indeed attacked Gao Yongwen, the one who attacked Gao Yongwen wasn't Ling Xiao but the Moon Lady. However, the Moon Lady's methods were too brilliant. None of the people present saw through the clues. Just like that, the leader of the Defender Alliance, who had been awe-inspiring and domineering just a moment ago, had turned into a dying old dog in just a few breaths of time. Ling Xiao still looked at Gao Yongwen indifferently and said, "Tell me, where is Gao Yongjun?" Hee, don't be delusional. Juner has already left the Divine Phoenix continent and is heading to the Blackwater Fairy Island. Even if you kill me today, he will avenge me. Gao Yongwen leaned there weakly. His face was covered in blood, but he was still quite stubborn. Is that so? Since the Blackwater Fairy Island dared to take in Gao Yongjun, it won't be far from destruction. I think there should be a disciple of the Blackwater Fairy Island among the people present. Go back and tell your island master that I must kill Gao Yongjun. It's best not to let a traitor like him live. Otherwise, I will destroy the Blackwater Fairy Island. Many warriors present felt that these words were too unreal. Ling Xiao actually dared to threaten the Blackwater Fairy Island. Was he crazy? When the 5 immortal islands united, they were an existence that could go against the White Tiger continent. They were stronger than any force in the Heavenly Dragon continent or the Divine Phoenix continent. Going against them was tantamount to going against the 5 immortal islands. Jean Mo even felt that he was hallucinating. All along, the disciples of the 5 immortal islands had been arrogant when they came to the Heavenly Dragon continent or the Divine Phoenix continent. Today, someone actually dared to threaten him. However, after hesitating for a while, he did not make a move in the end. Ling Zhao's strength was too terrifying. He was worried that once he made a move, he might not even be able to keep his life. He might as well go back and report this matter to the higher-ups of the Blackwater Fairy Island and let them make a decision. Since your son has gone to the Blackwater Fairy Island, there's no need for you to live. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He leaped and appeared in front of Gao Yongwen in an instant. He stabbed his sword directly into Gao Yongwen's shoulder blade, piercing through the bone and the ground. Gao Yongwen was severely injured by the Moon Lady. At this moment, he was not even worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. In the main hall, the crowd was filled with inconceivable shock. Just a short quarter of an hour ago, they were still discussing how to destroy Northern Han and how to use Ling Wuhan and Grandmaster Bai Yun as sacrifices. However, a quarter of an hour later, those who wanted to use Ling Wuhan and Grandmaster Bai Yun as sacrifices were all shivering in the crowd. As for their master, Gao Yongwen, he was nailed to the ground by Ling Zhao's sword. His life was in the hands of others. This sudden change of ice and fire made many people think that they were dreaming and hallucinating. They fiercely pinched themselves. The pain told them that this was not a hallucination, but a reality, a living reality. The once awe-inspiring king, Gao Yongwen, was now being toyed with like a piece of trash. Some people were happy to see this situation and rejoice in Gao Yongwen's misfortune. As for some people, even if they did not want to see Gao Yongwen being toyed with, they were afraid of Ling Zhao's strength and did not dare to make a move. In the end, it was Zhang Mo who spoke. Young hero Ling, no matter what Gao Yongwen has done, he is still a disciple of our Black Water Immortal Island. He should be dealt with by us. You cannot kill him. Zhang Mo had no choice but to speak. If he watched Gao Yongwen be killed without doing anything, he would definitely be scolded to death by the upper echelons of the Black Water Immortal Island when he returned. Being scolded was a small matter. He was afraid that Gao Yongwen's master would plot against him. Thus, he had to speak. He felt that since he represented the Black Water Immortal Island, Ling Xiao would give him some face. However, Ling Xiao did not even look at him. He only stared at Gao Yongwen and said, "It would be a pity to kill you. After all, you were once a hero. I can give you a chance. Swear to be my subordinate, and I can spare you. This way, you can continue to contribute to the resistance against the tyranny of the true demon empire." You are delusional. Gao Yongwen gnashed his teeth and roared. Gotcha. As his voice fell, his other arm was nailed to the ground. If you die, you'll have nothing. Don't you want to reconsider? Ling Xiao really felt that it was a pity to kill Gao Yongwen. After all, Gao Yongwen was the founder of the Heavenly Reason League. Killing him was tantamount to becoming fire and water with the Heavenly Reason League. Therefore, if he could subdue this guy, it would definitely be a good thing. Little bastard, don't be delusional. Brothers of the Heavenly Reason League, listen up. Even if I die, you have to chase this kid to the ends of the earth and let him die without a burial ground. Gao Yongwen roared in an extremely resentful voice. Even at death's door, you want to drag the Heavenly Reason League down with you. You're really selfish. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. Looking at the martial artists of the Heavenly Reason League who were approaching him, his gaze was cold. You're all good men. Why follow this bastard who recognizes a thief as his father? Pledge allegiance to me, pledge allegiance to the state of Northern Han, and overthrow the true devil empire. You'll be heroes. Ling Xiao was not a butcher. Therefore, if he could avoid killing people, he would try his best not to. His words indeed made some people hesitate. However, there were still a dozen martial artists of the Heavenly Reason League who rushed towards Ling Xiao. They were all Gao Yongwen's trusted aides. They were raised by Gao Yongwen. If Gao Yongwen died, they wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, no matter if they were Ling Xiao's opponent or not, they had to show their attitude. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest sympathy for these people. The moment those people lifted their feet, they saw the red gold spiral-shaped all flying towards them. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't. The red sun all speed was too fast. Moreover, it was mixed with the pressure of the soul, making them unable to control their bodies. In the blink of an eye, there were a dozen more corpses in the hall. All of them had their hearts pierced, and their chests were charred black. Although the red sun all was blazing hot, the air in the hall was extremely cold. Many cultivators lowered their breathing, not even daring to breathe loudly. They were afraid. They were fearful. They were terrified by Ling Zhao's strange and ruthless attacks. More than a dozen of Gao Yongwen's trusted aides had died in battle, and the rest of them began to hesitate. Was it worth it to fight to the death for a man who recognized a thief as his father? They were willing to sacrifice for their ideals. But he couldn't sacrifice himself for a bastard like Gao Yongwen. See that, Gao Yongwen? A just cause enjoys abundant support. You've done too many disgusting things. Even if they fear your strength, they won't save you when you're defeated because it's not worth it. Ling Xiao looked at Gao Yongwen, and the golden crow sword in his hand pierced towards his opponent's head. Since Gao Yongwen was unwilling to surrender, there was no need for him to keep this guy alive. Otherwise, if this guy didn't die, there would be people in the Tianli League who would never forget him. Kid, I've told you, you can't kill him. He's from the Blackwater Fairy Island. Jean Emo was anxious. He jumped out of the crowd and shouted. However, Ling Xiao turned a deaf ear to Jean Mo's shouts. Jean Emo was furious. Ling Xiao didn't give him any face and embarrassed him in front of so many people. At this moment, he had already forgotten how Gao Yongwen had been injured. He thought that he could save Gao Yongwen with his own ability. He thought Ling Xiao wouldn't do anything to him. So, he pounced at Ling Xiao and tried to block Ling Xiao's sword. Get lost. Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head as he waved his palm behind him. At the same time, the sword under his hand pierced Gao Yongwen's throat. There was no need for the Moon Lady to deal with Jean Mo. With the help of the Butterfly Lady, it was twice the result with half the effort. Just like Gao Yongwen, Jean Mo was sent flying as if he was struck by lightning. His face was pale and he spat out blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao actually dared to attack him. He didn't expect it at all. Ling Xiao, do you know what you're doing? You're provoking the Blackwater Fairy Island. Ling Xiao looked back at Jean Mo and said indifferently, other than using the Blackwater Fairy Island to intimidate others, what else do you have? I've already killed Gao Yongwen. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, I still need you to send a message to the Blackwater Fairy Island. You, Jean Mo heard Ling Xiao's understatement and was so angry that he almost spat out blood again. Think carefully. The Blackwater Fairy Island is one of the 5 fairy islands. Its power is beyond your imagination. If you offend us, you won't have a day of peace in the future. Jean Mo said coldly. Yes, you're right. The Blackwater Fairy Island is very powerful. However, if I, Ling Xiao, let go of a guy who tried to kill my benefactor and took a thief as his father because I'm afraid of them, I'm not *King man. If the Black Narcissus Island wants to kill me because of this, then I'll have no choice but to become their enemy. When the time comes, it'll be hard to say who will be the unlucky one, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Alright, I hope you won't be a coward in the future. Jean Mo said loudly. Don't worry. Even if the Blackwater Fairy Island doesn't come looking for me, I'll still go there. After all, Gao Yongjun, the traitor, almost killed my senior brother. If I don't kill him, I, Ling Xiao, won't be able to vent my anger. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Jean Mo was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, Good, very good. Since you have the guts, I'll wait for you at the Blackwater Fairy Island and see how you die. If you're done with your nonsense, then get lost. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll suddenly change my mind. Ling Xiao waved his hand as if he was chasing away a noisy fly. Jean Mo gritted his teeth and ran out of the door in a sorry state. He did not even look back. He did not want to stay in this place any longer. That Ling Xiao was a lunatic. He believed that if he hesitated even a little bit, he might lose his life on the spot. There were already people following behind Jean Mo. After all, what happened here could not be known to the upper echelons of the True Demon's Empire for the time being. At the very least, it had to be concealed for one night. If Jean Mo really wanted to tell on him, then he would really have to die. However, Jean Mo did not have such thoughts. He just wanted to leave this place and leave this nightmare. In the hall. Greetings, Chosen One. Suddenly, a group of people knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. You guys are quite tactful. You were so loyal to Gao Yongwen just a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, you're declaring your loyalty to me? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. The group of people knelt on the ground. They were annoyed but did not know what to do. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. You've all been deceived by Gao Yongwen. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but if you like to kneel, then kneel for a while longer. When Wu Xiang comes, he'll give each of you a pill. After eating it, there won't be any harm for the time being. But if anyone wants to betray me in the future, then you'll die without a burial place. These people who had just surrendered were not easy to control. Ling Xiao could not treat them as brothers. Without a special way to control them, it would be terrible if they were in a mess. Therefore, it was necessary to feed them special elixirs. On the other side, Xiaoli led the disguised scorpion men to sneak into Langton City. He helped Wu Xiang complete the handover and completely controlled Langton City. After dealing with the matters of the city lord's mansion, Wu Xiang rushed to the nest of the Heavenly Reason Alliance, which was where Ling Xiao was. In fact, it was easier to deal with things here than at the city lord's mansion. After all, they were all humans, so they all just needed to eat those special elixirs. Ling Xiao did not care about these details and threw them all to Wu Xiang's Restoration Society. There were many people in the Restoration Society, but most of them were active everywhere. There was even a team of more than 1,000 people in the jungle outside the city. This team entered Langton City under the cover of night and set up camp. They were only waiting for Ling Xiao to give the order to attack. The war to overthrow the true demonic empire could begin. Northern Han also cooperated with this operation and began to prepare their army, ready to attack the true demonic empire at any time. That night, Wu Xiang brought Gao Yangwen's head to the Heavenly Reason Alliance and handed it to the deputy who had been very dissatisfied with Gao Yangwen. The deputy of the Heavenly Reason Alliance was most dissatisfied with Gao Yangwen's collusion with the true demonic empire. Therefore, this time, he immediately reached an agreement with Wu Xiang and launched an internal coup. He quickly eliminated Gao Yangwen's trusted aides, took control of the Heavenly Reason Alliance, and announced that he would work with Northern Han to deal with the true demonic empire. As for who the Heavenly Reason Alliance would belong to in the future, it was not decided yet. It was best that they had the same goal now. Almost at the same time, Bai Qianjiao and Hongli were rushing to Modu. This time, the two of them returned to Modu from the Divine Phoenix continent to participate in the Heroes' Assembly held in Modu. Bai Qianjiao was still dressed in white, looking tough and cold. Hongli was dressed in a fiery red dress, and there was always some arrogance and complacency between her eyebrows. After all, to them, the Sea clan had already annexed more than half of the Heavenly Dragon Continent's territory. In the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the status of the Sea clan was much higher than in the Divine Phoenix Continent. Senior sister, this time when we return to the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the two of us must take first and second place in the Heroes' Assembly and let those lowly humans on the Heavenly Dragon Continent see that our Sea clan is the best. The Red Carp had always looked down on humans. Ever since she lost to Ling Xiao in the Martial Arts Festival, she had been brooding over it. In the past year, she had been cultivating very hard in the Phoenix Academy, and her cultivation had improved very quickly. Coupled with the natural advantages of the Sea clan and her extraordinary talent, she was now at the late stage of the 6 Arts Heaven realm. In her opinion, this cultivation was definitely one of the best among the young warriors who had participated in the Martial Arts Festival. Her senior sister, Bai Qianjiao, was even scarier than her. Bai Qianjiao, who had awakened the immemorial Great White Shark martial spirit, was now at the early stage of 7 Stars Heaven. Therefore, the two of them would inevitably become the protagonists of this assembly. The Red Carp, there's always someone better than you. Don't be too proud. I heard that Ling Xiao has reached the level of the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Great Phoenixes. If he also participates, I'm afraid we won't be able to win. Bai Qianjiao was different from the Red Carp. She was a more cautious and wise person. Also, there's that Hai Mian Ko. Her cultivation may not be weaker than yours or mine. This Heroes' Assembly is really unpredictable. Senior sister, you're overestimating other people's morale and diminishing our own. I know that Ling Xiao has caused a lot of trouble this time, but aren't those just rumors? Do you believe that he's that powerful? Besides, this Heroes' Assembly is being held in Magic City. Would he dare to come? The Red Carp said disdainfully. Anyway, no matter what, it's always good to be careful. Bai Qianjiao indeed didn't believe that Ling Xiao could reach the level of the 10 Great Phoenixes. However, she felt that Ling Xiao's cultivation was definitely not weaker than the two of them. Don't worry, Qianjiao. Even if that Ling Xiao really dares to go to Magic City, I'll make sure he doesn't return. Riding a tall warhorse side by side with Bai Qianjiao and the Red Carp was a young man in his 20s. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the Peacock Phoenix, Kong He. The Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 great phoenixes were all younger than 30 years old. This Peacock Phoenix, Kong He, was only 22 years old. However, his cultivation had already reached the level of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm. Although this cultivation was ranked the lowest among the 10 great phoenixes, compared to other martial artists of the same age, he was really very strong. Kong He had always been pursuing Bai Qianjiao. Therefore, this time, he also followed Bai Qianjiao and the Red Carp back to Magic City, hoping to make these two proud. After all, he was a noble of the Divine Phoenix Empire's Peacock clan. His face was still very bright. Bai Qianjiao smiled and glanced at Kong He. "Thank you, Kong He. This time, you're willing to accompany the two of us back to Magic City." Actually, she didn't have any feelings for Kong He. Although Kong He was considered one of the outstanding young martial artists, Bai Qianjiao liked another person more. Ever since that person appeared in her life, he had completely captured her heart. However, there were some things that she couldn't say. The current Kong He was still someone she couldn't afford to provoke. "Senior sister, why are you being so polite with him? The Peacock Phoenix will become my senior sister's husband sooner or later." "Hee hee." The Red Carp laughed at the side. "Don't talk nonsense. Magic City is in front. Let's speed up." Bai Qianjiao's heart was in a mess. Her leg squeezed the horse's abdomen and she sped up. At this time, the sky had already darkened. They should indeed speed up. Bai Qianjiao had a lot of things on her mind. The Red Carp and Kong He were in high spirits. Especially Kong He. In his opinion, what Bull's *T Heroes Gathering was just a game for children. As long as he made a move, wouldn't the first place be easily obtained? After all, this Heroes Gathering required martial artists below the age of 30 to participate. As far as he knew, in the Heavenly Dragon continent, among the martial artists below the age of 30, there was no one who was his opponent. This was the conclusion of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the True Demons Empire's intelligence system. He had no reason to not believe it. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had already arrived at the Divine Phoenix continent. Moreover, he had already taken control of Langton City and was rushing in the direction of Magic City. He also didn't know that after Ling Xiao came to the Divine Phoenix continent, he had already killed 2 martial artists who were at the early stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. The current Ling Xiao was no longer someone that he, Kong He, could control. Holding hands with the Moon Lady, they flew in the sky. Looking down at Magic City below, Ling Xiao was filled with emotions. Scenes of the past couldn't help but appear in front of his eyes. Back then, he was just a little beggar who could be bullied. His daily goal was to live. At that time, in Ling Xiao's eyes, those practitioners were all unreachable existences. Just by casually moving their hands, they would have ample food and clothing. At that time, he wholeheartedly wanted to practice martial arts, so that he could eat his fill. Later on, when he arrived at Ling family, he was bullied, but because he had awakened the Mountain River martial spirit, he became more radiant. From then on, he fought his way up. Ling family, Sky Cloud City, then Yuehua School, then the entire Sacred Dynasty. Today, he was not only Heaven's chosen son, he was also the most outstanding practitioner among the younger generation in Sky Dragon continent. But he who had been to Divine Phoenix continent knew clearly that this was just the beginning. He couldn't relax. After completing the matters here, he still had to continue walking on his own path as a practitioner. The unknown world was waiting for him to explore. Outside Devil City, the sea was turbulent. In the midst of the chaos, there were a few deserted islands which were filled with monsters. However, these monsters had become the delicacies of the army stationed here. They had already stayed here for 2 days. Although it was a little dull, but the soldiers' morale was high. They were waiting to attack together with their king. In their vision, there was a huge silhouette which was like a ferocious beast in the night, Devil City. "They're here." The army commander Qin Hua suddenly stood up and looked at the 2 figures in the sky. "Brothers, hurry up and eat your fill. Following this, we will have a blood-boiling battle with Dragon King Tian. Once we take down Devil City, it will be our victory." Yes. After holding it in for 2 days, everyone was full of energy. When they saw Ling Xiao appear, they were naturally very happy. They didn't forget the reason why they followed Ling Xiao here. It wasn't for eating, drinking, and having fun. The sky was bright and Devil City was as usual. If there was any change, it would be that today, all the young practitioners in Sky Dragon Continent who were below 30 years old would participate in the tournament, Heroes Gathering. This was similar to the martial arts festival of the Sacred Dynasty. It looked like True Devil Empire's thinking was very clear. They wanted to replace the Sacred Dynasty's position and become the true ruler of Sky Dragon Continent. Because it was the first convention, the True Devil Empire paid more attention to it. At this moment, the streets and alleys were bustling with activity. People had just woken up early in the morning and were ready to go to the big square in Shanghai to watch the show. Although today was only a warm-up for the Heroes Club and not an official competition, there were still wonderful performances. It was good to watch the fun. Hey, have you heard? One of the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 great phoenixes, the Peacock Phoenix Sun, has actually come to our Shanghai. Those who were well informed were showing off their news at the breakfast stalls. Are you serious? The Divine Phoenix Empire is much stronger than our True Devil Empire. That Peacock Phoenix Sun is one of the most outstanding figures in the younger generation of the Divine Phoenix Empire. What is he doing here? Could it be that you're also here to participate in the Heroes Assembly? The person next to him asked curiously. That's not it. I heard that he came back with Bai Qianjiao and Hongli, the two great beauties. He probably likes one of them, so he helped to promote them. A well-informed person analyzed. TSK, going to the Divine Phoenix Empire is really different. They actually brought back such a big shot. Amazing. Yeah, if this Peacock Phoenix Sun wants to participate in the Heroes Club, I'm afraid none of us humans can stop him. Just thinking about it makes me sad. I wonder what happened to that Heaven's chosen child. It's that guy called Ling Xiao who got first place in the martial arts festival. I heard that he died in the war. I'm not sure. Some also said that he went to the Divine Phoenix Empire. However, this person has no background and is so high profile. He probably died a long time ago. Even if he didn't die, he can't be compared to the young warriors of the Sea Clan, not to mention the Peacock Phoenix Sun. Yeah, we humans might really be on the decline. Although the Sea Clan occupied most of the territory of the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the majority of the population was still humans. After all, due to the special body of the Sea Clan, most of them were unable to stay on land for long periods of time. This large number of humans formed the lowest level of the current True Devil Empire. They were doing work that was even more tiring than animals, but the things they obtained were the least. Many people still remembered the Heaven's chosen child, Ling Xiao, who shone brightly at the martial arts festival. Many people placed the hope of humanity's revival on that youth. However, almost a year had passed. It was unlikely that these ordinary people would know about Ling Xiao's situation. Many people thought that Ling Xiao might have died. Of course, there were also people who prayed silently in their hearts. They prayed that Ling Xiao could create another miracle, so that humans could at least live openly in their own country and not be treated like slaves or animals by others. Rumble suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the horizon. The earth shook because of it. The people who were chatting and hurrying looked in that direction curiously. It was a pity that the tall city walls blocked their line of sight. Some experienced people directly pressed their ears to the ground to listen. It seems to be the sound of mounts. It's an army. I'm afraid the number of people is no less than 50,000. That person stood up and exclaimed. Is there going to be a war? The hearts of the commoners started to tense up. Although they were now living like dogs, they were still unwilling to go to war from the bottom of their hearts. Because war meant death. Many warriors jumped to a high place and looked into the distance. A black cloud of smoke and dust swept over. It was really an army. In addition to the ones on land, there were more than 10 giant ships sailing towards Mo. The huge cannons on them looked very terrifying. These cannons could release an astonishing amount of energy, which was not inferior to the attack of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. There were many arrays on the giant ships, which were continuously absorbing energy from the outside world. At the same time, it consumed a lot of spirit stones. What's going on? Where exactly did this army come from? On the city tower, the soldiers holding monoculars had already seen the army in the distance. It's the banner of the Heaven's chosen child. In order to let the people of Tianlong continent know whose army it was, Ling Xiao deliberately had the words Heaven's chosen child embroidered on it. It didn't matter if it looked good or not, as long as it was clear. The hearts of the soldiers suddenly rose to their throats. Even an idiot knew why the Heaven's chosen child had brought an army to Imodu quick. Close the city gates and quickly report to the Sea Emperor. The so-called Sea Emperor was the emperor of the true demon empire. It was mainly to distinguish the true demon emperor from the true demon emperor. Therefore, it was simply called the Sea Emperor. The current Sea Emperor was Jiao Badian. Jiao Badian, who had been killed by Ling Xiao. The gates of Imodu were quickly closed. There were clear inscriptions on the heavy gates. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary city gate. Otherwise, any celestial realm warrior could destroy it. Then, it would be meaningless. There weren't many guards in Magic City, only 50,000. 20,000 of them were Sea Clan troops, and 30,000 were fake troops. And the closest city to Magic City, Landon City, had nearly 100,000 fake troops stationed there. The so-called fake troops were an army formed by human surrenders. Their fighting strength was really not worth complimenting. Perhaps True Devil Empire had never thought that such a large army would appear from Divine Phoenix Empire. They had placed most of their troops on the border facing Northern Han. Especially in the past few days, Northern Han had frequently moved. They had just transferred 10,000 elites from Magic City to assist. But now, Magic City's military strength was empty. If the other party wanted to attack, they might not be able to defend. The army finally appeared in front of the people, only 1 mile away from Magic City. One of the light cavalry units stepped out and approached the city. They stopped about 200 meters away from the city. Citizens of Magic City and fake troops, listen up. Heaven's Chosen One is leading an army to recover Magic City. Those who want to surrender should hurry up, otherwise, the day the city is breached will be the day of your death. Ling Xiao was indeed a human, but if some people insisted on being dogs for Sea Clan, then he would not hesitate to kill them. There was no need to show mercy. The one who shouted was Meng Tong. Not only was his voice loud, it also contained abundant heaven's origin energy, to the extent that everyone in Magic City could hear it. It was as loud as thunder. There's really going to be a war. This time, the people finally knew that it was not an illusion. The army outside the city did not come with good intentions. However, their goal seemed to be to overthrow True Devil Empire. For many humans, this was actually something they had always dreamed of. However, when it really came to this, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Most people still chose to wait and see. Those who originally planned to go to the plaza all fled back home and hid. There was also a portion of people who wholeheartedly hoped that Heaven's Chosen One would attack Magic City, preparing to cooperate with Heaven's Chosen One to drive away Sea Clan. Some of these people were sincerely unwilling to be oppressed by the Sea Clan. Of course, there was also a portion of people who wanted to earn political capital as soon as possible. After all, with Magic City destroyed, True Devil Empire was probably not far from destruction. At that time, Heaven's Chosen One would definitely establish a new dynasty. If they could join this group earlier, they would be able to be put in an important position earlier. What should we do, Captain? On the city tower, many people panicked. Gee. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed without warning, and the panicked human soldier was pierced through. It was a general of the sea race. He used his trident to pick up the human soldier and roared, "Trash, if anyone dares to boost the morale of others and diminish their own prestige, I will kill him." The human soldiers were angry but didn't dare to say anything. This was not the first time someone had been killed. Moreover, the reason for his death was simply absurd. That soldier was just afraid and didn't say anything rebellious. In the end, he was killed as if he was a chicken. What are you looking at? Organize your archers and prepare to fire. The sea race's military general was obviously of a higher rank than the guard captain. In addition, he was also a member of the sea race, so there was no problem in giving orders. Chi. However, the Sea clan's military general did not expect that Ling Xiao had arrived in Demonic City 2 days earlier and had already contacted the resistance nation to arrange for his people to enter. Before his order could be carried out, his head had already been cut off by a sword. The one who made the move was a very delicate-looking soldier. She looked like a girl. In fact, she was a girl in disguise. Her real identity was Cold Plum. With her here, the guards of Demonic City existed in name only. Open the city gates and let the army in. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. Cold Plum had always been straightforward. She did not have Ling Xiao's eloquence, so she could only threaten with force. Open the gates. Open the gates. Didn't you hear me? The guards reacted and hurriedly shouted. The person in front of them could even easily kill the Sea race's military general. Wouldn't it be easy for her to kill them? Very good. As long as you cooperate, the Chosen One will not mistreat you. Cold Plum watched as the heavy city gates slowly opened and the army outside the city swarmed in. She finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was the mission Ling Xiao gave her. If she couldn't complete it, she would feel sorry for Ling Xiao. Almost at the same time, some people had already arrived at the palace. At this moment, Sea Emperor Jiao Badian, who was under Ling Xiao's control, was holding a banquet for his officials. The heroes' gathering was about to begin. It was said that it was to reward the officials who had worked hard in the process. Of course, this was also a plan that Ling Xiao had thought of in advance. He had invited all the Sea race officials from the nearby cities to Demonic City, preparing to catch them all in one fell swoop. Even though Demonic Jiao and Landon City's city lord Jiao Lai were not present, some people were puzzled and angry. However, at this moment, no one thought that the two of them had already been killed. They only thought that the two of them did not give Jiao Badian any face. After all, they were all from the same family and their cultivations were similar. Jiao Badian was the Sea Emperor, but they were only city lords. They would probably be dissatisfied. Your Majesty, this is bad. This is bad. Perhaps it was because the palace was too sturdy, or perhaps it was because the soundproofing was too good, or perhaps it was because the noise here was too loud. The people present did not hear what was happening outside the city. They also did not hear Meng Tong's voice. It wasn't until a eunuch scrambled into the room in a panic that everyone realized something was wrong. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Where is your manners? Don't you know that today is the Sea Emperor's banquet? The True Demon's Empire's #1 devil general, Sha Tong Tian, had an ugly expression on his face. He was just in the midst of celebrating when this eunuch suddenly came in. Wasn't this bad luck? It's fine. Tell me, what happened? Jiao Badian asked. Your Majesty, an army has arrived outside the city. They are carrying the banner of the Heavenly Dragon Continent's Heaven's chosen child. They are very aggressive. The eunuch wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed. Sha Tong Tian stood up abruptly and was about to go out to check the situation. General Sha, it's just a few small thieves. Is there a need for you to go out personally? Today, His Majesty, you, and I, Kong He, are here. What can mere thieves do to us? It was worth mentioning that as one of the 10 great Phoenix sons of the Divine Phoenix Empire, Kong He was also invited to this banquet. Hong Li and Bai Chenjiao were both present. After all, the two of them were the pride of the True Demon's Empire and the role models of the younger generation. Peacock Phoenix Sun, are you saying that we're not going to do anything about this? Sha Tong Tian asked. Let your subordinates take a look. Bring the heads of those vermin over and make them into dishes. Wouldn't that be better? Kong He said with a smile. He did not believe that anyone would have the guts to attack Demonic City. He, as expected of Peacock Huangzi. She's able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of her. Unlike me, I actually panicked when I heard such a small thing. Sha Tong Tian sat down and smiled awkwardly. He felt that he was a little too anxious. The rest of the people present looked at Kong He and praised him in their hearts. This Huangzi from a large country was indeed impressive. She was able to remain calm when she heard that there was an army surrounding the city. She even wanted to use the enemy's head as an accompaniment to wine. She was indeed domineering, arrogant, and powerful. Perhaps this was a person with strength. Normal people would not dare to say such words. Pass down my orders. Bring that bastard's head to go with the wine. Sha Tongtian said to a deputy general beside him. Understood. The deputy general turned around and left. The trembling eunuch standing there hesitated. He wanted to say something, but Jiao Badian glared at him and he immediately shut his mouth. Jiao Badian was naturally under Ling Xiao's control, so he had to do things for Ling Xiao. You two, get lost. Don't stand here and be an eyesore. Unless someone attacks the palace, don't disturb us. Otherwise, this Huangzi will take your life. Kong He looked coldly at the eunuch and scolded him. You can leave first. Jiao Badian waved his hand, indicating for the eunuch to leave. Alright, Peacock Huangzi, don't be angry. Everyone, don't panic. Let's just eat and drink here and wait for the news of victory. Jiao Badian smiled, raised his wine cup, and toasted with everyone. However, when he was drinking, no one noticed the ruthlessness that flashed past the corner of his eyes. Here, it could be said that half of the true Devil Empire's loyal subjects were here. If they were really wiped out by Ling Xiao, then the true Devil Empire would really be finished. Everyone continued to drink and chat merrily. Kong He, on the other hand, kept moving closer to Bai Qianjiao. He even vowed solemnly, the two of you don't need to worry. If we were in the Divine Phoenix Empire, perhaps I, Kong He, wouldn't dare to say such big words. But in this insignificant devil city, with me, Kong He, here, there really isn't anyone who would dare to make a fuss. Even if they're stronger than me, their family background can't be compared to mine. Unless they plan to become fire and water with the Divine Phoenix Empire's Peacock clan. Kong He was relying on two things. One was his strength. The other point was his family background. After all, he was a member of the Divine Phoenix Empire's Peacock clan. By the time Sha Tongtian's deputy arrived at the city gates, Ling Xiao's army had already entered the city and had officially taken over the city gates' defense. Seeing that the situation was not good, the deputy general turned around and wanted to escape. However, he was swept over by Xia Li's tail. The deputy general's. Of his body. In his heart, he was cursing Kong He. Was this a petty thief? If this is a small thief, then you, Kong He, are really not even worth a fart. Heaven's chosen one, I was also forced to do this. The deputy general shouted loudly. Ling Xiao asked indifferently. The deputy general hesitated and didn't dare to speak. He was considering whether he would be killed on the spot if he told Kong He the truth. Speak. The cold voice penetrated the deputy general's eardrums and seeped into his body. He suddenly felt as if his limbs and bones had been frozen. That feeling of fear and discomfort almost made him collapse. I'll speak. The first demon general and Peacock Huangzi asked me to take your head and make it into a dish. After saying this, the deputy general's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He didn't know what would happen to him. But he had no choice but to say it. He knew he would die if he didn't. Very good. You're obedient. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Kong He was really arrogant. He wanted to use his head to make a dish. Interesting. He threw the deputy general to the back and handed him to Meng Tong. Then, he waved his hand and said, Qin Hua, give me 1,000 men. Take the rest and quickly take control of Devil City. Try not to cause any damage. After all, Devil City may become our capital in the future. Yes, sir. Qin Hua immediately gave 1,000 men to follow Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Hai Miankeo to the palace. Then, he, Zhu Gaming, Zhang Yufei, and Li Ruguang began to suppress Devil City. Since they had already entered the city, the small number of people from the sea race was no threat at all. More importantly, there were more than 10,000 people in the puppet army who had changed sides. The rest were all cowards and had long scattered. Only a small number of them were determined to be the lackeys of the sea race. They really couldn't hold on. With Xia Li's help, Qin Hua could easily settle this matter. As for the Moon Lady, she hadn't shown herself. She would be doing Ling Xiao a great favor by blocking the Yin Yang Demon King. Although the Yin Yang Demon King had yet to appear, no one knew where he was hiding, nor did they know when he would appear. It was easier to deal with the moon lady hiding in the dark. Let's go, Cold Plum, Ming Kong, didn't Peacock Huangzi want my head as a side dish? I'll deliver it to your door. Free shipping. Ling Xiao sneered. The demonic wolf beneath him let out a deep growl, as if it could feel the anger in Ling Xiao's body. The 1,000 cavalrymen were all tall and big demonic wolves. Their fur was dark and shiny, and they looked extremely ferocious and mighty. Although many commoners were hiding in their homes, they couldn't help but look outside through the windows or cracks. What a terrifying army. Is that the legendary Heaven's Chosen One? He's so young. I heard that he's only 16 years old this year. He's really a young hero. I thought that he had died long ago. Now, it seems that his achievements are more outstanding than by Qianjiao and Hongli. He might even be more powerful than Peacock Huangzi. That's right. This majestic aura makes one's blood boil. With one command, the army will obey. This is what a king should look like. The commoners were discussing in their hearts. They all knew that the Sea clan wouldn't be able to defend Modu City. They had actually allowed someone to enter the city so easily. It seemed that the new True Demon Empire was far inferior to the True Demon Empire of tens of thousands of years ago. At this time, the palace was still filled with singing and dancing. There were signs of joy and relaxation. However, as the 1,000 cavalry continued to approach, the ground shook more and more violently. The people at the banquet finally frowned. After a while, there were even faint battle cries outside, causing the faces of many people at the banquet to change drastically. Something's not right. General Shark, hurry up and contact your deputy general to see what's going on. That's right. I'm afraid that this time it's not a thief, but a real army. At the banquet, many people stood up. They were clearly worried. If the army really entered Modu City, then they might not be able to keep their lives. How is that possible? Northern Han and Tianli are the only two countries that can pose a threat to us. Tianli is our puppet. They wouldn't dare to do this, and it's impossible for them to do so. As for Northern Han, according to the frontline reports, they have always been fighting with the army at the border. How could they come here? Sha Tongtian shook his head. That's right. Do you think it's the Divine Phoenix Empire's army? Peacock Huangzi, Kong He, laughed disdainfully. If it is, then it's better. With me here, I want to see who has the guts to attack an ally of the Divine Phoenix Empire. That's right, First Demon General. Why worry? With my senior brother Kong He here, even if it's really wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards, there's no need to worry. This group of people probably heard that Peacock Huangzi is here, so they specially came to pay their respects and apologize. Hong Li said with a smile. Unlike Bai Qianjiao's indifference towards Peacock Huangzi, Hong Li's worship of Peacock Huangzi was almost blind. Peacock Huangzi was the absolute leader of the younger generation in terms of strength and status. Who dared to not give him face? Ha ha ha, that's right, that's right. With Peacock Huangzi here, these vermin won't dare to mess around. At this time, Jiao Badian, who was controlled by Ling Xiao, also took the opportunity to say something. Since he said so, even if Sha Tongtian was still worried, he was embarrassed to say anything. Otherwise, it would be fear. If he were to cower in front of so many people, it would really be embarrassing. Outside the palace, the security was tight, and they were all guards of the sea race. Although they were very strong, this was actually a good thing for Ling Xiao. Because he didn't have to worry about hurting his own people. A terrifying aura accompanied the 1,000 armored cavalry as they approached the palace. The eyes of the sea race warriors guarding there revealed a trace of fear. They hurriedly took out their bows and aimed at the invading cavalry. Release the arrows. An army that dared to barge into the palace must be a rebel, so there was no need to warn them. They could directly shoot them with arrows. However, just as the arrows pierced through the air, they suddenly stopped in midair. Then, they turned around and shot toward the guards. When a martial artist reached a certain level of strength, it was very easy for them to use their inner strength or soul force to forcefully change the direction of movement of an object. Kill. A cold voice came from Ling Zhao's mouth. The cavalry behind him transformed into a huge iron spear and pierced towards the palace gate. Boom! Before the huge palace door could close, it was smashed to pieces by the terrifying impact. The combined attack of 1,000 cavalrymen was truly horrifying. This sort of destructive power was comparable to a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Not only did it shatter the palace gate, but even the city wall connected to the palace gate collapsed, turning into ruins. These 1,000 people were carefully trained by Xianxia. They had been training according to the battle formation Ling Xiao had given them. This kind of battle formation could condense the power of 1,000 people into a single point, producing a terrifying destructive power. Although it was only a trial today, the effect was really better than expected. Many of the guards at the gate were killed by the terrifying impact. The cavalrymen rushed into the palace and began to clear the path for Ling Xiao. After all, this was the Xi clan's palace. Therefore, the people inside were either Xi clan martial artists or human lackeys who were absolutely loyal to the Xi clan. These people were all enemies. On the battlefield, they must all die. The cavalrymen's combat power was too strong. The palace guards were simply no match for them. In addition, Xianxia and Cold Plum participated in the battle. This was basically a one-sided massacre. What was interesting was that the experts in the palace were drinking and having fun in the depths of the palace. Ling Xiao rode on his demonic wolf and slowly walked into the palace. He coughed softly and said, "What are you doing? Why are you so impulsive? Why did you even break the gate? In the future, there might be people living here. Be careful." Although he said that, he was still very proud of himself. His battle formation complemented Xianxia and Jining's training method. The army that he trained was much stronger than an ordinary army. This was something that he should be proud of. The palace was in a complete mess. Even if it was a secluded place, it knew that things were not good. Sha Tongtian, Kong He, Hong Li, and the others all walked out. Jiao Badian, who was controlled by Ling Xiao, stood behind Sha Tongtian. His cold eyes were looking at the back of Sha Tongtian's weak neck. As long as Ling Xiao was willing, he could kill Sha Tongtian at any time. The powerful demonic wolf cavalrymen killed the palace guards without leaving a single armor behind. The blood-stained battle armor seemed even more ruthless. The sun shone down from the sky and reflected on the battle armors. There was a powerful baleful aura that made everyone tremble in fear. Sha Tongtian's face turned gloomy. Kong He's expression was not very good either. Such an iron-blooded battle team had actually appeared in front of their eyes. Could it be that demonic city had already fallen? However, how could the arrogant peacock phoenix sun be afraid because of this? He slowly walked out of the crowd and looked at the indifferent Ling Xiao with a gloomy face. He coldly shouted, "Ling Xiao, you really have guts. True Devil Empire is an ally of Divine Phoenix Empire. Without His Majesty's permission, you actually dare to come to Divine Phoenix Empire's demonic city and behave atrociously? Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will blame you?" Ling Xiao, so that's the Heaven's Chosen One, Ling Xiao, he looks so young. He should only be 16 or 17 years old. Who would have thought that such an iron-blooded cavalry team would listen to such a young man? Ling Xiao didn't even look at Kong He. He looked straight at Jiao Badian and said indifferently, "Jiao Badian, your Xi clan invaded my human territory, destroyed my sacred dynasty's foundation, killed my human warriors, and enslaved my human citizens. Today, I, Ling Xiao, as the Heaven's Chosen One, have specially come to collect your debts." Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't even look at him, Kong He felt that he had lost face. He suddenly realized that he was just like an arrogant clown, making a fool of himself in front of everyone. Previously at the banquet, he had boasted in front of the woman he liked and the people of True Devil Empire that as long as he appeared, even if it was the Divine Phoenix Empire's army, he would definitely be able to scare them off easily. He couldn't lose face. Even if he was facing these iron-blooded cavalrymen filled with baleful aura, he still had to appear. Otherwise, what would happen to his peacock phoenix son's face? What about the dignity of his peacock clan? Hong Li also walked out. She stood beside Kong He and said to Ling Xiao, "Ling Xiao, I know that you've just been conferred the title of Heavenly Dragon King, but your territory is in the East County, not here. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, my senior brother Kong He only needs to say a word and your title of Grasshead King will be abolished." she might have felt very proud. Because she had the support of the Peacock Phoenix Sun. Standing beside the Peacock Phoenix Sun, she felt incomparable glory. Sensing the arrogance and domineering aura of the Peacock Phoenix Sun, Red Li's heart rippled with love. Thus, there were times when she was very confused as to why her senior sister, Bai Qianjiao, did not understand and was unwilling to be with Kang He. The Peacock Phoenix Sun was so majestic. Even this sort of iron-blooded cavalry would not dare to not give him face. The Peacock Phoenix Sun? Haha, I'm really scared. How do you compare to the righteous alliances Jia Yun and Jia Lin? I even dared to kill them, so who do you think you are? Ling Xiao finally turned to Red Li and the Peacock Phoenix Sun, but his disdainful rebuke caused everyone's hearts to tremble. This fellow was truly arrogant, not even fearing the Peacock Phoenix Sun. Just who had given him such courage? Kang He was infuriated. Who does Jia Yun think he is? He's just a good-for-nothing who relies on the protection of the righteous alliance. Comparing me to him is an insult to me. Kang. He angrily roared. Is that so? But in my view, there's no difference between you and him. Both of you rely on your background to act tyrannically. In fact, your background doesn't even seem to be as good as Jia Yun's. Ling Xiao disdainfully said. You say that I rely on my background? Then do you dare to fight one-on-one with me? Kang He sneered. You're just a piece of trash who relies on your numbers. What right do you have to mock me? So what if I rely on my numbers? If you have the ability, why don't you go find someone else? Ling Xiao scornfully glanced at Kang He. Hurry up and get out of the way, or else I'll cripple you as well. Don't think that I don't dare. It was very easy for Ling Xiao to kill Kang He at this moment. It was just that he was too lazy to do it. He had already killed several Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, so how could he care about a trifling half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Ling Xiao, you should understand that I'm a genius that the Peacock race has painstakingly raised. If something happens to me here, the Peacock race will not forgive you. Our Peacock race is different from the Righteous Alliance and has no internal strife. When the time comes, we will definitely fight to the death with you. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't fall for his trick, Kang He was furious. He could only use the Peacock race as a shield. Oh? So what? Ling Xiao chuckled. How is it? I advise you to get down from that demonic wolf and apologize to us in person. Then, get the hell out of Shanghai. As for the damaged property, we'll give you a list in the future. You just have to compensate us according to the price. Even at such a time, Kang He still had not forgotten his pride as a divine phoenix nobleman. He thought that he could control everything. This made Ling Xiao feel somewhat amused. Aren't these people a little too arrogant? Kang He, I don't want to talk nonsense. Don't put on the airs of a noble in front of me. It's useless. I'll count to 3. If you don't shut your stinky mouth and scram, I'll cut off your ears as punishment. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and stern. He didn't have a good impression of Kang He. This Peacock race had always been against him in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Back at Ling Yu's residence, he had crippled Kang Yu. Even if he cut off Kang He's ears today, it really wouldn't be much. But he still didn't want to do that. He still wanted to give the other party a chance. In any case, Kang He hadn't attacked him, so he didn't want to go too far. His calm and indifferent voice caused the entire place to fall into a deathly silence. Hong Li's face was filled with disbelief. Everyone else was also dumbfounded. Including Bai Qianjiao. Although she felt that Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Kang He, she didn't dare to casually touch him. After all, Kang He wasn't just a member of the Peacock race. He was also one of the 10 great Phoenix Sons personally conferred by the Divine Phoenix Emperor. Killing Kang He would not only offend the Peacock race, but also the Divine Phoenix Emperor. Ling Xiao shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Unfortunately, she was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. On the surface, Ling Xiao hadn't fallen out with the Divine Phoenix Emperor, but in reality, because of the Northern Desert incident, they were like fire and water. So what if she provoked him? So what? Could it be that the Emperor would be grateful to him if he didn't provoke him? On Kang He's face, there was not only surprise, but also anger. And this anger probably occupied most of it. He couldn't believe what he had heard. Ling Xiao actually said that he would cut off his ears? No one had ever dared to threaten him like this, including the two princes, Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingkishan. Even the Divine Phoenix Emperor didn't dare. Because those people were afraid of the power of the family behind him. Was this Ling Xiao crazy? Ling Xiao, do you know what you're doing? If you dare to touch senior brother Kong He, the emperor won't forgive you. What Heavenly Dragon King, that's just a title. You can take it away just like that. Hong Li shouted loudly. Kong He was the perfect young man in her heart. He was a genius, and the man she had always wanted to marry. She was proud of herself for being able to become friends with such a man. In fact, no matter if it was in Divine Phoenix Empire or anywhere else, when she met with trouble, Kong He could easily settle it with a single sentence. She remembered clearly that once in Phoenix Academy, a small noble tried to take liberties with her. At that time, whether it was strength or influence, she couldn't compare to the other party. With just a single sentence from Kong He, that small noble knelt on the ground and slapped himself more than 100 times, until his face was swollen. That night, she gave her body to Kong He. Only she and Kong He knew about this matter. She was willing, no one forced her. She just treated Kong He as her Prince Charming. Even if Kong He clearly liked her senior sister and pursued her senior sister, she didn't care. She was willing to become Kong He's lover. But she didn't expect. Today, facing the Prince Charming in her heart, Ling Xiao actually dared to be so rampant. She was completely shocked. Ling Xiao ignored Hong Li's roar. He only looked at Kong He indifferently. A drop of cold sweat seeped out of Kong He's forehead. Obviously, he was very nervous in his heart. But he definitely wouldn't allow himself to lower his head in front of Ling Xiao. He released an icy aura, and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Brat, if you don't kill me today, I will definitely kill you. Sigh. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Actually, he really didn't plan to deal with Kong He. But this brat was too insensible. He lightly waved his hand, and Cold Plum, who was standing beside him, had already scurried out. Like a cold ghost. When Cold Plum returned to her original position, the dagger in her hand was tinged with dark red. On the other side, 2 ears flew in midair, and finally fell to the ground. Ah! A mournful scream sounded in the quiet palace. Everyone who saw this scene trembled violently in their hearts. He really did that, he really cut off Kong He's ears, and it was actually so easy, that beautiful sword light like a plum blossom became an indelible mark in these people's hearts. Kong He covered his ears with both hands and screamed miserably. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead like beans. His face was pale and he no longer had his previous awe-inspiring and domineering aura. At this moment, he was no longer a phoenix. He was a loser, a complete loser. Battered and exhausted, Hong Li's body was bone-chillingly cold. She touched the blood on her face with her hand in a daze, as if trying to figure out if what she saw was real or an illusion. No, it's impossible. How dare he? How dare he? Hong Li shook her head vigorously. She had completely lost her usual sharpness. Bai Qianjia was also dumbfounded. However, there was a hint of splendor in her eyes. Back at the martial arts festival, that young man was just as arrogant and domineering as he was now. She suddenly felt that she might have underestimated Ling Xiao. Thinking back, at the martial arts festival, Ling Xiao dared to argue with the sage emperor in front of so many martial artists of the Sky Dragon continent. He did not give him any face at all. How could such a person be afraid of a peacock phoenix? Are you serious? Sha Tongtian shuddered violently as he looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He was not worried about how Ling Xiao would deal with him. He was worried that something had happened to Peacock Phoenix in the capital of the True Demon's Empire. How was he going to explain to the Peacock clan that his ears had been cut off, explain to the Divine Phoenix Empire? After all, the True Demon's Empire's current strength was not enough to contend with the Divine Phoenix Empire. Once they offended the Divine Phoenix Empire, even the Yin-Yang Demon King would not be able to stop the collapse of the True Demon's Empire. You really dare to touch him? Sha Tongtian looked at Ling Xiao angrily. At this moment, he did not seem to understand the situation. Instead of worrying about the Divine Phoenix Empire's condemnation, he should think about how to survive Ling Xiao's wrath. Perhaps he did not know what kind of situation the true demon's empire was in. He looked at Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao looked back at him. Out of everyone present right now, Sha Tongtian was the strongest. He was also the biggest enemy right now. After all, Jiao Badian was already under his control, and he had no idea where the Yin-Yang Demon King was. As long as he could kill Sha Tongtian, taking over Shanghai would be a piece of cake. Battles in the profound world were often not based on the number of troops, but rather the strength of the masters on one side. The true demonic empire destroyed the sacred dynasty in that war. It was the same in the war in the northern desert, and today, the war started by Ling Xiao was the same. Without the support of the Moon Maiden, without the Supreme Holy Emperor leading the Northern Han army to attack the true Devil Empire, Ling Xiao would never do such a thing. Because even if he had an army of 100,000, it was still no match for a Yin-Yang Demon King. First Devil General? Without the Yin-Yang Demon King and Lightning Demon King, you probably won't be able to be the #1 demon general of the true Devil Empire for long. Why don't you just surrender and return to the Ocean of Storms, your old nest? That way, we won't have to hurt each other. Ling Xiao looked at Sha Tongtian indifferently, making a final effort for peace. War wasn't that easy. Behind the scenes of war, there would definitely be a large number of deaths, including civilians and soldiers. If he could chase away the sea race peacefully, or merge with them, Ling Xiao wouldn't object. Although he was domineering, he wasn't a complete tyrant. Sha Tongtian didn't speak, thinking. He was thinking about how to answer Ling Xiao's question. This was a question that wasn't easy to answer. If he answered wrongly, his head might be separated from his body. Sha Tongtian, if you dare to surrender, our peacock race won't let you off. Remember this. Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a good lesson, you. And the people around you, all of them will die. Just as Sha Tongtian was pondering over this problem, Kong He let out a hysterical roar. Ha, you don't dare to kill me. You know how big of a disaster it will cause if you kill me. You're scared. Quietly looking at Kong He, Ling Xiao wondered if he had heard wrongly. In this day and age, there were people who begged for mercy. How could there be people who wanted to seek death like Kong He? First Demon General, our sea race army numbers in the millions, and we even have the Yin-Yang Demon King. How could we be afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? No matter what, this Ling Xiao must die. Otherwise, none of us here will be able to answer to the Peacock race and the Divine Phoenix Empire. Hong Li also shouted at Sha Tongtian with red eyes. Millions of troops? I'm afraid 600,000 of them are fake soldiers. Some of them are greedy and afraid of death, while others are just compromising. Do you really think they'll work for your sea race? Do you know why things went so smoothly for me today? It's because of their help. As for the Yin-Yang Demon King, I'm afraid he's too scared to show up right now. I killed the Lightning Demon King in front of so many people. Don't tell me you didn't see it. Even if you didn't see it, you should go and ask. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so stupid as to provoke me, right? Also, I don't mind telling you that Langdon City Lord Jiao Lai and Devil Capital City Lord Jiao Mo have already been dealt with by me. Langdon City has long been occupied by the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Empire. You can stop dreaming if you want to wait for reinforcements. Also, that Ouyangwen from the Tianli Alliance was also killed by me. The Tianli Empire has long fallen into my hands. Northern Han and Tianli Empire have joined hands to attack the true Devil Empire. In addition to the betrayal of the fake soldiers, do you think you still have a chance of winning? No. You're talking nonsense, you must be talking nonsense. Hong Li shook her head. She didn't believe that this was true. How could Ling Xiao be so terrifying, so powerful? It's up to you to believe it or not. As for Kong He, the Peacock Phoenix son? Do you really think that your title is so amazing? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already fallen out with the Divine Phoenix Emperor. This time, the one who conferred me the title of Heavenly Dragon King is the Crown Prince of the Secret Mountains. So don't use the Divine Phoenix Emperor to pressure me. He did those dirty things behind my back. I'm already giving him face by not finding him to settle the score. You still dare to mention him to me? You said that my title of Heavenly Dragon King was given by someone else and can be taken away at will. That's right, these words are very true. So, I might as well occupy the entire heavenly dragon continent and create a new empire, a new power. What do you think that divine phoenix emperor will do when the time comes? Will he make an enemy out of my empire? Will he take the risk of being attacked by the Black Crow Empire and us to deal with me? Kong He, oh Kong He, you think too highly of yourself. In the eyes of a big shot, a small character like you isn't even worth mentioning. If you die, I can guarantee that the divine phoenix emperor won't do anything for you. At most, he'll just hold a memorial service or something. Moreover, your peacock clan will also be divided internally because of this. You might even completely decline and be kicked out of the divine phoenix empire's noble ranks. Don't tell me you don't know that many middle nobles are eyeing this fat piece of meat, waiting for your clan to make a mistake. Ling Xiao's words made Kong He tremble in fear. He felt as if he had been drenched in cold spring water. His heart was cold to the extreme. Sha Tong Tian, what's your choice? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. His tone was indifferent, but there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. Sha Tong Tian looked at Jiao Badian, still unable to make up his mind. You don't need to look at him. He's just my puppet now. Jiao Badian had already lost his value, so Ling Xiao decided to make things clear. Hearing this, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Ling Xiao actually controlled the Sea Emperor, he controlled the Emperor of the True Demon's Empire. No wonder the Sea Emperor suddenly invited everyone to the banquet today. This was Ling Xiao's plan. Withdrawing his soul power, Jiao Badian instantly fell to the ground. In a moment, his corpse disintegrated. This scene made Sha Tong Tian lose his spirit. He sighed in despair and said, Heaven's chosen one, this time, our sea race has lost. I'm willing to let the sea race return to the stormy ocean. Very good. You made a good choice. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, however, this isn't enough. All of you must cripple your own cultivation. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Although Ling Xiao didn't want to start a massacre, he couldn't just let Sha Tong Tian and the others go. If he let them go, what if they caused trouble? Therefore, the most direct method was to cripple their cultivation. Without these experts, the sea race wouldn't be able to do anything. Of course, who knew what would happen in the future? But that was a matter for the future. At the very least, Ling Xiao could drive these guys back to the stormy ocean, build fortifications, and rebuild the sacred dynasty. Of course, the country's name had to be changed. Everything had to be reformulated. In his new memories, he had a complete and effective political system that he could use as a reference. He believed that it would be very good. As for the country's name, he planned to simply call it the Celestial Empire. In the future, when he collected all the 9 primordial dragons, he would use them as the guardian beasts of the Celestial Empire. Then, he could enter the Heaven's Chosen Gate without worry. Of course, this was something to do in the future. Right now, he still had to deal with the sea race. There was no way he could kill them all. Even if he killed Sha Tong Tian and the others, there would be more sea race members who would go against him. So, it was better to use peaceful means before resorting to force. As the #1 devil general, he might not even know who Ling Xiao was in the past. He might have never placed Ling Xiao in his eyes. Who would have thought that their lives would be in Ling Xiao's hands today? This was truly ironic. Sha Tong Tian looked at Ling Xiao and asked, what if we don't want to cripple our own cultivation? Sure, but I'm not so kind as to help you cripple your cultivation. Because it's too troublesome, I might choose a massacre. I'll give you a quarter of an hour. If there's someone here who hasn't had his cultivation crippled, then I'll have to do it myself. Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent, as if he was talking about something very normal. He now had such power and ability, so he could be so domineering. Time starts. Ling Xiao said indifferently. No need to consider. I'll listen to you. Sha Tong Tian said suddenly. You're smart and tactful. Ling Xiao smiled. Sha Tong Tian laughed bitterly. Was he smart? He was just helpless. He had seen Ling Xiao's arrogant and domineering way of doing things. Therefore, he believed that Ling Xiao would really dare to slaughter all the sea race members here. As a member of the sea race, Sha Tong Tian did not care about the lives of humans. However, he cared a lot about the lives of his fellow sea race members. Therefore, no matter what, he only had one choice, and that was to destroy his own cultivation. Let's begin. If you can't do it, I'll help you personally. Xianxia knew that not every sea race cultivator here had the same resolve as him. Therefore, he had to ensure that everyone's cultivation was destroyed. Otherwise, as long as one person did not do it, everything he had done would be for naught. I'll go first. Xianxia took a deep breath. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped down on her heaven meridian. You can forget about it. Before Xianxia could do anything, Ling Xiao gently waved his hand and stopped her. Why? Because I think you're a good woman. Unfortunately, we're enemies now. I hope you understand that if the sea race wants to live on the heavenly dragon continent, I won't object. However, you can't invade. Ling Xiao had a very good impression of Xianxia. He could not bear to see Xianxia's cultivation being destroyed. What about my junior sister? Xianxia asked. She can't do it. You've seen what happened just now. I hate women like your junior sister. She must destroy her own cultivation. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao, I'm from the Phoenix Academy. How dare you ask me to destroy my cultivation? Hongli was terrified. She had cultivated for so many years. It was not easy for her to achieve her current cultivation. Was she going to destroy her cultivation and cultivate again? That would be too cruel. Don't mention the Phoenix Academy to me. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Ling Xiao said coldly. I can't watch my junior sister's cultivation being destroyed while I'm safe and sound. Thank you for your kindness. Xianxia sighed. She felt a trace of warmth in her heart. Unfortunately, if something happened to Hongli while she was safe and sound, she would not have a good ending when she returned to the sea race. Therefore, she could only choose to destroy her own cultivation. It's up to you. Ling Xiao also felt that it was a pity, but he could not give in. In the end, Xianxia's slender, jade-like hand still managed to strike her own heavenly meridian. Dark red blood flowed from her mouth as her heavenly origin energy instantly dissipated. Right now, she was even weaker than an ordinary person. Ling Xiao could not bear to see Xianxia like this. He went forward to support her and stuffed a pill into her mouth when no one was paying attention. Why do you have to do this? The pill was to protect the heavenly meridian. It would speed up the recovery of Xianxia's destroyed cultivation. This was Ling Xiao's little willfulness. Xianxia raised her head. Finally, someone gritted their teeth and did as they were told. However, those who were truly determined to cripple their own cultivation were in the minority. Most of them were crippled by Xianxia. Chosen one, I hope you can keep your promise. Having said that, Xianxia also crippled his own cultivation. Among those present, his cultivation was the highest. Once it was destroyed, he would suffer the greatest loss. This guy could be considered a good man among the sea race. Unfortunately, they were now enemies. Ling Xiao could not be soft-hearted. Don't worry, you people of the sea race can leave now. Don't cause trouble. You know the consequences. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although his tone was indifferent, it was indeed a threat. Of course we won't cause trouble. After all, no one wants to die. Xianxia led the Sea clan members who had their cultivations crippled and left the palace. Ling Xiao ordered Haim Miankeo to escort them with 1,000 cavalry. After all, the Sea clan had offended too many people. Not to mention other places, just in Modu City, there were countless people who wanted them to die. If no one escorted them, these people who had lost their cultivations would definitely die. Kong He, why aren't you doing anything? Do you want me to help you? Kong He was the only one who had not left the scene. He was from the Divine Phoenix Empire, not the Sea clan. What? You want me to cripple my own cultivation too? Kong He asked with his eyes wide open. I believe you're not deaf. Don't tell me you don't understand what I'm saying? Ling Xiao looked at Kong He indifferently. No, I won't do that. I definitely won't do that. Kong He shook his head desperately. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't choose to cripple his own cultivation. That was too absurd. Kill him. Ling Xiao couldn't stand Kong He anymore. He gave this guy a chance to live, but he didn't cherish it. He deserved to die. Wait. Hearing that Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, Kong He was really scared. Although he hadn't seen Ling Xiao kill the Lightning Devil King, Jia Yun, Jiao Lin, and the others, he had heard about it from others. This guy was a complete lunatic. If he didn't listen to him, he might really lose his life. What? I choose to cripple my own cultivation. There was no need to mention how aggrieved Kong He was when he said those words. He, the Peacock Phoenix son, had actually fallen to such a state. This was simply a great humiliation. He really couldn't accept it. However, he had no choice but to do so. After staring at Kong He crippling his own cultivation, only then did Ling Xiao nod his head in satisfaction. Scram, it's best that you remember today's lesson. I don't want you to do anything harmful to me after returning to Divine Phoenix Empire, otherwise, you can just wait for my crazy revenge. I won't. I definitely won't. Kong He fled the palace in a sorry state. How could he not know? He had to seek justice for such a humiliating matter no matter what. Ling Xiao naturally knew about this as well. He had purposely let Kong He go. In any case, if Feng Yinshan wanted to stabilize his position as the emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire, then the families that supported the Ice Phoenix clan had to be eliminated. The Peacock race was one of them. Wasn't Feng Yinshan unable to find a reason to deal with the Peacock race? Ling Xiao found one for him. At the same time, on the sea hundreds of miles away from Shanghai, a Yinyang realm battle had ended. The Yinyang Demon King looked at the Moon Maiden weakly and said through gritted teeth, Moon Maiden, you're actually protecting that brat Ling Xiao. Do you know how many people you'll offend by doing this? Of course I know, but I love him. The Moon Maiden said calmly. Love him? If she loved him, she should have told him that the Oceanic tribe was not something he could provoke. Even I don't count for much in the Oceanic race. He's really stirred up big trouble. The Yinyang Demon King said coldly. Whether or not he could provoke him, he's already provoked him. So what? If you keep talking nonsense, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here. The Moon Maiden said calmly, I know more about the mystic world than you do. One day, he'll be more dazzling than all of you. Those so-called big shots of the Oceanic tribe will pale in front of him. Stubborn woman, you won't say that when you regret it. From today onwards, Ling Xiao will become a wanted criminal of our Oceanic tribe. I don't believe you can protect him forever. Moreover, your strength is nothing in our Oceanic tribe. The Yinyang Demon King sneered and dragged his injured body into the deep sea. The Moon Maiden didn't give chase. In the stormy ocean, the Oceanic tribe had too much of an advantage. It wasn't easy to kill them. The Yinyang Demon King was driven away, Shanghai was occupied, and Sea Emperor Jiao Badian was killed. These three matters intertwined and led to the collapse of the true Demon Empire. In just over 10 days, this young empire had finally fallen apart and walked on the path of complete estrangement. The Northern Han Army and the Tianli Army successfully joined forces outside of Modu City. Under Ling Xiao's powerful deterrence, the Tianli and Northern Han chose to submit to Ling Xiao, becoming part of the Celestial Empire. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, whether it was the Moon Maiden or the previous dynasty's Supreme Holy Emperor, they all supported Ling Xiao, the Heaven's chosen child. Whoever dared to oppose would face the danger of being exterminated. In the following half a month, Ling Xiao used the government system in his memory in the Celestial Empire. He became the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, the representative of the empire. However, he didn't manage any specific affairs. The administrators were selected by the Senate and the civilian court. After receiving his approval, they could take up the position and be called Heavenly King. The first Heavenly King was naturally Wu Xiong. After all, he was the president of the Restoration Society and was Ling Xiao's good senior brother. Ling Xiao trusted him a lot. After the establishment of the government, the army was also reorganized. This was what Ling Xiao learned from the new memory in order to avoid the emergence of rebellion. Another crucial decision was the concept of national harmony. Ling Xiao proposed that whether it was humans, the sea race, or other races, as long as they were willing to coexist peacefully, they could live in the Celestial Empire. At first, the sea race didn't believe this, until something happened. A sea race was beaten up by a human. Ling Xiao actually personally came out to punish this human and announced it to the world. Since then, many sea race people joined the Celestial Empire and started a new life. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already stayed in the Heavenly Dragon continent for nearly a month. The Celestial Empire also welcomed its first new year. Ling Xiao officially entered the age of 17. Perhaps because of the establishment of a new dynasty and the celebration of the whole nation, the Celestial Empire was particularly lively this year. Especially in the Divine Capital, it was extraordinarily lively. The Divine Capital was the former magic capital. Now that it was the imperial capital of the Celestial Empire, it naturally had to change its name slightly. At this time, in the Divine Capital, all the soldiers had changed into brand new battle armor. They all had the Celestial Empire's special symbol. The entire body was black and looked fierce and powerful. On the streets, the worries of the commoners were gone. Instead, they were relaxed and cheerful. At first, they were worried that this young heavenly emperor would do something that they couldn't accept. In fact, the policies that this heavenly emperor promulgated made them overjoyed. They were all policies that were beneficial to the commoners. Therefore, they were naturally very satisfied with this heavenly emperor. Now, our Celestial Empire will probably be stronger than the Divine Phoenix Empire if we continue to develop. This heavenly emperor may be young, but he's really amazing. His military and governance are both amazing. In the same tavern, the topic of discussion had long changed. Now, the most discussed topic was the Celestial Empire and their heavenly emperor Ling Xiao. That's right. At first, I was worried that the Sea Clan would make a comeback and attack the Celestial Empire, or even provoke the Divine Phoenix Empire to attack. But now it seems that the Heavenly Emperor has a lot of experts by his side. Whether it's the Sea Clan or the Divine Phoenix Empire, they don't dare to easily provoke our Celestial Empire. That's true. I'm not bragging. That year at the Martial Arts Festival, I personally witnessed the heroic bearing of our Heavenly Emperor. Those so-called geniuses of the Sea Clan are not even worth mentioning in front of him. I've already said that it's impossible for the Heavenly Emperor to ignore us. The end of the Sea Clan will soon come. Look, I'm not wrong, this true Devil Empire was destroyed by the Heavenly Emperor in less than a year's time. A martial artist excitedly described everything he saw at the Martial Arts Festival. Although his words were somewhat boastful, the people next to him listened very seriously. Not for anything else, but because it was related to their Heavenly Emperor. This actually confirmed one thing, and that was that the current Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, had become a living legend on the Heavenly Dragon continent, a living myth. No matter where you go, you can hear people competing to spread his story. Including those storytellers and wandering martial artists, they also adapted Ling Xiao's deeds into stories and spread them everywhere. Less than a year ago, the Heavenly Emperor defeated all the heroes at the Martial Arts Festival and obtained the title of Heaven's Chosen Child. However, the true Devil Empire suddenly rose in revolt and destroyed the sacred dynasty that had been struggling at death's door for more than 100,000 years, forcing the Heaven's Chosen Child to flee to the Divine Phoenix continent. And now, the Heavenly Emperor, who had become more powerful and mature, returned to the Heavenly Dragon continent. With thousands of troops and capable helpers, he captured the Magic City, destroyed the true Devil Empire, and established the Celestial Empire. This scene was incomparably shocking and exhilarating. From then on, the Heavenly Dragon continent no longer had the Northern Han Empire, the Tianli Empire, and the true Devil Empire. Instead, it was replaced by a unified and powerful Celestial Empire. Everyone was glad about this. After hearing this news, the human exiles rushed back to the Heavenly Dragon continent. In the outside world, they had always been treated as inferior people. Now that the Celestial Dynasty had risen, it was time for them to return. This was their home. The commoners celebrated the new year in a happy mood while Ling Xiao and his subordinates stood on the tallest building in the divine capital and looked around. Ling Xiao, who had participated in defending and sieging the city many times, was very clear. In the profound world, if a city did not have a defensive spirit array, it would be very easy to capture it. Right now, he was thinking about how to modify Shendu's array formation and turn the entire city into an indestructible fortress. If that was the case, even a yin-yang realm expert wouldn't be able to do anything. Moreover, considering the situation in the Holy City, he was prepared to set up some formations both inside and outside the city. The array formation in the city would be controlled by the Heavenly King and him. No one else had the right to know or control it. Once the fairies' capital was done, the other cities could follow suit and slowly promote it. As for how to set up the formation and what kind of formation to set up, Ling Xiao was naturally not a problem. He had already given the blueprint to Zhuge Ming, so the actual operation would be left to Zhuge Ming. The construction work in the profound world was very fast. Because they were basically martial artists, even ordinary craftsmen were more than 10 times more efficient than ordinary people. Those who were slightly better could do the work of ordinary people for dozens of days in a day. Therefore, in just a short month, the entire divine capital was completely repaired. The new and expanded areas were also basically completed. Many of the buildings were used to set up spirit arrays. In particular, there was a tall tower in the imperial palace that almost reached the clouds. It was constantly absorbing energy from the sky and channeling it into the divine capital. This tower was almost directly copied from the Moonlight Pagoda in the Yuehua school. After being modified by Ling Xiao and the Moon Lady, it stood here. Its name was also changed to Sun Moon Pagoda. This was because it could now not only absorb energy from the moonlight, but it could also absorb energy from the red sun. The absorbed energy continued to spread along the earth veins of the divine capital and covered the entire divine capital. Ordinary people and even many officials in the imperial court did not know what this was for. At this moment, Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged at the highest point in the Sun Moon Pagoda. He closed his eyes and entered a state where he could control the world. The space in the divine capital seemed to be under his control, as if it was his toy. The Sun Moon Pagoda and the other buildings in the divine capital formed a huge Sun Moon universe devouring array. However, after the array was set up, it still needed to be activated. After all, this kind of array was too big and it was difficult for ordinary people to activate it. This heavy responsibility naturally fell on Ling Zhao's shoulders. As the Heavenly Emperor, he was also the most proficient martial artist in the entire Celestial Empire when it came to controlling soul power. At this moment, if someone could see the soul, they would see a huge shadow in the sky of the divine capital. This shadow used both hands to gently protect the entire divine capital. This shadow was Ling Zhao's origin soul that had come out of its shell. Activate. As the origin soul uttered a word, the entire sky of the divine capital suddenly became a scene where the sun and moon shone together. Although this strange and sacred scene only lasted for a moment, it caused all the people in the divine capital to kneel on the ground and kowtow to the huge heavenly emperor's image in the sky. Since then, they trusted and worshipped Ling Xiao even more. They even thought that Ling Xiao was a god himself, a god who saved mankind. Many warriors, however, felt something else. The heaven and earth's origin chi flowed out of the ground and poured into their bodies. The entire divine capital seemed to have become a huge cultivation holy land. Needless to say, this must be the work of their heavenly emperor, Ling Xiao. At this moment, even those who were familiar with Ling Xiao could feel how mysterious and powerful Ling Xiao was. Even the Moon Maiden could not do something like this, but Ling Xiao had done it. It was really amazing. After another month, a similar array appeared in Langton City, which was near the divine capital. Although it was smaller than the one in the divine capital, it was just as shocking. After that, the various city lords and commanders returned to their respective stations with the blueprints they obtained from the divine capital and began the same modifications. Although these newly built arrays might not be as good as the one in the divine capital, after using them, not only would the cities have powerful defenses, but they would also have better cultivation effects than ordinary cities. This was enough for them. In order to stabilize the country's fate, we must obtain the sacred dynasty's imperial jade seal. When everything was going according to plan and developing smoothly, one of the officials made a suggestion. Rumor has it that the reason why the sacred dynasty fell was because they lost the imperial ruler's seal around 30,000 years ago. Only when the imperial ruler's seal is combined with the 9 cauldrons can the country's fate be stabilized. Someone else said. In the imperial court, Wu Xiong memorized all of these suggestions. When he saw Ling Xiao, he told them one by one. I've heard about the imperial ruler's seal. Without that thing, our celestial empire wouldn't be legitimate. Not to mention stabilizing the country's fate, even our rule would be suspected. In our mystic world, we place a lot of importance on inheritances. When Wu Xiang was reporting, the Moon Lady was also at the side. But where are we going to find something that was lost 30,000 years ago? Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. I've heard that the imperial ruler's seal appeared in the city of Sin before. Wu Xiang said. If that's the case, then I'll go there myself. After all, the city of Sin is in the divine Phoenix continent. It's not a foreign place. Ling Xiao thought about it and said. It would be best if he could find it. If he couldn't, then going to the city of Sin would be a good idea. I'll go with you. The Moon Maiden said. Sure, but don't do anything rash. Ling Xiao said. No problem. After the discussion, Ling Xiao handed the Celestial Empire to Wu Xiang. Then, he left the divine capital with the Moon Maiden and went to the city of Sin in the divine Phoenix continent. The city of Sin was a completely independent city on the divine Phoenix continent. It was a land without a master. Rumor had it that the divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire both originated from here. This place had a long history comparable to the sacred city. But now, the city of Sin had become a land without a master. There was no city lord here. Because it was sandwiched between the Black Crow Empire, the divine Phoenix Empire, and the Emerald Ripple Island of the Seven Martial Grandmaster Islands, it was a completely lawless place. Everyone wanted to take over this place, but no one dared to do anything rashly. After all, the Black Crow Empire, the divine Phoenix Empire, and the Emerald Ripple Island were all empires. None of them were weaker than the other. It was precisely because of this that this place became the breeding ground for the underground forces. It also had the largest underground black market in the entire Heavenly Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and even the Seven Martial Grandmaster Island and Five Immortal Island. The source of income here was the black market. You can buy things that you can't buy anywhere else here. This included martial souls, special organs, special materials, and many other strange things. The city of Sin was surrounded by water on three sides, and behind it was a towering mountain. It was a place that was easy to defend but hard to attack. Perhaps because of the developed shipping, the business here was very prosperous. Although the city of Sin didn't have anything like a city lord, it was rumored that there was a true controller here. No one knew exactly who it was, but all the warriors who came here to trade gave this person a resounding name, King of the Black Market. The city of Sin had escaped criminals from all over the world, as well as businessmen from all over the world. However, there were very few locals. Rumor had it that most of them were killed by foreign warriors. It was very dangerous here. Because there was no law here, and there was no justice. Everything was based on the most primitive law, the law of the jungle. Also, the strength of the warriors here was relatively high. There were almost no transcendents. Among the Heaven Realm warriors, most of them were above the Six Arts Heavenly Realm. Those below the Six Arts Heavenly Realm were basically looking for death. What was even more terrifying was that there were probably more Grotto Heaven Realm warriors here than there were in the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City. As for Yin Yang Realm warriors, he hadn't heard of any, but there were probably some. Otherwise, the city of Sin wouldn't have been able to stand here for so long. Of course, the Yin Yang Realm warriors were the bosses behind the scenes. They wouldn't easily show themselves. At this moment, a large ship was approaching the city of Sin. There were many people on the ship. They were all here to trade or search for treasures. Ling Xiao stood on the deck. Looking at the hazy city of Sin in the distance, he was a little shocked. Although he had been on the Divine Phoenix continent for almost a year, he had spent most of his time in the Imperial City. He hadn't been anywhere else. Being able to come to the city of Sin this time could be considered a special experience. Standing beside him were two women. One of them was wearing a moonlight-colored gauze dress. She was extremely beautiful. Every movement she made exuded an elegant and noble aura. She was naturally the Moon Lady. Because Ling Xiao didn't want her to act rashly, she had completely concealed her aura. In the eyes of others, she was just an ordinary, weak woman. As for the other person, she was wearing soft armor. She had delicate features and a pair of bright eyes that were constantly vigilant. She was Cold Plum. Originally, Ling Xiao had planned to come with the Moon Lady. However, Cold Plum had followed him. Ling Xiao didn't chase her away. Cold Plum was very loyal to him. He naturally didn't want to wrong this girl. Furthermore, it was good that Cold Plum had followed him. Cold Plum was stronger than Ling Xiao but weaker than the Moon Lady. She could help Ling Xiao solve many problems without causing too much of a commotion like the Moon Lady. Actually, apart from the three of them, there was another person following Ling Xiao. That person was the Yuan Venerate who stayed in Ling Xiao's Mountain River realm. The Yuan Venerate was Ling Xiao's strongest master. He was also the person who had taught him array formations and alchemy. Unfortunately, he didn't have a body. Originally, such a Yuan Venerate wouldn't be able to travel long distances. However, after Ling Xiao cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he unexpectedly discovered that he could place his spirit body in the Mountain River realm without being assimilated. This discovery gave the Yuan Venerate an excellent opportunity to go out. Of course, the most important thing was that the City of Sin might have something that could allow a Yuan Venerate to reform his body. He couldn't possibly remain in the spirit state forever. Big Sister Moon Lady, there are many dangers in the City of Sin. When the time comes, please don't act rashly. Otherwise, you will provoke the big boss behind the scenes of the City of Sin. If that happens, we won't be able to find anything. Ling Xiao smiled as he spoke to the Moon Lady. Don't worry. As long as they don't act against you, I naturally won't act rashly. I also want to be a quiet beauty. The Moon Lady smiled mischievously. Master, the weakest martialist on this ship is a 7-star sky martialist. It seems like the rumors are true. The City of Sin really isn't a place that just anyone can enter. Without a certain level of strength, entering this place is akin to courting death. Cold Plum had been paying attention to the other people on the ship. This discovery surprised her. Yes, this is a mysterious and cruel city. As Ling Xiao spoke, the corners of his mouth actually curled up in an excited smile. His adventurous nature had already erupted. Soon, the ship docked at the harbor. Everyone disembarked and headed towards the City of Sin. The city gates of the City of Sin were obviously maintained all year round. Otherwise, a city as ancient as the sacred city wouldn't have been preserved so well. Ling Xiao and the other two weren't in a hurry. Instead, they walked forward slowly while admiring the scenery nearby. It was different for the other ancient martial art practitioners. Their purpose was very clear, so the first thing they thought of when they arrived was to enter the city. What was interesting was that Ling Xiao realized that when these people entered the city, some could enter freely, while others were stopped by the ancient martial art practitioners guarding the gate and could only enter after paying a certain amount of spirit stones. Isn't the City of Sin supposed to be ownerless? Why are there still people collecting entrance fees? Ling Xiao asked the ancient martial art practitioner in front of him curiously. Don't ask. Just pay if you're asked. Don't cause trouble for yourself. The City of Sin is ownerless, but this is a place where the strong preys on the weak. If you're not as good as others, you have to pay them protection fees. The ancient martial art practitioner in front of him lowered his voice and said. Oh, I see. I understand. Since they spoke with their fists, then there was no need for him to pay this fee. When the people in front of them had entered the city, Ling Xiao and the other two followed. Stop. The 4 ancient martial art practitioners guarding the gate blocked their way. This attracted the ancient martial art practitioners who had just entered the city to look back. That guy is new, right? Why doesn't he know the rules? He must be new. Anyway, I've never seen him before. No wonder. He doesn't even know the people from the Black Python clan. Isn't he courting death? The ancient martial art practitioners who had already entered the city did not seem to be in a hurry. Each of them crossed their arms and watched the show. Every time a new ancient martial art practitioner came, there would be a lot of commotion. This time, there would probably be some fun to watch. Sizing up the 4 ancient martial art practitioners blocking the way, Ling Xiao realized that the cultivation of these 4 people had reached the 8 desolate heaven early stage. This kind of cultivation was definitely very strong even in the Divine Phoenix continent, let alone in the Heavenly Dragon continent. The 4 people's attire did not fit in with the official city guards. They looked more like thugs from some gang. They were dressed in tight clothes with a black python embroidered on it. They looked quite impressive. The four of them had arrogant and proud expressions on their faces. It seemed that their background was definitely not ordinary. "What's the matter? Do the four of you have something to say?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Little brat, you're new here, so we don't blame you. After all, those who don't know are innocent. But listen up, to enter the city of Sin, everyone has to pay 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Since there are 3 of you, you can either give me 300,000 low-grade spirit stones or 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Take your pick." The one who spoke was a man with triangular eyes. His eyes were blood red, and he looked like a snake. His words were obviously threatening. Although he didn't say what the result would be, everyone could tell what the result would be if they didn't do as he said. "You must be mistaken. The city of Sin is an ownerless place and anyone can come and go as they please. What right do you have to collect spiritual stones here?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Because we are stronger than you. Isn't that enough? Cut the crap and hand over the spirit stones quickly. Otherwise, get lost. This is not a place for you to act arrogantly and make a scene." The triangular-eyed man roared impatiently. "Oh, I understand. If I am stronger than you, then I don't have to pay the spirit stones, right?" Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and asked. "Hee, little brat, you are quite smart. Since you understand, then hurry up and save everyone the trouble. You cannot be stronger than us. Even if you are stronger than us, don't forget that we are from the Black Python clan. You can't afford to offend us." Triangle Eyes snickered. Black Python clan? Ling Xiao had never heard of such a clan. "Have you heard of the king of the black market in the city of Sin? That is our boss." Triangle Eyes said proudly. "Tsk, you sure know how to scare people. The king of the black market. Impressive, impressive. Unfortunately, I don't want to pay. I have spirit stones on me, but I don't want to pay. What do you think I should do?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "If you don't pay, I will kill you." Triangle Eyes revealed his ferocious look. As a member of the Black Python clan, they had been collecting entrance fees here for many years. There had been some arrogant people who refused to pay. However, although those people were arrogant, they were no match for them. They were easily dealt with. They didn't even need to use their clan's power. The 3 people in front of them didn't look very old. 2 of them were around 16 or 17 years old. The other girl was slightly older, but she didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How dare they be so arrogant? Kill us? Ling Xiao's face suddenly turned cold. Originally, the fees only made him feel disgusted. He didn't want to kill them. But now, these 4 people wanted to take their lives. This made him a little unhappy. That's right. You don't even have 300,000 low-grade spirit stones and you still want to enter the city? Go as far away as you can. If you don't, then you will die. We have at least 9,000 innocent souls under our hands. Do as you see fit." Triangle Eyes stared coldly at Ling Xiao. His cold aura was completely released. "I don't want to pay, and I don't want to leave." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked forward. "You are asking for death." The 4 people's faces darkened. No one had ever dared to disrespect them. Even many arrogant powerhouses didn't dare to make a sound after hearing that they were from the Black Python clan. This young man wanted to force his way in? The newcomer is finished. He deserves it. I don't know where this kid came from. He doesn't know anything and dares to compete with the Black Python clan. He is simply asking for death. Let's guess, how will he die? He will be poisoned. He will definitely be cut into pieces and fed to the beasts. The Black Python clan raises giant pythons. They need to eat more human flesh. Ha ha ha, no matter how he dies, it will be very interesting. Let's watch and see. The warriors in the city smiled as they watched the argument. They had no intention of stopping it. After all, those who dared to come to the city of Sin were either extremely powerful cultivators or bullies. None of them were good people. Buzz. Ling Zhao's aura suddenly skyrocketed and climbed to the early stage of the 8 Desolation Heaven. Of course, this wasn't his true cultivation. However, it was more than enough to deal with the 4 people in front of him. Oh. No wonder this young man is so arrogant. He is also an 8 Desolation Heaven warrior. He is so powerful to have such a cultivation at such a young age. So what if he is powerful? He is too arrogant. I am afraid he is going to die today. It will be a pity if he dies. That is why it is best not to be arrogant when you come to a strange place. Otherwise, you will die without knowing how you died. The warriors in the city were shocked by Ling Zhao's sudden burst of strength. However, they didn't have any opinions about Ling Zhao's fate of being killed. Even if you were an 8 Desolation Heaven genius, you would have no chance of winning against 4 warriors of the same level. The 4 guards of the Black Python clan were also a little surprised. They pounced on Ling Xiao at the same time. Die. A dazzling light flashed past. 4 figures fell to the ground almost at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the 4 living warriors became 4 cold corpses. Ling Zhao's body didn't even have a drop of blood on it. His clothes were as white as snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He gave off the feeling of a swordsman. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the 4 dead warriors. He just greeted them and stepped into the city gate with Cold Plum and the Moon Maiden. The cultivators inside the city gate naturally opened up a path for them. Everyone was a little frightened in their hearts. Young man, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. An old man at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer sighed and said, your strength is indeed very strong. However, by killing the 4 of them, you have offended the entire Black Python clan. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you really won't be able to leave. Thank you for your advice, senior. But I haven't bought anything yet, so I don't want to leave. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and still insisted on walking forward. What an arrogant man. What a terrifying sword. Looking at his back, a warrior who used a sword sighed. Flexible sword is unpredictable. That young man has reached the 2nd realm of a swordsman. Every move is aggressive, and his style is changeable. He wins with changeable and fast moves. His body movement and attack speed are like a ghost and light smoke. That old man sighed and said, I've only heard of one young man who can reach this realm. It's Mo Xiaoyu, the swift sword of Emerald Wave Island. Could it be him? Who knows? Mo Xiaoyu is very famous, but he wears a mask every time he appears. Others don't know what he looks like. But he has a good figure and a high realm of a swordsman. It should be him. Someone nearby said. If it's really Mo Xiaoyu, the Black Python clan can't do anything to him. Okay, let's not care about those trivial matters. Let's go into the city first. We just need to avoid those 3 people. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Everyone nodded. He really couldn't meddle in such trivial matters. After all, in a place like the City of Sin, experts from all walks of life were as common as clouds. Even if that youth wasn't Jade Ripple Island's Mo Xiaoyu, he could still be a young genius from the Black Crow Empire, or someone from the Divine Phoenix Empire. This was the intersection of the 3 major powers. It was possible for anyone to come. Mo Xiaoyu was very famous. His position on Jade Ripple Island was the same as the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 great Phoenix Sons, belonging to the top 6 young experts. The martial artists of Jade Wave Island all used swords, so they were called the 6 young masters of the sword. As for this Mo Xiaoyu, he was the 3rd-ranked lifestealer. Above him were Emerald Wave Sword Mo Tsung and Rose Sword Situ Hongyan. However, in terms of fame, Mo Xiaoyu was still the most famous. Mo Xiaoyu was arrogant, aloof, and domineering. He took people's lives as soon as he made a move. In addition, he often wore a ferocious mask when he traveled the Jianghu, so he left a very deep impression. Moreover, he was one of the young island masters of Jade Wave Island, with a revered position. When normal people saw him, they would avoid him. If they provoked him to draw his sword, then there would be no possibility of making peace. There would only be one result, and that was to kill Mo Xiaoyu or be killed. Currently, Mo Xiaoyu was not dead, which meant that those people who made him draw his sword were already dead. It was rumored that Mo Xiaoyu's cultivation had already reached the embryonic stage of the half-step grotto heaven realm. Like heaven vein martial artists, the half-step grotto heaven realm was also divided into embryonic stage, growth stage, mature stage, complete stage, and breakthrough stage, a total of 5 stages. This process was the process of transforming the heaven vein into the grotto heaven domain. It required continuous accumulation of power and continuous comprehension. Although it was only a transitional stage between the grotto heaven realm and heaven realm, its importance was self-evident. Moreover, according to common sense, a half-step grotto heaven realm martial artist was definitely stronger than martial artists below the 10 directions heaven realm. Even if there were exceptions, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Mo Xiaoyu was only 20 years old, younger than the peacock phoenix son Kong He, but his cultivation was comparable to Kong He. It was normal for this person to be ranked 3rd in Jade Ripple Island. After all, Kong He was only ranked 10th among the 10 great phoenix sons of the divine phoenix empire. Mo Xiaoyu could be said to be invincible in the heaven realm. Even a half-step grotto heaven realm martial artist would not dare to make an enemy out of him. This person's swordsman realm was too strong, and his methods were ruthless and merciless. Making an enemy out of such a martial artist was basically a risk of death. It was fine if he did not draw his sword, but when his sword was drawn, there would be blood. This was the style of the Reaper sword, Mo Xiaoyu. On the long street, many people came and went in a hurry, but there were also martial artists who stopped to watch. Most of these people were newcomers to the city of Sin, and felt that everything in the city of Sin was new to them. Moreover, there were many of these people. The busiest street in the city of Sin was the Black Street. The goods on the Black Street did not have a price tag. The price of the goods depended on the strength of the buyer and seller. This place also adhered to the law of the jungle, and it was maintained even more firmly. On the street, a figure appeared. A black robe, a sinister mask, and a black longsword. It created a fierce and terrifying image. The originally noisy street suddenly became quiet. Almost everyone stared at this person, and some people even swallowed nervously. Mo Xiaoyu. The Reaper sword. What a strong murderous aura. What a terrifying sword intent. Perhaps it was because the mask was too eye-catching, so people recognized this person's identity at a glance. Normally, martial artists would put their weapons in their storage rings. This way, it would be convenient to carry them around and would not affect their battle. However, this Mo Xiaoyu had a habit. That long sword that looked like a black piece of metal was always tied to his waist. That's right, it was a flexible sword. Mo Xiaoyu's swordsman realm had already reached the level of the flexible sword. The flexible sword in his hand was unpredictable and extremely ruthless. Often, when he made a move, his opponent would be killed on the spot before they could figure out his moves. There was a thick smell of blood on the black sword that didn't look very impressive. It was said that Mo Xiaoyu never washed his treasured sword. He believed that staining his sword with the blood of his enemies was a kind of glory. He walked casually, but his sharpness was exposed. Everyone could feel that cold and aggressive sword intent. This person seemed to have turned into a sharp treasured sword. It was truly terrifying. Many people lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mo Xiaoyu. They were afraid that they would offend this killing god and die under his sword. Of course, there were experts in the Black Street, but there were not many who were stronger than Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu was very satisfied with these people's reactions. However, his footsteps suddenly stopped. This was because even though everyone had opened up a path for him, there were actually 3 people who were walking towards him, face to face. Not only did they not look at him, but they were also talking and laughing, as if they did not care about his murderous aura at all. Behind Mo Xiaoyu's ferocious mask, there was a hint of anger. His gaze fell on a young girl among the 3. She was younger than him, but colder than him. Her strong murderous aura was not inferior to his at all. The girl should be using a short sword. However, a short sword was also a sword, and it had the same effect as a long sword. How dare you not move aside when you see our senior brother Mo? How dare you snatch the path from him? At this moment, a few warriors rushed out from behind Mo Xiaoyu and scolded Ling Xiao and the other 2. Mo Xiaoyu did not stop them. He just stood there with his arms crossed, and a proud smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was watching a show. Cold Plum, how many waves of people have we met today? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. The fourth wave. Cold Plum answered. What about the other 3 waves? Ling Xiao asked again. They're all dead. Cold Plum's cold voice contained a strong threat. The city of sin was indeed the city of sin. From the moment they entered the city, the 3 of them did not have much peace. Along the way, 3 waves of people finally attacked them. The result was naturally their heads separated from their bodies. In this place, there was no reasoning. If you tried to reason with others, they would use their weapons. Therefore, the only way was to use the coldest and most ruthless method to crush the other party. How's the strength of the 4th wave? Ling Xiao asked again. Except for that Mo Xiaoyu, they're all trash. Cold Plum answered that Mo Xiaoyu is already a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. He has comprehended a small amount of Grotto Heaven power. He's indeed very strong. Not bad. The deadly sword Mo Xiaoyu of Emerald Ripple Island is quite a character. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. Mo Xiaoyu's strength was needless to say. Not only his cultivation, but even his realm as a swordsman had entered the stage of the flexible sword impermanence. This guy, without releasing his martial soul, had the strength of a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. If he used his martial soul, he might even be able to kill a half-step Grotto Heaven martial artist. Master is right. He is indeed a character, but compared to Master, he is nothing. Cold Plum liked to speak the truth and was not afraid of offending people. Ling Xiao smiled and did not deny it. He could even kill Kong He, so Mo Xiaoyu was indeed nothing in front of him. Impudent. You're getting more and more ignorant. It's one thing to call us trash, but you actually dare to insult our senior brother Mo. Among the 4 people blocking Ling Xiao's path, there was a young girl. Her cultivation was not high, but her temper was not small. Moreover, she was very arrogant. She actually pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and said, our senior brother Mo is one of the top 3 deadly swords on Emerald Wave Island. He reached the half-step Grotto Heaven realm at the age of 20. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself with our senior brother Mo? The young girl was probably secretly in love with Mo Xiaoyu. When she heard the man she secretly loved being looked down upon, she became so agitated. Ling Xiao was too lazy to argue with this kind of woman. He smiled and said, deadly swords? What a resounding title. Unfortunately, I am ignorant and have never heard of it. In this world, those who dare to use swords as their titles are either very confident or self-righteous egomaniacs. Cultivators who used swords were the most common in the mystic world. Even Ling Xiao did not dare to use swords to give himself a title. This Mo Xiaoyu was really arrogant. He really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Poochie. Suddenly, the sound of a sword whistling rang out. The ground where Ling Xiao was standing suddenly split open. The cracked stone slab seemed to have been cut open by something. There was even a hint of blood red in the flat surface. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This Mo Xiaoyu wanted to show them who was the boss. However, Mo Xiaoyu probably did not know that this sword was fortunately aimed at the ground. If it was aimed at Ling Xiao, then at this moment, Mo Xiaoyu would have already become a cold corpse. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu was still standing there with his arms crossed. The black sword at his waist was only trembling slightly. If one did not look carefully, it was as if it had never made a move. Mo Xiaoyu looked at him at the same time and said faintly, disaster comes from the mouth. Don't make trouble for yourself. Some words can't be said to just anyone. These words were said with a tone full of pride and disdain. It fully reflected Mo Xiaoyu's arrogance and insufferably arrogant attitude. What a fast sword. I didn't even see him make a move. How did he do it just now? In the crowd, a cultivator shouted in surprise. I didn't see it either. But since this deadly sword has already been drawn, why is there no blood on it? There were also people who had doubts. They did not know that Mo Xiaoyu was a little afraid of Cold Plum, so there was no blood. However, the bystanders did not know. Many infatuated young girls even thought that Mo Xiaoyu was giving face to the new cultivator. It was Mo Xiaoyu's magnanimity. The girl from Jade Ripple Island was almost fluttering. Thinking of the embarrassing things she had done with Mo Xiaoyu in bed, she felt a burst of happiness for no reason. Being conquered by such a man in bed was also a kind of blessing. Of course, in Ling Zhao's eyes, this kind of woman was purely cheap. But it had nothing to do with him, so he was too lazy to say anything. Cold Plum's broken sword had already been drawn out of its sheath. It could turn into a fierce sword shadow and rush out at any time. Cold Plum, put the sword back. Ling Xiao gently patted Cold Plum's hand and said with a smile. Mo Xiaoyu's realm as a swordsman was higher than his, so Ling Xiao could be considered to be a hunter. He could not let Cold Plum kill such a good sparring partner. Yes, master. Cold Plum was very obedient, but Ling Xiao could still feel the cold murderous intent from her hand. Listen to me. We did not come to the city of Sin to find people to fight. We came to buy things. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, as if nothing had happened. However, on his blacklist, Mo Xiaoyu had become a pitiful sparring partner. It was just that he did not want to make a move yet. There were so many good things on this black street waiting for him to buy. What if he destroyed someone's stall? What if he destroyed something he desperately needed? That would not be worth it. Humph, let's see who's the real trash. Now you know how powerful our senior brother Mo is. Hurry up and get out of the way. The young girl from Jade Ripple Island was even more proud. She snorted coldly and shouted arrogantly. It was as if the sword just now was not stabbed by Mo Xiaoyu, but by her. Cold Plum's mood had already calmed down. She was indifferent to other people's insults, but if anyone dared to attack Ling Xiao, she would kill them at all costs. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao stopping her, Mo Xiaoyu would already be dead. As for the strongest cultivators of the Sun Realm, they had no interest in these childlike warriors. The Moon Maiden didn't even listen to what Mo Xiaoyu and the others were saying. Her mind was completely focused on the goods on the Black Street. Even if an ant stood at the foot of an elephant and taunted it, the elephant might not even hear it. Even if it did hear it, it probably wouldn't take it seriously. Ling Xiao felt that this was very interesting. Coming out this time was the right choice. If he always stayed in one place, he wouldn't get to see such fun things. Sure enough, martial artists still had to travel around. Otherwise, they would gradually become ignorant and inexperienced. Alright, let's go. Compared to the trash from Jade Ripple Island, Mo Xiaoyu was more observant. Although he couldn't see through Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden's cultivation, he felt that Cold Plum wasn't easy to deal with. Everyone said that when Mo Xiaoyu drew his sword, he would definitely draw blood. However, they didn't know that he wouldn't draw his sword easily. Because his observational skills weren't bad. Senior brother, aren't you going to teach these three trash a lesson? The young girl pouted. Don't forget that we came to the city of Sin for business. Let's go. Before Mo Xiaoyu left, his gaze swept across Ling Zhao's face with disdain and mockery. Then, his voice sounded in Ling Zhao's ears. Trash that relies on a woman to protect you. I'll let you go this time. Next time you see me, you better avoid me. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Mo Xiaoyu, who was already far away. He muttered to himself, interesting. Soon, you'll know that I don't need anyone to protect me when I'm facing you. After Mo Xiaoyu left, the Jade Ripple Island disciples also left. Suddenly, a few people's discussion came from the side, which immediately attracted Ling Zhao's attention. That deadly sword Mo Xiaoyu said he had business to do. He probably came for that soft sword. Definitely. Mo Xiaoyu has already reached the level of deadly sword. However, his soft sword obviously can't keep up, so he has to change to a new one. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people in the city of Sin who were well informed. Are you talking about that divine artifact, the Umbra Sword? Yes, that's the thing. After all, Mo Xiaoyu is already a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. If he goes any further, he will reach the Grotto Heaven Realm. If he still uses an immortal-grade artifact, it will be somewhat inappropriate. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. Whether it was the Heavenly Dragon Continent or the Divine Phoenix Continent, a divine-grade artifact was a weapon that many martial artists yearned for even in their dreams. Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists could use it, and even Yin-Yang Realm martial artists could use it. If Mo Xiaoyu came to the city of Sin for the Shadow Sword, then things would be interesting. I'm afraid that even Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators would want to get involved. Will Mo Xiaoyu be able to snatch it? Don't forget that Mo Xiaoyu is the young island master of Jade Wave Island. Other than people from the Black Crow Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire, who would dare to fight with him? Hehe, that might not be the case. The city of Sin is not Emerald Ripple Island. The most interesting thing is that anything can happen here. Emerald Ripple Island is very powerful, but that doesn't mean that others won't dare to provoke them. That's true. The disciples of Emerald Ripple Island are too arrogant. There will definitely be people willing to suppress their arrogance. The person who said this intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Ling Xiao and the other two. Although he didn't know why Mo Xiaoyu didn't kill the three of them, this person had a guess. Perhaps Mo Xiaoyu was afraid of the three of them. Whether it was fear in terms of strength or influence, it would make the City of Sin's auction very interesting. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. It was really like someone giving him a pillow just as he was about to sleep. Now that he had broken through the flexible sword's impermanence realm, he needed a suitable weapon. He didn't expect to find one in the City of Sin. A divine artifact was the strongest weapon among artifacts. With this Umbra Shadow Sword, he wouldn't have to worry about reaching the Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Xiao had many weapons, but most of them were immortal artifacts. Only the Purple Lightning Sword could temporarily display the power of a divine artifact. However, it wasn't a long-term solution. If he wanted to fully display his strength, this Umbra Shadow Sword was a must. It's not just the Umbra Shadow Sword. I heard that there's also a pair of Demon Fiend Mother-Child swords. One is long, the other is short. It's most suitable for assassins. Its quality is also at the level of a divine artifact. Then, will Mo Xiaoyu bid for the Demon Fiend Mother-Child swords and give them to his senior sister? He's rich and overbearing. That's possible. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but look at Cold Plum and say, "You're now a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Although you can't explode with such power normally, you can't lack divine artifacts. Why don't I help you get the Demon Fiend Mother-Child swords?" "Thank you, Master." Cold Plum didn't stand on ceremony. She belonged to Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted to buy something for her, she was willing to accept it. Not to mention, better weapons would allow her to display more strength and better protect Ling Xiao. And, since we haven't found any clues about the Imperial Jade Seal yet, why don't we go take a look at the Umbra Shadow Sword and the Demon Fiend Mother-Child swords first? Ling Xiao smiled and walked towards the crowd. He cupped his hands towards the well-informed cultivator and said, "Brother, I wonder where the Umbra Shadow Sword and the Demon Fiend Mother-Child swords are now. I hope you can tell me. This is a small gift." In fact, Ling Xiao wasn't a domineering person. He was very polite to people who didn't provoke him. However, this person seemed to think that Ling Xiao was a pushover because he didn't say anything in front of Ling Xiao. His attitude wasn't very friendly. "Trash like you thinks you can know the whereabouts of those two good swords? In your dreams. Is that so?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a thick murderous aura surged towards that person. That person trembled and almost knelt on the ground in front of Ling Xiao. He said loudly, "They are at the Black Wind Pavilion. That is the biggest auction house in the City of Sin." As that person spoke, his heart was still in shock. Ling Xiao didn't reveal his cultivation level before and didn't release any aura. Therefore, he didn't feel how scary Ling Xiao was. However, when Ling Xiao's murderous aura rushed towards him, he felt as if someone was holding a sword against his heart. It was too scary. This person's strength is probably not lower than Mo Xiaoyu. No wonder Mo Xiaoyu didn't touch him. His heart was filled with fear and his answer was very straightforward. "Don't be afraid. As long as you lead the way, I won't do anything to you. Also, take these 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Ling Xiao retracted his murderous aura and smiled warmly. However, his terrifying image had long been branded in the man's body. How could he dare to disobey? He could only nod in fear and trepidation. "I can't accept the spirit stones, but I know where the Raven Wind Pavilion is. Young master, please follow me. Just take it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Ling Xiao casually inserted the spirit stones into the other party's storage ring, then patted the other party's shoulder and said in a friendly manner, "What a smiling tiger. If I said the wrong thing, I would have lost my life." That person was extremely frightened. The person leading the way was walking in front, but he was feeling very lucky. Luckily, he didn't fight back, or else he would have been finished. Ling Xiao, the Moon Maiden, and Cold Plum followed behind him, heading towards the Black Wind Pavilion. The auction in the City of Sin would definitely be very interesting. Who knew how many strange treasures there would be? After they left the Black Street, there was a lot of discussion on the street. Who was that young man? He dared to mock Mo Xiaoyu and didn't get killed. He's the first one. Yes, the killing intent he released just now made people tremble. It's too scary. He's not any weaker than Mo Xiaoyu. He shouldn't be as strong as Mo Xiaoyu, but his strength isn't bad either. Since they also have their eyes on the Shadow Sword and the Devil Spawn Sword, the auction in the Black Wind Pavilion will probably be very interesting. Who wants to go with me? Ha ha ha, of course I want to go. The crowd walked along the Black Street in twos and threes, talking and laughing. Actually, the Black Wind Pavilion was at the end of the Black Street. It was a tall black building, and could be considered the tallest landmark in the City of Sin. It looked very majestic. In the Black Wind Pavilion, not only would the Shadow Sword and the Devil Spawn Sword be auctioned, there would also be other treasures that would appear. The Sacred Dynasty's Imperial Jade Seal might also appear today. I heard it from an insider. It's hard to say. After all, many treasures have appeared in the City of Sin. In the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent, it's definitely a treasure trove. Of course. After the heroes of Jianghu get their treasures, they all like to come to the City of Sin to auction them. Because there's no need to pay taxes here, and the prices are usually higher than other places. There were many people here, so the treasures were naturally many and varied. When does the auction start? Ling Xiao asked the person leading the way. Young master, there's no need to rush. There's still 2 hours before the auction starts. Why don't you walk around the Black Street? Don't think that the Black Street is full of stalls and shops. The things here might not be worse than the ones in the Black Wind Pavilion. The person leading the way answered all of Ling Xiao's questions. He didn't dare to beat around the bush or talk nonsense. Oh? I thought that martial artists would bring their treasures to the Black Wind Pavilion to auction. So that's not the case? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Young master, you might not know this, but the price of the Black Wind Pavilion's auction is indeed very high. However, the commission is also very high. At the very least, you have to pay 20% of the price. The person leading the way explained. Moreover, there are some things that a martial artist doesn't know whether they are treasures or not after obtaining them. If you want to take them to the Black Wind House for appraisal, you will have to pay a considerable appraisal fee. If the item is really valuable, then it's fine. If it isn't, then you will suffer a huge loss. Therefore, after obtaining such an item, martial artists would basically mark a price casually and set up a stall to sell it. Of course, most of these people were relatively stronger, so no one dared to snatch it. There were also some people who were sheltered by the Black Python clan and had their own shops in the Black Street. Some daily necessities and ordinary items could be bought in those shops. The Black Wind Pavilion is very strict when it comes to choosing their auction items. Every day, they auction no more than 20 items. Furthermore, every item is a rare item that cultivators are willing to pay a high price for. I see. Ling Xiao now had a better understanding of the City of Sin. For all he knew, he might actually be able to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal in the City of Sin. However, he estimated that he would have to wait a little longer. After listening to the person leading the way, Ling Xiao released his soul power and began to search the stalls on both sides of the Black Street for good items. Although most of the items on the stalls were trash and not worth much, it was just as the person leading the way had said. What if he picked up some scraps? Ling Xiao had a strong soul power. When it came to picking up scraps, of course, he wouldn't give up. After walking for about a few hundred meters, the Black Wind House was right in front of him. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at one of the stalls. How much is this item? Ling Xiao squatted down and asked. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fixed price. The stall owner looked at Ling Xiao and said lightly. Alright, deal. Ling Xiao didn't haggle. The item he had his eyes on was a very outstanding piece of ancient jade. It contained very pure energy. Although it wasn't some rare treasure, it was very good for cultivation. Its value was estimated to be around 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, the stall owner didn't know the value of the item, so he didn't recognize it. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, could clearly feel the energy contained within the ancient jade. "Young man, you sure are straightforward." The stall owner's strength wasn't bad. He should be a powerhouse half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. If he dared to set up a stall here, he definitely wouldn't be able to do so without this strength. "Wait a minute, I'll pay 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for this item." Just as Ling Xiao was about to take the piece of ancient jade from the stall owner, he was stopped by someone. "Look, it's Meng Xiao from the Black Python clan." It really is Meng Xiao, the #1 genius of the Black Python clan. His status isn't any lower than the 6 young masters of the Sword of Jade Wave Island or the 10 great Phoenix sons of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Exclamations rose and fell one after another. Everyone turned to look behind Ling Xiao. There was a man standing there, a tall and sturdy man with an awe-inspiring aura. Although he looked so majestic, he was not old. He was only 19 years old. However, his cultivation was higher than Mo Xiaoyu. He had reached the half-step Grotto Heaven realm growth phase. Ling Xiao looked back at Meng Xiao and couldn't help but frown. The Black Python clan was indeed a ruthless clan. They had never been reasonable in their dealings. He didn't look like a human at all. Instead, he looked like a super-giant python with his mouth wide open. He stared at him with sharp and fierce eyes. It seems that the Black Python clan isn't bragging. Meng Xiao can be considered a super genius in terms of aptitude. Ling Xiao thought to himself. "Sorry, I saw this piece of ancient jade first, and I've already negotiated the price." Ling Xiao looked at the guy who was almost 3 heads taller than him and said lightly. "Is that guy crazy?" Yeah, he didn't move aside when he saw Meng Xiao. He even dared to speak like that. Is he looking for death? Maybe he really is crazy. He didn't give way to Mo Xiaoyu before, and now he's fighting with Meng Xiao. He's looking for death. Exclamations of surprise and schadenfreude could be heard from the crowd. They all felt that Ling Xiao was simply looking for trouble. "You saw it first? Ha 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 ha, in the city of Sin, I, Meng Xiao, will get whatever I want." Meng Xiao laughed and said, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here before I attack you." Although he didn't attack, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of mist. The mist had a sinister purple hue, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao's body was quickly covered by the purple mist. "It's the Black Python clan's purple mist poison. This kid is dead meat." A few mocking and gloating voices came from the crowd. However, the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. As the purple poison miasma enveloped Ling Xiao's body, the crowd couldn't help but laugh in schadenfreude. There weren't many martial artists in the city of Sin who were sympathetic. This was truly a place of evil. But in the next moment, their laughter came to an abrupt halt. Ling Xiao hadn't even moved, but the terrifying purple poison miasma had completely vanished, as if something had forcefully sucked it away. A martial artist with better eyesight could vaguely see that something had happened to Ling Xiao's left eye, but it had happened so quickly that not even they could see it clearly. The purple poison miasma has been dispelled? And so easily? The crowd cried out in alarm. They were very familiar with Meng Xiao's purple poison miasma. Countless martial artists had died tragically to this poison miasma. Even if they didn't die, they would be at Meng Xiao's mercy after being poisoned. It was simply impossible to dispel it so easily. No wonder this brat dared to provoke Meng Xiao. It seems like he does have some skill. Thinking back to Ling Xiao's encounter with Mo Xiaoyu and his current calmness in the face of Meng Xiao, many people had such thoughts. Good brat, no wonder you didn't give me, Meng Xiao, face. But in the city of Sin, I advise you to be more cautious. What's your name? Meng Xiao smirked as he looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength had truly surprised him, but it wasn't enough to make him fearful. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever, without the slightest hint of excitement. Perhaps it was because he had met so many experts that he had become more mature. But the moment he heard this name, Meng Zhao's triangular eyes suddenly narrowed and his brow furrowed. Ling Xiao, could it be him? Meng Xiao had never seen Ling Xiao in person, but he was far too familiar with this name. This person had chased an enemy for 1,000 li, killed Timur Mutu, captured Tomohiko Kuma alive, wreaked havoc in the Divine Phoenix capital, killed the Righteous Alliance's young lord, and destroyed the Lightning Demon King. What was even more frightening was that there was news recently that this kid had returned to the Sky Dragon continent and wiped out the true demon empire in one fell swoop. He had rebuilt the human empire and named it the Celestial Empire. He had even become a celestial emperor. This kind of information was only known to the upper echelons of the major forces. Most of the ordinary people did not know much about Ling Xiao. They might not even have heard of this name. The name Ling Xiao seems to ring a bell, but he shouldn't be some great figure. He's not one of the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 great Phoenix sons, nor is he one of Jade Ripple Island's 6 young masters of the sword, nor is he one of the Black Crow Empire's 7 malignant stars, nor is he related to the Black Python clan. In the crowd, many people revealed puzzled expressions. These 23 people were the most outstanding young warriors of the 3 major forces. However, Ling Xiao was definitely not one of them. Even among the cultivators who were second only to these 23 people, he didn't seem to have his name. However, looking at Meng Zhao's expression, everyone understood that Ling Xiao might really be extraordinary. Meng Xiao definitely knew about Ling Xiao. So it's Brother Ling, sorry for the disrespect. Since that's the case, take this as my gift to Brother Ling, Meng Xiao smiled. When he was at home, he had heard from his elders that it was best not to provoke Ling Xiao if he met him. Although he was not convinced, he still chose to listen to his elders today. Thank you. Ling Xiao nodded calmly. After all, this was the Black Python clan's territory. It would be best if there was no conflict. Since the other party was willing to give up, then there was no problem. No way, Meng Xiao is actually afraid? Looks like this kid is really extraordinary. He can actually make Meng Xiao choose to give up. The crowd started to discuss again. When Meng Xiao heard this, although he was annoyed, he could still hold it in. After all, he was considered the successor of the Black Python clan. How could he not have some self-control? However, although he could hold it in, the people who came with him could not. Ling Xiao turned back to trade with the stall owner. Just as he took the ancient jade in his hand, a dangerous aura suddenly attacked from behind. That feeling was like being sneak attacked by a snake. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely offend them. He could give Meng Xiao face, but if someone insisted on dealing with him, then sorry. He did not turn around, but a ball of dazzling light suddenly condensed on his back. This light flashed and disappeared. What followed was a blood-curdling scream. The hands of the person who had ambushed Ling Xiao were completely burnt. They were charred black, and when the wind blew, they turned into ashes. Everyone looked over in surprise. They thought that everything would be fine, but they did not expect such a thing to happen. The onlookers were naturally very excited, but the Black Python clan's martial artists did not look so good. Brother, what's going on? What happened to your hand? Bastard, this bastard attacked me. The face of the cultivator whose hands were completely destroyed was deathly pale, large beads of sweat constantly dripping from his head. However, his eyes were filled with a fierce killing intent, as if he wanted to tear Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces and cut him into 1,000 pieces. Ling Xiao put the ancient jade into his storage ring, then turned back to look at the pair of ferocious eyes. Suddenly, he pointed his finger. The shadow all pierced through the air and directly pierced through the martial artist's throat. The martial artist's throat gurgled as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. The ferocity in his eyes had already turned into terror. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him in front of Meng Xiao in the city of Sin. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't want this to happen either. It was just that after being ambushed, he still had to be framed for plotting. He did not have such a good temper. I can't accept this. Even though it was hard for him to make a sound, for clear words still popped out from his muffled words. He really could not accept this. He thought that no one would dare to attack him in the city of Sin. He thought that no one would dare to kill him in front of Meng Xiao. However, he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. The price for this mistake was his life. Everyone on the street was shocked. Even those who were stronger than Ling Xiao were shocked by his brazen provocation. They might dare to attack the Black Python clan, but they definitely would not dare to attack in front of Meng Xiao and so many people in broad daylight. How was this killing a person? This was basically declaring war on the Black Python clan. The Black Python clan was incomparably powerful, and he had the support of the Black Crow Empire, Divine Phoenix Empire, and Jade Ripple Island's upper echelons. Making an enemy out of the Black Python clan meant making an enemy out of these three forces. This young man was really crazy. You have to pay the price for speaking carelessly. If I wanted to plot against someone, I would do it against a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Are you worthy? Ling Xiao glanced at the corpse on the ground indifferently and threw out a sentence. There was no need to explain anything. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was much stronger than that person. It was impossible for him to plot against him. If everyone was reasonable, Ling Xiao would naturally be innocent. However, the city of Sin was not a place to be reasonable. Ling Xiao had killed a member of the Black Python clan. If Meng Xiao did nothing, he would be too cowardly. Everyone looked at Meng Xiao, wanting to see how the number one genius of the Black Python clan would deal with this matter. Meng Xiao was very unhappy. He even had a murderous intent, although he knew very well that his men had ambushed Ling Xiao and suffered losses. Ling Xiao had killed his men in front of so many people. This was clearly not giving him any face. This was clearly a slap to his face in front of everyone. This was intolerable. At this moment, he had already thrown the advice of the elders in his family aside. If he did not do something, he, Meng Xiao, would not be able to show his face in the future. Ling Xiao, do you know how angry I am right now? Even if my men were in the wrong, you did not give me any face. You did not give the Black Python clan any face. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Meng Xiao's entire body glowed with a purple light. His vigorous fighting spirit had already been ignited. This made everyone excited. He was finally going to make a move. Meng Xiao was a young warrior who did not lose to the 6 young masters of the sword. What kind of lesson would he teach this newcomer to the city of Sin? Face? Is face more important or your life more important? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You're just losing face now. If you really want to make a move, then you'll lose your life." A threat that was completely undisguised. Meng Xiao's expression became more and more unpleasant. He did not know Ling Xiao's background at all. However, the other party was so calm as if he had already defeated him. This made him somewhat hesitant. Should he make a move or not? What would the consequences be if he made a move? He did not know. He was currently in a very bad mood. This brat is too awesome. From what he said, it seems like he can even kill Meng Xiao. That's right, that should be what he meant. I vaguely remember this name. Could he be the chosen child that was previously the talk of the Divine Phoenix Empire? When this person said this, the others immediately had an impression of him. However, most of the people here had only heard some rumors about the chosen one, Ling Xiao. They had no idea about Ling Xiao's strength and character. Will the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon continent be a match for the young master of the Black Python clan? Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. Young master, why are you still wasting time with that stinking brat? Kill him. He actually dares to not give our Black Python clan face. That's right. Even if our people sneak attacked him, he should have obediently accepted his death. How dare he resist? Where is the law? In these people's eyes, the Black Python clan was the law of the city of Sin. Everything here was decided by the Black Python clan. Even if they wanted to kill someone, that person could only kneel and let them kill him. They couldn't even fight back. Otherwise, they would be considered traitors. If you can fight, then don't talk nonsense. I'm standing right here, waiting for you. Ling Xiao's face revealed a provocative smile, as if the martialists before him were just a bunch of trash with mouths. All talk and no action. The martialists from the Black Python clan were extremely furious. However, even if they were furious, they didn't dare to attack. Ling Xiao had easily killed their brother just now. His attack was so fast that they didn't even see it clearly. If they fought with such a person, they would also die. That was why they instigated Meng Xiao to attack. In this place, only Meng Xiao could fight with Ling Xiao. They could then fish in troubled waters and secretly stab Ling Xiao with a knife. Meng Xiao was now in a difficult position. He was really unwilling to fight with Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao's strength was really unfathomable. However, under such circumstances, he had no choice but to defend the dignity of the Black Python clan. What he needed now was a way out. A way to turn around and leave. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to leave just like that. However, if he really fought, he might really lose his life. Young master, something big has happened. There were still some smart people. Suddenly, a member of the Black Python clan jumped out from the crowd and shouted at Meng Xiao, "The great master wants you to go back quickly." He said it's a big matter regarding the Black Python clan. Of course, this was fake. He just wanted to give Meng Xiao a way out. After Meng Xiao heard this, he immediately withdrew his battle intent. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "You're lucky today. In the city of Sin, you should know your place. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Let's go." Meng Xiao couldn't wait to leave. This made everyone dumbfounded. Although Meng Xiao had a reason to leave, according to their understanding of Meng Xiao, once this person was angered, he wouldn't leave no matter what. They had to kill the person who angered him. Why did he suddenly become so rational today? Was he scared? Faced with this situation, the martialists from the Black Python clan were even more stunned. The usually domineering young master Meng Xiao actually watched as his brother was killed and didn't kill the other party. However, Meng Xiao had already left. The few of them didn't dare to find trouble with Ling Xiao at all. They ran away with their tails between their legs. The surrounding martialists wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. After all, this was the territory of the Black Python clan. They were really worried that the Black Python clan would take revenge. "You can leave now." Ling Xiao waved at the martialist who led the way. Since the Black Wind Gang was already visible, there was no need for a guide. "Thank you for not killing me, young master." The martialist who led the way cupped his hands and left as if he was running for his life. Just now, Ling Xiao killed a member of the Black Python clan in front of Meng Xiao. This scene left a deep impression in his heart. It was simply impossible to forget. "Master, are we still going to continue shopping?" Cold Plum asked softly as she looked at the sudden increase in the number of people wearing Black Python clothing on the street. Obviously, although Meng Xiao had found an excuse to leave, he definitely couldn't take this lying down. Now, the Black Python clan had already started to take action. As long as there was a chance, he believed that these people would definitely mercilessly destroy him, Ling Xiao. "Let's go to the auction house first. Otherwise, the items will be snatched away by others." Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "Ling Xiao, I just heard something interesting. You'll be interested." The Moon Maiden suddenly said. "What is it, Sister Moon Maiden?" Ling Xiao asked in bewilderment. "It seems that Sin City will be holding an alchemy convention in 2 days. At that time, alchemists from the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, 7 Martial Grandmaster Island, and even 5 Immortal Island will participate. Aren't you always interested in alchemy? Do you want to join in the fun?" The Moon Maiden replied with a smile. "Of course I'll participate. Where will it be held?" Ling Xiao didn't doubt the Moon Maiden's words at all. After all, the Moon Maiden was a Yin-Yang realm expert. Her perception range was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. It was normal for her to hear things that Ling Xiao couldn't hear. "The Black Python clan." The Moon Maiden smiled. "Hee, interesting. Then I'll definitely go." Ling Xiao liked crowds. Plus, this alchemy convention was related to what he was best at. If he went, he might even be able to get something good. "It's good that you want to go. The alchemy convention in the City of Sin is an event that only happens once every 2 years. The Black Crow Empire, the Divine Phoenix Empire, the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island, and the 5 Immortal Island will all send people to participate. It'd be a shame to miss it." The Moon Lady smiled. To an alchemist, interacting with others in the same field is very important. If you can get some results in this convention, I'm sure more and more people will be wary of you in the future. It'd be a shame if you don't use this advantage, Master. I've also heard that the alchemy convention in the City of Sin will be watched by many forces. If you perform well, you'll be noticed by these forces and invited to be their guest. The treatment is so good that countless people will go crazy. Cold Plum added. Though she was young, she had actually been to many more places than Ling Xiao. In Cold Plum's blurry memory, she seemed to have been to the City of Sin before. It was just that she was too young back then and couldn't remember clearly. I can work with some big forces, but I don't need to submit. I am the Heavenly Emperor of the Celestial Empire. If I become someone else's alchemist, I won't have any freedom. Ling Xiao shook his head. That's where you're wrong. Master Miracle Hand Sun Shang, you know him too. Though he was killed by us, he had a glorious past. Cold Plum said. Sun Shang was an absolute dark horse in the 31st Alchemy Convention in the City of Sin. Before he participated in this convention, he was a nobody and was very poor. But after he successfully got some results in the convention, he was noticed by many big forces. In the end, he chose to become an imperial doctor of the Sacred Dynasty. At that time, Sun Shang was only a low-level alchemist of the Yellow Realm. His cultivation at that time was even worse. He was only at the first Grotto Heaven realm. But with the support of the Sacred Dynasty, not only did his alchemist rank increase, but he also became the strongest alchemist of the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents. Furthermore, his cultivation base had soared as well, becoming a powerful Grotto Heaven state supreme being. Before he was killed by us, he was really someone who could call the wind and summon the rain. If he didn't have the support of the Sacred Dynasty, he wouldn't have had the terrifying achievements he has today just by relying on his own efforts. So Sun Shang actually has such a history. Ling Xiao had always thought that Sun Shang was born and raised in the Heavenly Dragon continent and had never left that place. The Moon Maiden said casually, that's right. Whether it's cultivation or alchemy, it requires a lot of money. Even for someone with extremely high talent in medicine, if they lacked the support of an endless supply of medicinal ingredients, it would still be difficult for them to achieve results. Many genius martial artists were delayed when they were young, and when they reached a certain age, they lost their innate advantages and became mediocre. Alchemists needed medicinal ingredients to concoct pills. If they spent all their time on this, where would they find the time to improve their abilities? If they had a rich backer to provide them with ingredients, then it would be different. They could completely focus on concocting pills and not worry about anything else. The alchemy conference is actually to find rich backers who can support you. Many alchemists have the same idea. Hee, Sister Moon Maiden, what you're talking about has nothing to do with me. Ling Xiao had the mountain river martial spirit. While others needed tens of thousands of medicinal ingredients to practice, he only needed one set. He was only 17 years old, and it had been less than 2 years since he started learning alchemy. However, his current achievements were no worse than Sun Shang's before he died. Therefore, to him, large amounts of medicinal ingredients were meaningless unless they were used to concoct pills. Moreover, he was now the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. He had such a huge empire behind him. Adding on the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Princess Xianxia's help, it was not impossible for him to get medicinal ingredients. Speaking of medicinal ingredients, he suddenly thought of something. This time, he came to the City of Sin with another purpose. He wanted to get as many medicinal ingredients as possible and concoct enough pills to increase the overall strength of the Dark Thorn and the Divine Capital's guards. Compared to the Imperial Jade Seal, this was also very important. Although he could not rely on pills, it would not do if he did not use them at all. We've arrived at the Black Wind Tower. The three of them chatted as they arrived in front of the Black Wind Tower. Looking at the Black Wind Tower, which was so tall that its peak could not be seen, Ling Xiao could not help but reveal a surprised expression. This Black Wind Tower was not simple. The power behind the Black Wind Tower was not simple either. Let's go in and take a look. Let's see what's so special about this so-called strongest auction house on the Divine Phoenix continent. Ling Xiao had a feeling that he would definitely be able to find the Imperial Jade Seal in this trip to the City of Sin. This feeling became even stronger the moment he entered the Black Wind Tower. The three of them stepped onto the bluestone paved road. It was flat and clean, and there was not even a trace of debris. Under the hawk-like gaze of the Black Wind Tower's guards, Ling Xiao and the other two stepped into the Black Wind Tower. Compared to the bustling atmosphere on the Black Street, the inside of the Black Wind Tower was much quieter. Even though there were many people, everyone kept quiet and did not dare to speak loudly. From the Black Street to the Black Wind Tower, there was only a door between them, but it was like heaven and earth. The difference was really big. Inside the Black Wind Tower, there was no cold wind. Instead, it was very warm. When Ling Xiao saw the layout inside, his eyes suddenly went out of control. In the entire hall, all the counters were made of crystal and gold. Not only were they beautiful, they were also very high class. There were also guards inside the Black Wind Tower, but they were all in plain clothes and did not wear any special uniforms. However, Ling Xiao could tell from their expressions and eyes that these people were definitely from the Black Wind Tower. The moment Ling Xiao and the other two stepped into the Black Wind Tower, at least 100 gazes swept over them. After a moment, these very uncomfortable and nervous sharp gazes gradually moved away. Say, who do you think is the boss behind the scenes of the Black Wind Tower? I don't believe it's the Black Python clan. Does the Black Python clan have such a big lineup? Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and asked in confusion. The Black Python clan's great master is the boss of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. With the support of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island, even the Black Crow Empire, Divine Phoenix Empire, and Emerald Ripple Island do not dare to provoke them easily. Master, you can't underestimate him. Cold Plum reminded. In order to become Ling Xiao's most capable assistant and not just a helper, Cold Plum could be said to have put in a lot of hard work. At the very least, in her spare time when she was cultivating, she still looked up a lot of information related to the City of Sin. It was not a coincidence that she was able to say these things this time. The Changle Celestial Island actually acquiesced to the existence of these **** forces. It seems that the 5 Celestial Island isn't a good place either. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and his eyes suddenly glanced in the direction of the Raven Wind Tower. The originally quiet crowd suddenly became excited, as if something had happened, or some big shot had appeared. Through the dense crowd, Ling Xiao caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was still that graceful and delicate figure. Still that calm pace. Still that noble smile. This figure made many men feel like beasts in heat, pouncing on her as soon as they smelled her scent. This beautiful woman frowned her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Obviously, she had a natural resistance to those men who tried to get close to her. However, when her gaze landed near the entrance of the Raven Wind Tower, she was stunned on the spot. Her gaze was completely focused on the black-haired young man in white. As the most dazzling pearl in the hall, her every move attracted the attention of the people around her. Seeing Yunya's gaze fall on Ling Xiao with a knowing smile, many male warriors couldn't help but feel as if a cat was scratching their hearts. At the same time, they felt uncomfortable, and at the same time, they felt a strong sense of jealousy. That's Princess Xianxia from the auction house that I met in the Holy City. She also helped me a lot in the Divine Phoenix capital. Ling Xiao smiled and introduced her to the Moon Lady and Cold Plum beside him. After a while, the sound of cheerful footsteps could be heard. Xianxia flew to Ling Xiao's side like a beautiful magpie. Young hero Ling, I didn't expect you to still be as sharp and eye-catching as a sword after not seeing you for only a few months. I heard that you've become the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire? It's a pity that I went to the Changle Celestial Island a while ago because of work, so I couldn't catch up with your heroic battles in the Divine Phoenix capital and Shanghai. Xianxia had long heard of Ling Xiao's great achievements. She had always wanted to meet and have a good talk with Ling Xiao, but unfortunately she couldn't do it because of work. She looked very excited, and her slender and delicate figure was even trembling. Many people couldn't help but feel pity for her, and they couldn't help but want to go forward and hug her. Princess Xianxia is becoming more and more mature and charming. Even a young boy like me is drooling. Ling Xiao said with a smile, let me introduce you. This is the Moon Lady. You should know her. The other is Cold Plum. You've met her before. Cold Plum. Yunya's body had a charming fragrance. This must have been done with extremely high-quality spices. It wasn't vulgar, but it was still very charming. Greetings, Your Highness. Sister Cold Plum. Yunya was very respectful to the moon lady. And she was really surprised to see her. She was really moon this? Greetings, Princess Yunya. Cold Plum cupped her hands and said. The moon lady just nodded slightly. If it weren't for her relationship with Ling Xiao, she might not have bothered with Yunya at all. After all, she was a Yinyang realm expert. She was the strongest existence on the Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and even the White Tiger continent. I just heard that Meng Zhao's subordinate was killed by a young swordsman named Ling Xiao. I thought it was just someone with the same name. I didn't expect it to be you. Yunya looked at Ling Xiao again and said with a little worry. Ling Xiao smiled and said, yes, the murderer is Ling Xiao. Meng Xiao couldn't control his subordinate. That person actually dared to sneak an attack on me. I killed him casually. Ling Xiao, since you met Meng Xiao, you must already know the power of the Black Python clan, right? Yunya asked. Yes, I heard that it is a secret force of the Changel Celestial Island. The leader is very powerful. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Since you know, then you should understand that there is no good ending for offending the Black Python clan. Why don't I be the middleman and peacemaker and help you make peace? Yunya said after thinking for a while. Princess Yunya seems to have forgotten that I am not only the Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire, but also the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. The one who should regret is not me, but the Black Python clan. Ling Xiao said lightly. Hearing this, Yunya couldn't help but be stunned. After a long time, she suddenly understood the real meaning of Ling Xiao's words. If there was a reconciliation, it should be the weak who reconciled with the strong. At this time, the weak was not Ling Xiao, but the Black Python clan. I understand. Yunya smiled and didn't insist on reconciliation. At this time, she suddenly thought of the Phoenix Academy. At that time, Ling Xiao was not as strong as he was now, and his power was not as strong as it was now. However, he still killed Heavenly Master Miracle Hand and completely suppressed the elixir business of the Phoenix Academy, allowing Qingshu College to be reborn. Now, Ling Xiao was obviously more mature than he was at that time. With a powerful force as his backing, he really didn't have to be afraid of the Black Python clan. By the way, Princess Yunya, why are you here? Aren't you afraid that they'll eat you up? That's a bunch of ferocious men, you know. Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yunya shook her head helplessly and said, it's a task assigned by the headquarters. They asked me to come to the city of Sin to be the host of an auction for the Raven Wind House. The Black Python clan is quite powerful. They can actually get in touch with the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. That's not it. It's probably my boss who is using his power to intimidate others. He is in charge of the business of the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent at the Changel Celestial Island. Naturally, he has the power to assign me. Yunya sighed and said. You don't sound too happy? Ling Xiao asked. How can I be happy? In the city of Sin, there are too many shameless people. I can't stand their frivolous words. Yunya said helplessly, why don't we find a place to talk? You must be here for the auction today. I will arrange a VIP room for you. Sure, standing here all the time, I'm almost being treated as a rare animal. While Ling Xiao and Yunya were talking, the eyes of the people around them didn't move. They were all staring at them. The three of you, follow me. Yunya made a gesture of invitation. Then, she walked in front and headed for a staircase. The entire staircase was made of exquisite white jade. It was really extravagant. There were 6 guards standing at the bottom of the staircase. Looking at Ling Xiao and the other 2 behind Yunya, their eyes were full of vigilance. Princess Yunya, without the permission of our house master, no one is allowed to go up. The guard said to Yunya as he blocked the path of Ling Xiao and the others. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Don't you know that I have this privilege? If it doesn't work, I will turn around and leave right now. I will not make things difficult for you. Yunya said lightly. The 6 guards gathered together and lowered their heads to discuss for a moment. Finally, they made way for her. According to the rules of the Raven Wind Tower, the distinguished guests could indeed bring guests upstairs, but they could only bring 4 people at a time. Xianxia did not violate the rules, so they really could not stop her. Moreover, Xianxia was backed by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, so they did not dare to provoke her easily. Otherwise, they would definitely be in serious trouble in the future. Stop. Xianxia had already brought Ling Xiao, Moon Maiden, and Cold Plum to the 2nd floor. Just as she was about to look for a private room, a somewhat weak voice suddenly sounded. After a while, several people appeared in front of him. The person in the lead was pale and thin, and his eyes were a little erratic. He felt that his body was weak because of long-term sexual intercourse. However, this young man, who was obviously overindulgent, was not weak at all. He was actually a warrior of the 9th heavenly layer. This kind of cultivation was considered outstanding anywhere in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. They weren't as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns, but they were definitely elites. The young man looked at Xianxia with a smile. 2 green lights shone in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth even raised into an evil smile. Meng Yuan. What do you want to do? A cold and disgusted expression appeared on Xianxia's face. It was as if she had suddenly seen a bedbug while eating. That kind of feeling was beyond disgusting. What do I want to do? Princess Xianxia, although you are the host of the auction invited by the Raven Wind Tower, you can't casually play favoritism. Each of those VIP rooms is extremely precious. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to enter. A touch of gloominess appeared on Meng Yuan's face. He was very unhappy. Especially when he saw Xianxia's disgusted and contemptuous expression, he simply had an impulse to force himself on her. He was a direct relative of the Black Python clan. The first master was his uncle, and his cultivation aptitude was definitely not bad. He had reached the early stage of the 9th heavenly layer at the age of 19. This was not something that anyone could do. He was smitten with Xianxia the moment he saw her. He had once entrusted his uncle to propose marriage, but Xianxia had directly rejected him. This made him, who had always been proud and fierce, very unhappy. Therefore, when facing Xianxia, he would more or less target her. But why do I remember that the great leader of the Black Python clan once promised me that no matter which friend I bring, I can freely use 1 or 2 of the noble rooms here? Although Xianxia's words were polite, her tone was cold and disdainful. The one who invited him here was the great leader of the Black Python clan, not a small guard captain of the Dark Wind Pavilion. Get out of the way, or you'll be going against the first master. Xianxia glanced at Meng Yuan coldly. Then, she turned around and grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. She walked past Meng Yuan and headed toward the VIP box. This scene made Meng Yuan feel like his face was burning. This woman actually dared to threaten and ignore him in front of his subordinates. More importantly, the woman he had been pursuing but could not get was actually holding another man's arm intimately. This made him burn with jealousy. As the fire burned, he gradually lost his mind and roared at Xianxia's back, B*TCH, it turns out that you pretend to be noble and virtuous in front of me like a white lotus, but secretly, you like this kind of little fresh meat. I just don't know if this immature brat can satisfy your needs on the bed. Xianxia suddenly turned around and cast a cold gaze at Meng Yuan. She released a powerful aura, which surprised Ling Xiao. He had always thought that Xianxia was just a businesswoman and might not have a powerful cultivation. He did not expect that this woman, who usually looked charming, actually had a terrifying cultivation of half-stepping young realm. It was simply terrifying. Meng Yuan was also shocked. He suddenly realized that he did not provoke a woman he found on the roadside, but a terrifying existence from the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. This woman had become the boss of the Heavenly Dragon trading firm in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent at such a young age. If she was not capable, it was impossible. It was no wonder that even the first master was so respectful to this woman. He forced himself to swallow the dirty words that he was about to blurt out, but he still felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, Ling Xiao came into his sight. I don't dare to scold Xianxia, but I dare not scold this boy. Meng Yuan felt that he needed to vent his anger. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy. So, he absolutely could not bear it. He scolded Ling Xiao, boy, you've hooked up with 3 women at once. Aren't you afraid that your little body can bear it? Why don't you let me have some fun with the two beside you? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He looked at Yunya and said, Princess Yunya, can we kill this man? After all, he is the nephew of the great master of the Black Python clan. Give him some face and just cut off his tongue. Yunya said lightly. Good idea. Since he likes to scold people so much, I'll cut off his tongue so that he can't speak forever. According to Ling Xiao's temper, he would definitely kill the other party for blaspheming his sister Moon Maiden and sister Cold Plum. However, after all, this involved Yunya. He did not want to make things too difficult for Yunya. Moreover, cutting off his tongue might be more punishing than killing Meng Yuan. Be careful, his strength is not ordinary, Yunya was just about to remind Ling Xiao. However, before she could finish speaking, she found that Meng Yuan had already knelt on the ground, covering his bleeding mouth. And on the ground made of white jade, a section of his tongue looked very shocking. Since Princess Yunya has pleaded for you, I will only cut off your tongue. This is also for your own good. Otherwise, in the future, if you meet someone more ferocious than me, you will lose your life. Ling Xiao glanced at Meng Yuan indifferently as if he had done something very ordinary. Since someone was looking for a beating, why should he be polite? He did not want to provoke the Black Python clan. However, if the people of the Black Python clan insisted on making trouble for him, he could not avoid them. It was better to take the initiative to attack. Boy, you're finished. How dare you touch our guard captain? You're dead meat. At this moment, the guards behind Meng Yuan finally realized what had happened. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror and shouted fiercely. Why aren't you getting out of here? Do you really want to die? Yunya rebuked angrily. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would start a massacre here. In that case, he would be at odds with the Black Python clan. She did not know how powerful Ling Xiao was now, but she definitely did not want Ling Xiao to risk offending an unknown enemy. When Meng Yuan was carried away by his subordinates, although he could not speak, his eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao as if he wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. Ling Xiao, this doesn't seem like your style. Why don't you just kill this kind of scum? Didn't you see how unconvinced he was when he left? The Moon Maiden said with a smile. I have to give Princess Yunya some face. If I kill that guy in front of her, I'm afraid the boss of the Black Python clan will blame it on Princess Yunya. Ling Xiao explained. You really know how to take care of girls. The Moon Maiden said with a meaningful smile. I swear to the heavens, Sister Moon Maiden, in my heart, you are the only one I love. Ling Xiao hurriedly swore to the heavens. Alright, why are you so nervous? If I didn't believe you, would I care about you so much? Although the Moon Maiden was an expert, she was still a woman. When she heard Ling Xiao's words, she still felt sweet from the bottom of her heart. Hee, you're right. Princess Yunya, I'm sorry for dirtying your place. It's just that guy's mouth was too smelly and I couldn't help it. Ling Xiao said to Yunya with a smile. Yunya smiled bitterly and helplessly. Although that's the case, after that guy leaves, he will definitely complain to the boss of the Black Busy clan. I think you should leave the city of Sin. That boss has always been very protective of his family. Whether it's right or wrong, anyone who dares to provoke him, especially his family, will be in for a bad time. There's no need for that. Let's go to the private room first. I have something important to talk to you about. I hope you can help me get it done as soon as possible. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, as for the boss of the Black Python clan, it's best if he doesn't provoke me. If he does, I will definitely make him suffer. Yunya glanced at the Moon Maiden and couldn't help but sigh. I forgot that you have a protector by your side. But don't blame me for not reminding you. It's best if the Moon Maiden doesn't make a move. Once a Yinyang realm expert makes a move in the city of Sin, it will definitely attract the attention of the Changel Celestial Island. It will be even more troublesome then. I don't need my sister Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden was not the only thing Ling Xiao could rely on. Furthermore, he didn't bring the Moon Maiden with him as a bodyguard. It was because the Moon Maiden needed the moon in his mountain river world. After all, the soul of his master, Yuan Venerate, was recuperating in his mountain river realm. If he really ran into trouble, he had plenty of ways to deal with it. In the private room, Yunya brewed tea for Ling Xiao and the other two. Then, she went straight to the point and asked, "Young hero Ling, if there's anything you need, just tell me. It's not the first time we've worked together. We should have a tacit understanding between us, right? And, it's actually not that complicated. I need some materials for alchemy. Do you have green mangoes in your trading company?" Ling Xiao asked. Green mangoes aren't some precious medicinal ingredient. Of course we have them. I'll give them to you once we return to the Divine Phoenix capital. Yunya nodded. No. Princess Yunya may have misunderstood. If it was just a green mango, I could have bought it outside before. This time, I need a lot of it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I need at least 200,000 green mangoes." 200,000. Yunya couldn't help but be shocked when she heard Ling Xiao's words. Green mangoes weren't fruits but real medicinal ingredients. Although they weren't very precious, 200,000 of them at once was definitely not something that the shops or stalls outside could provide. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao would directly ask her for them. "You want to refine the fusion essence pill?" Yunya asked tentatively. Haha, Princess Yunya is indeed an expert. That's right, I do want to refine the fusion essence pill. Ling Xiao replied. As far as I know, the fusion essence pill is a kind of auxiliary pill that can help absorb the energy in other pills and integrate it better into the human body. If I'm not wrong, you don't just want to refine the fusion essence pill, right? Yunya lowered her head and thought for a while before asking. Smart. Otherwise, why would I say that our cooperation is the best? That's right. In addition to the fusion essence pill, I also need to refine the transcendental pill, the heaven origin pill, and the constitution enhancing pill. These are all pills that are suitable for transcendence and celestial realm cultivators to cultivate. Ling Xiao smiled and directly took out a piece of paper and gave it to Yunya, saying, "The herbs on this list are all marked with the quantity. The green mango is the least expensive at 200,000. The one with the most is nearly 300,000. Originally, I thought that if you couldn't even get the green mango, you wouldn't need to ask about the rest of the herbs. But since you have already asked, I'll show you this list." Yunya pondered for a moment before saying, "There is a place that produces a lot of herbs, but you and I can't get there. However, I have an acquaintance who can help you, but he may need some benefits. Otherwise, he won't help. Tell me, what kind of pill do you want me to refine this time?" Although Ling Xiao didn't have a lot of money, his alchemy skills were very good. In the mysterious world, there was no cultivator who didn't need pills. This was his opportunity. Haha, young hero Ling is indeed young hero Ling. You are smart. Yunya said with a smile, "As you said, I need you to refine a heaven fire pill." Heaven fire pill? That's not a low-grade pill. It's a top yellow-grade pill, and the materials required are also very rare. But it's not very popular. Ling Xiao clearly remembered that the Heaven Fire pill should be a pill that was specially created for cultivators with fire attribute martial souls. According to the Eternal Divine Pill scripture, taking the Heaven Fire pill could strengthen a fire attribute martial soul, increase the fusion between the martial soul and the body, and increase the cultivator's strength. The most important thing was that top yellow-grade pills were the favorite pills of Yin-Yang realm cultivators. It seemed that the Master Yunya knew was most likely a Yin-Yang realm cultivator. And it was possible that he wasn't on the Divine Phoenix continent or the Heavenly Dragon continent. How is it, young hero Ling? That senior only needs one of these pills. Moreover, he has personally come to Sin City this time to choose the most suitable alchemist for him at the alchemy conference. Yunya said with a smile. From what you're saying, he might not use me, right? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. This senior only recognizes the first-place contestant of the alchemy conference. As long as you can get first place in the alchemy conference, this matter will be considered a success. Not only will you be able to accept this business and ask him to help you, but most importantly, you will be able to build a good relationship with him. Yunya said with a smile. That's good. Ling Xiao said in a low voice, I originally planned to participate in the alchemy conference. Since this senior wants me to get first place in the alchemy conference, then I will try my best to cure him. Are you confident? What do you think? Ling Xiao asked in return. Haha, With your alchemy skills, I'm afraid that no one in the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent can compare to you. However, the people from the Five Immortals Island might not be as good as you. You still have to be careful. Xianxia reminded him. Now that you mention it, it seems that I really have to get first place. Otherwise, won't I be looked down upon by Princess Xianxia? In fact, Xianxia didn't understand his true alchemy skills. If he used all his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to refine a yellow-grade super pill, let alone a top-grade super pill. After settling the matter of the herbs, Xianxia planned to auction off the things he didn't need. Xianxia brought him to the place where the auction items were collected and reminded him of the rules. Under normal circumstances, the worst magic treasure had to be an immortal treasure, and the worst medicinal pills had to be of the middle yellow level. Anything lower than that would not be accepted here. Xianxia thought about it. He should be able to sell the swords he had before. With the increase of his cultivation and the increase of his realm as a swordsman, the weapons that had helped him overcome many difficulties and defeated many enemies had reached a point where they needed to be replaced. The weapon he needed now was a divine treasure level soft sword. Therefore, other than the golden crow sword, which still had some unsolved mysteries, the rest like the purple lightning sword, thunder shadow sword, raging wind sword, overflowing rain sword, bewildering mist sword, and snow feather sword could all be auctioned off. Other than that, there were also 2 sets of martial arts manuals suitable for Sky Realm warriors. He had no use for them, so he might as well auction them off and exchange them for more useful items. Seeing that it was a guest brought by Xianxia, the people of the Black Wind Tower placed great importance on him. When they saw the swords and the 2 sets of martial arts manuals that Xianxia took out, their eyes lit up. Although immortal treasures were not rare anymore, Xiao's immortal treasures were all infused with arrays, so they were much more powerful than normal immortal treasures. Naturally, they would be more popular. As for those 2 sets of martial arts, there was no need to mention them. Martial arts manuals that were suitable for Heaven Realm martial artists to cultivate were definitely good things that countless people would fight over. There is no problem with the items, but today's auction items have already been arranged. I'm afraid we can't add them in. If you don't mind, how about we continue the auction tomorrow? The person in charge of the Black Wind Tower was an old man with a beard. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s. His status was probably not low, and his eyes were not weak. The people of the Black Wind Tower called him Big Beard. After Big Beard received the items, he registered them and gave Xianxia a certificate. Then, he explained the situation. No problem. I will be staying in the City of Sin for a few more days. Xianxia nodded. Alright, young master can rest assured. After the item is auctioned, you only need to use this certificate to receive the spirit stones. However, we have a rule here that we need to take 20% of the commission. Does young master have any objections? Big Beard asked. No problem. Anyway, these were the rules. He had nothing to say. It was not like they were deliberately targeting him. Alright then. Take care, young master. The auction is about to begin. I wish you good luck. The bearded man was very respectful. He didn't know if he was giving face to Xianxia or Xiao's items. After entrusting the item to the Black Wind Tower, Xiao went to the VIP room again. At this time, the auction was about to begin, so Xianxia needed to prepare, so she didn't accompany him. In any case, it was a walk in the park, so it was nothing. After they had a cup of tea in the box and waited for a while, the auction finally began. The VIP room was relatively high, and there was a huge glass wall in front of it. One could see the outside from the inside, but the outside couldn't see inside. Through the glass, Xiao noticed that Xianxia had already appeared at the auction site in a splendid dress. At this time, she was wearing a very seductive dress, just like when she was at the Heavenly Dragon auction house. Every single one of her actions exuded a strong attraction. Do you like it? The Moon Maiden suddenly asked with a smile. No way, Sister Moon Maiden. Are you jealous? Xiao stuck out his tongue and laughed. Yes, I am jealous. What do you think? The Moon Maiden raised her chin and said. Cold Plum looked at this scene in surprise. She had never seen the Moon Maiden with such a cute side. This expression was just like a lively little girl's. Nothing much. I am very happy. Ling Xiao laughed. Although Princess Xianxia was outstanding, and he had fantasized about her, weren't all men like that? Although he fantasized, he would stop thinking about it every time he thought of the Moon Maiden by his side. Although men were sometimes unfaithful, they still had to be content. The Moon Maiden, such an outstanding woman, was willing to accompany him. This was the greatest happiness in his life. Did he still need to stare at the flowers on the roadside? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the room next door, which ruined Ling Xiao's good mood. It turned out that the people in the room next door were none other than Deadly Sword Mo Xiaoyu and the disciples of Bibo Island. Senior brother Mo, I heard that you have liked Xianxia for a long time. Why don't you just force yourself on her? I think you are a little too gentlemanly. Shut up. The Heavenly Dragon auction house is not something we can afford to offend. However, Xianxia is really charming. If it doesn't work, I can only ask my master to propose marriage on my behalf. Mo Xiaoyu was straightforward. What if she is unwilling? Unwilling? Then I can only use force. Mo Xiaoyu's voice became cold. We can't afford to offend the Heavenly Dragon auction house, but it will be fine as long as we don't let them know. Shoo, senior brother Mo. Be careful, the walls have ears. A girl's voice hurriedly said. What are you afraid of? If anyone dares to gossip, I will cripple them. The cold and domineering voice directly targeted the rooms on both sides. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. Xianxia was his business partner and had helped him a lot before. Even if they weren't related at all, he wouldn't let Mo Xiaoyu have his way if he knew of his dirty thoughts. Beauties were meant to be protected, not trampled on. Ha ha ha, senior brother Mo is still so domineering. If we can get the shadow sword this time and get the beauty back, our Bibo Island will be proud. What is mine is mine. No one can take it away from me. Mo Xiaoyu sneered. Ling Xiao felt that this guy was very funny. In a place like the City of Sin, there were all kinds of experts and rich people. How could he be so confident? Could it be that he was relying on the power of Bibo Island? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Back then, he was just as arrogant in Piping Island. Now, not even a speck of him was left. Although the overall strength of these islands was comparable to the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire, they were smaller and had fewer resources. Therefore, compared to the two empires, the Seven Martial Grandmaster Island was still slightly inferior. Otherwise, they wouldn't be at ease staying on the island. Just like the Five Immortals Island, they would directly rely on their powerful forces to control other countries and islands. Perhaps because the auction had started, there was no sound from the room next door. Ling Xiao also focused his attention on the auction items. There were a total of 20 items in today's auction. From the first item, many people fought until their heads were broken and blood flowed. However, Ling Xiao didn't bid because those items didn't seem like a big deal to him. They were just some martial arts manuals and pills. Ling Xiao had 3 goals: the Shadow Sword, the Demon's Pawn Swords, and the Imperial Jade Seal. Unless there was an item that he was particularly interested in, he would definitely not bid. Finally, when the 16th item was auctioned, the Demon's Pawn Swords appeared on the stage. Many people were very interested in this divine artifact. Its starting price had reached an astonishing 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Although the Demon's Pawn Swords were relatively niche, it was still a divine artifact, so there were many bidders. As Xianxia announced the start of the auction, the price instantly reached 23 million low-grade spirit stones, which was beyond the range of many cultivators. 23 million low-grade spirit stones, except for wealthy families, perhaps only alchemists could afford such a high price. It could be seen how rare divine artifacts were in the Heavenly Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. 25 million. A voice as cold as a sword came from the private room next to Ling Xiao's. Mo Xiaoyu had the support of the entire Green Wave Island, so 25 million low-grade spirit stones should be insignificant to him. Although they couldn't see the person in the box from the outside, many people felt that the ice-cold murderous aura was incomparably familiar. It was like a treasured sword covered in blood on the battlefield, about to reap lives. The cultivators with lower cultivations turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. Deadly Sword Mo Xiaoyu. Everyone guessed this person's identity. Perhaps only Mo Xiaoyu dared to release his sword intent in such an unbridled manner in the Black Wind House. Because he was the young master of Green Wave Island, he didn't even have to give face to the Black Python clan. Not only did he have a background, but his own strength was also outstanding. Under the Grotto Heaven realm, not many people were willing to be his enemy. Therefore, after Mo Xiaoyu opened his mouth, basically everyone in the auction gave up bidding. It really wasn't worth offending Mo Xiaoyu for a set of divine artifacts. Even those with higher cultivations than Mo Xiaoyu didn't want to be unlucky. Mo Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction, preparing to enjoy the joy of a winner. Suddenly, he heard an indifferent voice coming from next door. 26 million low-grade spirit stones. Friend, no matter who you are, give me, Mo Xiaoyu, some face. In the future, let's talk nicely when we meet. 27 million low-grade spirit stones, and the item is mine. Mo Xiaoyu even revealed his identity as a warning to the person in the private room next door. He hoped that the other party would understand who he was competing with. Sorry, I don't know any Mo Xiaoyu. The item belongs to whoever has more money. 28 million. Ling Xiao had many low-grade spirit stones. Especially after destroying the True Devil Empire, he found a large number of spirit stones in the treasury of the True Devil Empire. Though most of them were used to build the country, he still took some. After all, he was going to the city of Sin to participate in the auction and he needed spiritual stones. I give you face, but you don't. Mo Xiaoyu's expression. Brother, it's those three people from the Black Street. The girl beside Mo Xiaoyu recognized Ling Zhao's voice. It's him? Mo Xiaoyu was stunned. Cold Plum's face suddenly appeared in his mind. He was still a bit afraid of Cold Plum. Although the Devil Mother-Child sword was precious, it wasn't something he needed. As for the gift for his sister, he could choose something else. As long as he could get the Shadow Sword, it was fine. The big picture was more important. Thinking up to this point, Mo Xiaoyu chuckled, 28 million isn't worth it. If you like it, I'll give it to you. However, I hope you won't fight for the Shadow Sword. Otherwise, Mo Xiaoyu, won't be polite anymore. It was both a concession and a threat. As expected, Mo Xiaoyu gave up bidding. Ling Xiao successfully obtained the Devil Mother-Child sword. Although the price was a bit high, he didn't feel like he was losing out at all as a gift for Cold Plum. After the Devil Mother-Child sword was auctioned, the 17th item was the Shadow Sword, which was even more valuable than the Devil Mother-Child sword. Mo Xiaoyu had bid for this sword from the beginning. The starting price was 10 million, but he only bid 11 million, because he wanted to buy this sword at a low price. Many people who originally wanted to bid shrank back, feeling helpless in their hearts. But this time Mo Xiaoyu's plan was wrong again. 12 million low-grade spirit stones. The bidder was also in the room next to Mo Xiaoyu's, but it was on his right, not Ling Xiao on his left. Humph, do you really think I, Mo Xiaoyu, am easy to bully? How dare any Tom, Dick, or Harry compete with me? The ferocious killing intent and raging sword intent rushed to the VIP box on the right. He didn't believe it. If he couldn't afford to offend the person in the room on the left, could it be that he couldn't afford to offend the person in the room on the right? Mo Xiaoyu, you bastard. What did my bidding do to you? If you want the Shadow Sword, then bid more. Don't be unreasonable. A powerful battle intent also erupted from the room on the right. The image of a giant python was faintly discernible, blocking Mo Xiaoyu's sword intent. It's the Black Python clan's young master Meng Xiao? That's right, it's the young master Meng Xiao. Although the crowd didn't dare to participate in the auction, they felt relieved watching this scene. Mo Xiaoyu used his power to threaten them and didn't let them participate in the auction. Now that they met a competitor, they were very happy to watch the show. If there was a young man in the city of Sin who dared to go against Mo Xiaoyu, it must be Meng Xiao from the Black Python clan. Meng Xiao's cultivation was higher than Mo Xiaoyu's. They were evenly matched in terms of strength. After all, the title of Deadly Sword Mo Xiaoyu was not given for nothing. Challenging people of a higher cultivation level was a common occurrence. Fine, you said I don't have money. Then I'll bid 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Mo Xiaoyu snorted. He knew the identity of the other party and knew that they were not to be trifled with. He didn't dare to use force and directly raised the bid to 20 million. 21 million. Meng Xiao bid while resisting Imo Xiaoyu's sword intent. In the eyes of the crowd, today's auction wasn't about whoever bid the highest. It was more like a competition of strength. 30 million. Imo Xiaoyu once again increased the bid by 9 million low-grade spirit stones. At the same time, the terrifying sword intent almost pierced through the entire room. The people outside could clearly see that the room was constantly shaking. As expected of the deadly sword Imo Xiaoyu. It seems like he's determined to get the shadow sword today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bid such a high price. It's a few million low-grade spirit stones more than the devil spawn sword. It's not just that. He's not backing down at all. I'm afraid he's risking the enmity of young Master Meng Xiao. This is called being determined to get it. I don't think anyone can stop him. Meng Xiao didn't bid because he had to fight against Imo Xiaoyu with all his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a loud boom resounded in the air. The 3 VIP rooms were overturned, and the people in the rooms were exposed. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and waved his hand gently. Dust flew everywhere, but it couldn't get within 2 meters of him, the Moon Lady, and Cold Plum. Amazing. I didn't think that after not seeing you for so long, not only did Lifestealer's strength increase, but you've also become so rich. Forget it, I don't have much use for Shadow Sword anyway, so I'll let you have it. Meng Zhao's hands were trembling slightly. Although it wasn't serious, it was obvious that he had lost in this battle. It wasn't because he wanted to give up, but because he had no choice. If the younger generation of Emerald Wave Island and the Black Python clan fought, the higher-ups wouldn't interfere. Therefore, if Meng Xiao insisted on being Imo Xiaoyu's enemy, he would only be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he gave up. Imo Xiaoyu smiled slightly and said, "Young master, you're too kind. In that case, I'll accept it." He didn't look at Ling Xiao. This was because he had warned Ling Xiao not to bid anymore. He believed that he still had some face, just like when Ling Xiao didn't dare to attack him in the Black Street. Many people didn't dare to offend the young master of Emerald Wave Island. The people below also saw Ling Xiao and the other two and knew that he was the one who had competed with Imo Xiaoyu. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. In a few days, there would be 3 more corpses in the city of Sin. So what if he won over Imo Xiaoyu here? He would be killed by Imo Xiaoyu sooner or later. This was Imo Xiaoyu's style. "Princess Xianxia, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. I'll pay for the damages." Imo Xiaoyu smiled and looked at the host, Xianxia, and said, "Please announce the result." Without Meng Zhao's competition, who else would compete with him for the Shadow Sword? Xianxia didn't say anything. Instead, she glanced at Ling Xiao. She knew that Ling Xiao wanted the Shadow Sword and wouldn't let it go. Ling Xiao naturally didn't disappoint her. He said casually, 31 million low-grade spirit stones and the Shadow Sword is mine. Before he could finish his sentence, there was already a burst of cold gasps. Many people in the auction house looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot, thinking that there was something wrong with this kid's head. Let's not talk about whether or not you have 31 million low-grade spirit stones. Even if you did, you shouldn't have competed with Imo Xiaoyu for the Shadow Sword. That was simply courting death. This foolish kid dares to disobey the life-taking sword? Looks like he's a newcomer. He probably doesn't know how powerful Imo Xiaoyu is. After suffering a loss, he has to regain some face. Face is important, but life is more important. Young people these days really value their faces more than their lives. No matter what, this person is out of luck. It's a pity for those 2 delicate beauties. They're probably going to fall into Imo Xiaoyu's private stash. The Moon Lady and Cold Plum were too dazzling. Even though they tried to hide their brilliance, they still became the focus of everyone's eyes. Many people were not thinking about Ling Xiao, but how Imo Xiaoyu would deal with the 2 women. However, some people were quietly observing the situation. They didn't dare to laugh at Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao went against Imo Xiaoyu in the Black Street. Then, he became enemies with Meng Xiao because of the ancient jade. He even killed Meng Xiao's subordinate in front of Meng Xiao. In the end, neither Imo Xiaoyu nor Meng Xiao had any intention of touching Ling Xiao. If they still dared to look down on such a person, they would be pure idiots. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was not a simple young warrior. Perhaps the people in the city of Sin didn't know how terrifying he was. When Mo Xiaoyu heard this voice, his expression became extremely awkward. Then, it turned into anger. Everyone heard him threaten Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't listen at all. He didn't care at all. Where was Mo Xiaoyu's face? Kid, I let you go in the black street because I didn't want you to embarrass yourself in front of those two beauties. Don't take advantage of me. Next, I'll add another 1,000,000. If you just shut up and give up, you'll have a way out. Mo Xiaoyu transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Then, he said loudly, 32 million low-grade spirit stones. 33 million. Before Mo Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Ling Xiao's voice had already sounded. It was as if he was purposely arguing with Mo Xiaoyu the most. Mo Xiaoyu could even see Ling Xiao's indifferent expression. His expression was too indifferent. It was as if he didn't care about him at all. In other people's eyes, he was worthless. I just said, don't take advantage of me. Since you want to die, I'll give you a quick death. Mo Xiaoyu didn't want to take it anymore. He was a person who ran amok. He was used to being arrogant and domineering. It was already a big concession that he didn't make a move on the black street. Now, he couldn't take it anymore. His anger erupted like a volcano and spewed toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, a furious sword intent pierced through the air and aimed at Ling Xiao. It was incomparably domineering. He wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to remember it. Ling Xiao didn't move. Cold Plum moved first. She stepped out like a ghost and instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Then, a ghostly and terrifying murderous aura met Mo Xiaoyu's sword intent. There was a terrifying wail in the air. Mo Xiaoyu's sword intent actually began to tremble. This made his heart tremble. He knew that his guess was right. Cold Plum was definitely a terrifying woman. Mo Xiaoyu, the killer sword? I think it's more appropriate to call you the shameless sword. You can't afford it, but you don't let others bid? Is there such a logic in this world? Ling Xiao didn't even look at Mo Xiaoyu. He just said this calmly. His thick sarcasm and disdain was said in front of thousands of people present. Mo Xiaoyu, you want to save face, then I'll make you lose all your face, 40 million low-grade spirit stones. Mo Xiaoyu couldn't suppress Cold Plum, so he chose to suppress Ling Xiao in terms of money. 40 million low-grade spirit stones was definitely a sky-high price. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, he would never pay such a price. Today, he was going all out. 50 million. Ling Xiao smiled. He had plenty of low-grade spirit stones and he was determined to get the shadow sword. It might not be worth it in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was worth it. Mo Xiaoyu finally lost his temper. Although he brought a lot of low-grade spirit stones this time, 50 million was already the upper limit. It was impossible for Emerald Wave Island to spend more than 50 million low-grade spirit stones to buy a divine artifact for him. Senior brother Mo, why lower yourself to his level? Anyway, this thing will be yours sooner or later. The girl from Emerald Wave Island next to him also persuaded in a low voice. Good. Very good. For a mere divine artifact, you actually paid 50 million low-grade spirit stones. You really have too many spirit stones to spend. How generous. Mo Xiaoyu couldn't afford it, so he could only take advantage of the situation with his mouth. In the face of Mo Xiaoyu's mockery, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, so what if I have money? I can use 50 million low-grade spirit stones to feed dogs. Naturally, I can also use them to buy the shadow sword. If I don't have money, then I don't have money. If I can't afford it, then I can't afford it. Why do I have to find such an excuse to make myself look good? Pfft. Finally, someone below the stage couldn't help but laugh. This Mo Xiaoyu is too ungentlemanly. But this kid is amazing. He doesn't even care about 50 million low-grade spirit stones. It seems like he really is rich. We think it's a waste, but he doesn't care at all. TSK, I'm so jealous. The people below the stage all looked at Ling Xiao with envy. He had two beauties as his companions and a lot of spirit stones in his hands. In comparison, Mo Xiaoyu seemed to be inferior in every aspect except for being overbearing and slow and unreasonable. But was it really okay for this kid to provoke Mo Xiaoyu like this? Wasn't he afraid that something would happen? Mo Xiaoyu and the people of Emerald Ripple Island were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They had been to the city of Sin many times and had never lost to anyone in terms of wealth. This time, they had lost so thoroughly that it made them extremely angry. Brother Mo, did you hear that? Others said that you don't have money. I've heard that life-seizing sword never loses out. Today, you've been humiliated like this. Don't you want to do something? Meng Xiao had already recognized Ling Xiao. Now that he suddenly spoke, he was obviously trying to provoke Mo Xiaoyu. He didn't dare to face Ling Xiao alone, but if he had Mo Xiaoyu's help, he might be able to destroy the so-called Celestial Emperor. At that time, his name would spread throughout the entire Divine Phoenix continent. Ling Xiao looked at Meng Xiao indifferently and said with a smile, "Young master of the Black Python clan, you don't dare to fight with me. You're a coward, but you want others to stand up for you. I think this Black Python clan is only SOSO. I guess that great master is also a coward, right?" Ling Xiao's words rang out again, but this time everyone was shocked. Where was this place? This was the city of Sin. It was understandable that Ling Xiao had offended the young master of the Emerald Ripple Island, Mo Xiaoyu. After all, the Emerald Ripple Island was too far away to interfere with the affairs of the city of Sin. However, the Black Python clan was the most powerful clan in the city of Sin. To offend the Black Python clan, this kid was really something. Did he eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts, or was he really retarded? The sinister smile on Meng Xiao's face froze. He glared at Ling Xiao furiously. He wanted nothing more than to rush forward and tear Ling Xiao's body to shreds. Meng Xiao, it seems that this brat has offended you as well. I can understand if he doesn't give me, Mo Xiaoyu, any face. After all, the city of Sin doesn't belong to Jade Wave Island. But you, young master Meng Xiao, are you going to be humiliated like this? He scolded your first master as a coward, can you tolerate it? Mo Xiaoyu said to Meng Xiao with a smile. The corner of Meng Xiao's mouth twitched. He said fiercely, "Brother Mo, let's not mock each other. Let me tell you the truth. This person is Ling Xiao, the Ling Xiao who has been in the limelight recently. I heard that he called himself the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire and created a human empire in the Heavenly Dragon continent. He's trying to revive the human race." The human race? Ha 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 ha, the lowly humans are trying to revive the human race? Dream on. I wonder if the Celestial Emperor is killed today, will the so-called Celestial Empire collapse in an instant? Mo Xiaoyu licked his lips and said with a sinister smile. That's right, brother Mo. Why don't we work together? This kid does have some skills. Meng Xiao said. Agreed. Mo Xiaoyu nodded after a moment of silence. He wouldn't allow anyone to be more powerful than him. The city of Sin didn't need someone as powerful as Ling Xiao. Everyone, the auction is still going on. If there's any problem that can't be solved, can we solve it after the auction? Yunya's cold voice rang out. At the same time, she released her powerful aura. She usually kept a low profile, so very few people knew her true cultivation level. At this moment, the aura that she released easily suppressed Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. That was terrifying. Although Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao were unwilling, they still nodded and returned to their seats. Everyone, the young hero has bid 50 million low-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone willing to increase the price? Yunya looked around and asked. After a moment, seeing that no one said anything, Yunya finalized the auction for this time. The shadow sword belongs to young hero Ling. In fact, it wasn't that no one wanted to bid this price. It was just that many people present understood that even if they got the shadow sword today, it would be meaningless. This was because they would be killed by Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao together. Everything would be completely useless. Yunya smiled at Ling Xiao and then moved on to the next auction item. The 18th auction item was a precious elixir. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in it at all. He only wanted to move on to the next auction item as soon as possible. In the end, Mo Xiaoyu obtained the medicinal pill. He even glanced at Ling Xiao with a smug expression, as if showing off how rich he was. You don't have to look at me. I have plenty of low-grade yellow-grade elixirs. It's not rare to fight with you. I have money, but I won't spend it casually. Ling Xiao glanced at Mo Xiaoyu. His gaze was as if he was looking at an idiot. He dared to spend more than 10 million low-grade spiritual stones to buy a low-grade yellow-grade elixir. How pitiful. When he refined the same elixir, the total cost would not exceed 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It was a world of difference. That was why alchemists refining elixirs was a profiteering industry. I'm afraid it's because there are no more spiritual stones? Mo Xiaoyu said disdainfully. Many people still believed his words. After all, Ling Xiao had bought the Ghost Devil swords and the Shadow sword, spending a total of nearly 80 million low-grade spirit stones. It was reasonable to say that unless Ling Xiao was a powerful alchemist, it was impossible for him to have extra spiritual stones. Ling Xiao didn't explain. He just smiled faintly and waited for the next auction item. The 19th auction item is a precious seal from the ancient times. It's made of bronze and can be used as a magic weapon. Unfortunately, it's a bit worn out, causing its effectiveness to decrease. Now, it's only equivalent to an immortal artifact. However, according to the appraisal and inference of our experts, this item was probably a divine artifact in the past. Its power is heaven-defying. A divine-grade spirit artifact was several levels stronger than a divine-grade artifact. Although it wasn't the Imperial Jade Seal, it still attracted Ling Xiao's attention. While Xianxia was speaking, someone had already brought the seal up. The seal wasn't too big. It was square and had a dragon button on it. It looked very powerful. Xianxia meant that some of the inscriptions on the seal were damaged. These were the key inscriptions that formed a powerful array. Once damaged, its power would naturally be greatly reduced. At that moment, Ling Xiao's mountain river martial soul actually produced some kind of throbbing. He was puzzled and opened his Tai Chi eye to observe. He didn't know if he didn't observe. Once he did, he was overjoyed. It turned out that the bronze seal was just an outer layer. The real thing inside the seal was the famous Imperial Jade Seal. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye had the powerful analytical ability of the mountain and river martial soul. Naturally, he could see through all of this. However, others could not. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, and his expression remained indifferent. Only the Moon Maiden, who was sitting beside him, noticed his body trembling slightly. She was a little confused, but she did not ask. There were not many people who were interested in this seal. After all, it was only an immortal-grade treasure. Other than some warriors who liked to collect antiques, there were very few experts who would be willing to buy an immortal-grade treasure. No one in the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent could restore the primordial inscription. Not even the Five Immortals Island could do it. It was said that there were people on the continents near the Heaven's Chosen Gate who could do it, but no one could prove it. Therefore, this thing was of little value. Xianxia was forced to be the host here, so she did not show her ability to attract people. She only commented a few words and then announced the starting price. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This price was lower than the previous few items by 9 million low-grade spirit stones. It was obvious that even the Raven Wind sect did not care about this kind of thing. Not many people bid, but it was not that no one bid. After a while, an old voice sounded from the crowd. I like this kind of antique. I'll pay 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The older a warrior was, the clearer they were about the history of the primordial era. The person who bought this seal was most likely hoping to get some benefits from it. Anyway, it was only 1 million low-grade spirit stones. It was not too expensive. Meng Xiao, you haven't won anything yet. Aren't you going to bid? Mo Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Why aren't you bidding? Meng Xiao asked. Haha, since Senior Whitebeard has already bid, why should I compete with him? Mo Xiaoyu laughed. Everyone despised him. This guy obviously looked down on the seal, but he insisted that he was doing the old man a favor. How shameless. Ling Xiao, aren't you very capable? Why aren't you bidding? Mo Xiaoyu looked at Ling Xiao and asked. It's none of your business whether I bid or not. Ling Xiao shot a disdainful glance at Mo Xiaoyu. He stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2 million low-grade spirit stones. I also like to collect these strange things. When everyone heard his words, they all thought that he was purposely bidding because he was angry with Mo Xiaoyu. In fact, he didn't know that he was extremely nervous in his heart. She was afraid that her performance would be seen through by someone. If people were to find out that this was the Imperial Jade Seal, then the price of this item would probably reach hundreds of millions. At that time, he would really have to bleed a lot. After all, the Imperial Jade Seal was the Imperial Jade Seal of the Sacred Dynasty that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was made from divine jade from the primordial era. Not only did it have the effect of stabilizing the fate of a nation, but it was also said to be a very powerful magic treasure. It was just that there was no way to use it. Although he didn't know which amazing craftsman had wrapped the Imperial Jade Seal with the mysterious bronze seal, this was a great opportunity for him to pick up a bargain. The old man glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed in his heart. Young people were indeed impulsive. He was just provoked a little and bid. It was not worth spending 2 million low-grade spirit stones on this item. Hee, young hero Ling is indeed a rich man. In that case, I won't compete with you. The item is yours. Originally, the old man only wanted to buy it back for fun. 1 million low-grade spirit stones was still acceptable. If the price was higher, he wouldn't be too happy. He was the only bidder. After he gave up, no one else was willing to continue bidding. What a stupid guy. He has too much money and nowhere to spend it. Meng Xiao and Emo Xiaoyu looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at an idiot. They found it funny. Ling Xiao completely ignored them. He only spent 2 million low-grade spirit stones to buy the Imperial Jade Seal. Even if they pointed at his nose and called him an idiot, it wouldn't matter, let alone calling him stupid. In the end, who was the idiot? He was very clear in his heart. Deal. Yunya knocked the gavel and awarded the seal to Ling Xiao. Although she didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao was willing to spend 2 million low-grade spirit stones to buy such an ordinary-looking seal, she believed that Ling Xiao was definitely not the kind of person who would shoot without thinking. Since he was willing to bid, it was definitely because the seal was valuable. Next up is the last item of the auction. It is also the finale item of today's auction. I believe that everyone present will be very interested. Yunya revealed a mysterious smile and then ordered someone to bring the item up. I believe that everyone should recognize it. This is a martial soul. What kind of martial soul is it? Yunya purposely kept everyone in suspense. After attracting everyone's attention, she said, "It is the martial soul of the immemorial heaven-devouring titanic beast, Tao Tai. Legend has it that Tao Tai once crossed the mystic world and gave birth to a child. After the immemorial war, it became a martial soul and has been preserved until now. I don't think I need to say more about the value of this immemorial martial soul. I hope that the bidders can prepare their bids." It's actually the martial soul of Tao Tai. Ling Zhao's eyes shone with excitement. He had comprehended a powerful move at the third step of the light and shadow ultimacy, Doomsday of Tao Tai. However, that was only the power of the ultimacy. It was not perfect yet. If he integrated the martial soul of Tao Tai, the power of this move would obviously increase by a level. He had even thought of combining each profound skill with a special martial soul. In this way, the power of each of his moves would be enhanced to a whole new level. However, at that time, it was just a hazy idea. However, seeing the appearance of the martial soul of Tao Tai today, this idea might become a reality. If he integrated the martial soul of Tao Tai into his moves, he could use the light and shadow ultimacy derived from the mountain and river martial soul to unleash the greatest power. This should be the direction that he should work towards in the future. His cultivation had to increase, but the power of his moves should also continue to increase. However, the benefits of the martial soul of Tao Tai were too great. Not only was it useful for Ling Xiao, it was useful for almost every martial artist present. The legendary immemorial Tao Tai was extremely powerful. Although this was only the martial soul of the Tao Tai's son, it was at least 1% as powerful as the Tao Tai. This kind of martial soul was something that many martial artists yearned for. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Yunya smiled and said, "The starting price of the martial soul of Tao Tai is 30 million low-grade spirit stones. Everyone can start bidding." As the finale item, its starting price was obviously higher than any of the previous items. This included the Demon's Pawn swords and the Underworld Shadow Sword. It should be said that 30 million lower spiritual stones was a very high price. Most of the people present could not afford it. However, there were still martial artists who were rich. 31 million lower spiritual stones. The first to bid was the white-bearded elder. When he saw the martial soul of Tao Tai, his eyes widened. 32 million. However, no one gave him face this time. Those who had enough spiritual stones to buy the martial soul of Tao Tai all started to bid. 33 million. After a while, the price of the martial soul of Tao Tai had risen to 80 million lower spiritual stones. There were very few people who could afford it at this price. There were only 4 or 5 people who were still eager to bid. However, it was clear from their eyes that they would not give up so easily. I want the martial soul of Tao Tai. 100 million lower spiritual stones. Finally, the price rose to 100 million, the crowd looked in the direction of the bid in surprise. It was Xianxia, the Black Python clan was indeed rich. They had taken out 100 million lower spiritual stones to bid for the martial soul of Tao Tai. When Xianxia made the bid, the crowd quieted down. The remaining few people looked at each other. In the end, only the white-bearded elder persisted. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Xianxia, I'm sorry. I must get the martial soul of Tao Tai. 100 million lower spiritual stones and 1 million more. Whitebeard, do me a favor. You will benefit from it in the future. 100 million lower spiritual stones and 2 million more." Xianxia looked at the white-bearded elder with a sinister expression. Although the white-bearded elder's cultivation was much higher than his, they were in Sin City. Even the white-bearded elder did not dare to offend him. Sigh. The white-bearded old man sighed helplessly. His entire net worth was only a little more than 100 million low-grade spirit stones. It was not that he was afraid of Xianxia, but it was because he could not continue to compete. He could not afford it. Forget it. Since young Master Xianxia has spoken, I will let you have the martial soul of Tao Tai. Thank you. Xianxia cupped his fists and smiled. At this moment, victory was in sight. 100 million lower spiritual stones and 3 million more. Suddenly, Xiaoyu spoke. The Black Python clan was rich. Emerald Ripple Island was even richer. Xiaoyu believed that although Emerald Ripple Island would not give him such great support for the Shadow Sword, it would be different for the martial soul of Tao Tai. He hadn't bid before because he was using a special magic treasure to discuss with his father. Now that he had made a bid, it was clear that he had obtained permission. Xiaoyu? You gave the Shadow Sword to Xiao, and now you want to compete with me for the Tao Tai martial spirit? What happened to our alliance? Xiao was very angry, and his face was gloomy. He did not expect Xiaoyu to appear out of nowhere. Xiao, are you really dumb or are you just pretending? How could the Nether Shadow Sword compare to the Tao Tai martial spirit? I won't let anyone have it. Xiaoyu snorted coldly. They had been allies for a short period of time, but because of one thing, they had become like fire and water, and neither of them was willing to back down. Alright, I'd like to see how high your price is. Xiao sneered. This Black Wind Pavilion belonged to his family, so he wasn't afraid of a high price. After all, he could get a 20% commission, which was equivalent to a 20% discount. However, Xiaoyu had to get the full price. No matter how high the price was, he would accompany him to the end. 100 million and another 5 million, 100 million and another 6 million. Another 7 million. Another 8 million. Xiao and Xiaoyu were at each other's throats, and neither of them was willing to back down. The audience below the stage was very satisfied. This was simply a showdown between two tycoons. You two keep increasing the bid by a million, isn't that too insincere? I'll bid 150 million, the Tao Tai martial spirit is mine. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke the seemingly urgent battle. Xiao. Xiaoyu and Xiao looked at Xiao, and their eyes were almost spitting fire. Xiao, you've already spent 80 million low-grade spiritual stones. I don't believe that you still have 150 million low-grade spiritual stones left. If you can't pay in the end, you'll suffer. Xiao glared at Xiao and said. Do you really think that everyone is as poor as your Black Python clan? You can't afford this price, but I can. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't want to bid, then sit there quietly. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Who says I can't afford it? I'll bid 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. Do you dare to bid? When Meng Xiao said this, he instantly regretted it. Even the Taotai martial spirit was not worth 200 million. However, it was impossible to take back what he had said. He could only hope that Ling Xiao would continue to bid. However, Ling Xiao's face showed a victorious smile. He said with a smile, "Tsk tisk, 200 million low-grade spiritual stones for the Taotai martial spirit. I really don't dare to bid. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The Black Python clan is indeed rich and overbearing." Hee hee. Hearing this, Meng Xiao realized that he had been tricked. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was simply deliberately driving up the prices to make him suffer a loss. Even if the Raven Wind Pavilion belonged to his clan, this item belonged to someone else. He had to give most of the money he spent to someone else. Hateful. I don't want it either. Mo Xiaoyu also chose to give up. He could not afford 200 million low-grade spiritual stones. Ling Xiao, just you wait. Meng Xiao really wanted to kill Ling Xiao. At this time, his anger toward Ling Xiao had surpassed his fear toward Ling Xiao. He could not tolerate it. He could not tolerate it any longer. Ling Xiao was simply toying with him like an idiot. This was simply intolerable. After the auction, it would be Ling Xiao's doomsday. Meng Xiao took a deep breath and waited quietly. He believed that the moment would come soon. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction has officially come to an end. If you did not get what you want, you can come again tomorrow. Perhaps there will be better things waiting for you. Xianxia smiled and made a very charming gesture to the crowd. She announced the end of the auction and then walked down the auction stage. The warriors who had obtained the items in this auction went backstage. When the time came for the exchange of money and goods, the transaction would be considered complete. Ling Xiao also stood up and prepared to collect the 3 items he had obtained. Suddenly, a ferocious aura rushed toward him. Ling Xiao did not move. He just looked at the faintly discernible black python. Meng Xiao did not make a move. He just wanted to vent his anger. It would not be too late to settle the score with Ling Xiao after he obtained the martial soul of Taotai. As a warrior of the Black Python clan, he could not awaken a martial soul like a human. Therefore, he could only use a special method to implant it. The martial soul of Taotai was the item he had chosen. Although he had been cheated by Ling Xiao and had spent 200 million low-grade spiritual stones to obtain this item, he still had to complete the transaction. After all, the martial soul of Taotai was very important to him. With the martial soul of Taotai, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Even if his cultivation did not break through, his strength would still increase. This was the magical effect of a martial soul. For Meng Xiao, he was now a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. It was the best time to condense a Grotto Heaven domain. The martial soul of Taotai could help him condense a stronger Grotto Heaven. This way, after advancing to the Grotto Heaven realm, his cultivation would become even more terrifying. Therefore, even if he was a fool, he would accept it. Meng Xiao and Ling Xiao brushed past each other. Mo Xiaoyu's reaction was almost the same, but it was more direct. The cold sword essence pierced toward Ling Xiao without any concealment, piercing the ground in front of Ling Xiao again. I already warned you at the Black Street. Now, you still have a chance to save your life. That is to give up the Devil Dual Swords and the Shadow Sword. Mo Xiaoyu looked at Ling Xiao indifferently as he spoke. Then, he strode away. The disciples of Emerald Ripple Island looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a dead man. You offended our senior brother Mo and provoked young Master Meng Xiao. You really don't know what's good for you. A few of them looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and then turned to leave. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the Raven Wind Tower. Listen up, guard the Raven Wind Tower. We can't let that Ling Xiao go no matter what. He dared to hurt my brother. I'll kill him. This voice was undoubtedly the Raven Wind Tower's master. A third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he was the elder brother of Meng Yuan, whose tongue had been cut off by Ling Xiao. With such strength, he was willing to be a dog of the Black Python clan. There was no doubt that the first master of the Black Python clan was even stronger. What's going on? How did Ling Xiao provoke the Raven Wind Tower's master? This guy really doesn't care about the consequences. I'm afraid he won't be able to leave here alive today. Everyone was in a heated discussion. They were not in a hurry to leave because they wanted to see how capable Ling Xiao was. He actually dared to provoke Meng Xiao, Mo Xiaoyu, and Meng Yuan in public. He even provoked the Raven Wind Tower's master, Meng Tian. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He had already kept a low profile this time. He didn't want to provoke any of these people. They were the ones who wanted to bully him and he retaliated. Of course, he could choose to be a coward and not retaliate. But that was not his style. The reason Ling Xiao was able to reach where he was today was because of his fearless courage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so many fortuitous encounters. After all, every fortuitous encounter was fraught with danger. If it was someone who sought stability, they would never take the risk. But he will. He, Ling Xiao, had no one to rely on. He could only rely on himself. Therefore, he often had to do unexpected things. For example, today. No one dared to offend Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao, and no one dared to bid for the Devil Fiend swords and Shadow Sword. But he dared. Therefore, the one who obtained these two sets of divine artifacts was him. Of course, his biggest gain today was still the Imperial Jade Seal. Others thought he was a sucker, but they didn't know that he was actually the biggest winner of today's auction. 2 million low-grade spirit stones allowed him to bid for the Imperial Jade Seal, the Imperial Jade Seal. Even he had never done such a good deal before. The owners of the 20 items received their items one after another. Ling Xiao also received the Devil Fiend swords, Shadow Sword, and Imperial Jade Seal. Even though Mo Xiaoyu was desperately glaring at him, warning him not to court death, he didn't care. But he didn't care. He didn't even look at Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He swore that once he walked out of this auction house, it would be the time of Ling Xiao's death. Ling Xiao paid enough spirit stones and received his items. Then, he put them into his storage ring in front of Mo Xiaoyu. Princess Xianxia, you seem to know Ling Xiao? Just as Ling Xiao took the item but was blocked by the Black Wind Tower's guards and was unable to leave, a mischievous young girl appeared beside Xianxia and asked with a smile. I was wondering who it was. So it's the famous beauty, the pirate Hua Ying. Xianxia glanced at the newcomer and said with a smile. Hua Ying was one of the beautiful captains of the famous Twin Flowers pirates. Together with her sister, Hua Floating Light, they were the absolute overlords of the waters around the city of Sin. Even the Emerald Wave Island, the Black Crow Empire, and the Divine Phoenix Empire had a headache because of them. Hua Ying's cultivation was slightly inferior, but she didn't lose to Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. Her sister, Hua Floating Light, was the scary one. Even the head of the Black Python clan had to give her some face. The Twin Flowers pirates had business dealings with many companies. They promised not to rob these companies, but they had to pay them protection fees. So, their income was still very generous. Coincidentally, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had some business dealings with the Twin Flowers pirates. Because of this, Princess Xianxia knew Hua Ying and Hua Floating Light. Tell me about it. You know that pirates like us drift on the sea all year round, so we don't know much about the matters on land. Hua Ying asked excitedly. Haven't you heard of it? He was resourceful and destroyed the 2 million troops of the Black Crow Empire in one battle. He also killed Timur Mutu and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive. He even subdued the rebellious Scorpion tribe in the Black Desert. He broke into the Divine Phoenix capital, destroyed the Lightning Demon King, rescued the Northern Region King Jining, and was conferred the title of King. What was even more terrifying was that he went to the East County and quietly joined forces with Jining. He worked with Beihan and Tianli to destroy the powerful True Demon Empire and called himself the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. With such a reputation, how could you not know Hua Ying? Speaking of Ling Xiao's great achievements, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her heart. The world only knew about the things Ling Xiao had done, but she knew even more. As the Chosen One, he saved the sacred dynasty of the human race that was almost destroyed. He was also a mysterious super alchemist. TSK, no wonder he was so domineering and didn't even give face to Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. I thought he was just a newcomer who didn't know much about the world. Hua Ying's eyes flashed with a beautiful light. By the way, Princess Xianxia, is he married? Why are you asking this? Is it because you have feelings for him? Princess Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. That's right. I, Hua Ying, need a strong and promising man to marry. If this Ling Xiao is qualified, I will marry him. Why not? Hua Ying didn't deny it. He is not married, but he has never been short of women around him. You saw the two women just now. Both of them are more beautiful than you. You don't deny it, right? Princess Xianxia said. They are more beautiful than me, but they are not as powerful as me. Hua Ying smiled and said, Thank you, Princess Xianxia. If I succeed with him in the future, I will definitely invite you to my wedding. After speaking, she disappeared into the crowd. This woman's disguise technique was too powerful. In the blink of an eye, she became ordinary. No one could tell that she was the famous Hua Ying. You are Ling Xiao? Meng Tian looked at the 16 or 17-year-old young man in front of him, full of a strong aura of brutality. Behind Meng Tian was Meng Yuan, whose tongue had stopped bleeding. However, Meng Yuan's tongue had been cut off, so he could no longer speak. He could only communicate with Meng Tian through his soul power or use hand gestures to express his thoughts. Ling Xiao glanced at Meng Yuan. Naturally, he knew what had happened. He smiled and said, So, you're the guard captain of the Raven Wind Tower. I spared your life previously, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. How dare you? This is the Raven Wind Tower, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Meng Tian rebuked angrily. Who is this idiot bearing his fangs and brandishing his claws like a wild beast? Ling Xiao looked at Meng Yuan and asked. Meng Yuan was naturally speechless. At this moment, Meng Xiao walked over and said, Ling Xiao, you're in big trouble today. Meng Tian is one of my father's most capable subordinates. He's much stronger than me. Even I can't save you now that you provoked him. Save me? You can't wait for me to die, right? After all, you've been taken advantage of. Ling Xiao glanced at Meng Xiao and mocked him. You really can't differentiate between good and bad. I'm here to help you. Meng Xiao said. Hee, I'm not blind. I won't mistake a wolf for a qilin. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Meng Xiao, why waste your breath on this kid? He's offended all of us today. We have to get an explanation from him. I only want the Shadow Sword and the Ghost Fiend Mother-Child swords. The rest of his belongings are yours. At this moment, Mo Xiaoyu also came over. He was determined to get Ling Xiao. He didn't care about Ling Xiao at all. The battle hadn't even started, but they were already thinking about splitting the fruits of victory. Clearly, with so many people around, both Meng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu were emboldened. Brother Mo is right. Although Meng Xiao also wanted the Ghost Fiend Mother-Child swords and the Shadow Sword, he was more interested in the Moon Lady and Cold Plum. Seeing this, Meng Tian fell silent. Regardless of whether it was Meng Xiao or Mo Xiaoyu, he couldn't afford to offend either of them. Since these two young masters wanted each other's lives, wouldn't it be better for him to fulfill their wish? His goal was very simple. As long as Ling Xiao died, it would be enough. Whether or not he was the one who did it was not a problem. Brother Mo, Python Heaven, after this matter is settled, those two women will be mine. The Shadow Sword and the Demoness swords will be Brother Mo's, and the Spirit Stones on that brat will belong to you. Is that all right? Meng Xiao added. No problem. Mo Xiaoyu nodded. I'll listen to young master's instructions. Python Sky nodded. But Meng Xiao, which one of us will deal with that Ling Xiao? Mo Xiaoyu asked. He was somewhat wary of Cold Plum. I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. I'll deal with those two women. Meng Xiao chuckled. All right, it's a deal. Mo Xiaoyu sneered in his heart. He believed that Meng Xiao didn't know how powerful Cold Plum was, which was why he said such a thing. Little did he know that Meng Xiao was also mocking him for not knowing how powerful Ling Xiao was. The two of them were clearly working together, but in reality, one of them was plotting against the other. It was disgusting. This scene made many people in the crowd secretly shake their heads. This was great. Of all the people Ling Xiao could have provoked, he had to provoke Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. He even cut off the tongue of the Black Wind Tower's guard captain, Meng Yuan. They had seen lunatics before, but they had never seen such a lunatic. Now, he was being treated as prey by others. There were many people in the world who were courting death, but this was the first time they had seen someone courting death in such a way. However, these people didn't know that when Meng Xiao set his sights on Cold Plum and the Moon Lady, he was doomed to a tragedy. In this world, there were some jokes that couldn't be made. There were some reverse scales that couldn't be touched. To Ling Xiao, family and friends were his reverse scales. At this moment, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum were his reverse scales. Since Meng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu had touched his reverse scale, he had no intention of showing mercy. A cold murderous aura was suddenly released, instantly enveloping Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. Some of the spectators who were competing with each other were also affected. At that moment, they felt as if their blood vessels were about to freeze. In the face of Ling Xiao's murderous aura, Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao naturally wouldn't retreat. The two of them weren't ordinary people. It was impossible for them to be intimidated by Ling Xiao's murderous aura. A sinister smile flashed across Meng Xiao's eyes. He sized up Cold Plum and the Moon Lady with a blasphemous gaze. However, Meng Xiao wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Mo Xiaoyu knew that Meng Xiao was waiting for him. Then, he drew the cold black sword from his back. A black light flickered, exuding a powerful and cold aura. Let's do it together. Let's see if you capture those two women alive first, or if I kill Ling Xiao first. After saying that, Mo Xiaoyu moved. With a slight step, the black sword in his hand trembled, and his entire body rushed out. Like a cheetah, he was filled with power and speed, turning into a gust of wind. The gust of wind wreaked havoc, and the surrounding buildings creaked. The friction between the black sword and the air caused explosions, creating loud noises. Just as Mo Xiaoyu made his move, Meng Xiao made his move as well. His entire body turned into a giant black python. He coiled and hissed as he soared into the air. The air was filled with an unpleasant stench. This stench contained a powerful poison. When it dripped onto the ground, it actually corroded the limestone floor. Almost all of the spectators retreated. The terrifying poison made them tremble, and they didn't dare to get close. They are indeed two geniuses. No wonder people call them the City of Sin's twin geniuses. It's because they love to appear in the City of Sin. They are also the most eye-catching. At the same time, their abilities are also the most outstanding among the younger generation. Yes, they are too powerful. Although they felt fear in their hearts, it didn't stop the crowd from admiring Meng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu's sword was sharp and cold. The ear-piercing whistling sound was like a death sentence. Meng Xiao's poison was eerie and terrifying. He, who had transformed into a black python, had become a truly ferocious monster. One was the young master of Emerald Ripple Island, the other was the young master of the Black Python clan. The two of them were not only well-known figures among the younger generation, but they also had powerful backgrounds. To provoke these two people at the same time, even if he died, it would be hard to sympathize with him. After this sword, Ling Xiao will definitely die. When the life-reaping sword is unsheathed, it must see blood. This is Senior Brother Mo's style. The disciples of Emerald Ripple Island watched this scene excitedly. That arrogant and proud Ling Xiao was finally going to die under Mo Xiaoyu's sword. Among his peers, almost no one could survive under Mo Xiaoyu's sword. Ling Xiao was no exception. No. Why is Ling Xiao facing Meng Xiao's young master? The crowd was shocked to find that Ling Xiao didn't care about Mo Xiaoyu's sword at all. Instead, he blocked Meng Xiao's path to attack the Moon Lady. To deal with these two pieces of trash, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum didn't need to make a move. He alone was enough. You're courting death. He'll definitely be poisoned to death by young master Meng Xiao's poison. This bastard actually dares to face two powerhouses at the same time. The Black Python clan's ancient martial art practitioner was furious. This Ling Xiao actually wanted to fight two people at the same time. What a pity. He's going to die like this at such a young age. I can't bear to see it. In the crowd, Hua Luiying shook her head helplessly. She originally thought that Ling Xiao would be a smart person, but now it seemed that Ling Xiao's brain wasn't as smart as she had imagined. Instead, he seemed like an extremely stupid fellow. If it were her, she wouldn't dare to face Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao at the same time. It was possible to defeat them one by one, and it was the smartest method. Actually, there were many people who had the same idea as Hua Luiying. Most of the people in the crowd had the same idea. Precisely because of this, Meng Tian had no intention of attacking. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, waiting to reap the fruits of his victory. That's right. Logically speaking, how could an unknown young martial art practitioner in the city of Sin completely retreat from the joint attack of Life-Taking Sword and the young master of the Black Python clan? The only question now was who would kill Ling Xiao. No matter what the surrounding people said, Ling Xiao's expression remained calm. It was only when the two of them approached that the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. It was the smile before killing. It was the smile of death. Go to hell, I hate your smile. Mo Xiaoyu's voice was filled with anger and coldness. Rolling sword essence continuously attacked Ling Xiao. At that moment, he almost exploded with his strongest sword essence. In the air, a slender black sword pierced through layers of obstacles and finally arrived in front of Ling Xiao, stabbing towards Ling Xiao's throat. To be honest, I really don't like your smile either. Go down and accompany my subordinates. Almost at the same time, Meng Xiao also attacked. The giant python opened its bloody mouth, and the poison of death completely enveloped Ling Xiao's body. For a moment, the crowd couldn't see Ling Xiao's figure clearly. Only the giant black python's shadow deeply shook everyone's hearts. Die. Ling Xiao's voice was clear and indifferent, as if he was doing something ordinary. In that instant, his killing intent completely disappeared. Those with good eyesight would notice that the killing intent had completely merged with the shadow sword in his hand. This was the first time he had used the shadow sword. However, he was completely familiar with it. It looked like an ordinary move, but it carried the terrifying power of annihilation. At that moment, Meng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu, who were already very close to him, revealed a trembling expression. They were scared. He was terrified the moment he touched her. Ling Xiao's body didn't move, but the shadow sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. For a moment, it was almost impossible to see how he drew his sword. At the same time, Meng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu's attacks also landed. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere as his internal organs shattered. Mo Xiaoyu, who bore the brunt of the attack, was actually pierced by his own black sword. On his chest, there was a ghastly wound the size of an adult's head. Boom! Meng Xiao didn't fare much better than Mo Xiaoyu. He was also sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. However, he was relatively lucky. He was actually wearing a powerful defensive magic treasure, which prevented him from being killed by the sword like Mo Xiaoyu. For a long time, the air was deathly still. Dead. Mo Xiaoyu is dead. Finally, a mournful ghost cry broke the silence in the air. This voice was filled with horror and disbelief. So it wasn't an illusion. Mo Xiaoyu is really dead. He was killed by his own sword? They couldn't be blamed for being so surprised, nor could they be blamed for thinking that this was an illusion. The dignified deadly sword of Emerald Wave Island, Mo Xiaoyu, who was ranked third among the young experts, had actually died so carelessly. The life-reaping sword, which had been awe-inspiring and domineering just a moment ago, had now become a dead sword. However, Ling Xiao was unscathed. You actually killed senior brother Mo. You're crazy. You'll definitely die. You'll be put to death by 1,000 cuts by our island master. The young girl of Emerald Wave Island shrieked. She pointed a trembling finger at Ling Xiao as if she had gone mad. Back in the Black Street, she had constantly provoked and ridiculed Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao didn't care. After all, he had seen many women with such poor eyesight, so he didn't feel angry. But now, he wouldn't allow this woman to wantonly humiliate him anymore. You should have died when you were in the Black Street. I'm merciful. I'll give you a chance to start over. Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward. The sublime shadow sword in his hand gently shook, and the golden crow flew out. The power was just right. It wouldn't hurt the people around, but it could cripple all the people of Emerald Wave Island. He didn't kill these people because they didn't attack him. Although Ling Xiao was ruthless, he was still a man of principle. The golden crow rising sun displayed by the sublime shadow sword was completely different from the golden crow sword. The sublime shadow sword was a flexible sword. The golden crow released was faintly discernible, like a ghost. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and even harder to guard against. In terms of power, it was also superior. This was probably why the flexible sword was higher than the sharp sword. No. The disciples of Emerald Wave Island desperately tried to escape. Unfortunately, the golden crow spirit was faster than them. In an instant, their bodies were enveloped. Then, they saw those people lying limply on the ground. Although they didn't die, their heavenly veins were all destroyed. At this time, they were exactly the same as ordinary people. If they wanted to reach today's realm, they could only cultivate again. That would be another painful experience. So powerful. What sword technique is that? Could it be that he has also reached the realm of flexible sword? In the crowd, countless people were amazed. In just a moment, Mo Xiaoyu was dead, and all the disciples of Emerald Wave Island were crippled. All of this happened in front of their eyes. It was so clear and so real. It was impossible for them not to believe it. Now that they thought about it, their previous thoughts were really laughable. Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao actually wanted to join forces to kill Ling Xiao. They thought that the two of them would definitely win. However, the bloody reality told them that their eyes grew out to vent their anger. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaoyu was tragically killed, and Meng Xiao seemed to be injured. Ling Xiao was still standing there unscathed. The sublime shadow sword in his hand was emitting a terrifying murderous aura. At this moment, they finally realized that Ling Xiao was not a lunatic. He was also not a fool. He dared to not give face to Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao because he had more terrifying strength than the two of them combined. This guy was simply too terrifying. He was not a newborn calf at all. He was a ferocious monster. Terrifying. This is a true genius. When did such a terrifying genius appear in the Heavenly Dragon continent? His strength actually surpassed Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. Could he be a phoenix from the Divine Phoenix Empire, or a fiend from the Black Crow Empire? Young master, are you okay? Meng Tian finally reacted and rushed over to support Meng Xiao. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyu was the one who died and not Meng Xiao. Otherwise, he would have a hard time absolving himself from the blame. After all, this was the Ravenwind Tower. If Meng Xiao died here, he would definitely be the first person to be held accountable. I'm fine. Meng Xiao spat and touched the armor on his body that was flashing with purple light. He chuckled, thanks to this treasure, that kid's attack only hurt me slightly. He looked at Ling Xiao, but his eyes were no longer aggressive and evil. Instead, they were filled with caution and disbelief. Just now, he teamed up with Mo Xiaoyu to fight against Ling Xiao. Although the two of them had no intention of working together, their powers were still combined. At that moment, Ling Xiao dodged both of their attacks and attacked them at the same time. Mo Xiaoyu died, and he was lucky to survive. Now that he thought about it, he was still scared. Two flowers that bloomed in a greenhouse. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How shameless. You don't know how big the world is. If I drag you out, you're just two pieces of *T useless trash. Ling Xiao looked at Meng Xiao emotionlessly and sneered. He said with disdain, now I understand why you, Meng Xiao, don't dare to leave the city of sin even though you're already half a step away from the Grotto Heaven realm. It's because you're a coward. You don't dare to go out. If you go out, you won't even know how you died. Meng Xiao's expression was very ugly. But he didn't know what to say to refute Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his expectations. He had never left the city of sin. He only heard of Ling Xiao's name from his father. After seeing Ling Xiao's strength today, he suddenly understood how important the experience of the Jianghu was to a warrior's growth. Is the Black Python clan that powerful? The only reason you haven't been destroyed is because of the compromise between the various forces. Do you really think you're that powerful? With every sentence Ling Xiao spoke, he took a step forward. Although he had already put away the shadow sword, he didn't hesitate to release his overwhelming sword intent. Within the sword intent, the will of slaughter and destruction was condensed, becoming incomparably terrifying. At that moment, in Meng Zhao's eyes, Ling Xiao was not a person, but the embodiment of slaughter and destruction. He was a demon god. Such a sharp sword intent was capable of killing and destroying everything. In the profound world, there were many people who used the sword, so there were many outstanding people among them. However, those who could truly control their own sword intent like Ling Xiao were few and far between. At the very least, Mo Xiaoyu couldn't do that. This is his true strength. Mo Xiaoyu can only lower his head in front of him. Hua Luiying's eyes were glowing. This was the man in her heart, the kind of powerful man with potential that she pursued. Facing Ling Xiao, the rest of the Black Python clan's martial artists retreated with fear and trepidation. Previously, at the stall, those people had hoped that Meng Xiao would kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, their teeth were chattering non-stop, and they couldn't even speak a complete sentence so clearly. Meng Yuan hid behind a group of guards. He finally understood that Ling Xiao wasn't lying. Ling Xiao had indeed been merciful when he cut off his tongue. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's powerful strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill him. Meng Zhao's heart was trembling. Even Mo Xiaoyu wasn't a match for Ling Xiao. He didn't think that he could be a match for Ling Xiao either. At this moment, Ling Zhao's sharpness was even stronger than Mo Xiaoyu's. "Young master, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you." Meng Tian stood in front of Meng Xiao, looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and said, "You cut off my brother's tongue, and now you've injured the young master. I can't let you off. Do it, if you're still alive when you get close to me." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Ha ha ha ha, you don't have to play tricks in front of me. You're indeed powerful, and I'm afraid that few below the Grotto Heaven Realm are your match. However, I'm a martial artist at the third Grotto Heaven Realm. Do you think you have a chance of winning?" Meng Tian laughed loudly. "You can try." Ling Zhao's expression was still indifferent, and he didn't show any signs of fear. "Meng Tian, this kid is strange. You should be careful." Meng Xiao didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, but he had already suffered at the hands of Ling Xiao. He didn't want Meng Tian to be at a disadvantage again. If even Python Sky died, then no one would be able to protect him. He didn't want to die. "Master Meng Tian, I advise you not to do it. This is for your own good." Suddenly, Hua Luiying walked out from the crowd and blocked Meng Tian's path with a smile. "Hua Luiying, when did you hook up with this kid?" Meng Tian frowned. If it was just Hua Luiying, he wouldn't be afraid. However, the problem was that Hua Luiying and Hua Fuguang were very close. If he killed or hurt Hua Luiying today, Hua Fuguang wouldn't let him go. "Just now, I suddenly fell in love with him." Hua Luiying winked at Ling Xiao in front of everyone and said with a smile. "Hua Luiying, this isn't the time to joke. If you dare to stop me, I'll have to kill you. After all, the life of our young master is the most important." Meng Tian said eerily. "Miss, please move aside. I don't want to implicate the innocent." Ling Xiao also looked at Hua Luiying. Although he appreciated Hua Luiying's kindness, he really didn't need help from outsiders now. Hua Luiying wanted to say something more, but suddenly, a figure appeared behind Ling Xiao. Fast, unbelievably fast, the air was filled with the fragrance of plum blossoms. In the next moment, Meng Tian was stomped to the ground and a sharp broken sword was placed across his throat. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. It was Cold Plum who made the move. She knew that Ling Xiao didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Therefore, as Ling Xiao's bodyguard, she naturally had to make a move. It was just that the moment he made his move, it was simply shocking. That girl is so powerful. She's the real genius. She defeated Meng Tian, who's in the third Grotto Heaven Realm, in one move. She's indeed a ruthless character. The crowd was discussing and all eyes were focused on Cold Plum. Even Meng Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't attacked Ling Xiao but this girl. "How about it, young master Meng Xiao? I'll give you a chance. Let's fight one-on-one. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me." Ling Xiao looked at Meng Xiao with a smile and said, "You can rest assured that Cold Plum won't interfere." Meng Xiao gradually calmed down. It seemed that today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. Meng Xiao believed that he was no match for Cold Plum. However, if he were to face Ling Xiao, he might have a chance of winning. This chance of winning came from the martial soul of Tao Tai that he had just obtained. The Black Python clan had a special trait. They could swallow martial souls directly and digest them, turning them into their own strength. Thinking of this, Meng Xiao made a decision. He took out the martial soul of Tao Tai and swallowed it in one gulp. His body began to release rays of black and white light. His mouth let out a shocking scream of agony. Even the shadows of the battle between the Black Python and the Tao Tai could be seen behind him. All of this lasted for a long time. Ling Xiao could have interrupted it, but he did not do so. It would be too boring to interrupt. If his opponent was too weak, he would not be able to enjoy himself. Martial soul of Tao Tai. Good fellow, that lad actually forced young master Meng Xiao to take the risk of swallowing the martial soul of Tao Tai. Even if he loses this battle, he should be proud of it. Lose? I don't think so. He could have stopped it, but he did not. This lad is a real lunatic. He needs an opponent who is on par with him. If that's the case, it's too scary. The discussion rose and fell, but it did not affect the process of Meng Xiao swallowing the martial soul of Tao Tai. At this moment, he was completely focused on using the martial soul of Tao Tai. He wanted to use this new power to fight with Ling Xiao. He had no other choice. This was his last resort. After a long time, Meng Xiao opened his eyes. His body seemed to be a size bigger than before, and his aura had become more evil and powerful. A ferocious and disdainful smile appeared on his face. Do you know, Ling Xiao, you just made a big mistake. Oh? This mistake is that you shouldn't have let me swallow the martial soul of Tao Tai. You should have stopped me in advance. In that case, you should have been able to defeat me. But now, you can't. You don't understand how powerful and terrifying this power is. It will make you despair, and it will make you despair completely. At this moment, Meng Xiao no longer had the fearful expression from before. His arrogance and overbearingness had returned. A powerful and domineering aura erupted from his body. Ling Xiao was nothing in front of him. Just based on the Tao Tai martial spirit you just obtained? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You can still laugh now? You won't have the chance later. You don't know how important the Tao Tai martial soul is to our Black Python clan. According to rumor, the Black Python clan is a mixed blood descendant of the Tao Tai. After our Black Python clan obtained the Tao Tai martial soul, not only were we able to completely grasp the abilities of the martial soul, we were even able to rely on the bloodline of the Black Python clan and the Tao Tai martial soul to comprehend bloodline supreme skills. My next move is the ultimate bloodline skill. I just gave it a name, Heaven Devouring Python. You don't have to feel that it's a pity for you to die under my bloodline technique. You can still be proud of it in the future. As Python Xiao spoke, the shadow of a strange animal appeared behind him. It looked like a black python. It also looked like a Tao Tai. The strange giant beast stared at Ling Xiao as if it wanted to announce the end of Ling Xiao's life. Hua Luiying couldn't help but complain, look, I just gave you a look to kill him. Look, it's too late now, isn't it? Many people had the same idea as Hua Luiying. After Meng Xiao swallowed the Tao Tai martial soul, that powerful aura was indeed much stronger than before. Perhaps even Ling Xiao couldn't be this guy's opponent. It was a bloodline supreme skill. Only warriors who had mastered the power of the bloodline and martial soul could use it. Ling Xiao was a human. He had a martial soul, but it was unlikely that he had a bloodline. Meng Xiao had already defeated him on this point. Bloodline supreme skill, I really want to see how powerful it is. There's no point in talking so much. Show it to me. Since I, Ling Xiao, dared to let you fuse with the Tao Tai martial soul, then I'm not afraid of your supreme skill. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You should recognize the reality. The person standing in front of you isn't a mediocre warrior, nor is he an ordinary little genius. He's a true monstrous genius. Monstrous genius? This guy actually called himself a monstrous genius. That's too immodest. Many people showed a disdainful expression. They thought that Ling Xiao was someone who would shine if given a little sunshine. He was really arrogant. What was a monstrous genius? Even the 7 demons of the Black Crow Empire and the 10 great phoenix sons of the Divine Phoenix Empire didn't dare to call themselves monstrous geniuses. This kid really knew how to brag. Monstrous genius? Hee, no matter what kind of genius you are, you'll die today. You asked for it, don't blame me. Heaven-devouring python. As the power of the python roar finished accumulating, a terrifying power gushed out from his body and gathered in the huge shadow behind him. The phantom became more and more real, and more terrifying. In the next moment, the monster roared. The entire city of Sin could hear this terrifying roar. Even the Black Wind House trembled from the roar. The heaven-devouring python's move was indeed powerful. The move wasn't strange, but it was filled with a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Once it set its sights on a target, there was no way to escape. The moment the move was executed, a powerful suction force came out from the heaven-devouring python's mouth and pulled the opponent into its mouth. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt this way. His body involuntarily moved closer to Python Xiao. His 2 horns left 2 deep grooves on the ground. Python Xiao had never used this move before, but he knew how terrifying it was. This was 10 times stronger than his strongest move. It's over, it's over. My man is gone. Hua Luiying anxiously jumped and shouted. In the crowd, other than a few people who knew Ling Xiao well, the rest thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. The power of this move was too terrifying. This expert from the Black Python clan who had devoured the martial soul of Tao Tai was indeed different. Ling Xiao continued to move closer to Python Xiao and the bloody mouth. He didn't seem to be able to resist at all. Python Xiao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly laughed. It seemed like he didn't have to do anything. Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. The crowd seemed to have seen the scene of Ling Xiao being swallowed by the heaven-devouring python. You disappoint me. However, standing in front of the heaven-devouring python's bloody mouth, Ling Xiao's body suddenly stopped moving. He let out a sigh. He raised his hand slightly, and the shadow of the shadow sword flashed past. The gigantic monster phantom collapsed amidst its miserable cries. How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. In the face of Python Zhao's so-called bloodline ultimate skill, Ling Xiao broke it effortlessly. The process was so simple and effortless. Just a casual swing of the sword. Was he still human? If it's not yours, it won't be yours. If it's mine, it'll still be mine. Do you know why I let you take the martial soul of Tao Tai? It's because I'll take it from you sooner or later. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. In the next moment, his left eye suddenly spun. Eye of the immortal pot, absorb, the monster's roar rang out again. The martial soul of Tao Tai was actually extracted from Meng Xiao's body by Ling Xiao. Meng Xiao wanted to resist, but it was useless. Under Ling Xiao's terrifying Tai Chi eye, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He had no ability to resist at all. Bang! After extracting the martial soul of Tao Tai, Ling Xiao casually threw Meng Xiao away. Since you've given me such a generous gift, I'll spare your life for now. I've said it before, I'm actually a very kind person. Looking at Meng Xiao, who was lying on the ground with his body twitching non-stop, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He really felt that killing such a good-for-nothing would dirty his hands. In fact, from the beginning, Ling Xiao had guessed that Meng Xiao would definitely not let him go. In that case, he could save a lot of spiritual stones and snatch the martial soul of Tao Tai from Meng Xiao's hands. That would be a good deal. Meng Xiao lay on the ground, trembling as he looked at Ling Xiao. Gap, he had never imagined that there would be such a huge gap between them. He thought that he was already very strong, but reality slapped him hard in the face. He had once said that Ling Xiao would definitely die and that Ling Xiao would definitely regret it. But now, it seemed that everything he had done was so laughable. In front of Ling Xiao, he was like an immature clown. What am I? Could it be that he's really a complete piece of trash like he said? Meng Xiao began to doubt himself and his future. He began to question himself. Today's setback was too serious. He had already lost the ability to adjust himself. I thought that with the martial soul of Tao Tai, I could dominate the world and become the #1 person among the younger generation. But before I even left Sin City, I've already lost. And I lost so miserably. Meng Xiao laughed bitterly. Perhaps Ling Xiao was right. He was really a flower in a greenhouse. He was just a good-for-nothing who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was even a little envious of Mo Xiaoyu. Once he died, he wouldn't have to feel sad. He didn't have to worry about being ridiculed by the people around him. Once he closed his eyes, everything was over. Ling Xiao did not look at this dispirited fellow anymore. Instead, he turned his gaze to Meng Yuan. I've said it before. If you find trouble with me again, I'll definitely kill you. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. You actually brought your brother to find trouble with me. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your eagerness to die. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He flicked his right hand and a shadow all shot out. It was aimed at Meng Zhao's vitals. How tyrannical. Killing as he pleases. Isn't this too tyrannical? Hua Feiying's eyes widened. As for the rest of the spectators, they felt a huge impact in their hearts. This Ling Xiao was indeed terrifying. How dare you? A big hole was created in the dark wind house. An old man fell from the sky and slammed his palm on Ling Zhao's shadow all. Boom, the shadow all exploded in the air and shattered into pieces. Kid, haven't you heard of mercy? You cut off my son's tongue and now you want to kill him. Do you really think he's a fatherless child? The old man was Meng Tian and Meng Yuan's father. He was even stronger. At least he was born without a father. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become like this. Ling Xiao said calmly. Little B****, I would have killed you if you weren't the Divine Phoenix Empire's Dragon King Tian. I wouldn't have let you scream here. The old man was more powerful, so he was more domineering. He could kill Ling Xiao if he wanted to. With his strength, he could do it. You don't have to do that. Just like your precious son, try and see if you can kill me. Ling Xiao looked at the old man and had no intention of backing down. Are you threatening me with Meng Tian? The old man looked at Meng Tian, who was threatened by Cold Plum. He was afraid of hurting Meng Tian. Hee, Ling Xiao is smart. With a hostage, even if the Black Python clan comes, they won't dare to do anything. I don't think he'll let Meng Tian go. Someone said. I think so too. Meng Tian will be dead if he lets him go. Someone at the side agreed. Cold Plum, let Meng Tian go. I want to see how this old man is going to take my life. Ling Zhao's words made the jaws of the crowd drop to the ground. How could that be? He let go of a hostage just like that. Was he really not afraid of death? Alright, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The old man smiled maliciously. He wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces, but his son Meng Tian was being held hostage. He had no choice but to hold back. But now, he had no more scruples and could make his move. The old man transformed into a black python and was much bigger than Meng Xiao. His ferocious aura was not something Ling Xiao could withstand. However, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly lost their luster, as if he had fainted. His arms drooped. In the next moment, his eyes shone brightly again, but with more maturity and experience. The old man sensed that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. Moreover, he was already at the point of no return. At that moment, he was already 3 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao. He swung his right hand, which turned into a huge python tail, and swung it at Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao is really too careless. Isn't he just courting death? He deserves to die. He actually dared to let go of a hostage in the face of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. I can't think of any other reason other than stupidity. The crowd once again broke out into discussions. Most people could not understand Ling Xiao's actions. Of course, there were also people who noticed the strange change in Ling Xiao. Die! The old man roared. Accompanied by the might of the black python, his right hand grabbed Ling Xiao's head. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao's face showed a smile that had never been seen before. It was a smile that looked down on him. It was a smile that only a person who had been at the top for a long time would have. A powerful aura instantly spread throughout the entire Raven Wind Tower. Everyone could see the life in the world withering rapidly. What's going on? My life force is slipping away? Me too. What's going on? Many people were shocked, including the fathers of Mang Tian and Mang Yuan. Slap, a crisp slap sounded in the Raven Wind Tower. The black python evil aura disappeared without a trace. This slap is to tell you that you shouldn't bully the weak just because you have some strength. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Ling Xiao had actually slapped the old man's face. Who was that person? That was the second head of the Black Python clan, Python Yuntu. He was a dignified fifth Paradise Realm powerhouse. At this moment, the Python Cloud Atlas was directly embedded into the wall with a single slap. How ironic was this scene? Was Ling Xiao someone he could kill just because he wanted to? Obviously not. How can Ling Xiao be so powerful? Could he be a Paradise Realm powerhouse? Is he even stronger than Python Yuntu? Many people were confused. Even Xianxia was confused. In her opinion, no matter how fast Ling Xiao's cultivation improved, it was impossible for him to be stronger than Python Yuntu's. Actually, she wasn't wrong to think that way. Ling Xiao hadn't relied on his own strength to send Python Yuntu flying. He had relied on the power of a Yuan Venerate. A Yuan Venerate was just a spiritual body. Ling Xiao could temporarily give his body to a Yuan Venerate to use without any repercussions for a certain period of time. However, it would naturally become troublesome after a long time. That clear, arrogant gaze appeared once again. Ling Xiao looked at the Python Yuntu embedded in the wall and thought that his master's strength was really extraordinary. Considering the endurance of his body, the Yuan Venerate hadn't used his full strength. However, he had still easily sent Python Yuntu flying with a slap. Second head of the Black Python clan, I'll give you some face today. Take your people and scram. When you return, you'd better tell your first head that I, Ling Xiao, am not here to find trouble with you, so you'd better not make me angry. Ling Xiao looked down at the battered and exhausted Python Yuntu and said coldly, "Let's go." Python Yuntu walked out of the wall, grabbed Python Xiao and Python Yuan in one hand, and left in a hurry. "I'll tell the first head what you said, but I'm not sure if he'll let you off." Python Yuntu's voice was heard a moment later from afar. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied and indignant. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had the Moon Lady and Cold Plum by his side. Now that he had the help of a Yuan Venerate, he was practically invincible in Sin City. If anyone dared to find trouble with him, they would only be unlucky. He wouldn't suffer any losses. Sister Moon Maiden, Cold Plum, let's go. After this short battle, it could be said that he had gained a lot. In addition to stealing from Mo Xiaoyu, he also got a storage ring from his finger. There were many spirit stones and martial arts manuals in it, as well as a medicinal pill worth more than 10 million low-grade spirit stones. In addition, he also obtained the martial soul of Tao Tai, which Mang Xiao had spent a huge amount of low-grade spirit stones to obtain. This deal was really worth it. Of course, the most important thing was that he had achieved his ultimate goal, which was the Imperial Jade Seal. As for the special effects of the Imperial Jade Seal, he would have to carefully study it in the future. After all, this was an item that had been passed down since ancient times. It would definitely be very different from ordinary artifacts. "Young hero Ling, why don't you come to my place to rest for a while?" Princess Xianxia suddenly walked over and said. "It just so happens that I suddenly thought of something. It's a very important matter that I need your help with." "Is it about medicinal herbs?" "How did you know?" "Young hero Ling, what else could it be other than medicinal herbs? It can't be about romance, right?" Xianxia said with a smile. "Haha. Princess Xianxia really knows how to joke. Why don't we go to your place and talk while eating?" "Ling." Xiao said with a smile. "No problem." Xianxia had always thought highly of Ling Xiao, so she wanted to befriend Ling Xiao. She had helped Ling Xiao a lot back in the Divine Phoenix capital. Now that she had seen Ling Xiao defeat Mang Yuntu so easily, although she didn't know the reason, she felt that she might have underestimated Ling Xiao a little too much in the past. Since there was an opportunity this time, she had to get close to him properly. A moment later, everyone arrived at Xianxia's residence. This was a courtyard close to the Black Wind building. The servants inside were all provided by the Black Python clan, but this didn't prevent them from eating. During the meal, Ling Xiao raised his request. It turned out that when the Yuan Venerate had borrowed his body, he had discovered that his body was very harmful to external souls. If he wanted to do this many times, he would have to refine a kind of soul-molding pill. This would prevent the Yuan Venerate's soul from suffering too much damage and help Ling Xiao to his heart's content. With the help of the Yuan Venerate, Ling Xiao would have an additional layer of insurance. Even if he encountered danger, he wouldn't lose his life. Refining the soul-molding pill required a few key medicinal herbs. Xianxia said that there was no problem after looking at them and could completely leave this matter to her. Furthermore, she actually had these medicinal herbs on hand. Originally, she had wanted to bring them back to the Divine Phoenix Empire's Sky Dragon auction house. Since Ling Xiao needed them, there was nothing wrong with her taking them out. Xianxia ordered her maidservant to go and get the medicine. However, after waiting for nearly an hour, the maidservant came back, but her hands were empty. There was even an obvious trace of being whipped on her face. What's going on? Who dares hit you here? Although Xianxia was concerned about the medicinal herbs, she was still very concerned about the maid who had always been by her side. Therefore, the first thing she asked was who had hit her maid. The maid cried and said, it was Captain Meng Yuan. He also said that he had already given the medicinal herbs to someone else. He hopes that you won't mind. Meng Yuan. Yunya's face darkened instantly as she slammed her palm on the table angrily. The hardwood table fell apart on the spot. This bastard. This is my residence. What right does he have to come in and take away my medicinal herbs? How dare he not give me a heads up? It seems that I went a little easy on him. Does this guy really think that I don't dare to kill him? Although Ling Xiao's face was full of smiles, his smile wasn't very pleasant. He didn't kill Meng Yuan when he was at the Black Wind Tower because he didn't want to completely become enemies with the Black Python clan. However, he didn't expect that his good intentions would be treated as ill intent by others. When did he take away the medicinal herbs? Xianxia asked. Just now, when Princess and you were eating. I saw that he did it on purpose. The more the maid spoke, the more agitated she became. Just him alone? Ling Xiao asked. No, there's also his father. He's the one who was sent flying by young Master Ling Xiao with a slap. The maid replied. Python cloud portrait? Good. You really have guts. You didn't take my threat seriously at all. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. It seemed that his idea of peaceful coexistence was unlikely to be realized. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. He had directly destroyed Meng Zhao's cultivation and cut off Meng Yuan's tongue. This was a great humiliation for the powerful Black Python clan. How could they reconcile with him? Have they left? Xianxia asked. They just left. If we chase them now, we should be able to catch up with them. The maid did not want to suffer this kind of grievance. She was slapped for no reason and half of her face was swollen. How could she let it go? Let's go. Take me to them. Xianxia stood up with a gloomy face and said, Our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company gave face to the Black Python clan, not because we are afraid of them. Since they want to shed all pretense of cordiality, let's see who is more powerful. Yes, Your Highness. The maid nodded and was about to leave when she heard Ling Xiao say, There's no need to go. They are here. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, an old voice came from outside the door. What? You think you can do whatever you want in the City of Sin just because you are from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? You crippled the young master of my Black Python clan, cut off the tongue of my good grandson, Meng Yuan, and slapped my son, Meng Yun too. I took some of your medicinal herbs as a warning. As the voice sounded, an old man walked into the room. This old man looked much older than Meng Yun too. His beard almost reached his chest, and he looked very elegant. However, his eyes were very sinister, like a pair of sharp eagle eyes. Behind this old man was Meng Yuan, who looked smug, and Meng Yun too, who looked angry. Meng Yuan glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. His eyes seemed to say, Kid, you are dead meat. With my grandfather's help, no one can save you. A half-step Yin Yang realm expert, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. No wonder Meng Yuan did not learn his lesson and was not afraid of his threats. It turned out that there was such an expert in the family. I was wondering who it was. So it is the left guardian of the Black Python clan, Meng Feng. Are you the one who stole our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's medicinal herbs? Facing Meng Feng, Princess Xianxia did not back down. In terms of cultivation, she was not inferior to Meng Feng. In terms of power, her Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was not inferior to the Black Python clan. She had no reason to be afraid of this old man, and she had no reason to let him do whatever he wanted in her house. Little girl, don't think too highly of yourself. You can't represent the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Meng Feng smiled and said, you actually helped others to deal with the Black Python clan. This has already aroused the resentment of your superior, Xianxia. 2. The Moon Lady was just an ordinary woman. She didn't seem to have any martial arts skills. Although Cold Plum was powerful, she was not as powerful as him. As for Ling Xiao, although he slapped Meng Feng's son, Meng Feng thought that Ling Xiao was at most at the 6th Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Xiao might be able to sneak up on Meng Feng's son, but he was no match for Meng Feng. Since that was the case, Meng Feng had nothing to fear. Anyway, the Great Master had given him full authority to deal with this matter. He must not damage the dignity of the Black Python clan. Wasn't that asking him to regain his lost dignity? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be polite. Haha, I'm afraid that your Black Python clan has already offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's not too late to stop now. Otherwise, your Black Python clan won't be finished just like this. If you insist on going your own way, the Black Python clan might cease to exist in the City of Sin. Although Xianxia's words were not pleasant to hear and were very direct, they were all true. She believed that with the Moon Lady's power, it wouldn't be difficult for her to eliminate the Black Python clan. Ha 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 ha. Meng Feng suddenly laughed out loud. Little girl, there aren't many forces in the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent who dare to threaten the Black Python clan. Unless the people you mentioned have the power of the 5 Immortals Island, they really don't have the right. Ignorant and arrogant. Xianxia shook her head helplessly. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, young hero Ling, I'm really sorry that you have to encounter such a situation. But don't worry, I'll find a way to gather the herbs. For you. Well, we're a little tired today. Princess Xianxia, please arrange 3 rooms for us so that we can take a rest. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight in Yunya's house. Young man, unfortunately, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Meng Feng suddenly looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, the most important thing for you now isn't to rest, but to make a choice. Oh? What choice? Ling Xiao asked with interest. It's very simple. You can choose to cut off your own tongue, destroy your own cultivation, and then let my son give you a tight slap. Otherwise, you can choose to die. Meng Feng looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and said. He seemed to think that he was being merciful enough to give face to the other party. Meng 5, that little fellow, really doesn't make any progress. He actually taught such a useless guardian who doesn't know the big picture. Do you want the Black Python clan to fall completely? Suddenly, the Moon Lady spoke. Even Ling Xiao was shocked by her words. What was going on? Who was Meng 5? However, he was only shocked and confused. To Meng Feng, the Moon Lady's words were no different from thunder ringing in his ears. At that moment, he froze and couldn't say anything for a long time. Who is Meng 5? Ling Xiao asked Xianxia. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Meng 5 is the taboo name of the Black Python clan's first master. Ordinary people don't dare to call him by this name, let alone call him little fellow. Your girlfriend really gave me a shock. When Ling Xiao heard this, he suddenly understood. Meng 5 was definitely one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent. In the underground world, this fellow was worshipped like a god. Many underground organizations worshipped Meng 5's living shrine. If the Moon Lady's words were spread to the underground world, there would be countless people coming to kill the Moon Lady. Meng 5 would definitely fly into a rage. The *TCH, how dare you call our first master's name directly and call my grandfather a piece of trash? You must be tired of living. Meng Yuan roared recklessly as if he didn't see the current situation clearly. The Moon Lady only lightly drew an invisible mark in the air, and Meng Yuan was directly sent flying. He hung on the ceiling and couldn't get down no matter how hard he tried. It was as if he was stuck there by some special glue. Moreover, that position was really uncomfortable. "Senior, please have mercy on me. I have failed to recognize you. I will teach my grandson a lesson when I return." At the end of the day, Meng Feng was an expert with sharp eyes. He was different from Meng Yuan, who was an idiot. From the moment the Moon Lady made her move, he realized that he was no match for this woman. After all this time, the person he looked down on the most turned out to be his biggest opponent. "Old man? You don't deserve to call yourself old man in front of me. Furthermore, you have no right to interfere with who I want to teach a lesson to. Even if I kill your grandson today, he deserves it. If you dare to plead for him, I will make the Black Python clan disappear from the mystic world." The Moon Lady leaned against the wall and spoke in an indifferent tone. She didn't even look at Meng Feng. These harsh and domineering words made Meng Feng's face turn pale. Since the establishment of the Black Python clan, Meng Feng had never been wronged like this. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. "Why are you looking at me? Go and retrieve the herbs. Bring back as much as you took. You only have 15 minutes. After this time, I don't mind making your entire family disappear." The Moon Lady's voice was still indifferent, and her expression was as calm as water. Even though Meng Feng's expression was ugly, she didn't give him any face. "You are indeed an expert, but you are too arrogant to humiliate me like this. Do you really think I am afraid of you?" Meng Feng was a domineering person after all. He had been a tyrant in the city of Sin for a long time. The Moon Maiden's words had already caused him to lose his cool and his rationality. He couldn't tolerate this anymore. His face was as cold as ice, and the faint shadow of a black python appeared behind him. This old man was going to make a move. "You don't know your place." Hearing Meng Feng's words, Ling Xiao shook his head. It was fine to offend him, but to offend the Moon Lady, wasn't that asking for death? The Moon Lady lifted her head and looked at Meng Feng. Then, she opened her red lips and said, "Are you serious?" "That's right. Even if you are a dragon, you have to be careful in the city of Sin." Since Meng Feng had already said those words, he wasn't afraid of offending the Moon Lady. "Very good." The Moon Maiden sneered. She raised her hand and aimed it at Meng Yuan, who was nailed to the ceiling. "Stop." Seeing that the Moon Lady was about to attack, Meng Tempest roared and dashed forward, grabbing at the back of the Moon Lady's head. He was trying to stop the Moon Lady from attacking his grandson. The Moon Maiden maintained her calm expression and raised her jade-like hand. While Python Feng was still in the middle of his attack, Python Yuan's head was already separated from his body. Then, the Moon Lady turned around again and gently slapped Python Wind's chest. This speed was simply unfathomable. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. He was usually known for his speed, but when he saw Moon Maiden attack, he was extremely envious. Boom! Although the Moon Lady's hand was very light, Python Wind was in a very difficult situation. The internal energy that had been surging was forcefully slapped back into his body. It exploded in his body. For a time, Meng Feng was bleeding from all 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable. It was only because Meng Feng's body was tough enough that he was only injured. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into pieces. Python Yuntu, who was standing behind Meng Feng, was dumbfounded. With just a casual attack, Meng Yuan's head was separated from his body. Even Meng Feng was severely injured. Just how powerful was this woman? His body began to tremble violently like a sieve. "Father, are you all right?" After a long while, Python Yuntu finally realized and helped Meng Feng up. However, his eyes were fixed on the Moon Lady, afraid that she would attack again. However, the Moon Lady had no intention of attacking again. She just sat there and leaned against Ling Xiao like an obedient little lamb. It was as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. A Yinyang realm expert. Meng Feng did not even have time to look at his grandson who had been killed. He looked at the Moon Lady in horror. There were definitely no more than 12 of such powerful existences in the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. He was injured without even seeing how the other party attacked. Compared to the physical pain, he was more afraid in the depths of his heart. His death is your responsibility. The Moon Maiden glanced at Meng Feng indifferently, and said, I don't think I need to repeat myself. 2 minutes of the 15 minutes have already passed. If the medicinal herbs don't appear here by the time is up, I will kill you even if I have to kill my way to the Black Python clan. There was no hatred in Meng Feng's heart at this time. All he felt was fear. He even hated his grandson, Meng Yuan. How could he have offended such a terrifying person? Yuntu, go and bring the medicinal herbs here. Quick! Meng Feng shouted at Python Yuntu. Yes, father. Python Yuntu also understood that the woman was definitely not joking. With such powerful strength, if she really wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. He turned and hurried out of the room. Looking at the embarrassed look of this family, Princess Xianxia felt very refreshed in her heart. She had already warned these people not to offend Ling Xiao, but they did not listen. She had heard of the Moon Lady's strength before, but she had never had the chance to see it with her own eyes. Today, she suddenly felt that the Moon Lady might be more terrifying than the rumors said. What method did Ling Xiao use to make such a tyrannical existence his girlfriend? Princess Xianxia could not understand. She felt that this was a little unbelievable. Meng Feng, why don't you deal with your grandson's body? Are you waiting for me to do it for you? She looked at Meng Feng and said. I'll do it. Meng Feng still felt like he was dreaming, but this dream was a nightmare. It was because of his impulsiveness and recklessness that his grandson was killed and he himself was injured as well. There were many people in this world that could not be offended. If you offended such people, even if you were wronged, you could only endure it. There was no other way. Strength was everything. By the way, Xianxia, your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company has such a big network. Why don't you help me find something that can remove the ancient seal in my body? The Moon Lady suddenly asked Xianxia. In the past, because she had long lost her pursuit in life, she did not care much about the improvement of her strength. She also did not have much motivation to remove the seal in her body. But it was different now. She had Ling Xiao. She hoped that her strength could continue to improve. At the very least, she wanted to restore her cultivation to that of the ancient times. That way, she would be able to better protect Ling Xiao. Although she knew that with Ling Xiao's aptitude, he would soon reach her level of cultivation or even surpass her level of cultivation. But she still wanted to help her man as much as possible. This was her only goal in life now. The power to remove the primordial seal? Hearing this, Xianxia felt a little troubled. However, this was the Moon Maiden's request, so she naturally had to do her best. To be honest, that kind of thing is really hard to find. However, don't worry. I have information on all the medicines and mysterious items of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Please wait a moment. I'll help you check if there is such a thing. Thank you. It's best if you can find it. If you can't, then forget it. After all, that kind of mysterious item is not often encountered. The Moon Maiden did not make things difficult for Xianxia. After all, she could also see that Xianxia was on Ling Zhao's side. Xianxia smiled and then temporarily left to search for information. Ling Xiao, the Moon Maiden, and Cold Plum sat there drinking tea and chatting. The broken table had long been replaced, and the smell of blood at the scene was gone. After a while, Xianxia returned with an apologetic smile on her face. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I've checked the direction of the goods that came in from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but I couldn't find the treasure that can remove the primordial seal. The Moon Maiden was obviously a little disappointed, but she still smiled and said, It's okay. Ling Xiao grabbed her hand and comforted her. Sister Moon Maiden, don't worry. With Xianxia's help, that kind of treasure will be found sooner or later. Little guy, I don't need you to comfort me. The Moon Maiden flicked Ling Zhao's forehead and smiled very brightly. To her, Ling Zhao's concern was more important than any treasure. Looking at the two of them, Xianxia secretly made up her mind. After returning to the Heavenly Dragon auction house, she would contact the people of the trading company to see if she could find such an item in other continents. After all, the closer one was to the gate of heaven's chosen, the more rare and strange treasures there would be. This had become a general rule. As she was thinking, she heard messy footsteps not far away. Hee, less than a quarter of an hour. This group of people is quite fast. Ling Xiao chuckled. It was good to be powerful. If the Moon Maiden did not help today, Python Wind would definitely not be so obedient. Senior, these are the herbs. We have preserved them very well and did not dare to waste them at all. Mang Feng looked at the Moon Lady with trepidation as he placed all the herbs on the table. He was very glad that he didn't sell these medicinal herbs to others. Otherwise, he might really have to run for his life today. If this woman really wanted to attack him, even the first head of the Black Python clan wouldn't be able to help him. Xianxia, please take a look. Are there enough medicinal herbs? Are there any damaged ones? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Xianxia opened the box containing the medicinal herbs and counted them carefully. When she found that there was no problem with the quantity and quality, she nodded and said, "Don't worry, there's no problem. It's the batch of medicinal herbs I lost. I'll pick out the ones you need for you later." "Alright, then I'll have to trouble you. Sister Moon Maiden, what do you think we should do with the Black Python clan?" Ling Xiao asked the Moon Maiden. "You deal with it." The Moon Maiden couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. "Alright, Mang Feng, go back and tell your first head that I intend for everyone to coexist peacefully. However, if someone insists on provoking me, I won't be careless." Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. "Go back. I don't need you here." Mang Feng felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard Ling Xiao's words. However, at this moment, he couldn't do anything about it. With the Moon Maiden around, he didn't dare to touch Ling Xiao at all. He could only endure the humiliation and go back. He would definitely report the matter regarding the Moon Maiden to the first head, Mang Wu. Mang Wu should have an idea as to what to do. "Alright, Princess Xianxia, we can't delay your work. You do what you need to do. We'll go and rest first. If there's anything, just let us know. We're all friends." Ling Xiao stood up. He had been busy for a long time today. He wanted to go back and practice the shadow sword. After all, he had just gotten the sword and hadn't fully mastered it yet. Just as he stood up, someone came to look for Xianxia. "Princess Xianxia, Fluttering Snow of the Divine Phoenix Empire is here to look for you." Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire? Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this name. When he was in the Divine Phoenix capital, he didn't get along well with Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. However, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. Why is she looking for me? She actually came to the City of Sin? Xianxia was also a little surprised. Logically speaking, even if Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire wanted to look for her, she should have waited until she returned to the Divine Phoenix capital. Why did she come here? It must be something important. "Princess Xianxia, you can go and do your work. Don't mind us. Just let your maid take us to our rooms," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Then I'll be rude." Xianxia smiled apologetically. Then, she ordered her maid to take Ling Xiao and the other two to their rooms. She went to meet Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. Actually, she was also quite curious about Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire. After all, Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire was not an ordinary woman. Her true identity was related to a certain big shot of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Ling Xiao returned to his room and sat down to ponder the usage of the shadow sword. After using the soft sword, the power and ruthlessness of his moves had obviously increased. However, because of the changes in his moves, it was very difficult to control most of the time. Therefore, he had to practice it again. When Ling Xiao finished practicing all the sword moves and was about to rest for a while, there was a knock on the door. "Young hero Ling, it's me, Xianxia." Ling Xiao opened the door curiously and welcomed Xianxia in. He asked, "Has the guest left?" "Yes." Princess Xianxia nodded and said, "But there's something I should talk to you about. It might be related to the Moon Maiden." "Oh? Then I'd like to hear it. Could it be that the treasure that Sister Moon Maiden wants has been found?" Ling Xiao asked. Young hero Ling is really smart. "That's right, there is indeed news." Princess Xianxia nodded and said. "Don't tell me that thing is related to Fluttering Snow of the Phoenix Empire?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "You can even guess that?" Xianxia asked in surprise. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's not a strange thing. You couldn't find anything after investigating for a long time. In the end, after seeing fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire, you said that there was news. Then this thing must be related to fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire." "Yes, it is indeed related to fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire." Yunya nodded and said, "As far as I know, there is a kind of flower on the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island that blooms once every 300 years. It's called the Everlasting Joy Flower. This flower is very magical. If its petals are used to refine medicine, they can be refined into a very outstanding spice. And if a sachet made of this spice is worn for a long time, it can constantly remove the power of the ancient seal. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire. So, the rumors I heard before are true. This fluttering snow of the Phoenix Empire is really related to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island?" Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would actually confirm something here. "Yes, she does have something to do with the Chang'e Celestial Island. She came to me this time to ask for help." Princess Xianxia replied. "I don't understand. What does the Chang'e flower have to do with her asking for help? Is she willing to use the Chang'e flower as a reward? But the problem is that the flower doesn't mean much to you, right?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "That's not it." Yunya explained, "It's like this. An elder of the Phoenix cries Piao Shui in the Chang'e Celestial Island fought with the masters of the Black Water Celestial Island and was seriously injured. His injury is very strange. We have found many pharmacists, but they can't cure the injury. Every time it rains, he will feel unbearable pain all over his body. It's better to die. Even a master of the Yin-Yang realm can't resist it. What I mean is, young hero Ling, your medical skills are superb. Why don't you give it a try? If you can save his life, then the Chang'e flower is nothing. Even the hundreds of thousands of medicinal herbs I promised you before will be no problem. Don't tell me that the master you were looking for is this elder of the Phoenix cries Piao Shui?" Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "It's true. It's just that I didn't know before. If the Phoenix cries Piao Shui didn't come to me this time, I would have been kept in the dark." Yunya explained. "I see. But Princess Yunya, have you thought about it? Although my medical skills are good, I'm only a high-level yellow-level pharmacist. I believe that there should be top-level yellow-level pharmacists on the Chang'e Celestial Island, or even yellow-level super pharmacists. But they can't cure the elder's injury?" Ling Xiao asked. "They really can't solve it. It can be said that they are helpless because the biggest problem with this injury is that they can't find the cause. If they have a strong analytical ability and find the real cause, then the treatment will be much easier." Yunya explained. "So you came to me?" Ling Xiao thought that Princess Yunya really thought highly of him. Although he, Ling Xiao, was better than ordinary pharmacists, he probably couldn't solve the problem that even yellow-level super pharmacists couldn't solve. "That's right. That's why I'm here to look for young hero Ling. This is also an opportunity for you. What did the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island not have? They came to the city of Sin because they want to see if there are any alchemists who stand out in this year's alchemy competition. They are just trying their luck." Princess Yunya nodded and said, "This old man has an extraordinary status in the Chang'e Celestial Island, so the Chang'e Celestial Island is willing to pay any price for him, including the Chang'e flower. You can even take the opportunity to extort them and get some good stuff." "That's fine. I understand. The reason why Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui are looking for you is probably because you have a wide network of connections. So, they hope that you can help them find a powerful alchemist." Ling Xiao suddenly understood. "That's not the only reason." Yunya smiled and said, "Young hero Ling, don't forget, when we were in the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, everyone knew that I knew an alchemist who could refine perfect medicinal pills. It was precisely because of this that Feng Ming and Piao Shui came to find me. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try. However, I can't guarantee that I'll succeed." Ling Xiao had to get the Chang'e flower for the Moon Lady. As for other treasures, he didn't care much about them. It's not enough to just give it a try. It's best if you succeed. Otherwise, you might as well disguise yourself. This way, even if you fail, you won't become enemies with the Chang'e Celestial Island, Yunya reminded him. Xianxia reminded him, the everlasting joy immortal island is not an ordinary place. The people there are high and mighty. They think that they control the world, so their temper is very bad. If you do anything wrong, they will probably kill you on the spot. Disguise myself? Why would I disguise myself? I'm going to treat a patient openly, not steal. If that old man doesn't believe me, then I won't save him. Xiao waved his hand and said. He didn't believe that the experts of the Chang'e Celestial Island would be so cowardly and discerning. Even if Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui didn't want him to save the patient, that old man would definitely do it. Moreover, he wasn't just saving the Chang'e flower. He also wanted the old man of the Chang'e Celestial Island to owe him a huge favor. If he had to disguise himself, then what was the point? Are you really confident? Xianxia asked worriedly. Don't worry, of course I'm confident. Xiao nodded. His confidence didn't only come from his mountain and river martial soul, but also from the existence of a Yuan Venerate. If a Yuan Venerate couldn't treat the old man of the Chang'e Celestial Island, then there was probably no other alchemist in the world that could do it. Xiao had always been swift and decisive when it came to handling matters. Since he had decided to look for Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui, there was no need to hesitate. Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui are currently staying in the Black Python clan's residence in Sin City. You must be careful when you go there. This is my recommendation letter. Xianxia handed the recommendation letter to Xiao and reminded him, that place can be said to be a dangerous place for you. You must be careful. If you really can't do it, just run away. I know that your movement technique is very powerful. Xiao took the recommendation letter and smiled. Thank you for your concern, Princess Xianxia. I understand. After leaving Princess Xianxia's residence, Xiao followed the map that Xianxia had given him and arrived at the Black Python clan's headquarters. It was actually very easy to find this place. Apart from the Black Wind Tower, this was the tallest and most luxurious building in Sin City. Xiao didn't know that after he left, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum had quietly followed him without him noticing. These two probably wanted to protect him in secret. When Xiao arrived at the entrance of the Black Python clan's residence, he was surprised to find that there were already many alchemists gathered there. Among them, there was no lack of high-level and mid-level yellow-grade alchemists. There were even top-level yellow-grade alchemists and super-yellow-grade alchemists. Xiao reckoned that these alchemists were probably powerful alchemists from the Five Immortal Island. They all wore their alchemist badges on their chests, so their alchemist grades could be clearly identified. After all, alchemist grades were also a symbol of status and identity. Xiao didn't have this habit. He didn't like to announce that he was a high-level yellow-grade alchemist unless it was necessary. The street in front of the Black Python clan's entrance was filled with people, all of whom were powerful martialists. However, these people looked at the alchemists with reverence and admiration. Although the alchemists' cultivation might not be as good as theirs, they were still worthy of respect. This was because in the mystic world, alchemists were a magical and noble profession. There was no doubt about this. Even the guards at the entrance of the Black Python clan, who were usually fierce, were respectful when facing these alchemists. They didn't dare to neglect them, let alone provoke them. The consequences of provoking these people were no different from poking a hornet's nest. The head of the Black Python clan had given the order to gather all the pharmacists in the city of Sin to diagnose the old man's illness. At the very least, they had to be a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist. As long as they were qualified, the guards would let them in. Of course, even if they weren't qualified enough, the guards wouldn't chase them away recklessly. They would only persuade them to leave. Who knew if these pharmacists would be highly sought after in the future? They couldn't afford to offend them. Xiao was at the back of the line, waiting for these people to examine him. Other than the guards of the Black Python clan, there was also an old man who was drinking tea. The old man was around 50 years old and was wearing the standard uniform of the Chang'e Immortal Island. The symbol of the Chang'e Immortal Island was the Chang'e flower, which was very easy to recognize. Xiao guessed that this person was probably sent by the Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui, or the expert from the Chang'e Immortal Island to select the pharmacists. After a long time, it was finally Xiao's turn. A guard walked up and looked at Xiao's chest. Seeing that there was no badge, he couldn't help but frown. However, his attitude was quite good. "Young hero, we need a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist today. Did you come to the wrong place?" Ling Xiao smiled and took out his pharmacist certificate. He handed it to the guard and said, "This is my pharmacist certificate. Take a look and you will know." The pharmacist certificate was the key to proving one's identity. The badge could be forged, but the pharmacist certificate couldn't be forged. Even if it was forged, it could be identified through the Pharmacist Association's database. "You are a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist?" It was obvious that the guard didn't believe it. After all, Ling Xiao looked like a 16 or 17 years old young man. How could he be a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist at such a young age? His first thought was that the pharmacist certificate was forged and that this person was trying to harm the expert. Therefore, his expression turned cold. He returned the certificate to Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero, you should leave." "Leave? Didn't you hire a yellow-tier advanced pharmacist or above?" Ling Xiao frowned and asked the guard. "Kid, I'm giving you face, so I'm speaking politely. Don't push your luck. Do you really think you can sneak into our Black Python clan's estate by casually forging a certificate?" The guard finally revealed a slightly ferocious expression and spoke in a threatening tone. "Pa!" A loud slap resounded outside the Black Python clan's mansion. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the guard in front of him and said, "Forging a pharmacist's certificate? Do you know the consequences of framing a pharmacist, especially a Huang-level high-level pharmacist?" What happened? The sound of the slap startled the old man who was drinking tea. He hurried over to inquire about the situation. "Elder Tong, this person faked his apothecary certificate in an attempt to bluff his way through. I stopped him, but he still attacked," the guard said loudly. "Pa!" It was another slap, but this time it was on the right side of the guard's face. This time, it was on the left side. Both sides of the guard's face were swollen, but it looked balanced. Hula! This time, the dozens of guards standing at the entrance of the Black Python clan rushed over and surrounded Ling Xiao. "Wait a minute." The old man from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island waved his hand and then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I'm Tong Gang, the servant of the Everlasting Joy ancestor. Little brother, are you really a Huang-level high-level pharmacist?" "Elder Tong, my apothecary certificate is right there. You'll know whether it's real or not after checking it. Would you believe me if I told you?" Ling Xiao said faintly. "Take it for inspection." Tong Gang was very cautious. Since the Mountain River martial spirit reappeared in the mystic world, monstrous geniuses had emerged in large numbers. He didn't want to offend anyone who might become an overlord. A moment later, Tong Gang's subordinate returned and said respectfully, "Elder Tong, this person is indeed a Huang-level high-level pharmacist. He just passed the assessment at the Heavenly Dragon Continent's Magic City Pharmacist Association." "Is it true?" The Black Python clan's guard who was slapped suddenly forgot about the pain and looked at Ling Xiao like a fool. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be a Huang-level high-level pharmacist. "Haha, this young hero is really talented. I didn't expect you to have such a level at such a young age. I almost misjudged you. Please come in. Someone will take you to the residence of the Everlasting Joy ancestor." Tong Gang chuckled and gestured for him to enter. Although Tong Gang claimed to be the servant of the Everlasting Joy ancestor, his strength was so strong that he was probably a realm lord. A Grotto Heaven realm expert was even stronger than Meng Feng. "Thank you." Ling Xiao nodded and walked inside. When he passed by the guard who was slapped, he said faintly, "Be careful in the future. Don't look for trouble. It's not easy to live. If you offend someone you shouldn't offend, I'm afraid you'll lose your life." "I understand." Although the Black Python clan's guard was slapped, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. Instead, he felt very lucky. Today, he had been beaten up. If this continued, he might even lose his life if he met a cruel person one day. These two slaps could be said to have woken him up and saved him. "Little mister." When Tong Gang sent Ling Xiao through the door, he changed the way he addressed him. He said with a smile, "If little mister can heal the injuries of our Everlasting Joy ancestor, then we'll be friends of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. I don't dare to say anything about other places, but at least in the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent, our words carry a lot of weight. I also hope that we can become friends. No one liked to make enemies. Ling Xiao was the same. However, he wanted to rely on his own ability to make friends and make others respect him. He didn't want to be a yes man and sell his dignity to make friends. When he stepped through the door, a beautiful servant girl walked over to lead the way. Tong Gang turned around and walked out of the door to continue selecting pharmacists. Following behind the servant girl, he enjoyed the fragrance of flowers and birds in the surroundings. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Black Python clan was indeed the #1 clan in the city of Sin. The construction of this mansion was almost the same as the imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was simply luxurious. As he walked, Ling Xiao felt many pairs of eyes spying on him in the darkness. There were even some soul powers seeping out from every corner, locking onto his every move. Interesting. The security of this Black Python clan seems to be even stricter than that of the Black Wind Guild. No wonder the Black Python clan can sit back and relax. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This Black Python clan wasn't as fearless as the rumors said. At the very least, this kind of security proved that they were afraid of being attacked. Young master, we've arrived. The place where the everlasting joy ancestor is recuperating is just ahead. When they arrived at the entrance of an elegant courtyard with fresh air, the servant girl leading the way turned around and informed him. Ling Xiao nodded. Actually, he had already seen many pharmacists standing in the courtyard. The lowest level of these pharmacists was yellow-level high-level pharmacists. Moreover, they weren't young anymore. Some of the pharmacists were waiting anxiously, some were thinking hard with their heads lowered, and some were discussing something in low voices. However, when they saw a 16 or 17-year-old youth suddenly enter the courtyard, they all revealed an astonished expression. One had to know that the youngest person here was over 40 years old. Ling Xiao's age was really too young. Ling Xiao didn't care about these people's doubtful gazes. Instead, he walked into the courtyard. There was a pavilion with a chair inside. An old man was lying on it, and Fengming Piaoshui was accompanying him. Ling Xiao was looking at Fengming Piaoshui, and Fengming Piaoshui also noticed Ling Xiao. Why are you here? Fengming Piaoshui wasn't very happy to see Ling Xiao. This guy didn't give her any face when they were in the Divine Phoenix capital. He actually contradicted her in front of others, which made her very angry and unhappy. Why? Do you know each other? Although Changel Patriarch was injured, his speech and walking were still relatively normal. Fengming Piaoshui asked the young man who had just arrived. Grandfather, this guy is the Ling Xiao I was talking about. He's too arrogant. He didn't give me any face and embarrassed me in front of my peers. Fengming Piaoshui shook Changel Patriarch's arm and said. Hee, so he's the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao of the Celestial Empire. Interesting. I didn't expect him to be so young. Changel Patriarch looked at Ling Xiao with interest in his eyes. Grandfather, help me teach him a lesson. Otherwise, I'll lose a lot of face. When Phoenix Cry Piaoshui was in the Divine Phoenix Academy, she had a completely cold and aloof appearance. But in front of this everlasting joy old ancestor, she suddenly became a delicate girl. It was really unknown which was her true face. Piaoshui, don't mess around. Those who came here today are all here to treat your grandfather's injuries. How can you teach him a lesson? A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s shook his head with a bitter smile and said to Fengming Piaoshui. Is he worthy of treating my grandfather's injuries? If he can really cure my grandfather, I'll marry him. Piaoshui's face was filled with disdain. Although she knew that Ling Xiao knew some medical skills, her grandfather's injury was a big problem that even a yellow-level super pharmacist couldn't solve. With Ling Xiao's ability, how could he solve it? Lady Piaoshui, I can't afford it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What did you say? Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow couldn't believe it. Could it be that I'm not worthy of a human like you? That asterisk and Laozu's expressions were ugly. After all, Fengming and Piaoshui were their relatives. To be looked down upon like this was not giving them any face. This isn't a matter of whether I'm worthy or not. I've only come here for one thing, and that's the everlasting joy flower of the everlasting joy celestial island. As for other things, I haven't considered them yet. Ling Xiao said calmly. Looks like you're pretty confident. All right then, stand aside. If you can really heal this old man's injuries, not to mention the everlasting joy flower, this old man can even give you something more valuable than the everlasting joy flower. Laozu had a request after all, so he didn't insist on blaming Ling Xiao. However, like Piao Shui, he didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously. He felt that it was a young man's arrogance that wasn't worth mentioning. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and stood aside to wait. About 15 minutes later, Tong Gang led the last batch of pharmacists into the side courtyard. Everyone, no one knows the exact condition of our Laozu's injuries. It's precisely because we can't find the cause that we can't treat it. With so many pharmacists here today, I believe that with everyone's combined efforts, there will be a way. Let's begin. Everyone, according to the order you entered, come forward one by one. Tong Gang announced. As long as you can find the cause of the Laozu's injuries, you'll receive a generous reward. If you can treat it, the reward will be doubled. Hearing this, the pharmacists all lined up. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He found a place to sit down and then drank tea while watching the performance of those people in front of him. The diagnosis process of these people was also a reference for him. The first to diagnose the cause of Laozu's injuries was a white-bearded old man. He was estimated to be over 100 years old. Moreover, he was a yellow-level super pharmacist, the strongest among the yellow-level pharmacists. However, after more than 10 minutes, he shook his head helplessly and said, "Sorry, this old man is incompetent. I can't actually determine the cause of the Laozu's injuries. This injury is really strange. I really can't find out what caused it." Piao Shui, and Tong Gang didn't look disappointed when they heard this because they had already expected this result. After all, before coming here, they had tried to get the pharmacists on Laozu to diagnose the Laozu, but they couldn't find the cause either. The old man walked to the side but didn't leave. After him, many pharmacists rushed over excitedly and then shook their heads helplessly. Unexpectedly, no one was able to diagnose the true cause of Laozu's illness, let alone treat it. Sigh, this old man has already said that it's pointless to come here. Which alchemist on Everlasting Joy Immortal Island isn't better than the alchemists here? You guys just had to come here and torment people. It seemed that Ling Xiao was the only remaining pharmacist who had yet to make a move. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch was thoroughly disappointed and even a little angry. He came to the city of Sin from the Chenglu Celestial Island with a sick body. That was quite a torment, so of course he felt uncomfortable. The pharmacists who had already made the diagnosis had ugly expressions, even though they were very indignant about Patriarch Changle's words. However, they had to admit that they couldn't make a proper diagnosis. They could only hang their heads and sigh helplessly. "Senior, you're wrong. The alchemists of the Chenglu Celestial Island are not necessarily better than the alchemists of the City of Sin. If they were better, then Senior wouldn't need to come here." At this moment, a cold and arrogant voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "It's him?" Everyone looked and saw that the person who spoke was the young man who was drinking tea. "Impudent! How dare you speak to my grandfather like that?" Fengming Piaoshui said furiously. The surrounding pharmacists who had failed looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation. They were also unhappy with Laozu's words, but they didn't dare to refute. Since Ling Xiao stood out, they naturally supported him from the bottom of their hearts. They just didn't dare to say it out loud. "Impudent! Didn't your family teach you to treat an alchemist who came to save a patient with such an attitude? I think you're trying to kill your grandfather, right?" Ling Xiao glanced at Fengming Piaoshui and suddenly retorted. I didn't." Fengming Piaoshui was at a loss for words. She didn't know how to refute Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao was right. "Shut up if you don't have such thoughts." Ling Xiao glanced at Fengming and Piaoshui and said, "Also, the pharmacists who came here today, regardless of whether they can diagnose the cause or not, have worked hard. You didn't even say a word of thanks. Don't tell me you think you're so superior that you're used to looking down on others. Tong Gang, did you hear that? Pay them for their hard work later. We can't let others think that the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island doesn't know etiquette. The Changel patriarch looked at Ling Xiao with a fierce glint in his eyes. However, he still ordered Tong Gang to do as Ling Xiao said. He didn't like this young man. This young man was too arrogant. Little brother, you've said so much just now. Are you confident that you can cure my injuries? After instructing Tong Gang, the everlasting joy ancestor turned to Ling Xiao and asked. Confident? May I ask if the strongest pharmacist in the everlasting joy celestial island has the confidence to cure your injuries? Ling Xiao retorted. Good lad, your words are sharp. That's right. Even the strongest pharmacist in the everlasting joy celestial island can't cure my injuries, but he doesn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. What about you? I believe you have your reasons for being so arrogant, right? The everlasting joy ancestor said with a smile. Are you threatening me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. The everlasting joy ancestor was stunned. He had been roaming the Jianghu for so many years, but he had never seen such a young man who wasn't afraid of his threats and even dared to go against him. That's right. This old man is threatening you. If you can't diagnose the cause of this old man's illness, then be prepared to receive this old man's fury. If you can really diagnose the cause of this old man's illness, then this old man will apologize to you in front of these people. His attitude suddenly became resolute. There's no need for an apology. If I diagnose the cause of my injuries, you have to give me 3 everlasting joy flowers. If I'm cured, you have to give me another 10 everlasting joy flowers. How about that? Ling Xiao didn't care about apologies. What he wanted now was the everlasting joy flowers. And the more, the better. You're really asking for an exorbitant price. The everlasting joy flower blooms once every 300 years. Even the everlasting joy immortal island only blooms a total of 20 flowers. You dare to ask for 13 flowers? Everlasting joy said with a smile. Is your life worth less than 13 flowers of Xianxia? Ling Xiao asked. Ha 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 ha, good. Since you are so confident, then come and give it a try. This old man agrees to your request. The Changel ancestor did not like Ling Xiao's arrogance because he felt that Ling Xiao had no reason to be arrogant. However, if Ling Xiao could really heal his injuries, then it would not be arrogance, but true ability. He would not hate it. On the contrary, he would do everything in his power to make friends. Enough nonsense, let's begin. Ling Xiao walked towards the everlasting joy patriarch and then stood there without moving. What? Are you scared? The everlasting joy patriarch asked with a smile. It's not too late to give up now. If I give up, you'll be the one dead. Stop pretending. You don't seem to know that you've been poisoned, right? Ling Xiao's voice was cold and unyielding. You're just a patient in front of me now. Don't think of yourself as some patriarch. Grandfather, this guy is too arrogant. He's here to take advantage of you. Don't be fooled by him. Fengming Piaoshui said loudly. Noisy. Go and get a chair. Do you want me to stand here and heal? Ling Xiao glared at Fengming Piaoshui and said. What right do you have to order me? Fengming Piaoshui also glared at Ling Xiao. Tong Gang, go and get a chair. This little brother is interesting. The everlasting joy patriarch was extremely shocked. The fact that he had been poisoned was pointed out by a black-grade alchemist who passed by the everlasting joy immortal island. Unfortunately, the alchemist's price was too high. Even if the entire everlasting joy immortal island were to be sold, it would not be enough. Therefore, the everlasting joy patriarch was unable to treat him. Today, Ling Xiao actually said the same thing. How could he not be shocked? Wait, I'll let her go. Ling Xiao did not believe it. Fengming Piaoshui, didn't you insist on acting cold in front of me? Didn't you look down on me? Then I'll let you serve me. Fengming Piaoshui, wasting a breath of time is wasting your grandfather's chance to heal. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'll go. Fengming Piaoshui seemed to really love her grandfather. When she heard Ling Xiao's words, she hurriedly brought a chair and placed it behind Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao sat down, the everlasting joy patriarch hurriedly asked, Little brother, how did you know I was poisoned? Also, what kind of poison was I poisoned with? You don't need to know the diagnosis method. it's a professional secret. As for this poison, it has never been recorded in the medical books of the mystic world. However, I was fortunate enough to read a medical book from outside the mystic world that mentioned this poison. It's called white blood poison. Ling Xiao continued to examine the everlasting joy patriarch's body as he answered. White blood poison. This poison is truly unheard of. What's so terrifying about it? Asked from the side. After being poisoned with white blood poison, you won't die immediately. Instead, it will gradually destroy your body. Even if you're a powerful Yin-Yang realm warrior, you won't be an exception. Ling Xiao answered, fever is one of the most common symptoms of white blood poison. It manifests as different degrees of fever and fever. The main cause of fever is infection. Among them, angina, stomatitis, and perianal infections are the most common. Pneumonia, tonsillitis, gingivitis, perianal abscesses are also more common. Ear inflammation, enteritis, carbuncles, and pyelonephritis are also common. In serious cases, sepsis, and so on can occur. Although the average person wouldn't understand Ling Xiao's words, the pharmacists present understood very well. In fact, they had also discovered that the everlasting joy patriarch had similar symptoms. However, the problem was that they didn't know the exact cause of the illness, so they couldn't treat it. The symptoms of white blood poison aren't just fever. The most obvious symptoms are bleeding. The bleeding can occur throughout the entire body. Bleeding from the skin, gingiva, and nasal cavity are the most common. There can also be bleeding from the retina, the ears, the brain, the digestive tract, the respiratory tract, and other internal organs. Ling Xiao continued. Yes. That's right. There are indeed such symptoms. At this moment, the everlasting joy patriarch no longer had his previous domineering and arrogant attitude. In front of Ling Xiao, he was just a frightened patient. In addition, there may be symptoms of anemia. The patient is often accompanied by weakness, a pale complexion, palpitations, shortness of breath, edema of the lower limbs, and other symptoms. Senior's condition is already quite serious. Ling Xiao touched the severely edematous lower limbs of the everlasting joy patriarch and said. At this moment, the pharmacists standing at the side all stared with their eyes wide open. At first, they only felt that Ling Xiao could speak for them. Therefore, they had a good impression of Ling Xiao, but they definitely didn't admire him. But now, they had already expressed a kind of lofty admiration. A young man who was only 16 or 17 years old was able to accurately describe the discomfort caused by the white blood poison that came from outside the mystic world. This guy was simply a genius in the world of pharmacists. It would be strange if they did not admire him. Senior is still relatively lucky. The white blood poison has been suppressed by your powerful inner strength. It has yet to enter your spirit sea and heart meridians, so it has not caused any more serious danger. Ling Xiao said after checking. That means there's still hope? Changel ancestor hurriedly asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, although the white blood poison is powerful, there is a special treatment method recorded in the medical book that came from outside the mystic world that can help to expel the white blood poison. Little sir, if there's any method, just say it. Whatever you need, this old man will definitely do it for you. Changel ancestor was a little anxious. These days, he had been tormented by the poison miserably. It could be said that his life was worse than death. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his body's condition was continuing to deteriorate step by step. If this continued, he might become a cripple sooner or later. He had worked hard for so many years to cultivate to the yin-yang realm. How could he be willing to die like this? You'll have to ask your family about this. Ling Xiao glanced at Fengming Piaoshui and said with a smile. Ling Xiao, you don't have to look at me. If you need me to do anything for grandfather, I'll definitely do it. Fengming Piaoshui said firmly. Oh? What if you want to use your life to exchange for Changel ancestors? Ling Xiao asked with a faint smile. What? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Everyone's expression was different. It could even be said that it was somewhat interesting. This old man has seen this treatment method in the medical book. It's exchanging a life for a life. A yellow-level super pharmacist stroked his beard and muttered to himself. I've also heard of it, but this method is too cruel, so I've never learned it. Another pharmacist nodded and said. Feng Ming Piaoshui clearly believed Ling Xiao when she heard these two people's words. Her body suddenly began to tremble. Death was something that should have been far away from her, but she didn't expect it to be so close to her now. Little mister, if you must sacrifice your life, let me do it. Lady Piaoshui is still too young. Tong Gang was the first to speak. Are you a direct descendant of the Changel ancestor? Ling Xiao asked. No. If not, then don't say anything, because it's meaningless. It has to be a direct blood relative. Ling Xiao shook his head. What about me? I'm the ancestor's daughter. Can I do that? That thought for a while and finally spoke. Can I? I need to check it first. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his finger, and a cold light flashed past. That woman felt as if she had been pricked by needles, and then she didn't feel any pain. No, although you are his biological daughter, you don't match him. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at Phoenix Cry Piaoshui. Didn't you say that you would do anything for your grandfather? Why are you suddenly mute? I'm willing. Phoenix Cry Piaoshui suddenly raised her head. Although her eyes were filled with tears, her eyes were very determined. Oh? Her reaction surprised Ling Xiao. It seemed that although this girl was spoiled and unruly, she was quite affectionate and righteous. Little mister, is it really only a life for a life? Is there no other way? The Changel ancestor was a little hesitant at this moment. He really couldn't bear to take his granddaughter's life to save him. He also felt a little disdainful. No. Ling Xiao answered very seriously. The Changel ancestor closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. There was obviously some helplessness and regret on his aged face. Forget it. Perhaps this is my fate. I still have to thank little mister for helping me diagnose the cause of the illness. Tong Gang, go and prepare the reward. 3 Changel flowers. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. In fact, he could have turned around and left at this moment because he had already obtained the Changel flowers. Although there were only 3 flowers, it should be enough to make a pretty good sachet. However, he didn't leave. It should be said that this family's performance had moved him. Senior, your choice saved you. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly pointed at Phoenix Cry Piaoshui. Phoenix Cry Piaoshui initially wanted to resist, but in the end, she chose to accept it calmly. No. The Changel ancestor and wanted to stop him, but Ling Xiao's attack was too sudden. Furthermore, the Changel ancestor was poisoned. Wasn't very strong, so it was impossible for them to stop him. As for Tong Gang, he didn't plan on stopping him. After all, the Changel ancestor was more important than Phoenix Cry Piaoshui in his heart. What are you all so nervous for? I was just joking. There's no need to exchange a life for a life. I just need to borrow a bit of Phoenix Cry Piaoshui's bone marrow. Ling Xiao smiled and said, that's why I said that senior Changel ancestor's choice saved you. If you had chosen to ignore Phoenix Cry Piaoshui's life and insisted on surviving, I would really have left you in the lurch. Are you serious? The Changel ancestor and the others were overjoyed. Of course. I, Ling Xiao, don't save people for money. I only care about my heart. If I hate someone, I will never save them. Fortunately, I don't hate your character. Although you were a little arrogant before, it's understandable that you have such a strong cultivation and are an elder of the Changel Immortal Island. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young sir, this old man doesn't know what to say. The Changel ancestor was really shocked and emotional. Although the young man in front of him was young, he was very mischievous. He really couldn't keep up with the pace of many of his actions. However, he really liked this young man. He did things according to his heart, regardless of what others said. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. Phoenix Cry Piaoshui, you should also lie down by the side. You might feel intense pain later, but it won't hurt your body. You must endure it. It will be over in about an hour. Ling Xiao instructed. Alright. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui had already wiped away her tears. Suddenly, she felt that Ling Xiao didn't seem as annoying as before. For some reason, she even felt a little grateful to this man. If it hadn't been for this man, she wouldn't have known that her grandfather cared so much about her. The pharmacists beside them had never seen the treatment process before. Even the Yuan venerate in Ling Xiao's body had never seen it before. All of this was a treatment method that Ling Xiao had created based on the new memories in his mind. It was very easy to use the martial techniques of the mystic realm to achieve this. It was even 100 times easier than in the mystic realm. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui bit the towel in her mouth. It was obvious that she was in a lot of pain, but this girl had actually endured until the end. Alright, it's over. Later, I will prescribe some medicine. You can ask other alchemists to help you make them. If you take them consistently, both of your bodies will recover quickly. After the treatment, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. The treatment process seemed simple. However, without the help of the Tai Chi Eye, the slightest mistake could have cost both of their lives. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you would have the ability to reverse the situation. I am completely convinced. I will have to trouble you from now on. The Changel ancestor was truly convinced. In his life, he rarely convinced others. However, the young man in front of him, who was only 16 or 17 years old, had such unfathomable medical skills. He couldn't help but believe that there really were monsters in this world. You don't have to praise me. I didn't help you because I was doing a good deed. I need to be rewarded. Ling Xiao said calmly. Hearing this, the Changel ancestor admired Ling Xiao even more. Any ordinary person would want to get close to him when they encountered such a situation. They would definitely be so proud that their tails would be wagging. However, this Ling Xiao was still so calm. It was as if this treatment wasn't worth mentioning at all. This is the prescription and the method to make the medicine. I believe that even a high-level Huang-level alchemist can make it. If you have any questions, feel free to find me. I will be in the city of Sin for the next few days. Ling Xiao wrote down the prescription and refining method of the medicinal pills used for recuperation. These weren't rare items. So, it didn't matter if they were leaked. He didn't care too much. Tong Gang, pass on my message. Tell the Changel Celestial Island to bring all the Changel flowers that are currently blooming to the city of Sin. The Changel ancestor suddenly said to Tong Gang. Are you sure you want all of them? Tong Gang asked doubtfully. Yes, all of them. This young man is my savior. It's just a few dozen Changel flowers. Do you want me to be stingy? Alright, I will pass on the message right now. Tong Gang turned and left. Ling Xiao also said, if there's nothing else, I have to go back. When the Changel flower arrives, have someone send it directly to Princess Yunya's residence. Since little mister is in such a hurry, I won't stay any longer. I will be staying in the city of Sin for a while and will only leave after the alchemy conference ends. If little mister encounters any trouble, you can come and find me. Patriarch Changel did not know how to repay this young man for saving his life. Therefore, he decided to help if he could. Thank you. Ling Xiao cupped his fists towards everyone, and then he left the Black Python clan's estate under the accompaniment of that woman. When the other pharmacists saw that Ling Xiao had left, they were too embarrassed to stay and chose to leave one after another. Only the yellow-tiered super pharmacist stayed behind. Apothecary Lin, I'll have to trouble you to refine these pills. Remember, before you refine them, check them to see if there are any problems. Although Patriarch Changel was grateful to Ling Xiao, he had already been poisoned once, so it was inevitable for him to be cautious. He did not suspect Ling Xiao, but he felt that Ling Xiao was too young. The previous treatment methods might have been taught by an expert, and he was afraid that the expert behind Ling Xiao would plot against him. Therefore, he had to check if the medicinal materials were harmful. Patriarch, don't worry. I know. Apothecary Lin left with the prescription, but Fengming Piao Shui lay there in a daze. She did not speak for a long time, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Haha, little girl, your heart is rippling. Do you want me to help you set them up? I think Ling Xiao is not bad. Whether it is his appearance, cultivation, or his pharmacist level, he is a first-class talent. My Piao Shui will not feel wronged if she marries him. Patriarch Chang'e said with a smile. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Didn't Ling Xiao say that he already has a woman? Fengming Piao Shui said with a red face. What are you afraid of? If you really like him, I will take care of everything for you. Patriarch Chang'e said very seriously. Forget it. I know Ling Xiao. Although he is arrogant, if you treat him with sincerity, he will reciprocate with sincerity. Grandfather, I know what you want to do, but it won't work. I'm afraid it will annoy him. Fengming Piao Shui shook her head and said, what's more, the white blood poison in your body has not been completely removed. If you offend him at this time, you will be in trouble. I didn't expect my Piao Shui to suddenly become so mature and steady. It's rare. Patriarch Chang'e said in surprise. At this time, Ling Xiao had returned to Princess Xianxia's residence. There was actually a reason why he hurried home. In the process of detoxifying Patriarch Chang'e, he collected all the white blood poison into his mountain river world and condensed it into a white crystal. Because this thing came from outside the mystic world, it was very valuable for research. He returned home to study it as soon as possible. After all, the white blood poison was too powerful. He was also afraid that it would be dangerous if he kept it in the mountain river world. To his surprise, when his heavenly elemental energy came into contact with the crystal, he discovered that it contained the pure energy from the everlasting joy ancestor's body. This energy was suppressed by the white blood poison and could be easily subdued and transformed. This was simply an unexpected gain. Ling Xiao seized the time and began to cultivate. From the time he returned to the house until the sky was dark, he finally completely transformed the pure energy into his own heavenly primary energy. At this point, his cultivation finally broke through again and advanced to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. He was one step away from entering the 10 directions heaven realm. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to advance. Therefore, there were many times when such circumstances were needed. Ling Xiao's adventure could be considered an additional gain. Just as he was feeling happy about his breakthrough, he suddenly realized that he had transformed and tamed the white blood poison. The terrifying white blood poison could be freely controlled in his mountain river world. He tried to circulate his heavenly primary energy and transfer the white blood poison through his meridians to his fingers. This process was completely unobstructed. It was as smooth and natural as circulating his heavenly primary energy. Maybe I can use this white blood poison with the shadow profound meaning. After all, they are both energy of the same cold attribute. Ling Xiao was a warrior who liked to innovate and transform martial arts. His light profound meaning could release high temperatures, so the power of his moves was generally greater than that of the shadow profound meaning. Although the shadow profound meaning was unpredictable and impossible to guard against, its lethality was still insufficient. If he integrated the white blood poison, this situation would be fundamentally different. Thinking of this, he condensed a shadow all in the palm of his hand. The white blood poison followed the heavenly primary energy and integrated into the shadow all. The combination of shadow and poison powers, because they were of the same attribute, coupled with Ling Xiao's perfect control of energy, actually made the shadow cone undergo a new change. Poison Shadow Cone. This is your name from now on. This is really an unexpected gain. I didn't expect that saving people would have such benefits. Ling Xiao looked at the move in his hand that had become more powerful and smiled. He was naturally in a good mood. When he was preparing to consolidate his current training results, suddenly there was a rustling sound on the roof. Since you're here, come in, it's not good to step on other people's roof. Ling Xiao looked up at the roof and said lightly. At the same time, he raised his hand and the door opened. Hee, young hero Ling is really amazing, you can even find this. Before the person arrived, the bell-like laughter arrived first. A moment later, a woman walked in from the door, with a slightly wild dress, coupled with a pair of eyes full of spirit. It made people feel that she wasn't ordinary at first glance. I don't know the name of the beauty, why are you looking for me? When it's dark. Ling Xiao really didn't know the person who came. Hua Luiying. The person looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. Although her whole body was wrapped tightly, the lower body was wearing tight leather pants, and the upper body clothes perfectly outlined the enchanting and charming figure. This woman still knew how to show her beauty and wildness. Seductive little wildcat. This was Ling Zhao's evaluation of the woman in front of him. Although Hua Luiying's beauty wasn't as beautiful as Yuemanu, or even Cold Plum, but she had a special flavor. This kind of woman easily made people have a strong sense of conquest. Ling Xiao didn't know Hua Luiying, nor did he know what Hua Luiying did, nor did he know why Hua Luiying came to him so late. But there didn't seem to be any hostility from the other party. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind trying the newly strengthened poisoned shadow cone. Hua Luiying. Never heard of it. Ling Xiao shook his head. It's okay, I'm the second leader of the Double Flower Pirates, can we sit down and talk? Hua Luiying asked with a smile. Please take a seat. Ling Xiao made an inviting gesture. Hua Luiying casually found a place to sit down, and then stared at Ling Zhao's broad chest, which was full of masculine charm, and laughed foolishly. Captain Hua, you still haven't told me why you're looking for me. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a coat quickly covered his body, covering his powerful muscles, before he asked indifferently. He knew that these pirate women were very powerful. They were different from traditional women. They would really snatch some men they fancied onto the ship to enjoy themselves. It was like a male pirate trying to snatch a woman. Look at what you're saying. Can't the two of us get close to each other for no reason? Hua Feiying rolled his eyes at Ling Xiao, but his eyes were filled with seduction. No one would believe that he wasn't trying to seduce Ling Xiao. Close? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Leader Hua, you can't say such things carelessly. My woman lives next door. If she hears you say such things, I'm afraid she won't let you off. This sounded simple, but it was actually a threat. Hua Luiying had seen how powerful Cold Plum was. Even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist like Python Sky was easily defeated by Cold Plum. She couldn't compare to Python Sky, and naturally wasn't Cold Plum's opponent. Young hero Ling, do you really think I'll eat you up? This time I'm here to get closer, but it's not what you think. Hua Luiying suddenly stood up, and gave Ling Xiao a flirtatious look. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if his spiritual sea was being invaded by something. Then, he was shocked to find that Hua Luiying, who was standing in front of him, actually started to dance that incomparably seductive dance. Every dance seemed to be seducing his soul, making him unable to extricate himself. The whole room was filled with an enchanting atmosphere. Everything seemed to have become peachy. Ling Xiao felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body, and his lower abdomen was unbearably swollen. At this moment, he actually had an impulse to go over and press Hua Luiying to the ground, and then have 300 rounds of sex. Faintly, he heard his own rapid breathing, and beads of sweat appeared on his body. Then, Hua Luiying used that extremely seductive dance to get closer to him, and gently blew into his ear, making a seductive sound like a demon. All of this happened in an instant. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye suddenly opened, and an extremely powerful soul power gushed out, like the water from hell, filling the whole room. All of the enchanting scene suddenly disappeared. Only Hua Luiying sat there, in a strange posture. His eyes were blurred, and he was as beautiful as a peach blossom. Strange and shameful sounds came from his throat. Backlash, Ling Xiao smiled. In a moment, he understood what had just happened. This Hua Luiying, he didn't know where he learned such a powerful seduction technique. It was similar to what Ling Yu of the Ling family practiced, but much stronger. Just now, Hua Luiying tried to use this seduction technique to make Ling Xiao lose himself, and fall into an illusion. But he didn't think that Ling Zhao's soul power was too strong. Not only did it destroy the seduction technique, but it also made Hua Luiying suffer from the backlash. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao directly brought a bucket of ice water from outside, and poured it on Hua Luiying's head. The ice-cold stimulation made Hua Luiying recover from his loss of self-control, and his pretty face was as red as a ripe apple. Leader Hua, you actually used your seduction technique to deal with me. Could it be that we have a grudge before? Ling Xiao smiled and asked. Ling Xiao was very interested in the wet Hua Luiying, but when he thought of the cold eyes of the Moon Lady, he immediately calmed down. Young hero Ling, why do you say that? Don't you understand? I just like you. Hua Luiying said very boldly. You like me, so you use this method to deal with me? Ling Xiao asked with a cold face. We children of the sea are just this direct. We don't have time to talk about love when we want to get a man or woman. Because no one knows if they will be able to come back alive tomorrow. The sea is full of danger, 10 times scarier than on land. Hua Luiying's seduction technique was destroyed by Ling Xiao, so he might as well just let it go, and said directly. But what I, Ling Xiao, hate the most is being forced, you know? To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little angry just now, but after hearing Hua Luiying's words, he wasn't angry anymore. He just felt that it was a little ridiculous. If I didn't force myself, you probably wouldn't even look at me. Hua Luiying sighed and said. This woman was really honest and really daring. She actually wanted to force herself on a man. Feelings can't be forced. Captain Hua, don't do such childish things in the future. If I really did attack you just now, you would already be dead. Ling Xiao said faintly, it's already late, you should go back. I still have things to do tomorrow, so I can't accompany you. Young hero Ling, I can go back, but today, other than my own intentions, I also have a mission from my sister. Hua Luiying suddenly became serious and said. Oh? Your sister is looking for me for something? That's right, she wants you to join our Twin Flowers pirates. Hua Luiying replied. I'm not interested in being a pirate. Ling Xiao shook his head and rejected. He was the Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Why would he become a pirate? Young hero Ling may look down on our Twin Flowers pirates, but you may not know this, but in the mystic world, the ocean takes up almost 70% of the area, and the land only makes up 30%. The forces in the ocean are far stronger than you can imagine. If you join our Twin Flowers pirates, you will definitely see a whole new world. Hua Luiying continued to persuade. Ling Xiao heard this and couldn't help but think for a moment. He believed Hua Luiying's words. If the Twin Flowers pirates didn't have a big force behind them, then it would really be hard for them to do well in this area. After all, they weren't the only pirate group near the city of Sin, there were some that were close to their level of strength. For example, the infamous One-Eyed Pirates. The leader of this pirate group, One-Eyed, was also very strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Hua Fu Guang, he was much stronger than Hua Luiying. Sorry, I'm not interested in what big force you have behind you. Of course, I appreciate your good intentions. We can be friends, but I don't plan on joining you. Ling Zhao's attitude was very clear. Joining an unknown big force would also mean taking on unknown risks. To him, it wasn't worth it. He didn't like that feeling. Young hero Ling, I still hope that you can consider carefully. Hua Luiying said very seriously, if you join us, you can get a large amount of cultivation resources that you lacked before, including pills, martial arts, and so on. You can also obtain the protection of the great power behind us. Not to mention here, even in the entire Divine Phoenix continent, no one would dare to easily offend you. The conditions are indeed generous, but I'm really not interested. Leader Hua, go back and tell your sister about my intentions. Ling Xiao said faintly, and this so-called big force of yours is too insincere. If you want me to join, why don't you come and invite me yourself? Hua Luiying didn't know how to answer. Was he supposed to say that the power behind her wasn't interested in Ling Xiao at all? Did the two sisters think that Ling Xiao had great potential, so they made the decision to invite him? However, she still did not quite understand. Ling Xiao was actually not interested in medicinal pills or martial arts. She did not know that after Ling Xiao obtained the help of the Human King, he already had a systematic cultivation method. There was no need for external martial arts to interfere with him. As for medicinal pills, he was a powerful alchemist himself. Why would he need to look at other people's faces? He hated being restrained the most, especially by unknown big forces. It felt as if he was being kept in captivity. Young hero Ling, I'll say something you don't want to hear. The big force behind us has actually never looked at you seriously. It's just that my sister and I feel that you have potential, so we came to invite you. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to join this force in the future. Hua Luiying reminded him. Haha, there's no big force in this world that I, Ling Xiao, would beg to join. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If it was before he joined the Yuehua school, he might have considered it. However, after experiencing so much, he already had everything he needed. There was no need to rely on any big force, so he would definitely not do so now. You're too conceited. Hua Luiying sighed and said, you may not know that you've already been targeted. If the martial spirit of Tao Tai was obtained by the Black Python clan, perhaps no one would dare to say anything. But now that it's in your hands, that might not be the case. Thank you for your reminder, Leader Hua. I know what I'm doing. Would Ling Xiao be afraid? He wasn't even afraid of the Black Python clan, so why would he be afraid of someone who would be afraid of the Black Python clan? Well, in that case, I won't say anything more. Young hero Ling, you should think about it carefully. I've been staying in the Black Wind House in the city of Sin for the past few days. If you've thought it through, you can contact me anytime. Goodbye. Hua Luiying could tell that Ling Xiao was very stubborn and persistent. It was almost impossible to threaten him with anything. She didn't want to push him too hard, so she stopped and chose to leave. Let me send you out. You may not know that you've already been targeted when you entered this house. It's really not easy to leave alone. Ling Xiao stood up and said. Impossible, I was very careful when I came in. Hua Luiying said. Then you can try. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Hua Luiying hesitated for a moment, then jumped out. However, she came back a moment later, looking a little embarrassed. Hee, do you believe me now? If you come to me in the future, you can go through the front door directly. Otherwise, people will think you're an assassin. Ling Xiao smiled and walked out first. Hua Luiying followed behind him and successfully walked out of Princess Xianxia's residence. Young hero Ling, thank you for sending me off. I'll leave first. Hua Luiying had suffered a lot tonight, so she didn't have the arrogance she had when she came. Okay, be careful on the way. Ling Xiao watched Hua Luiying leave. Then he turned and went in. Hua Luiying turned a corner at the intersection. There was a small stall selling food like wontons under the cover of the night. This wasn't unusual. In a place like the city of Sin, many retired warriors liked to do this kind of thing. They were tired of the disputes in the martial world and treated this kind of thing as enjoyment. At this time, there was a woman sitting at the wonton stall. Her pretty face was actually 90% similar to Hua Luiying's, but she looked more mature. She was wearing soft armor and looked extraordinary. At first glance, you could tell that she was someone who often fought and killed. Although there were evil eyes looking at her from time to time, when they saw the woman's appearance, they were scared and avoided her. The leader of the Twin Flowers pirates, Hua Fuguang, was a female demon who killed people like flies. Even in the city of Sin, not many people dared to provoke her. Sister, I've really embarrassed myself this time. Hua Luiying sat beside Hua Fuguang. In the night, they outlined a beautiful scenery. The two were twins, and they were both very good-looking. They were really eye-catching. Why, a 17-year-old kid actually made our experienced leader Hua Luiying succumb to him? Hua Fuguang used a handkerchief to wipe his mouth as he asked with a smile. Sister, don't mention it. That kid isn't human, he's a monster. Hua Luiying laughed bitterly, you've really screwed me over today. You forced me to use my seduction skills and in the end, I was just asking for trouble. You used your seduction skills and you still couldn't conquer him? This person's willpower is so strong? Hua Fuguang asked in shock. It wasn't because of my willpower, but because his soul force was too strong. The moment I used my charm technique, it was as if I saw a demon god appear in front of me. Then, the charm technique backfired, and I was foolishly tricked by myself. Speaking of this, Hua Luiying really had the heart to commit suicide. That kind of ugly state was actually seen by an outsider, especially by the person he claimed to be pursuing. This was simply depressing. Looks like this Ling Xiao should have cultivated some soul-related martial arts. According to our investigation, Ling Xiao knows a soul race woman called Ling Yixue. I'm afraid he learned from her. Hua Fuguang thought for a moment. Ling Yixue. Sister, you mean Ling Yixue? Hearing this name, Hua Luiying suddenly stood up in shock. That's right, it's Ling Yixue, Heroic Soul Palace's holy maiden, a peerless genius. Hua Fuguang replied. I knew it. That Ling Xiao is actually so arrogant. I didn't expect him to be related to such a terrifying power like Heroic Soul Palace. Hua Luiying was completely listless. That's not it. After Ling Yixue left Sky Cloud City in Sky Dragon Continent, she no longer interacted with Ling Xiao. So Ling Xiao doesn't know about Ling Yixue's matters. He shouldn't be related to Heroic Soul Palace. Moreover, those fellows from Heroic Soul Palace are the true overlords of martial arts. They don't even care about people like Ling Xiao. How would they allow Ling Yixue to be with him? Hua Fuguang explained, alright, let's not talk about Ling Yixue. Since Ling Xiao isn't willing to join us, that's his loss and not ours. What you should be concerned about now is that treasure. Imperial Jade Seal? That's right. According to the news from above, the Imperial Jade Seal has appeared in the city of Sin. However, as for where exactly it is, we still need to find out. As long as we can get our hands on this item, then you and I can report back to our superiors. The benefits we will receive will not be ordinary. Hua Fuguang nodded. Ah, what a pity. During the day, Black Wind Tower auctioned off a large bronze seal, but I didn't see any heirloom seal. Hua Luiying sighed. He wanted to think about the Imperial Jade Seal, but he couldn't help but think of Ling Xiao. What's wrong with me? Hua Luiying smiled bitterly as he touched his burning face. Alright, little sister, after we obtain the Imperial Jade Seal, we should set sail. The profound world is very big, and there are many outstanding young people. There is no need to hang ourselves on a single tree. Got it, sister. Although she said so, she still felt a strong sense of unwillingness in her heart. Was she going to give up on the man she liked just like that? On the second day, Black Wind Tower's auction went on as scheduled. Although many things happened on the first day, it didn't affect the auction on the second day. In the auction on the second day, the most eye-catching items were a high-grade yellow-grade medicinal pill, a set of immortal-grade treasured sword, and a few sets of martial arts for Heaven Realm warriors. These were all the finale items, and in the end, they were sold for a high price of 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. Of course, after the Black Wind Tower took 20% of the commission, the remaining 80 million was Ling Zhao's. Hua Luiying still stayed in the Black Wind Tower because the Imperial Jade Seal could appear here at any time. His sister, Hua Fuguang, had already started investigating in secret. She looked towards the VIP box in boredom, but didn't see Ling Zhao's figure. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Python Sky Tower Master, that Ling Xiao didn't come? Hua Luiying couldn't help but ask Python Sky. Ling Xiao won't be coming today because he has to prepare for the alchemy conference. I'll personally send the spiritual stones to him later. Although Python Sky was still very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao, he definitely didn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao now. Ling Zhao's strength was undeniable. However, the most terrifying thing was the two women beside Ling Xiao. They were simply unpredictable. The weak succumbed to the strong. This was a matter of course. He didn't want to joke about his life. Python Sky, let me bring the spiritual stones back. I won't trouble you. Anyway, you don't want to see him, right? At this moment, Xianxia had also finished her work as the host. She walked out and smiled at Python Sky. If Princess Xianxia wants to do it for me, then I'm very grateful. Python Sky really didn't want to see Ling Xiao. Whenever he saw Ling Xiao, he would think of his brother, Meng Yuan, who had been killed. He was really afraid that he would do something impulsive. As he spoke, he handed a storage ring to Xianxia and said, there are exactly 100 million lower-grade spiritual stones in here. After Princess Xianxia passes the spiritual stones to Ling Xiao, you just need to return the storage ring. 100 million? You didn't take a commission? Xianxia asked curiously. The Great Master said that he doesn't need a commission. Although Python Sky didn't know why, the Great Master Python 5's words were like an imperial edict. The people of the Black Python clan had to listen and obey. Python Sky, where's that Ling Xiao? Didn't he come to the Raven Wind Tower today? Just as Xianxia took the storage ring and was about to leave, someone suddenly barged in. That rude and unreasonable voice was like the roar of a wild beast in the Raven Wind Tower. Many people frowned when they heard it. They were very unhappy. However, when they saw this person, many people swallowed their complaints and didn't dare to say a word. At the entrance of the Raven Wind Tower, there were more than 10 people standing there. The leader was wearing an eye patch on one of his eyes. He was tall and mighty, and he looked like a small giant. He was about 3 meters tall. There were many scars on his head and body. He looked very ferocious and terrifying. This also added a lot of fierceness to his aura. I was wondering who it was. So it's the leader of the one-eyed pirates, One-Eyed Dragon. Why are you looking for Xianxia? Xianxia asked faintly. Nonsense, of course I'm here for the martial soul of Tao Tai. This won't offend the Raven Wind Tower, right? Where is that kid? Get him out here and hand over the martial soul of Tao Tai to me with both hands. One-Eyed Dragon said loudly. He didn't hide his purpose at all. This guy is really here for the martial soul of Tao Tai. The surrounding warriors couldn't help but think to themselves. In fact, the news of the birth of the martial soul of Tao Tai had spread like wildfire late last night. Someone must have deliberately spread the news. Someone purposely spread the news that the martial spirit of Tao Tai had fallen into the hands of the celestial emperor, Xianxia. This caused many tyrants to set their sights on Xianxia. Some were people that Xianxia had offended before, while others were here specifically for the martial spirit of Tao Tai. For example, the One-Eyed Man was one of them. The One-Eyed Man's one-eyed pirates were active in the waters around the city of Sin. Although they weren't as strong as the Twin Flowers pirates, they were still a very powerful force. Even the Black Python clan wanted to rope them in and didn't want to mess with them. After all, pirates were people who lived on the edge of their blades. They were cruel and crazy. Sometimes, they would really do unreasonable things that you couldn't guard against. These people were known as lunatics. They would even dare to mess with people who were stronger than them, let alone Xianxia. Even if he knew that Xianxia had a Grotto Heaven Realm elite like Cold Plum, he wasn't afraid at all. This was how lunatics did things. Of course, this lunatic had some strength. His cultivation had reached the full stage of the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm. He was stronger than Meng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu. If there were no outsiders helping, Xianxia might not be his opponent. Hua Liang looked at the One-Eyed Man and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, I've said it before. Since you have the martial spirit of Tao Tai, trouble will come one after another. Although this One-Eyed Man's cultivation isn't as good as your woman, Cold Plum, he has a lot of people under him. He even has a special treasure. Let's see how you deal with him. Her thoughts were simple. If Xianxia couldn't deal with the One-Eyed Man, he would definitely ask for help. Then, the Twin Flowers pirates would be able to intervene. It wasn't a bad idea to have a beauty to save a handsome guy. At the very least, Xianxia would owe them a favor. One-Eyed Man, don't mess around here. Xianxia isn't here today. Meng Tian looked at the One-Eyed Man and said lightly. Then where is he? The One-Eyed Man asked. Go look for him yourself. He hasn't left the city of Sin anyway. Meng Tian actually wanted to tell the One-Eyed Man where Xianxia was, but in the end, he didn't dare to. After all, Princess Xianxia was still here. Go. The One-Eyed Man glanced at Xianxia. Perhaps he could tell that Xianxia was not lying, so he waved his hand and left with his men. Princess Xianxia was in a hurry to go back and inform Xianxia. She was about to leave but was stopped by Hua Luing. Princess Xianxia, let me go with you. It's one more helper. I'm afraid you just want to see Xianxia make a fool of himself, right? Princess Xianxia asked with a smile. Your Highness, I'm just looking for a psychological balance. Even if I really want to see him make a fool of himself, I'll still help him if he's in danger. You won't object to me going, right? Hua Luing smiled. Let's go, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Princess Xianxia certainly understood Hua Luing's thoughts, but he also had absolute confidence in Xianxia. After all, they had known each other for such a long time. Although he didn't dare to say that he was completely clear about Xiao's strength, he still knew a little about it. He knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the Moon Lady beside Xiao was so powerful that it made people tremble. If she made a move, not to mention the One-Eyed Man, even the Twin Flowers pirates wouldn't have the slightest advantage. As they spoke, the two walked out of the Black Wind Tower. Almost at the same time, on Emerald Wave Island, a giant ship broke through the waves and left the island, rushing in the direction of the city of Sin. The 1,000-mile sea was billowing, but it couldn't contain the hatred of the people of Emerald Wave Island. The third of the 6 young masters of Emerald Wave Island, the deadly sword Mo Xiaoyu, was actually killed in the City of Sin. If he was just the deadly sword, it would be fine. The key was that he was the young master of Emerald Wave Island. His death simply angered the entire Emerald Wave Island. Therefore, the revenge ship carried dozens of experts to Jade Wave Island to find the culprit to settle the score. However, at this time, the culprit, Ling Xiao, had just come out of the mansion of the Black Python clan. Today, he went there to check on the Changal ancestor. Today, the Changal ancestor's condition had completely improved. However, it would take some time for his body to fully recover. Ling Xiao, we only brought 3 Changal flowers this time. You can take them back and use them first. The rest will probably take another 2 or 3 days to arrive. After all, the fairy island is still quite far from here. Phoenix Cry Piaoshui's attitude towards Ling Xiao had completely changed. From the disdain in the past to the admiration now, it was only because of one incident. It's okay. I'll wait. Anyway, the alchemy conference is only tomorrow. It will probably last for another 2 or 3 days. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Miss Piaoshui, you don't have to send me off. I'll go back alone and take a stroll on the street. Be careful on your way back. My grandfather said that someone deliberately spread the news about you in the Raven Wind House. Now, there are many people on the street who are hostile to you. Phoenix Cry Piaoshui reminded him. Thank you for the reminder. I will. After finishing his words, Ling Xiao lifted his feet and left. In fact, he understood that the people who spread the news were very likely to be from the Black Python clan. These people did not dare to deal with him openly because they were afraid of the Moon Maiden. Therefore, they deliberately let him be in the eye of the storm. They wanted to borrow the hands of others to kill him. Ling Xiao thought to himself that perhaps he should kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This was the first person who came to find trouble with him. No matter what, he had to kill him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Walking on the street, Ling Xiao obviously noticed that many people were spying on him in the dark. They seemed to be hesitating whether or not to make a move. However, these people might have known about Ling Xiao's heroic deeds of killing Mo Xiaoyu and crippling Meng Xiao. They were afraid, so they did not really make a move. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of him. Before they came over, they shouted. What's wrong, Princess Xianxia? I'm just about to go back. You don't have to come looking for me. Did something happen? When they came closer, Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You're still smiling. Do you know that you're finished? Without waiting for Princess Xianxia to answer, Hua Luiying said anxiously. Finished? Ling Xiao looked at Hua Luiying with a smile and said, Leader Hua, even if I don't want to join your organization, you don't have to curse me, right? Curse you? Am I that kind of woman in your heart? Hua Luiying said with a sad face, I just like you. Is it a crime to like someone? Stop. Let's not talk about liking someone. I'm wrong. Yunya, what's the situation? Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't get anything serious from Hua Luiying, so he simply looked at Princess Xianxia and asked. Someone wants to deal with you, and it's a very ferocious person. Princess Xianxia answered. A very ferocious person? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. Hua Luiying was so anxious that he stomped his feet. I say, why are you so calm? The person who wants to deal with you is the one-eyed man. Although his cultivation is not as good as my sister's, this guy has a magic treasure on him. Even a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior would find it difficult to break his defense. In this way, he is simply very arrogant. This person has always been very cruel. He even dares to provoke the Black Python clan. This time, he came to find you for the martial soul of Tao Tai. A defense that even a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior can't break? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be interested. Although his defense was very strong now, it wouldn't be bad if he could continue to strengthen it. It would be great if he could snatch this treasure for himself. Interesting. Where is he? I'll go find him. Ling Xiao had been waiting to make an example out of someone, but he didn't meet anyone who dared to attack him. Now that he finally met such an arrogant guy, how could he let him go? You're crazy. That one-eyed man is leading his men to look for you. Why aren't you hiding? You want to find him? Is there something wrong with your brain? Although Hua Luiying's words were really unpleasant, Ling Xiao could feel the sincere concern in her words. This woman said that she liked him, but it didn't seem like she was just saying it casually. If it was any other woman, they would be eager to watch a good show. However, she was urging Ling Xiao to leave quickly. Leader Hua, don't you know that I have a not-so-elegant nickname? It's crazy. Ling Xiao grinned and looked at the dusty street in the distance. They're here. Quick. Hide in the Black Python clan. Although this one-eyed man sometimes even dares to provoke the Black Python clan when he's crazy, he will still be cautious. Hua Luiying obviously noticed the arrival of the one-eyed man's men. She hurriedly pushed Ling Xiao in the direction of the Black Python clan. However, Ling Xiao didn't move at all. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Leader Hua. At least I know that you do have good intentions towards me." Haha, you still have the mood to flirt on the street. You really don't care about me. Just then, a cold voice sounded on the street. The stalls on both sides of the street were already empty. The stall owners all hid in a safe place and watched the battle that was about to break out. This kind of thing happened almost every day in the city of Sin. Therefore, the stall owners were already used to it. To them, although this matter was torturous, it was also considered interesting. It could be considered a bit of entertainment in the midst of their boring daily lives. Hearing this voice, Hua Luiying's face suddenly stiffened. Damn it, there's no chance now. It seems that he really has to fight the one-eyed pirates today. It wasn't easy for her to truly fall in love with someone. She didn't want this person to be killed on the streets like this. Princess Xianxia, you take Ling Xiao away. I'll stop the one-eyed dragon. At least he has to give me some face. A determined look appeared on Hua Luiying's face. This kind of woman was really a very straightforward person. Once she had decided on a man, she would unconditionally do what was best for him. However, just when Hua Ying had made up his mind to completely break with the one-eyed pirates, he was directly lifted up and then moved aside. Alright, Captain Hua. It's not time for you to protect me yet. Just watch from the side. Ling Xiao admitted that he was not strong enough. Sometimes, he still needed someone to protect him. However, he was confident that there was no need for that when facing the one-eyed man. For this kind of battle where the difference in cultivation was not big, it was best for him to do it himself. You're Ling Xiao, right? The one-eyed man asked. Yes, you're the one-eyed man? Ling Xiao asked back. Your grandpa, will never change my name. That's right, I'm the one-eyed dragon in the martial world. The one-eyed man looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. Wasn't this just a kid who was still wet behind the ears? He thought that he was a master with 3 heads and 6 arms. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. This one-eyed man was just as Hua Luiying said. He was simply a madman, a reckless man, and obviously the kind of guy who didn't care about the consequences. Who gave him the courage to call himself grandpa? I have no grievances with you in the past. We've never even met before. Why are you looking for me so fiercely? What is it for? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Yes, we've never met before. I'm here for nothing else but the martial spirit of Tao Tai. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. You go your way and I'll go mine. We'll be strangers from now on. How about it? Call me grandpa, call me grandpa. Do you need a grandpa? Grandson. Ling Xiao was really angry. After all, he was only 17 years old. When he was young and vigorous, his attitude suddenly became fierce. Moreover, the other party's threat was simply not putting Ling Xiao in his eyes. Not to mention that the one-eyed man was just a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Even if he was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he shouldn't be so rude to him. He was simply asking for a beating. Kid, what did you say? You dare to scold me? The one-eyed man frowned. He had heard some rumors about Ling Xiao. They said that this kid was stubborn. He didn't give face to anyone. He didn't expect it to be true. So what if I scold you, grandson? The martial spirit of Tao Tai is now mine, Ling Zhao's. If you really want it, it's not impossible. Take out something of equal value. Otherwise, it'll go back to where it came from. Ling Zhao's attitude was very clear. Although the son of Taotai martial spirit was powerful, it was just icing on the cake for him. It wasn't necessary. If the one-eyed man could really take out something of equal value, and it was something he urgently needed, it was not impossible to exchange it. Ha 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 ha, kid, you seem to have misunderstood the situation. You dare to negotiate with your one-eyed grandpa? The one-eyed man's eyes flashed with a sinister look. He laughed and said, of course, if you think this is a deal, it's not a problem. You can hand over the martial spirit of Tao Tai and save your life. This is a good deal for you. Hearing this, many people in the crowd secretly scolded him for being shameless. This was simply shameless. He wanted to take away other people's things but was not willing to give anything. However, there was nothing they could do. The one-eyed man was stronger and had the powerful one-eyed pirates behind him. Even the Black Python clan had to give him some face, not to mention Ling Xiao. It was true that Ling Xiao was a young hero. However, before he grew up, he was no match for these old guys. Hee hee. Ling Xiao laughed as well. He looked at the one-eyed man and said, is there something wrong with your brain? Who gave you the guts to find trouble with me when you're merely at the half-step grotto heaven realm? Originally, I had no grievances with you. However, since you want to kill me, then don't blame me for being rude. You have a choice now. Either you turn around and scram, return to your one-eyed pirates and continue to enjoy your life, or you die here and become the laughingstock of the city of sin. Although Ling Zhao's words were very calm, to the warriors who were hiding in the dark and watching the show, it was no different from the rumbling of thunder. It was quite shocking. This Ling Xiao was really brave. Facing the one-eyed man and his men, he was not afraid at all. He even gave the one-eyed man a choice. Either get lost or die. If this was the celestial capital, they might understand. After all, that was Ling Zhao's base. But this was the city of sin. Where did Ling Xiao get his confidence from? What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you add fuel to the fire and piss him off? Hua Luiying was completely convinced by Ling Xiao. This guy was not afraid of death at all. Right, where's your female bodyguard, Cold Plum? I'll help you find her. You're no match for the one-eyed man. She had good intentions. It wasn't that she looked down on Ling Xiao, but the one-eyed man was much stronger than Meng Xiao and Mo Xiaoyu. Plus, he had a special treasure to protect himself. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get away with it. There's no need for Cold Plum to deal with trash like this. Ling Xiao looked back at Hua Luiying and said, don't worry, it's not a big deal. Good lad, you've got guts. Even Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao have to call me uncle when they see me. You're just an immature lad. How dare you threaten me in front of so many people? Do you have a death wish? The one-eyed man was clearly enraged. Not only did Ling Xiao not give him face, he even dared to threaten him. If he turned and left today, he wouldn't be able to stay in the city of sin anymore. Want to die? Can you kill me? Ling Xiao asked back. Hee hee, you'll find out soon enough. Before he finished speaking, the one-eyed man suddenly stomped on the ground. His body flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The place where he was originally standing had actually been stomped into a deep pit. It was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. When his body moved, the air exploded with a series of loud noises. A dark shadow of a long snake appeared behind the one-eyed dragon, which looked similar to the Black Python of the Black Python clan. However, the Black Python clan had a bloodline. His martial soul was a genuine martial soul. The moment his martial soul was released, his hands seemed to have turned into a soft snake's body. They suddenly elongated and pierced towards Ling Zhao's throat. The speed of his hands was extremely fast, even faster than the speed of his body. If he was hit, even with Ling Zhao's defense, he would still be injured. Furthermore, ordinary snake-type martial spirits were extremely poisonous, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to be cautious. So powerful. This one-eyed man doesn't make a move, but when he does, it's deadly. Yeah, I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to escape this calamity. He's still too young and doesn't know the dangers of Jianghu. That's true. When you meet a lunatic like the one-eyed dragon, it's better to obediently hand over your Taotai martial spirit. Why are you being so stubborn? There's no benefit to it. Except for Princess Xianxia, almost everyone at the scene thought that Ling Xiao was doomed. Including Hua Luiying. This woman actually wanted to help in a moment of desperation, but she was stopped by Princess Xianxia. Don't be nosy. He can handle it. Princess Xianxia knew Ling Xiao much better than Hua Luiying. Ling Xiao stood there, and the one-eyed dragon in his eyes seemed to have turned into a long black worm. Those two hands were like the tail of a black snake. It had to be said that the other party was still very strong. At least in terms of strength, he was indeed much stronger than Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. Just this pressure alone was stronger than the two of them combined. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. No matter how good a genius was, he still needed to grow up. When facing these old ginger, one really had to be careful. Of course, Ling Xiao was not Mo Xiaoyu or Meng Xiao. Today, the one-eyed dragon was really unlucky to have met him. In the face of the one-eyed dragon's explosive attack, Ling Xiao actually only took half a step forward with his right foot. Then, a sharp black awl quickly formed on the fingertips of his right hand. The moment the one-eyed dragon's attack arrived, he also released the attack on his right hand. Bang! The strange sound of the collision of energy exploded in the air. Ling Xiao's body involuntarily took a few steps back. One-eyed dragon flipped backward a few times before coming to a steady stop. Hee, your attack can't break my defense. He gently blew at the black mark on his arm. It only looked like a small scratch. Basically, Ling Xiao's attack had been declared ineffective. If it had been someone else, the sharp ball would have pierced the other party's arm directly. Of course, even so, under such circumstances, Ling Xiao was still able to accurately find the weak spot of the one-eyed man's attack and hit it. This still surprised the one-eyed man. Looking at Ling Xiao again, the clothes on his neck were cut. It was obvious that it was corroded. This was enough to prove that the one-eyed dragon's attack did indeed contain a strong poison. It seemed that Ling Xiao's judgment was not wrong. Is that so? Ling Xiao said as he looked at the torn clothes with an indifferent expression. Good lad, you're quite calm. However, it's useless. I've already estimated your strength. You're indeed more powerful than Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. However, you can't escape death when facing your grandfather, the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon laughed coldly and said, Don't be stubborn. Hand over the martial soul of Tao Tai and I can give you a martial soul that's more suitable for you. What do you think? Are you afraid? Ling Xiao laughed. If he wasn't afraid, the one-eyed dragon wouldn't have proposed such a condition at this time. One had to know that he previously wanted to obtain Ling Xiao's martial soul of Tao Tai unconditionally. Afraid? I just don't want to cause trouble in the city of Sin. The alchemy conference is about to begin. It's not good to offend the Black Python clan. The one-eyed dragon said unhappily. If that's the case, then don't talk nonsense. The Black Python clan won't find trouble with you. Ling Xiao said. How do you know? It's simple. The Black Python clan won't find trouble with a dead person. Even if they want to, I'm afraid they can't do anything. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. It seems like you're really looking for death. The one-eyed dragon stopped talking nonsense. He suddenly lay on the ground and his body underwent a drastic change. It was as if he had lost all his bones and turned into a flexible black snake. The pair of scarlet triangular eyes were gloomy, cold, and evil. Many people felt cold and fearful. From his mouth, a 2-foot-long tongue was spat out. It was glowing with a dark blue poisonous light. Hiss hiss, the sound of a snake's hissing could be heard in the air. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the space where Ling Xiao was. Die. All of a sudden, the one-eyed dragon moved. His speed was faster than before. Several black afterimages appeared in the air, and it was impossible to tell which one was real. It was both real and fake. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Everyone was guessing how Ling Xiao was going to deal with this sudden attack. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, they were all dumbfounded. Ling Xiao had his hands behind his back. He had no intention of making a move. Is he crazy? He's courting death. While the crowd was discussing, the snake shadows had already surrounded Ling Xiao. The poisonous light in the sky kept flashing, and then it kept attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't resist. His feet moved in a magical way, and he easily avoided the seemingly dense and terrifying attacks that were impossible to guard against. The poisonous liquid fell to the ground, and there was the sound of it corroding the ground. The bluestone ground had become bumpy, and there were many small holes caused by the corrosion. However, none of the attacks could land on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't escape. He just moved in the space of less than 2 or 3 meters, but he was able to accurately avoid the opponent's attacks every time. There was no one else who could do this. Suddenly, a snake tail came out from the ground, and then it wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. "Let's see how you're going to hide." In the air, the one-eyed dragon swooped down. His hands were like poisonous thorns, and he directly pierced Ling Xiao's head. On the ground, Ling Xiao was tightly entangled by the snake tail that suddenly appeared. He couldn't move at all, and he was simply a human target. Alas, Ling Xiao is going to die now. His body movement is so good, but it's a pity that someone caught his weakness and broke it. Now it's useless to escape. That's right. If no one comes to save him, he will definitely die. What people saw and thought wasn't wrong, but many people ignored the details of Ling Xiao's attack. Even Princess Xianxia didn't understand how Ling Xiao got into such a predicament. She and Hua Luing both rushed over, trying to rescue Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, Princess Xianxia saw the victorious smile on Ling Xiao's face. She suddenly grabbed Hua Luing. "What's going on? If we don't save him, he will really be killed." Hua Luing shouted anxiously. However, in the next moment, she suddenly shut her mouth and was completely stunned. One-eyed dragon, who was in mid-air, fell straight to the ground as if he was possessed. He had completely lost control of his body. As for the snake tail that extended from the ground, because it was also under Ling Xiao's control, it was also destroyed at this time. It was completely burned by the high temperature released from Ling Xiao's body. The martial artists who were secretly watching were also dumbfounded. They didn't understand what had happened. Everything was fine, so why did one-eyed dragon suddenly fall from the sky? This shouldn't be a mistake that a complete stage half-step grotto heaven realm cultivator would make. Why? Why is this happening? Lying on the ground, the one-eyed man felt a piercing pain in his body. He didn't know when he had been hit, so he could only shout at Ling Xiao. "You think you're the only one who knows how to use poison?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "If you really understand me, you should know that I'm an apothecary." What he used at the beginning was the poisoned shadow, all that had been strengthened by the white blood poison. Originally, he was just trying to see if the white blood poison could break through one-eyed dragon's defense. He didn't expect it to succeed. The penetration ability of the white blood poison was too terrifying. Even he was a little surprised by this. Unfortunately, even though one-eyed dragon had a powerful defense magic weapon, it was useless in front of him. So cruel. Not only is his martial arts talent outstanding, but he's also a powerful apothecary. I wonder what level he is at. I heard that Ling Xiao has been going in and out of the Black Python clan's mansion recently. It's said that he's treating the Changel ancestor of the Changel Celestial Island. So powerful. Yes, I heard that he solved a problem that even a yellow-grade super apothecary couldn't solve. How terrifying. There were still some people in the crowd who understood that Ling Xiao couldn't have kept going in and out of the Black Python clan's mansion a secret from everyone. Hua Luing was also stunned at this time. After a long time, a helpless and bitter smile appeared on her face. She seemed to understand why Ling Xiao didn't want to join their force. Pharmacists, especially outstanding pharmacists, were always highly sought after by all the major forces no matter the time. If he didn't join any force, he wouldn't be hated by those forces because everyone could use him. There was no need to get rid of him. Once he joined a force, the other forces would be eager to kill him immediately. This was a brilliant way of doing things. She even jokingly said that Ling Xiao would regret it. Now it seemed that Ling Xiao was the one who was truly far-sighted and thoughtful. "I won't fall like this, I won't." One-eyed dragon, who was lying on the ground, suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Suddenly, several snake tails emerged from the ground. But this time, it wasn't Ling Xiao who attacked, but the people. that one-eyed dragon brought with him. The moment the snake tails wrapped around those people, they were like straws that sucked the life force out of those people's bodies. In the blink of an eye, the dozen pirates that one-eyed dragon brought with him were sucked dry and died on the street. Looking at one-eyed dragon himself, he actually shed his skin, he broke away from the body that was full of white blood poison and became a brand new self. Although Xianxia could see that the white blood poison was still not removed, it was suppressed by his strong life force. Even if I die, I will definitely drag you down with me. After shedding his skin, one-eyed dragon stared at Xianxia, his eyes revealing coldness and hatred. The white blood poison in you isn't that serious. If you're willing to apologize to me and pay me to help you expel the poison, you can still live. Otherwise, no one in this world can save you. Xianxia looked at one-eyed dragon and said lightly. Ha 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 ha, you want to take advantage of me? You want me to apologize to you? Not a chance. If I can't get the Taotai martial spirit today, I will destroy him. One-eyed dragon laughed crazily, obviously losing his mind. If you really want to die, then I can't stop you. Xianxia said lightly, his face expressionless. He had given one-eyed dragon too many chances, but the other party was not willing to cherish them. Me? Die? Hee hee, you will definitely die before me. Kid, have you heard of domain energy? Yes, the Paradise domain can transform heaven's elemental energy into a more powerful domain energy, which can then affect the surrounding space and elements. How could Xianxia not know? He had already killed several Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although those were battles under special circumstances, he had still accumulated some experience. It's good that you know. The complete phase of the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm is completely different from the previous cultivators. This is because the complete phase of the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm already possesses a domain of origin energy. In front of my origin energy domain, your heavenly origin energy is nothing. One-eyed dragon was not willing to reveal the secret of his domain energy unless he was at the end of his rope. But at this moment, he had no choice but to reveal it. The one-eyed man had no choice but to reveal his trump card, elemental energy field. In his opinion, only by using elemental energy field could he defeat Xianxia. As he spoke, a strange sphere appeared around him. The sphere was translucent, and transparent water vapor constantly rose from it, forming a complete special space. Is that elemental energy field? It's elemental energy field that's fused with water elements. Although the special space couldn't continue to expand and couldn't use the Grotto Heaven domain like a true Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, in terms of energy level, elemental energy field was indeed much stronger than elemental energy. When people looked at this special space, it was as if they were looking at a turbulent ocean. It was an overwhelming power that made people tremble in fear. Oh no, Xianxia really can't take it this time. The one-eyed man is going all out. He's even using his trump card. Sure enough, there's always someone stronger. As the leader of a pirate group, the one-eyed man can become a famous pirate second only to the leader of the Twin Flowers pirates. It's not without reason. Everyone knew that Xianxia was talented. Not only was he a martial arts genius, but he was also a monster in the world of pharmacists. However, any talent needed time to grow and become stronger. Unfortunately, facing the enraged one-eyed man today, Xianxia might really be unable to escape death. Xianxia, don't make a move. Not wanting others to disturb his battle, Xianxia gently waved his hand. Then he looked at the one-eyed man and said, "Come on, let me see how powerful your so-called elemental energy field is. I'll stand here and wait for you." Xianxia's words made the onlookers secretly shake their heads. Xianxia was still too inexperienced. He didn't know how terrifying elemental energy field was. In front of elemental energy field was completely crushing power. Of course, at this moment, they still thought so. However, in the next moment, their thoughts changed instantly. Xianxia took out the shadow sword. The black sword body emitted a mysterious light. In that instant, a terrifying sword intent that looked down on the world swept out. It was like a storm of destruction between the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the entire street. Even the dark clouds above his head were directly pierced by the sword intent. The slaughter sword intent that could crush all life, the sword intent of destruction that could destroy everything, the will of mountains and rivers that could intimidate all living things, Tyrannical beyond compare, he rushed out in a rude and unreasonable manner. But this was not the end. Ling Xiao's body also formed a circular space. What was different from the one-eyed man was that Ling Xiao's space was actually formed by long swords that were completely condensed from energy. Sword domain. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Sword domain was the abbreviation for sword paradise domain. Many martial artists knew about it, but not many had actually seen it. This was because condensing a sword domain was too difficult. Although there were many swordsmen in the profound world, there were very few who could truly comprehend a sword domain. Most of the paradise domains formed by swordsmen were not sword domains. To them, the grotto heaven domain was just a supplementary function. But to Ling Xiao, the sword domain was a real weapon, fierce murderous aura, sword chi that broke through all obstacles. For a moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have become a true sword immortal, a sword god. The one-eyed man was a half-step to grotto heaven realm martial artist. It was normal for him to be able to condense the embryonic form of a grotto heaven domain, black water grotto heaven. But what about Ling Xiao? How could a mere peak level 9 martial artist be able to condense a grotto heaven domain? Moreover, it was the most difficult sword domain to comprehend. Of course, others didn't know, but Ling Xiao knew that his sword domain wasn't a real sword domain. It was simulated with the help of the mountain river martial soul. Although the aura was comparable, it was still far from a real sword domain. Of course, it wasn't inferior to the one-eyed man's half-baked black water grotto heaven domain. He's a real monster. It's unbelievable. In the crowd, almost everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's sword domain. This was something he had not expected at all. The one-eyed man was also stunned for a moment. Then, he said fiercely, "Good boy, it seems that I've underestimated you today. But you're only at the peak level 9 martial artist. It's impossible for you to condense a sword domain, let alone have a domain origin energy. You must be relying on external objects to create a sword domain. Compared to my real black water grotto heaven, it's not worth mentioning." "Is that so? Then you can give it a try. Is my fake sword domain or your real black water grotto heaven stronger?" Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile. A martial artist's cultivation couldn't be separated from external objects. As long as it was used appropriately, it wouldn't cause any harm and could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Otherwise, even if you were a peerless genius, you wouldn't be able to increase your cultivation speed so quickly in such a short time. Ling Xiao had never been afraid of relying on the mountain river martial soul. Everything he had was brought to him by the mountain river martial soul. Therefore, he had to use the mountain river martial soul to do better than anyone else. Cut the crap. Come on. Let's fight to determine the winner. The one-eyed dragon roared. No, it's to determine life and death. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. The power contained in the sword domain continued to increase. The sharp sword essence, with an invincible aura, destroyed all obstacles in front of it. He walked forward slowly. All the power of the sword domain condensed on the shadow sword in his hand. With every step he took, the ground would be cut open and the air would constantly let out a mournful cry. Streaks of dazzling sword light emitted clear whistling sounds. They were filled with sharp sword intent of slaughter and destruction. At that moment, the one-eyed dragon subconsciously took a step back. He didn't even notice that his black water grotto heaven had many dents under the threat of the terrifying sword domain. It seemed like it would be penetrated at any time. "Wait a minute!" the one-eyed dragon shouted. The power of Ling Xiao's sword domain was completely beyond his imagination. He was completely frightened by the terrifying sword domain. His body trembled like a sieve. The black water grotto heaven was also trembling. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Ling Xiao was still walking forward. He had no intention of stopping. However, his speed was very slow. This slow speed gave the one-eyed dragon an incomparable sense of oppression and fear. I don't want the martial soul of Tao Tai anymore. I don't want it anymore, okay?" The one-eyed dragon was a warrior in the complete phase of the half-step grotto heaven realm. Therefore, he could see that Ling Xiao's sword domain could definitely kill him. He was afraid. He was timid. He no longer had the courage to fight with Ling Xiao. What was face, he didn't want it anymore. He only wanted to stay alive. As long as he was alive, he would have a chance to get even with Ling Xiao. However, once he was dead, he would have nothing. What's going on? The one-eyed dragon, a ferocious pirate, actually admitted defeat to a 17-year-old boy? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. At the very last moment, the one-eyed man begged for mercy. The spectators who were waiting for the final clash were dumbfounded. The one-eyed man was so arrogant and overbearing when he arrived. He didn't even give Ling Xiao a chance to negotiate. He demanded that Ling Xiao hand over the martial spirit of Tao Tai. If Ling Xiao didn't give it to him, he would kill Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao, in his eyes, was just an ant that he could crush at any time. In reality, everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to be unlucky. Even if he didn't die, the martial spirit of Tao Tai would be stolen by the one-eyed man. That was the best outcome. After all, where there's life, there's hope. With Ling Xiao's talent, it would be a pity for him to die now. But this ending was something they couldn't have imagined. The one-eyed man, who was known as the Tyrant of the City of Sin and didn't even fear the Black Python clan, was no match for Ling Xiao. He didn't even have the courage to fight Ling Xiao one last time. He begged for mercy from Ling Xiao because he was afraid of death. He planned to leave and give up on the martial spirit of Tao Tai. Wasn't this all a dream? You want to leave now? Ling Xiao asked as he walked. That's right. I want to leave. I want to go back to the pirate ship right now. I don't dare to appear in front of you again. The one-eyed man, who had lost the courage to fight, could only think of escaping from here and never provoking Ling Xiao again. Even if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he had to be more prepared in the future. For example, he had to hire more masters. Today, Ling Xiao made him lose face. One day, he would get it back. He didn't want to be mocked like an idiot. That day wasn't far away. But at this time, Ling Xiao's words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. If you wanted to leave before, I wouldn't have stopped you. But now, you have no chance. You only have one choice, and that is to die. Either you die standing or you die kneeling. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot. You wanted to kill me, so you came to block my way to fight. In the end, you realized that you couldn't beat me and wanted to leave? How could there be such a good thing in this world? If Ling Xiao's cultivation was weaker, wouldn't he be killed by the one-eyed man? One-eyed man, should I say that you're shameless or arrogant? Do you think you can kill me, Ling Xiao? When you attacked me, you should have understood that if you couldn't kill me, you would have to die. You can't kill me, I'm the head of the one-eyed pirates. I'm an ally of the Black Python family. Ling Xiao's Black Python clan. Allies? Who's SSSSSSS? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You don't understand at all. Although Meng Zhao's SSS, can be recultivated, but the. At this critical moment, the one-eyed man really went all out. He said everything he shouldn't say. Many people suspected that the one-eyed pirates and the Black Python clan secretly colluded to harm other forces, but there was no evidence. They didn't expect the one-eyed man to say it himself today. This idiot. Python Sky, who was hiding in the crowd, gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to tear the guy's mouth apart. The one-eyed man's words directly put the Black Python clans into the unjust. Python Skies, is his, true? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the crowd and pointed his gaze at Python Sky. Python Sky secretly cursed. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's eyesight to be so powerful. He was so far away, but he still knew that he was there. For a moment, countless pairs of eyes fell on him. Python Sky stood up helplessly and said, "Young hero Ling, although the one-eyed man's words are not entirely true, they're not wrong. Our Black Python clans didn't let him deal with our competitors. We just have a cooperative relationship with him. I hope you can spare his life for the sake of the Black Python clans." Such an answer was also after careful consideration. He couldn't abandon the one-eyed man at this time. That's because the one-eyed pirates, like the Twin Flowers pirates, belonged to a powerful force. If he really burned the bridge at this time, he would inevitably offend that powerful force. Therefore, he stood up to plead for the one-eyed man. What he said was a little too obvious, but there was no other way. He had to say that. Did you hear that, kid? If you dare to kill me, neither the One-Eyed Pirates nor the Black Python clan will let you go. The One-Eyed Man saw that Python Sky had arrived and immediately perked up. Python Sky, you bastard. Since you're here, why don't you help me? Hurry up and kill this kid. Shut up. Don't you think there's enough trouble? Python Sky was furious. How could he have such a stupid teammate? Can't he see the situation at all? Now is not the time for you to be pretentious. It's good enough that you're still alive. How dare you instigate me to kill Ling Xiao? You don't want to live, but I do. Just as Python Sky didn't know how to plead for the One-Eyed Man, Ling Xiao had already walked in front of the One-Eyed Man. You can forgive the heavens for their sins, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. Since you came to kill me, you should know that there's a possibility of you being killed. You asked for it. After saying that, Ling Xiao's sword realm suddenly vibrated. Countless sword lights merged into the shadow sword and pierced the One-Eyed Man's chest. You dare to kill. The horrified screams were completely suppressed by the roar of the sword realm. The One-Eyed Man looked at the unstoppable sword light in despair. He really didn't understand how Ling Xiao could be so bold as to not even give face to the Black Python clan. Did he really dare to kill him in front of Python Sky? He died with his eyes wide open. The sword fell, the One-Eyed Man's body was pierced through, and he fell straight onto the street. Dust and blood splattered all over the place. A ghastly wound appeared on his chest, and even his internal organs could be seen clearly. Dead, completely dead, the famous One-Eyed Pirate captain, the hero of the city of Xianxia region for many years, and a martial artist who was half a step to the Grotto Heaven realm, had died so easily at the hands of a mere teenager. A 17-year-old teenager without a single wound on his body. Only his collar was pierced. Such an ending was too big of a contrast. Countless people felt a huge sense of discomfort in their hearts. They felt that everything was so unreal, as if they were in a dream. Therefore, after the One-Eyed Man died, the street was dead silent. Everyone was still immersed in the scene that had just happened. Hua Luiying was one of the first to recover. Her body was trembling. She was excited, she loved this man to death. He was the perfect man that she had dreamed of. He was decisive and ruthless in his actions, and he didn't hesitate at all. No matter who the opponent was, whoever provoked him had to be punished. He would never be a coward. Ling Xiao, now that you've had your fun, you can leave now. The city of Sin is no longer a place for you to stay. Although she was excited, Hua Luiying was very rational. She knew what kind of trouble Ling Xiao would cause after killing the One-Eyed Man. Leave? I still have to attend the alchemy convention, how can I leave now? Ling Xiao shook his head. Don't be stubborn. You don't even know who's behind the One-Eyed Man. If you offend them, you'll be in trouble. Hua Luiying said anxiously. What? Don't tell me that the One-Eyed Man is like your Twin Flowers pirates, with a big boss behind the scenes? Ling Xiao asked. That's true. I've said it before, 70% of the mystic world's ocean area has given birth to countless powerful forces. Among them, there's one force that controls the entire ocean area around the Sky Dragon, Godly Phoenix, and White Tiger continents. Its name is Water God Temple, and its overall strength isn't any weaker than the strongest force in the White Tiger continent. It's even stronger than the Five Immortal Island. In order to make Ling Xiao leave, Hua Luiying said some things that she shouldn't have said. Water God Temple? Never heard of it. Ling Xiao wasn't being arrogant, but he really hadn't heard of Water God Temple. After all, his range of activity was limited to the Sky Dragon and Godly Phoenix continents. He hadn't even been to these two continents yet. Leader Hua, thank you for your kind intentions. However, it is true that I cannot leave for the time being. If I were to give up such a good opportunity to improve because of an unknown enemy, that would not be my style at all. Ling Xiao, you don't understand how scary Water God Temple is. You're looking for death, do you know that? Hua Luiying shouted anxiously. Ling Xiao shook his head. If Water God Temple is really as powerful as you say, then even if I leave the city of Sin, there's no point. That's true. Hua Luiying couldn't help but go silent. How about this, I'll help you investigate and see if Water God Temple will cause trouble for you because of the One-Eyed Man's death. Hua Luiying gritted her teeth. Thank you, Leader Hua, but you really don't have to do this. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. No, I've already said that I've taken a liking to you. Regardless of whether you like me or not, my thoughts won't change. Even if I have to become enemies with the Water God Temple, I will still help my man. Hua Luiying smiled brightly and left in a hurry. TSK, young hero Ling is really lucky with women. This Captain Hua's standards have always been high. There aren't many men who can catch her eye, and there are even fewer men who can make her like them. You're amazing. Princess Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia, don't laugh at me. I still have a mess to deal with. Ling Xiao shook his head. But you don't seem to be afraid or nervous at all. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. What's there to be afraid of? I, Ling Xiao, have always been accompanied by trouble. Ling Xiao said with a smile. If a person at the bottom wanted to climb up the internet, then he would inevitably be envied and framed. If he wanted to beat the heavens by half a step, he could only fight with his life. So what if it was just a little danger? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the warriors hiding in the dark shook their heads secretly. Ling Xiao's character really made them feel good. In the face of people who bully you, you should be brave enough to do it, instead of cowering and being bullied by others. But after feeling good, they began to worry about Ling Xiao's safety. Not to mention the Water God Temple, the one-eyed pirates alone were enough to give Ling Xiao a headache. The one-eyed pirates had 4 fleets, and the 4 captains were all half-step Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. The rest of the crew was close to 1,000, and all of them were Celestial Realm warriors. If the Water God Temple sent more people, it would be even more troublesome. After all, according to the rumors, the weakest person in the Water God Temple was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. This time, no one knew what kind of master they would send, but no matter what, it would definitely be a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Even if Ling Xiao could kill the one-eyed pirate, he had no chance of winning in the face of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Not to mention, the Black Python clan was involved in this. Although he didn't know why Python Heaven didn't help the one-eyed pirate, Ling Xiao killed the one-eyed pirate in front of Python Heaven, which was not giving face to the Black Python clan. Would the Black Python clan spare him? Yes, Ling Xiao was very strong, and his talent was ordinary. But with his current strength, trying to fight against the one-eyed pirates, the Water God Temple, and the Black Python clan by himself was simply courting death. Ling Xiao didn't want to lead the war to Princess Xianxia's home. He also knew that the one-eyed pirates were nearby. If they wanted to find him, it wouldn't take more than a quarter of an hour. So, he simply found a stall on the street, ordered a bowl of spicy and delicious tofu pudding, and ate it as if nothing had happened. The warriors hiding in the dark on the street didn't leave, nor did they come out to continue their business. They knew the one-eyed pirates better than Ling Xiao. Their leader had been killed. The one-eyed pirates wouldn't give up so easily. Princess Xianxia also didn't leave. She sat opposite Ling Xiao. She did this because she wanted to know more about how strong Ling Xiao was. After all, she didn't see the wonderful battle in the Divine Phoenix capital. Secondly, she was naturally just in case. If Ling Xiao really couldn't handle it, she would naturally take action. Today's Heavenly Dragon trading firm was also in constant disputes. One of the factions planned to cooperate with Ling Xiao and support Ling Zhao's celestial empire. This was Princess Xianxia's treasure, so she had to be careful. The waiting time wasn't long. In less than a quarter of an hour, the earth began to tremble. A strange big ship flew directly from the sky and landed on the street. Rumbling sounds continued to rise and fall, and many buildings were crushed by this huge ship. It was as if there was an earthquake, which made people tremble in fear. It's really here. It's the one-eyed pirate's ironclad airship. Everyone was shocked. Although they had heard that the one-eyed pirate's ironclad airship was a rare mechanical ship, it was very rare in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent. Seeing it today, it was really an eye-opener for him. Ling Xiao is really in trouble. The 4 captains of the one-eyed pirates are here. It seems that there are also masters from the Water Temple. The one wearing a blue robe is one of them. The Water God Hall's people were all wearing water blue robes or battle armor. They had the Water God Hall symbol on them, making them look very unique. It turned out to be something like a mermaid. She had long blue hair, a fishtail on the lower body, and a human upper body. At the same time, in the Black Wind Tower. Sister, let me go. I have to help Ling Xiao. Hua Luiying was trapped by a restriction and couldn't leave. And the one who trapped her was Hua Fuguang. Her sister. You can't go anywhere today. If we don't help the water temple, then we'll be helping Ling Xiao. If we go against the water temple for Ling Xiao, then all of us will die. Can you bear the responsibility then? Hua Fuguang was very calm. Even though she knew that if she did this and Ling Xiao died, her sister would hate her for the rest of her life, but she had to do it. Because she was the leader of the Twin Flowers pirates, she had to be responsible for her crew. Sister, you can't do this. Can't you see that Ling Xiao won't die? Once he survives, his future will be limitless. Even the water temple may not be able to stop his growth. We have to help him now. Hua Feiying shouted. Since you have so much confidence in him, then there's no need to worry. Hua Fuguang closed her eyes and ignored Hua Feiying's shouts. At this time, on the street, thousands of pirates with blood on their hands jumped down from their ships. They were all howling like wild beasts from the sea. They were evil, sinister, and cruel. None of them were good people. None of them hadn't killed hundreds of people. These fellows had never felt pity for human lives. As pirates, their things were theirs, and other people's things were theirs. If they didn't give it to them, then they were stealing it. This was the simplest way pirates behaved. There was no reason to speak of. On the street, warriors hid in the shadows, not daring to even breathe loudly. They were afraid that if they angered these evil guys, they would lose their lives. However, Ling Xiao was still sitting at the stall, eating with relish as if the person who had just arrived did not exist in his eyes. The leader was wearing a blue robe. He looked coldly at the corpse on the ground with a completely shattered chest. He was the representative sent by the water temple to the city of Sin. His job was to gather wealth for the water temple. The one-eyed pirates did well in this aspect. They were the source of a large amount of wealth for the water temple. But now, the one-eyed pirate was killed, and he was killed after mentioning the name of the water temple. As the water god temple's Sin City representative, he couldn't tolerate the way the water god temple was treated. Standing on both sides of him are the 4 captains of the one-eyed pirates. The captain of the first team had fiery red hair. His cultivation was on par with the one-eyed man, and he had a powerful flame martial spirit. He's just a kid. If I were to make a move, I would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Captain Hua, you guys go first. There's no need to talk about Jianghu justice with him. Kill him without mercy. The representative of the Water Spirit Temple said coldly from the bow of the ship. Yes. Captain Hua looked at Ling Xiao, who was sitting in the booth, and suddenly punched out. As the flames rolled, the table in the booth instantly burned, and thick smoke billowed. Ling Xiao. Get over here and accept your death. He let out an explosive roar that shook the heavens, not at all inferior to the one-eyed dragon from before. I've heard that the captain of the one-eyed pirates is very powerful. He is not weaker than their pirate regiment head. Today, I saw him and it's true. Everyone's expression was uncertain. Some of them were worried for Ling Xiao. Some of them were gloating. After all, there are still all kinds of people in this world. You can't ask everyone to do things according to your ideas. That's not realistic. But at this time, the only thought in everyone's mind was that Captain Hua's strength was not bad. If the rest of the people joined forces, Ling Xiao would be in trouble. However, the table was destroyed, but the bowl in Ling Xiao's hand was not destroyed, nor was the stool under his butt. The bowl seemed to be suspended in the air. There was no support, but it didn't fall down and break, which made people stunned. People couldn't help but sigh secretly. This Ling Xiao is really good, but thinking about how domineering Ling Xiao was when he faced the one-eyed dragon just now, it's not surprising that he can do this now. Mother Faster's Kerr, are you trying to put on airs with me? Captain Hua's body was burning with red flames, and there was also a shadow of flames behind his body, which looked very powerful. Come on, tear that kid alive for me. Don't worry about anything, all of you go for me. Captain Hua roared, and the crew of a team rushed to Ling Xiao one after another. In their view, even if Ling Xiao was very powerful, there were nearly 300 people in their team, and all of them were Celestial Realm warriors. They were not afraid that they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, this bastard. Kill. Captain Hu waved his hand and shouted in a cold tone. Kill. The pirates did not have the discipline of an army, nor did they have a uniform fighting style, but one by one, they shouted fiercely and rushed to Ling Xiao, still showing a strong power. However, at this time a cold breath filled the entire long street. In the sky, snowflakes were floating. The cold chill came to the world, and all the pirates couldn't help but shiver, and their hearts were cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The wind blew. The snow was like a sharp blade. In the flexibility, there was a strong murderous aura. Miserable screams erupted from the pirates in an instant. The bodies of those martial artists who were the first to pounce on Ling Xiao actually gradually froze, turning into aqua-blue ice crystals. The people behind did not have time to stop their momentum and hit these people heavily. The ice crystals fell to the ground and shattered. There was no blood, but the scene was equally strange and cruel. Any pirate who approached Ling Xiao could not escape the danger of being frozen. Pirates are also human. When the fear overshadowed the ferocity, they did not dare to act. After all, dozens of people have died in front of them, and the way they died was so strange that it made people sigh. Who helped Ling Xiao? People guessed in their hearts. And this person actually offended the one-eyed pirates in order to protect Ling Xiao. Who was Ling Xiao to him or her? What did he do? A group of remaining pirates surrounded Ling Xiao, but did not dare to step forward. The person who did it has not yet appeared. They don't know who is their enemy, but this person is definitely very terrifying. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. A cold voice came from Captain Hu's mouth, and he took the lead and rushed out. Without him, it was impossible for those under him to be Ling Xiao's opponent. He now understands. Yes. Finally, under the threat and encouragement of Captain Hua, the pirates regained their confidence, and the fear on their faces was replaced by ferocity again. They looked at Ling Xiao with cold eyes, and one by one they became fierce again. Go! Captain Hua rushed to the front, and a group of pirates followed closely behind, and the murderous aura condensed into a torrent and swept over. This time, there was no snowflakes flying, no cold chill. However, there were plum blossoms all over the sky. There was an elegant fragrance in the air, which was intoxicating. Captain Hua sneered. Although he didn't know where these plum blossoms came from, they actually tried to block his attack. The flames all over his body gushed out and became more fierce. The fire soared and wrapped the plum blossoms. Idiot, if it was snow, I might have a little headache, but it's easy to burn the plum blossoms with fire. Captain Hua showed a smug smile. Is that so? A cold voice came through the air. It was a woman's voice. Looking at the plum blossoms again, they were out of the red flames, and they were still full of energy. There was no trace of being burned at all. Captain Hua only had time to show a shocked expression, and then he felt a tingling in his throat. The breath of life was stripped from his body. Ah, a miserable voice sounded almost at the same time. With Captain Hua dead, the remaining pirates were like duckweeds on the ocean, easily harvested. Their lives were as worthless as grass. The martial artists who were watching the fun were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but the person who helped Ling Xiao was so powerful. This young man was not alone. It seemed that their guesses were wrong. The chosen one, the Celestial Emperor, with such an identity, how could there be no helpers? It was said that the Water Spirit Temple was powerful and the one-eyed pirates were ferocious, but many people ignored the fact that the Celestial Empire had just overthrown the true Demon Empire. Behind Ling Xiao, there was also a powerful force. Death spread on the long street, and a group of nearly 300 pirates led by Captain Hua were all killed. They also died inexplicably, and they also died in a very depressed manner. Gee, it's really not easy to kill Ling Xiao. People couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. Think about it carefully. Since Ling Xiao came to the Divine Phoenix continent, he has offended more than one master, but the result is that the people who offended him are basically either dead or crippled. Not only did he not die, but he is also getting stronger and stronger. It seems that unless the representative of the Water Spirit Temple takes action, I'm afraid that the one-eyed pirates will be wiped out today. That Ling Xiao is really calm. He is still eating it this time and has no intention of fighting at all. People really admired this young man more and more. Whether he was pretending or not, he had the ability to do so. If it were someone else, it really wouldn't work. Princess Xianxia had already put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile. She thought that the more time she spent with him, the more she knew Ling Xiao, but now she suddenly found that after spending more time with him, she didn't understand him. Instead, she became more and more unfamiliar with him. Ling Xiao had become more and more mysterious. It was as though he was a completely different person after not seeing him for a day. What surprised her the most was the first person who helped Ling to was Princess Yun. If he guessed correctly, it should be Phoenix Cry Drifting Snow without a doubt. She was truly impressed. Back when they were in the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, Feng Ming and Piao Shui had viewed Ling Xiao as an enemy. Yet today, they were willing to help Ling Xiao, even if it meant offending Water Divine Hall. This young man was really charming. Appearance, martial arts, medical skills, wisdom, almost everything was full of strange charm. There was no perfect person in this world, and Ling Xiao was no exception. However, many of his shortcomings were also fatally attractive. Arrogance was a derogatory term when used on others. But when used on him, it became a compliment. This was because the arrogance of others could lead to tragedy in the end. But he was always a comedy. At this time, Ling Xiao had finished eating the last mouthful of tofu pudding and threw the last piece of bun into his mouth. After swallowing it, he said faintly, "People of the One-Eyed Pirates, listen up. I am in a good mood today and don't want to kill, so don't challenge my patience. Whoever dares to attack me, I will kill, and I will never show mercy." The pirates of the One-Eyed Pirates shrunk again. Ling Xiao hadn't even made a move, but Captain Hua and the first team had already been wiped out. With just a few of them, they were like fish on the chopping board. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill them, he could kill them easily. There was no possibility of a comeback at all. The events in the city of Xin these 2 days proved one point: Ling Xiao was definitely not a soft-hearted person. On the contrary, he was very ruthless. Especially to enemies, he would never show mercy. If he said he would kill, then he would definitely kill. It was not a joke. "Captain Shark, Captain Tortoise, Captain Feng, the 3 of you come at me together. Don't tell me you're afraid of a mere Ling Xiao?" A cold voice came from the Water Spirit Temple representative. He was very angry and wanted to do it himself. But once he did, it meant that the Water Spirit Temple would intervene. At that time, they would become enemies with the Celestial Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire. Although the Water Spirit Temple was not afraid of this, it would disrupt their plans. Therefore, he could only hope that the remaining 3 captains of the One-Eyed Pirates could work harder. "Yes, sir." Captain Shark, Captain Turtle, and Captain Wind were all half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. They were slightly weaker than Captain Hua, but they had all reached maturity. If one of them made a move, they might not be Ling Xiao's opponent. But if the 3 of them worked together, with the help of the 3 teams, it was still possible to kill Ling Xiao. What was there to be afraid of, anyway? It was fine as long as Ling Xiao died. Even if they were called shameless, they wouldn't care. The 3 of them looked at each other and rushed out at almost the same time. The sound of internal energy exploding could be heard in the air. The 3 of them were very fast. They were so fast that many warriors couldn't see them with their naked eyes. Especially Captain Wind, he was like a gust of wind. Captain Shark of the Sea Shark clan, Captain Turtle of the Turtle clan, and a human Captain Wind with a wind martial spirit. Your One-Eyed Pirates really don't lack any species. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a world faintly appeared behind him. The sun and moon alternated, and day and night changed. There was a vast and ancient aura. Suddenly, a huge heaven-devouring titanic beast Taotai crawled out of the darkness. Its 2 fierce eyes, like the sun and moon, stared at the newcomers. A cold and terrifying aura suddenly penetrated the bodies of all the warriors. Taotai martial spirit? This brat had actually completely integrated the martial spirit of Taotai into his moves? How long has it been? How did he do it? Among the crowd, Mang Sky gnashed his teeth in hatred and jealousy. Small tricks, kill. Captain Shark, Captain Turtle, and Captain Wind were actually shocked. but after all, they were captain-level pirates. Usually, they were ferocious by nature. Even a little fear could not completely cover their ferocious hearts. A huge shark condensed from aqua-blue heavenly origin energy, a huge turtle shell that shone with a yellow light, a crazily spinning tornado, the three attacks attacked Ling Xiao almost at the same time. Roar. Tao Tai's roar seemed to come from another world. The shadow sword in Ling Xiao's hand became faintly discernible. The ferocious aura continued to gather on his body. He did not move, only staring at the three attacks. His cold eyes revealed a disdainful smile. Kill. After the three captains attacked, the pirates in their team also threw out the weapons in their hands. This kind of battle often happened on the sea. The weapons that the pirates threw out contained powerful heavenly yuan energy. Not only did they have shocking destructive power, but their speed was also not slow. The weapons covered the sky and covered the earth like a storm. Ling Xiao's situation looked extremely bad. However, the smile on Ling Xiao's face became unusually bright. Heaven Burning Eye, Tao Tai's Doomsday, in the Tai Chi Eye, a blazing sea of fire was released. The weapons flying in the sky quickly melted into molten iron and fell to the ground, cooling on the green stone floor. The shadow sword in his hand stabbed out almost at the same time. The huge Tao Tai flew out along with the sword light. It opened its mouth and swallowed the shark formed by the heavenly yuan energy. Then, its huge claws landed on the turtle shell. The turtle shell was instantly shattered. Although the tornado hit the Tao Tai, it only left a scratch on its body and did not leave any substantial damage. When the three captains saw this, their hearts trembled violently. Retreat, they attacked at the same time, but the last thing they thought was to retreat at the same time. Ling Xiao's attack was more terrifying than they imagined. Especially the terrifying aura from the world behind Ling Xiao. They felt that it was 10 times or 100 times more terrifying than the Tao Tai. Getting close to Ling Xiao was a dead end. They were not willing to gamble with their lives. They were afraid. However, there was no meaning in escaping. Since you chose to attack, then you should know the result. Now that you are afraid, isn't it too cowardly? Ling Xiao's voice sounded softly, but the attack did not stop. The furious Tao Tai covered the entire street, and the originally bright street became pitch black. The Tao Tai Doomsday that had merged with the Tao Tai Martial Soul was the true Tao Tai Doomsday. Once this move was unleashed, everything within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to have entered an apocalyptic world. As the bloody mouth opened, the three captains and the hundreds of pirates seemed to be pulled by something. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. Their bodies were gradually sucked into the bloody mouth. The pirates looked on helplessly as their bodies were torn apart by the sword light from Tao Ye's body. While they were frightened, they could only scream desperately. They didn't want to die, even pirates weren't willing to die. When they killed people, they didn't take other people's lives seriously. However, when this kind of thing happened to them, they were afraid. They had come here from the sea to seek revenge on Ling Xiao, to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. But what they didn't expect was that they had come here to court death. Those who killed became those who were killed. This was truly ironic. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tao Ye's huge mouth closed. With just this move, the remaining 3 captains were killed, and hundreds of pirates were left without bones. Some of the remaining pirates directly fainted from fright, and some fled in all directions. Those who remained at the scene were also trembling and had completely lost their courage. When the crowd saw the scene, their eyes were completely frozen. This young man was a little too valiant. Today's ordinary business street had turned into a dead-end street. Could it be that only warriors of the Grotto Heaven realm could subdue him? Captain Hua died in battle, Captain Shark died in battle, Captain Turtle died in battle, Captain Feng died in battle. Along with them, there were nearly 200 pirates of the celestial realm. How could this not shock them? Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was still dressed in snow-white clothes and his black hair fluttered in the wind. If it weren't for the blood dripping from the shadow sword in his hand, they would have thought that he had never experienced a battle. There was no killing intent in his eyes, only a faint smile and indifferent ridicule. Perhaps for him, this battle couldn't even be considered a battle. It was just a boring slaughter. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Gently swinging his sword, Ling Xiao asked faintly, I don't mind giving you a quick death. When the pirates heard this, they didn't move forward. Instead, they all took a few steps back, and some of them wanted to escape. However, at this time, the representative of the Water Spirit Temple made a move. A flow of aqua blue energy spread out from his body, and this energy was poured into the bodies of the remaining 300 or 400 pirates. The eyes of these pirates also turned aqua blue. Regardless of whether they stayed or tried to escape, they all became puppet-like existences. They couldn't control their bodies. Under the control of the representative of the Water Spirit Temple, they all rushed toward Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could make a move, 2 figures had already rushed into the crowd. One was as white as snow, cold and gloomy. She was Piao Shui, Feng Ming. The other was like a plum blossom, full of murderous intent. She was Cold Plum. I'll also practice. Princess Xianxia also walked out with a smile. Of course, she didn't need to do anything to deal with these pirates, but her action represented her attitude. The Moon Lady didn't make a move. She sat on the white cloud with her eyes closed, as if she was resting, but also as if she was cultivating. It wasn't her turn to make a move yet. Ling Xiao also held the shadow sword and went out to kill. This kind of killing was also very good for honing one's murderous intent. The battle was completely one-sided. Under Piao Shui's hands, there were all frozen corpses. Under Cold Plum's hands, although the corpses were intact, there was an extra hole in the shape of a plum blossom between their eyebrows. Under Yunya's hands, there were many deaths. This woman seemed to have mastered many different kinds of martial arts, each of which could kill people. The people Ling Xiao killed were more miserable. Basically, they were all beheaded. This was because he wanted to make an example. He wanted to let the people in the city of Sin know that if they wanted to kill him, Ling Xiao, they had to be prepared to be killed. And it was very likely that they would die without a complete corpse. The battle was over. Except for a few people who escaped, the rest of the one-eyed pirates were all killed. The number of people who died under the hands of Ling Xiao and the other 3 was close to 1,000, including 4 captains who were half a step into the Grotto Heaven realm. These people were too strong. Most of the warriors who were watching were in the Celestial realm. Facing the ground full of dead Celestial realm warriors, they naturally felt fear. They were very glad that they didn't provoke Ling Xiao, and they didn't think that they could kill Ling Xiao. It was difficult to judge the cultivation and strength of these people. Because these people obviously didn't use their full strength. Their battle seemed so easy, as if they were cleaning up a group of garbage. The one-eyed pirates came aggressively, but they left nearly 1,000 corpses and dyed the whole long street red. The blood-red street was really a great irony. Scary. Everyone sighed. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? They thought that with the one-eyed pirates here, Ling Xiao would be dead for sure. However, of the people who had come, only the representative of the Water Spirit Hall remained. The rest had either died in battle or fled. No wonder this kid didn't even bother to leave. With such power and such strong helpers, who would they be afraid of? The Water Temple representative hasn't made a move yet. The outcome is still uncertain. After all, that representative is a Grotto Heaven realm warrior. Although Ling Xiao and the others had displayed their overwhelming strength and destructive power, the strongest enemy here had yet to make a move. It was hard to say what the final outcome would be. On the other side, at the highest point of the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fuguang stood there and could clearly see the situation here. Hua Fuing was trapped by the restriction, but he could also see the situation here. Big sister, is this what you want me to see? Do you feel like you've been slapped in the face? Does it hurt? Hua Luing smiled as he looked at his sister. She knew very well that her sister brought her here to let her see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Then, she would completely give up on the idea of being together with Ling Xiao. However, what her sister, Hua Fuguang, did not expect was that Ling Xiao would put on a good show. Slapped in the face? That's not necessarily true. The Water Temple representative hasn't made a move yet. I don't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to make a move on the Water Temple representative. Hua Fuguang gritted her teeth and said, Sister, it's not too late to let me go. If the Water Temple representative is killed later, even if we want to form an alliance with Ling Xiao, he won't care. Hua Fuing reminded her. You think too highly of him. Don't talk about defeating him. He wouldn't even dare to make a move on the water temple representative. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Hua Fuguang was still persevering. The water temple was such a terrifying existence. There was once a pirate group that was stronger than the Twin Flowers pirates operating in the Sin City Sea. That captain was also a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, but because he had spoken such arrogant words to the Water Spirit Temple's representative, he had been forced to leave. Even before they started, the pirate group was completely annihilated the next day. Everyone's bodies were floating on the sea, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Because of this, Hua Fuguang had always obeyed Water God Temple's orders and never dared to disobey. He was even more unwilling to offend them. You're not going to make a move? Ling Xiao finally looked at the high and mighty representative of the Water God Temple. From the very beginning, this person appeared to be superior to others, able to wantonly control the lives of others. You're not worthy of me making a move. The Water God Temple's representative coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, if you have the guts, then don't leave the city of Sin today. I will let you know the fear of offending the Water God Temple. Hehe, don't worry. Not only will I not leave the city of Sin today, I won't even leave this street. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and touched his storage ring. An open-air pavilion appeared on the street, blocking the sun from shining on it. Inside the pavilion, there were fruits, desserts, and tea. Lady Piao Shui, Cold Plum, Princess Xianxia, go and rest. Let's solve this problem today. There's no need to delay it until tomorrow. After all, I still have to participate in the alchemy conference tomorrow. I can't afford to delay it. As Ling Xiao spoke, he directly sat there and picked up an apple to eat. Master, why don't I go and kill that Water God Temple's representative? Cold Plum lowered her voice and said. Absolutely not. Princess Xianxia and Piao Shui said almost at the same time. Oh? Why not? Ling Xiao originally wanted to agree to Cold Plum's request. After all, the Water God Temple's representative really wanted him dead. Princess Xianxia told him the story of the pirate group's annihilation. Piao Shui also told him about the Everlasting Joy Celestial Islands experience. It was all related to the Water God Temple. That pirate group was annihilated because their leader spoke rudely. When the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island extended their influence to the White Tiger continent, they had a direct confrontation with the Water God Temple. The result was a crushing defeat. Not only did they lose many Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, but they also completely cut off the idea of extending their influence to the White Tiger continent. On the contrary, the Water God Temple's influence continued to expand in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent's sea region. Although we can't wash our dirty linen in public, I still have to tell you that the Water God Temple is stronger than the 5 Immortal Islands. You can't afford to offend them, and your country can't afford to offend them either. Piao Shui said very seriously. Then what should I do? If he wants to kill me, should I stretch my neck and let him kill me? Ling Xiao asked in return. That's why I said that it's best to endure it. The Water God Temple's representative won't easily make a move. He can control others to attack you, but he usually won't make a move himself. Because once he makes a move, it may involve several major forces and cause a chaotic battle. Piao Shui said, if he really makes a move on you, it won't be too late to deal with him at that time. We can't make a move first. It's really troublesome, but since you said so, I'll give you face and also give the Water God Temple face. I hope they know what they're doing. Otherwise, no matter how many representatives they send, I'll kill all of them without mercy. Ling Xiao didn't want to stop, but he also knew that Piao Shui and Princess Xianxia were doing this for his own good, so it didn't matter if he gave them some face. In any case, the Water God Temple's representative in front of him wasn't a very strong opponent. Even without the help of the Moon Maiden and the others, it was almost impossible for the representative to easily kill Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao couldn't kill him, he could still deal with him. After persuading Ling Xiao, Piao Shui and Princess Xianxia went to persuade the Water God Temple's representative. They originally wanted to reconcile, but the other party didn't put them in his eyes at all. Chang'e's Celestial Island's strength is not bad, but the matters of the Water God Temple are not for you to worry about. As for the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, I'm afraid you alone can't represent it. If I remember correctly, the area manager in charge of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent, Xianxia, should also be in the city of sin. Can he tolerate you helping that kid to become enemies with the Water God Temple? The Water God Temple's representative was obviously afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but he wasn't afraid of Princess Xianxia. Because Xianxia couldn't represent the entire Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Ha ha ha, Representative Yen is right. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Suddenly, smoke billowed in the distance as another group of people arrived. It was none other than the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Xianxia and his subordinates. Xianxia, you're really daring. You actually dared to harm the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests behind my back. How should you be punished? The first thing he said when he arrived was to question Princess Xianxia. It could be seen that Xianxia really didn't like Xianxia. Harm the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests? Why do you say that? Xianxia asked indifferently. Still playing dumb? You should understand that our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company has business dealings with the Water Spirit Temple, and Representative Yen and I are good friends. Today, you actually offended the Water Spirit Temple for a brat who came out of nowhere. Isn't this harming the interests of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Xianxia said righteously. What he said did make some sense. However, Xianxia just smiled faintly and said, a mere Water Spirit Temple controls the waters of the Heavenly Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and White Tiger continents. The trade volume between our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and them doesn't exceed 300 million low-grade spirit stones a year, right, Xianxia? Are you going to protect them with such a small amount of trade volume? You're still not satisfied with 300 million low-grade spirit stones? Xianxia frowned. What a joke. Our trade volume with the Celestial Empire has already exceeded 80 million low-grade spirit stones a month, and it will continue to increase in the future. Which side do you think I should help? Xianxia sneered. So much. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia was taken aback, but he glanced at Representative Yen and then said in a very tough tone, that's true, but the Water Spirit Temple is much stronger than the Celestial Empire. Offending them is not a good thing. You're provoking enemies for our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. What a joke. Since when did our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company have to be afraid of a mere Water Spirit Temple? Shouldn't interests be paramount? Believe it or not, I'll report to headquarters right now and see their response. Xianxia said loudly. Shut up. I'm your boss. Do what I tell you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't leave that brat, I'll treat you as a traitor and deal with you. Xianxia couldn't argue with Xianxia, so he could only bully her. Haha, why didn't you say so earlier? Why put on airs? Do you really think everyone is an idiot? Xianxia smiled disdainfully, then looked at the people behind Xianxia and said, all of you, listen up. Today is a grudge between me and Xianxia. He disregarded the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's interests, colluded with the Water God's Temple, embezzled the trading company's assets, and attempted to destroy the trading company's largest source of income between the 3 continents. I don't need you to deal with him, but it's best if you don't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The internal strife of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had long since entered a white-hot stage. In fact, there were fights everywhere. However, the headquarters had always turned a blind eye to this matter. They even treated it as a good thing to promote the evolution of the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. This was because only the stronger one could emerge victorious in this battle. Because of this, Xianxia was not worried that there would be any serious consequences after she killed Xianxia. It would be better to say that she had to eliminate Xianxia now. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fully control the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's authority in the first 3 continents. Well, Xianxia, this general manager has been waiting for you to say this. If you die later, don't blame me. Xianxia sneered, then waved his hand, motioning for the people he brought to surround the pavilion where Ling Xiao and the others were. Use the array. At his command, those cultivators tossed out the strange jade tokens in their hands one after another. Then, a cage actually appeared, completely trapping Ling Xiao and the others. Although Xianxia looked arrogant, he was much smarter than the one-eyed pirates. He knew that Ling Xiao and the others were strong and that it was not appropriate to fight them head-on, so he simply chose to trap them with a spirit array. Ha ha ha, being trapped by my jade cage array, your internal strength and physical strength will slowly be exhausted. When you beg for death, I will give you a quick death. Xianxia let out a cunning sneer, then sat beside the Yan representative. The two of them clinked glasses and drank, looking very proud. The warriors surrounding the jade cage array sat cross-legged and muttered, causing a burst of ear-piercing noise to be produced in the jade cage array. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably go crazy after a while. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. Not only was he good at spirit arrays, but his soul force was also extremely powerful. The moment Xianxia set up the spirit array, he chose to fight with it. Not only did it isolate the noise, but it also completely isolated the danger of the jade cage array. However, Xianxia didn't know this. You guys don't have to be nervous. Sit down and rest. I have some insights from the battle just now. Maybe I can break through. Ling Xiao had really benefited a lot from the battle just now. Next, he might have to face spirit array experts like Xianxia or the Yan representative. He must improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Even if his cultivation improved a little, it would be a great improvement to his strength. Okay. Since there was no pressure, they could just eat and chat. Waiting was fine. On the top floor of the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fuguang said coldly, "See, sister? This is Ling Zhao's end." Even the people from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company came to deal with him. I have seen the power of this jade cage array with my own eyes. Even a spirit array expert would find it difficult to break through, unless they are good at spirit arrays. Ling Xiao is a martial arts genius and also a monster in the medicine world. However, he can't possibly know about spirit arrays, right? This time, he is finished. The people who helped him are also finished. Hua Luing frowned and looked into the distance nervously. Although to ordinary people, the scene in the distance was just a black dot, to warriors like them, the scenery in the distance could be seen clearly. No, sister, I believe that he will break out of the array. He definitely will. Hua Luing actually didn't have any reason to support her words. She just felt that such a proud man, such an indomitable man, such a brave young man, couldn't possibly be finished like this. Of course, the most important thing was that Ling Xiao was the man that Hua Luing liked. How could her man be so useless? The entire long street suddenly became quiet. Ling Xiao was cultivating in the jade cage array. Because the jade cage array would produce an energy storm during its operation, it blocked everyone's vision. Therefore, they couldn't see clearly what was happening inside the array and what was happening to the people inside. At first, it was fine, but the energy storm became stronger and stronger. Even the eyes of warriors couldn't see through the layers of barriers. The representative of Yan country and Xianxia drank and chatted on the armored airship. The two of them were very relaxed at first. As for the onlookers, it was as if they were watching a tent show. Although they felt very hungry and uncomfortable, almost no one left. They all stared at the situation on the long street with their eyes wide open. Perhaps what was going to happen next was something that they could never imagine. Therefore, they really couldn't miss it. Waiting was too tiring. From the sun hanging high in the sky until the lights on the long street lit up and darkness descended, an entire day had passed. They had waited for a whole day. The warriors of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company who were responsible for maintaining the jade cage array were so tired that they were seeing stars. The onlookers also felt that their physical strength was seriously exhausted. Some people simply took out food and elixirs from their storage rings to replenish their energy. However, the jade cage array was still very calm and showed no signs of breaking. Xianxia suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Representative Yan, I think it's about time. Even if Ling Xiao is a super genius, he has been in the jade cage array for such a long time. I think it's about time for him to die. Why don't we open the jade cage array together?" Representative Yan was about to speak when a whistling sound suddenly sounded in the sky. Another flywheel ship descended. This flywheel ship was larger than the one-eyed pirates. It directly landed on the houses and crushed countless houses. Many warriors were unable to escape in time and were crushed to death by the flywheel ship. Jadewave Island. This is Jadewave Island's Skywater flywheel ship. Whether its size or quality, it's better than the one-eyed pirate's ironclad flywheel ship. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. Many people did not understand why the people of Jade Wave Island were here. Of course, many people knew the reason. Ling Xiao killed Mo Xiaoyu in the Black Wind Tower. That's the young island master of Jade Wave Island. How can Jade Wave Island not send someone to take revenge? Then, won't Ling Xiao be dead? He offended Water Spirit Temple, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and now Jade Wave Island. This kid is really hateful. Cut the crap. If he doesn't want to act humble, he'll have to offend people. Ling Xiao must have thought of such an outcome. Now, I really want to know how he's going to face these three powerful forces. As the people of Jade Wave Island arrived, heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if they were crying for Mo Xiaoyu. Jade Wave Island is here for revenge. Unrelated people, get lost. I'll give you 30 breaths of time. There was a person standing at the bow of the ship. He was clad in black armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. Although his hair was messy, no one dared to underestimate him. This person's way of doing things was really overbearing. He didn't care who the person next to him was. He just opened his mouth and told him to get lost. He was really worthy of being an expert of Jade Wave Island. The surrounding cultivators did not dare to disobey him and retreated further away. Anyway, as cultivators, even if they were further away, they could still see if they wanted to watch the show. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Water Spirit Temple's representative. He stood up and was about to speak but was stopped by Xianxia. Representative Yan, leave this matter to me. I've known this person for a long time. All right. Representative Yan nodded and said. Xianxia stood up and looked at the person at the bow of the ship. Old friend, since you're here, why don't you come down for a chat? Our common goal is that brat Ling Xiao. It's not good to kill each other. Xianxia? Yes, that's me. All right, for your sake, I'll come down for a chat. The person at the bow of the ship suddenly jumped down. A height of more than 20 meters was like flat ground to a martial artist. It posed no threat at all. Ha ha ha, it really is you, venerable poison soul. Xianxia laughed out loud. Venerable poison soul. Hearing this title, many of the spectating cultivators subconsciously took a few steps back. This venerable poison soul was an inner elder of Green Ripple Island, a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that this guy killed people like scything flax. His use of poison was terrifying. Whether it was innocent or enemy, once he got angry, he would not let anyone off. Venerable Poison Soul was the number 4 figure of Green Ripple Island. Apart from the Island Master and the 2 Vice Island Masters, he was the next in line. Now that the Island Master was in closed-door cultivation, the 2 Vice Island Masters could not leave the island without permission. Therefore, as the number 4 figure, he naturally had to avenge Mo Xiaoyu. Otherwise, once the Island Master came out of seclusion, they would all be punished, and might even be killed in anger. Xianxia, you and this Water Spirit Temple representative shouldn't get involved in this matter. That brat Ling Xiao and I have an irreconcilable enmity. He almost destroyed my sect, and now he killed the son of our Island Master. I must kill him with my own hands to relieve the hatred in my heart. Venerable Poison Soul looked at Xianxia and the Yan family representative and said. Hee, I have heard of this. You used to be the sect master of the Poison King sect on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Now that you are an inner elder of Green Ripple Island, it is not a grievance for you. Xianxia said with a smile. Humph, how can a sect master be happy and free? Although Venerable Poison Soul was the number 4 figure in Green Ripple Island, he still had to be ordered around by the 3 people in front of him. His status was not low, but in the end, he was still someone's subordinate. If he was in the Poison King sect, he would be the boss. No matter when, he would have the final say. But now, it was naturally different. Because of this, he hated Ling Xiao. He attributed the change in his status and his tragedy to the rise of Ling Xiao. If it were not for Ling Xiao, his Poison King sect would not have been miserable to such an extent. If it were not for Ling Xiao, he would have been able to act like a tyrant in the True Devil Empire. As a traitor, his dream was broken by Ling Xiao. After the True Devil Empire was defeated, he fled to Green Ripple Island in a sorry state. Although he said that he had become an elder, in fact, he was just a free thug for others. He hated Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who made him run around like a mouse. Since we have the same goal, why should we quarrel over such a small matter? Venerable Poison Soul, since you hate that brat so much, I will help you open the jade cage array and kill him. Xianxia said with a smile. I want that brat to suffer a fate worse than death. If he dies too easily, it will make me very unhappy. Venerable Poison Soul said coldly. Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. An indifferent voice came out from the jade cage array. The energy storm began to quickly recede, and the situation inside became clearer. Ling Xiao was still sitting there, untouched by a speck of dust. Beside him, Cold Plum, Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui, and Princess Xianxia stood with a dignified look on their faces. Only Ling Xiao's face was still as bright as the sun, as if nothing could make him afraid. Impossible. Above the Black Wind Tower, Hua Fuguang looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. After staying in the jade cage array for so long, he didn't look weak at all. Instead, his face was glowing. It was obvious that his strength had improved. Nothing is impossible, sister. You should listen to my advice. Ling Xiao is not an ordinary person. If he died so easily, he wouldn't be here today. Hurry up and make a decision. Choose him or Water God Temple? Hua Fuing said with a smile. Shut up. In any case, our Twin Flowers pirates can't get involved in this battle. I admit that I underestimated Ling Xiao, but do you think he can escape the attack of Venerable Poison Soul, Xianxia, and Yen Representative? Hua Fuguang shouted excitedly. But sister, you have to make a choice now. Once Representative Yen is killed, the Twin Flowers pirates will definitely be blamed by the Water God Temple. You have to think carefully. Hua Luing said calmly. Hua Fuguang was stunned. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. Why did she repeatedly make mistakes in judgment and make a fool of herself in front of her sister? But sister, you have to know that the members of the Twin Flowers pirates are poor women from all over the world. We have to protect their lives. If we help Ling Xiao, we will have to face the merciless revenge of the Water God Temple. Hua Fuguang gradually calmed down and said. Let's go to the Sky Dragon continent. There are many things waiting to be done in the Celestial Empire. If we go there, we will definitely have a chance to develop. We can't always let our sisters be pirates, right? Hua Luing said. Hua Fuguang was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she reached out and removed Hua Luing's seal. Sister, I hope you are right. At the same time, on the street, Xianxia and Representative Yen were very surprised to see Ling Xiao safe and sound. Xianxia, is this the effect of your so-called jade cage formation? This is too embarrassing. Let's hurry up and leave. Watch how I destroy this demon. Venerable Poisonous Soul looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. When he joined the true demonic empire, he was only a beginner in the Grotto Heaven realm. But after the true demonic empire's comprehensive transformation of his body, he was now a third Grotto Heaven realm elite. This kind of improvement only took a little more than a year. It was extremely fast. He didn't care about the after effects of this transformation. He also didn't care if the true demonic empire used him as a lab rat or a test subject. He only knew that his strength was increasing very quickly. Ling Xiao destroyed the true demonic empire and blocked his path of cultivation. He must kill Ling Xiao today, not only for revenge, but also to get rid of this terrifying monster. Ling Xiao's improvement was too fast. He couldn't get used to it at all. This kind of speed was like sitting on the fastest flying sword. He was afraid that in a year or two, or even a few months, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao's opponent. Now was the best time to kill Ling Xiao. Xianxia removed the jade cage array. His expression was somewhat gloomy. However, this expression was more for Princess Xianxia. Compared to Ling Xiao, he naturally wanted Princess Xianxia to die more. Venerable Poison Soul, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. Representative Yen, please help me kill that woman. Xianxia was naturally referring to Xianxia. As for the other one, leave her to me. They completely disregarded Ling Xiao and the others. They were already planning to divide the spoils of war. All right. The other two did not refuse. Venerable Poison Soul hated Ling Xiao to death, so he had to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. In fact, it doesn't matter who Yen Representative kills. He just wants all the people who attacked the one-eyed pirates to die. It didn't matter who he killed. Ling Xiao, don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. I will take good care of you and make you wish you were dead. Venerable Poison Soul looked at Ling Xiao with a ferocious smile. Is that so? Just don't fail miserably when the time comes. Ling Xiao said lightly. No one could tell what he was thinking at this time. People were very confused. At this time, Ling Xiao could still be so unscrupulous. What was he relying on? Whoosh, Cold Plum suddenly released a cold aura and controlled her cultivation to the third grotto heaven realm, which was exactly the same as Venerable Poison Soul's cultivation. Master, you don't need to do anything. I'll kill this Venerable Poison Soul. Third grotto heaven realm. That girl is actually an expert of the third grotto heaven realm. It's no wonder that so many of the one-eyed pirates died before. It's just like an egg hitting a stone. The crowd exclaimed. Although many people had guessed that Lin Mei's strength was not ordinary, they did not expect Lin Mei to be so powerful. Venerable Poison Soul also frowned. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. If Venerable Poison Soul doesn't mind, how about leaving that little girl to me? A ghostly laughter came from the sky. Then, a figure appeared in front of Cold Plum. Hua Fuguang. Representative Yan nodded in satisfaction. Hua Fuguang, you came at the right time. Help Venerable Poison Soul stop that woman and I'll consider it a great merit. Yes, Representative Yan. Hua Fuguang glanced at Representative Yan and then turned to Cold Plum. Where's Hua Fuiying? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. She's already dead. Hua Fuguang said lightly. She's my sister, but she betrayed me and Water God Temple for a man. She must die. Is that so? Ling Xiao saw an unusual color in Hua Fuguang's eyes. He suddenly walked up and gently patted Cold Plum's shoulder. Then, he whispered a few words in her ear. Cold Plum's expression didn't change. But she naturally understood what Ling Xiao meant. Yes, master. I'll do as you say. Cold Plum had always obeyed Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't right, she wouldn't refute him. Moreover, today, she felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. Thus, Cold Plum faced Hua Fuguang. Zhang Tianda faced Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Representative Yan faced Princess Xianxia. As for Ling Xiao, he faced Venerable Poison Soul. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui didn't dare to underestimate Zhang Tianda. She also released the aura of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Fourth Grotto Heaven Realm. This realm was much higher than Mo Xiaoyou's. Actually, from this point, it could be seen that the young warriors from Chang'e's Celestial Island were really more powerful than those from Seven Martial Grandmasters Island. Although Divine Phoenix Empire was said to be on the same level as Seven Martial Grandmasters Island, they were actually much stronger. It was just that Five Immortal Island was restricting them, so Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire couldn't expand wildly. Otherwise, with the ambition of Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, they would probably be on the same level as Five Immortal Island very soon. Good girl. Chang'e's Celestial Island has a true genius. You've already reached the fourth Grotto Heaven realm at such a young age. You really surprised me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, Chang'e's Celestial Island and our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company still have a very close business relationship. I'll love you well. Zhang Tianda looked at Phoenix Cry Piao Shui. Although he was a little surprised, in his opinion, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui was still no match for him. Although their cultivation levels were similar, he was more experienced and ruthless. Princess Xianxia also revealed part of her strength. She was also at the third Grotto Heaven realm like Representative Yan. Good fellow, those three women are actually all Grotto Heaven realm warriors. This Ling Xiao has the lowest cultivation among them? People really didn't know what to say about this scene. They only felt that it was a little ridiculous. Ling Xiao's cultivation was clearly inferior to those three women, but they all seemed to listen to him. Little rascal, your luck with women isn't shallow. It's just a pity that you won't have such fortune in the future. Meeting me is your life's greatest sorrow. The better Ling Xiao's situation was, the more jealous and unhappy Empyrean Poison Soul became. He must humiliate Ling Xiao in front of everyone, especially in front of those three women. Maybe, maybe not. Before everything ends, no one can say for sure. Ling Xiao looked at Empyrean Poison Soul and said indifferently. Killing you, this old man won't need 7 moves. Do you believe me? Empyrean Poison Soul originally wanted to say that he could kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves, but on second thought, this boy was too cunning and couldn't be underestimated. So, he changed the 3 moves to 7 moves. He believed that killing Ling Xiao in 7 moves was extremely safe. In any case, Ling Xiao's helpers were all blocked by experts at this moment, so no one came to hinder him. I don't believe you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said calmly, maybe I'm not your match, but killing me in 7 moves? Are you daydreaming? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. But even so, they didn't quite understand where Ling Xiao, a Heaven Realm martial artist, got such confidence from when facing a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Little rascal, I know you're arrogant, but soon, you won't have this chance. Empyrean Poison Soul knew Ling Xiao and had even experienced the power of Ling Xiao's silver tongue, so he didn't plan on talking nonsense. A gloomy aura erupted from his body and pervaded the surroundings. On the ground, an ant crawled by and suddenly fell to the ground, quickly turning into a drop of black water. Terrifying, all the spectating martial artists were glad that they had retreated far away. Otherwise, within this range, even if they weren't as miserable as an ant, they would probably be seriously injured. Behind Empyrean Poison Soul, a phantom floated out. Gloomy and cold. It was a fellow covered in green, with green poison oozing from every part of his body. He looked like a giant toad. Poison Toad Martial Soul. The crowd couldn't help but tremble. Although it wasn't an immemorial martial soul. However, martial artists were most unwilling to encounter a martial soul that contained a lethal poison. Because it was really troublesome. The poisonous toad stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. The sound of the poisonous toad could be heard in the air, accompanied by a gloomy poisonous gas. It made people feel as if they had stepped into a poisonous pond. After 7 moves, you will definitely die. Venerable Poison Soul didn't want to waste time, so he didn't intend to show any mercy. He immediately released his martial soul, the venomous toad. This poison toad martial spirit was no longer in its original state. It was obvious that it had condensed a lot of other toxins and had become stronger. It was even more terrifying. The other battles also began at the same time, but the spectating cultivators seemed to be more interested in the battle between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul. This was because, at least in terms of cultivation, the other battles were evenly matched. It would probably take a long time for the battle to end. However, the battle between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul was the one with the least suspense and the most suspense. The least suspense was because Venerable Poison Soul's cultivation base was much higher than Ling Xiao's. The most suspenseful was Ling Xiao. He was definitely not an ordinary young genius. He was a miracle worker, a person that no one could see through. Furthermore, Venerable Poison Soul had said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 7 moves, which made the spectating cultivators even more interested. What would the situation be like after 7 moves? Ling Xiao didn't continue talking nonsense. He didn't let anyone help him against Venerable Poison Soul. This included the Moon Lady and the Yuan Venerate in his body. He wanted to test his potential and use this battle with Venerable Poison Soul to further stimulate his innate talent. In the blink of an eye, he had already entered the realm of controlling heaven and earth. In his mountain river world, all the scenes on this long street appeared for the time being. And all of this was within his control. This was his world, the territory that belonged to him. Now that someone wanted to deal with him and kill him here, he had a reason to defend his territory. This was something that any male life form had to do. Croak. Croak. Venerable Poison Soul lay there, croaking like a frog. His aura was clearly gathering at an accelerated rate. Boom. After a loud explosion, Venerable Poison Soul suddenly scuttled away. The place he had been lying on had already been torn apart and the bluestone floor had been reduced to rubble. In midair, Venerable Poison Soul condensed a huge poisonous claw made of origin energy. This was a poisonous claw made of domain origin energy. The claw, which was the size of a millstone, clawed viciously at Ling Xiao. It was extremely ruthless and overbearing, as if it wasn't willing to give Ling Xiao any chance of survival. The ferocious croaking of the poisonous toad continued. Surprisingly, every time the poisonous toad croaked, the glow of the poisonous claw became brighter. The surrounding crowd gasped when they saw the huge poisonous claw. They believed that venerable poison soul would crush Ling Xiao in a crushing manner. However, when the huge green poisonous claw was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao, the nails on the poisonous claw suddenly flew out. The distance was so close and the speed of the nails was so fast. It was basically impossible for a Skyman martialist to react in time. The spectating martialists were dumbfounded. No way. Is there a need to use such a cunning and sinister move to deal with Ling Xiao? They knew that venerable poison soul was sinister and cunning, and his moves had always been unusual. What they didn't understand was that venerable poison soul was so much stronger than Ling Xiao, yet he still used such a despicable method. Wasn't this a little too degrading? However, even if it was degrading, the spectators still felt that Ling Xiao was doomed. This attack was too sudden, and the nails on the huge green claw were as sharp as the strongest immortal grade artifacts. Even if it was Ling Xiao, it was impossible for him to completely dodge at such a close distance. It was even more impossible for him to completely block it. However, the spectators didn't know that for Ling Xiao, such a trick was just superfluous. Ling Xiao, who was in the realm of controlling heaven and earth, was a god in this world, although this god's strength was somewhat weak and couldn't control most of the power in this world. However, he was naturally more familiar with this place than his opponent, and more at ease. He knew every movement of every element in the air like the back of his hand. What venerable poison soul wanted to do, he knew better than anyone. Unless the opponent was much stronger than him, they could break the balance of power in this world. Otherwise, he would be in an invincible position here. He couldn't defeat his opponent, and his opponent couldn't injure him either. Although venerable poison soul was very strong, he still couldn't break this balance, at least not in a short time. What was he thinking? What was he doing? Ling Xiao had even figured out where he would appear in the end. Crack, crack. Crack, the dark green nails pierced through Ling Xiao's body. Unfortunately, it was just an afterimage. The nails hit the ground, shattering several pieces of the bluestone floor. Some pitiful bugs on the ground also died. Bang, the moment he dodged the attack, Ling Xiao even launched a counterattack. The shadow all hit venerable poison cell's back. Although this attack did not cause the slightest injury to venerable poison soul. Venerable poison soul's face was very ugly. One move. Ling Xiao retreated and stood in the distance, looking indifferently at venerable poison soul with a smile. This guy is too strong. What is his cultivation? Facing venerable poison soul, who is at the third grotto heaven realm, not only can he easily dodge the attack, but he can also counterattack. Yes, although the counterattack did not seem to have any effect, to be able to do this, he is much stronger than Mo Xiaoyu and Meng Xiao. In the crowd, many people wanted to treat Ling Xiao as a role model for the younger generation. This guy could actually play with venerable poison soul in the palm of his hand. Cunning little vile spawn. Venerable poison soul was very unhappy. He had said that he wanted Ling Xiao to make a fool of himself here, but Ling Xiao had dodged his first attack so beautifully, and had even landed a blow on him. This guy really could not be underestimated. Kill, venerable poison soul increased his speed, and his attacks became sharper and faster. What was even more terrifying was that he used all kinds of cunning and sinister moves in succession. Every time, it would shock the surrounding cultivators and make them secretly curse him for being sinister. Generally speaking, no one was willing to easily encounter a cultivator like venerable poison soul because this kind of cultivator was too difficult to deal with. However, when it came to Ling Xiao, it became his favorite to encounter. Thus, venerable poison soul's second move was easily dodged by Ling Xiao. At the same time, Ling Xiao attacked venerable poison soul again. Although there was still no effect, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. It seemed like he was very confident and had a card up his sleeve. The third move was the same. Not only was Ling Xiao able to dodge skillfully, but he was also able to find opportunities to attack different parts of venerable poison soul's body. Can someone tell me what's going on? Is venerable poison soul too weak, or is Ling Xiao too strong? This isn't a simple matter of strength. Ling Xiao is just too good at dodging. He seems to be able to predict his opponent's attack every time and then calmly choose to dodge. Foresight? I've heard that once one's soul force reaches a certain degree, they can temporarily foresee their opponent's attacks. But even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist can't foresee every attack accurately. I don't understand. I really don't understand. This Ling Xiao is simply a mystery. That's right. I'm starting to doubt it now. Venerable Poison Soul wants to finish him off in 7 moves? Is that really possible? In the crowd, there was no lack of people with good eyesight. Some people had already guessed how Ling Xiao was able to dodge Venerable Poison Soul's attacks. So, it was impossible for Venerable Poison Soul not to have guessed it. Old bastard, didn't you say you would kill me in 7 moves? It's already been 3 moves, but you haven't even touched the corner of my clothes. Are your words just a fart? Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Venerable Poison Soul. Yes, 3 out of 7 moves had already passed. Only 4 moves remained. Let alone killing Ling Xiao, Venerable Poison Soul hadn't even touched Ling Xiao. What was this? Was Venerable Poison Soul not in his best condition today? At this time, Venerable Poison Soul was thinking that he was lucky he hadn't said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves. Otherwise, he would have really lost face today. But, he was still confident in 7 moves. The first few moves were just probing moves. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao in the final move, he wouldn't lose face. The one to lose face would only be Ling Xiao. The one who had the last laugh was the one who had the best laugh. Venerable Poison Soul now knew that Ling Xiao was terrifying because of his foresight and speed. The combination of these two was simply the end of the world for ordinary martial artists. This was because he could judge your next move and rely on his speed to avoid it. When facing him, you would always be a beat slower. So, the only way to deal with Ling Xiao was to be faster than him or use a powerful force to deter the opponent. Schemes and machinations would be meaningless. He had used the wrong method for the first 3 moves. A knowing smile appeared on his cold and sinister face before it quickly turned cold. Around his body, a dark green light began to circulate crazily, faster and faster. The power in his body seemed like it was about to erupt. Gua the poison-toad martial spirit let out an even more ferocious cry. It was so shocking that many of the surrounding martial artists subconsciously retreated. Gua Gua with an even more intense cry, the poison-toad martial spirit wrapped around Venerable Poison Cell's body and gradually shrank. In the end, Venerable Poison Cell's entire body looked like it was wrapped in a layer of leather made from the poison-toad martial spirit. Because of that, he looked like a toad that was only one person. Although the situation looked funny, no one laughed. The power contained in the poison toad's body was too terrifying. Everyone was worried that they would become the target of this poison toad's attack. Naturally, Ling Xiao also felt the terrifying power that was bursting forth from the godly general. He didn't dare to be negligent. The fiery scarlet sun feather raiment burned on his body. The cold light on the underworld shadow sword also became sharper. Offense was the best defense. Ling Xiao had always thought so. So, from the beginning, he didn't plan to defend or dodge. Suddenly, the poison toad opened its mouth and shot out a tongue that was more than 10 meters long. This speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's body. A martial artist at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm had this ability. At that moment, Ling Xiao's choice was shocking. He didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword. A crazy sword intent poured out from the underworld shadow sword. It was like a surging river that had burst a dam. It was so surging, behind Ling Xiao was a world of its own. Power poured out from it. The light on his body was even brighter, and the temperature was even higher. The sword intent on his sword was even denser, and the sword chi was even sharper. Open! The tip of the tongue let out a roar like spring thunder. Ling Xiao's underworld shadow sword had already pierced towards the long and poisonous tongue. At this moment, the underworld shadow sword was flexible but sharp. The long sword wrapped in sword intent emitted a strong destructive sword intent. It destroyed everything, including the seemingly indestructible poison toad tongue. Boom! The collision between the sword and the tongue caused a loud sound and tremor on the long street. The ground caved in and the nearby houses collapsed. After a moment of collision, Ling Xiao's body flew back uncontrollably. In this collision, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage. After all, the other party was a martial artist at the third grotto heaven realm, while Ling Xiao had just broken through to the 10 directions heaven realm. The gap between them was huge. After all, the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and Venerable Poison Soul was too great. In this head-on collision, Ling Xiao was directly pushed back dozens of meters. After dozens of meters, Ling Xiao finally stopped. His shadow sword had drawn a mark on the ground that was dozens of meters long. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was obviously injured. However, it was not very heavy. Venerable Poison Soul also looked at his chest in surprise. Unknowingly, his chest had been struck by Ling Xiao's attack. Although it was only a shallow mark and did not cause him the slightest harm, he was beginning to feel a little annoyed. 4 moves, old vile spawn. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said with a proud smile. Haha, you blocked the 4th move so miserably. Can you really block the next 3 moves? Venerable Poison Soul laughed disdainfully. Although he was smiling, he was a little angry in his heart. It was clearly a head-on collision, but he did not gain much of an advantage. Even if Ling Xiao was injured, it was meaningless if he was not killed. He was a dignified third grotto heaven realm martial artist, but he could not even easily kill a puny sky realm martial artist. If this were to spread out, it would be really embarrassing. Fortunately, there were still 3 moves left. He would not give Ling Xiao a chance to speak again. Can't block it? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, Old vile spawn, haven't you noticed that I've left 3 marks on your body? If our cultivations were the same, you would be dead by now. I'm not blocking your attacks, I'm attacking you. Your weak attacks are nothing more than tickling this old man. Venerable Poison Soul said rather unhappily. Is that so? Then I'll continue tickling you. Ling Xiao never did useless work. He knew that Venerable Poison Soul had an amazing defense, so he did not think that he could break the other party's defense from the beginning. He was thinking about how to defeat the other party without breaking the other party's defense. That's right, defeat the other party, even if this possibility was only a pitiful 1%, he was still willing to fight for it. If he didn't fight, then he would have nothing. If he went all out, he might still have a chance. An even more terrifying sword intent burned. The world behind Ling Xiao became even clearer. The sun and moon rotated in that world, releasing an incomparably powerful pressure. The mountain river world's incomparably domineering will could crush any battle intent in the profound world. It complemented Ling Xiao's heaven and earth control realm perfectly. Ling Xiao wasn't angry, but he already had the intention to kill. He hadn't done anything wrong, but people had come knocking on his door time and time again. This was just because people thought he was weak. Even if he couldn't kill Venerable Poison Soul today, he definitely wouldn't let him have an easy time. 7 moves to take his life. What did he take Ling Xiao for? Ants, or was he the little beggar who was bullied on the street in the past? He was unhappy, very unhappy, although there was no anger on his face, nor was there anger in his heart was gloomy and cold. Facing the humiliation of others, getting angry couldn't solve any problems. Defeating him, killing him, and counterattacking him, this was what Ling Xiao should do. From the beginning, he didn't think of just avoiding Venerable Poison Soul's 7 moves. After 7 moves, he wanted to shock everyone. That Ling Xiao, he can't really think that he can defeat Venerable Poison Soul, right? What do you know? That's called dignity. A martial artist must defend their own dignity. Even if you know that you'll lose, you absolutely can't compromise on this matter. That's right. Looks like Ling Xiao seems to have broken through to the 10 directions heaven realm. But even so, he's absolutely not a match for Venerable Poison Soul. This battle is a battle of his dignity. That's right. As long as he can leave even a scar on Venerable Poison Soul's body, it's enough to be proud. In the crowd, many people were sweating profusely for Ling Xiao. They were even moved by Ling Xiao's actions. But no one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. The cultivation disparity was too great. It was hard for Ling Xiao to even preserve his life, so how could he talk about injuring Venerable Poison Soul? The final outcome of this battle might really be Ling Xiao enduring until the 7th move and suffering a crushing defeat, losing his life. But if he could leave even a trace of a scar on Venerable Poison Soul before dying, that would be good enough. But Ling Xiao did not have their miscellaneous thoughts. His soul was an unyielding soul, a proud soul, a stubborn soul. Clearly knowing that he was not a match, he still went to fight. This was Ling Xiao. Putting it a bit harshly, this was a lunatic, but the number of times Ling Xiao was treated as a lunatic was already more than once. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Foolish brat, do you really think that by relying on your 10 directions heaven realm cultivation, you can contend with this old man's third grotto heaven realm cultivation? You're simply a lunatic talking. Although Venerable Poison Soul laughed loudly, his heart was strangely furious. For the other party to be able to attack, that meant that he did not suppress the other party. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. The dark green poisonous toad gradually changed colors. Its body became multicolored, looking very beautiful, but also extremely dangerous. This kind of move, Venerable Poison Soul originally planned on using it to deal with opponents stronger than him. But today, facing Ling Xiao, he actually executed it. Because he wanted Ling Xiao to die. Furthermore, the fifth move was going to kill Ling Xiao. He did not wish to drag it out anymore. Dragging it out was a kind of wear and tear to his fighting intent. But Ling Xiao's fighting intent would only become stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao looked at him coolly, the sublime shadow sword in his hand condensing power once more. This was a sublime shadow sword, but at the same time, it was also a sword of impermanence, a sword of slaughter, a sword of destruction. The same weapon, in the hands of different people, would unleash completely different effects. The sublime shadow sword chose Ling Xiao, and also chose the master that it felt was most suitable for it. The current Ling Xiao's entire person was enveloped by sword intent, like a peerless divine weapon that was unsheathed. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to pierce even the sky, merely breaking through to 10 directions heaven, but his sword intent is several times stronger than before. Breaking through so quickly, and the improvement is so great, this is simply a different kind of person. Python Sky looked at this scene and was extremely shocked in his heart. This kid can't be left alive. If he stays, he'll become a scourge sooner or later. He looked at Ling Xiao and also had the intention to kill. Although the Moon Lady gave him too much of a shock, he believed that their Black Python clan's head, Python 5, could definitely block the Moon Lady's attack. This way, they might really be able to kill Ling Xiao. It was just that when to make a move, he still needed to report to the head. Thinking up to here, he whispered a few words to a subordinate behind him. That person turned around and left quickly. Not bad, not bad, your fighting intent is very strong. Your sword intent is very thick. But Ling Xiao, you don't have domain essence energy. How are you going to resist me, a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist? Venerable Poison Soul sneered. A Grotto Heaven actually gradually condensed around his body. Poisonous Toad Paradise. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared at the paradise around Venerable Poison Soul. This space was filled with gloomy venom and poisonous gas. Countless poisonous toads were letting out irritating and frightening cries. It was obvious that Venerable Poison Soul's paradise domain was more solid. It was much more powerful than the 2 early-stage Paradise Realm fellows that Ling Xiao had met in the Heavenly Dragon continent. At this moment, Venerable Poison Soul was the king of the poisonous toads in this paradise. All of the poisonous toads looked to him as their leader. Not only did he have the poisonous toad's venom, powerful jumping ability, and the ability to suddenly extend their tongues, he also had the control of this paradise. As mentioned before, Zoan martial souls and plant martial souls could grow along with a martial artist's growth. They were like the demonic beasts of the mystic world, growing stronger and stronger. Of course, natural martial souls and special-type martial souls could also grow, but the way of growth was not as direct as animal and plant martial souls. It seems that One-Eyed Dragon said the same thing before he died. However, his origin energy domain doesn't seem to be as strong as he boasted. Ling Xiao took a step forward and his sword domain appeared at almost the same time. His sword domain was not the real paradise domain. It was simulated by the Mountain River martial soul, but its power was not weak. Since there was a gap in the quality of his internal energy, he had to use other methods to make up for it. Holy King's Eye, the Tai Chi Eye rotated, and a figure with an indistinct appearance appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Golden light flashed, and a battle song sounded. It was Ling Xiao's self-created battle song. As the battle song sounded, Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in a layer of brand new energy, and his condition began to rise. Can I be invincible with my origin energy domain? The gap in the quality of my internal energy is not unbridgeable, as long as my soul is strong enough. Ling Xiao took a step forward once more, and a frenzied battle intent engulfed the entire street like a blanket. Everyone was a little shocked. This kind of horrifying battle intent, was it really just released by a martial artist with 10 directions heaven cultivation? Wasn't this too terrifying? At this moment, Ling Xiao exuded a powerful, unyielding, and fearless aura. Standing there, he was like an undefeatable god of war, he was like an elegant sword immortal. Stop being so pretentious. Die. Venerable Poison Soul had clearly noticed the change in Ling Xiao and knew that he could no longer tolerate Ling Xiao's increase in strength. Otherwise, he really didn't have the confidence to kill him within 7 moves. In that moment, thousands of ugly poisonous toads of various colors rushed out from the poison toad paradise, causing many martial artists to feel goosebumps rise all over their bodies as they shivered. The poisonous toads condensed into a terrifying wave of poisonous toads, and all of them rushed towards Ling Xiao, wanting to completely drown Ling Xiao. Quick! Within the sword domain, countless sword rays pierced through the air. Ling Xiao had once learned the imperial sword technique and mastered the sword formation, so his control over the sword domain was much smoother. After all, this was something that originated from the same system. Radiant Sword Domain. This was the 7th profound of the profound truths of light. Ling Xiao's previous battle with the one-eyed dragon not only broke through to the 10 directions heaven realm, but he also comprehended the sword domain. From this, he comprehended the 7th profound of the profound truths of light and shadow. Following his loud and clear roar, the countless sword lights actually all emitted a blazing light that was as hot as the sun. Then, they turned into countless rays of light and instantly enveloped the thousands of poisonous toads. Destroy. The sharp sword chi merged with the high temperature of the scarlet sun. The radiant sword domain was the nemesis of the poison toad paradise. As long as the sword rays touched the poisonous toads, they would instantly disappear. Not only that, the sword domain's attack range was too wide, and even Venerable Poison Soul was enveloped within. Almost no one noticed that the 3 marks that Ling Xiao had left on Venerable Poison Soul's body were emitting the same light as the scarlet sun. Those 3 marks were attacks, but the purpose of the attacks was not to injure the opponent, but to set up a formation on the opponent's body. It was a very simple 3 stars light-gathering formation. Although it was simple, its effect was very focused. It could condense the power of the scarlet sun and the power of light at one point. This seemingly insignificant thing could only be used for alchemy or magic, but at this moment, Ling Xiao integrated it into the most crucial part of his attack. With this 3 stars light-gathering formation, Ling Xiao had a way to injure Venerable Poison Soul. So what if the opponent was a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? The result of a battle was not entirely dependent on strength. Sometimes, strategy was also an important part. Bastard, break for me. Venerable Poison Soul did not discover the 3 stars light-gathering formation. Facing the sky full of sword rays that were constantly eroding and destroying his poison toad paradise, he naturally would not sit still and wait for death. His huge mouth took a deep breath and then spat it out. A gust of wind wreaked havoc and actually blew away the countless sword rays. However, in the next moment, he realized that it was useless. The sword domain condensed together again and attacked again. Ling Xiao, who had cultivated the primordial spirit remnant volume, had a powerful soul. How could the sword domain be destroyed so easily under the dual control of his soul force and heavenly essence energy? Break! The sword domain's sword rays finally pierced through the poison toad paradise's defense and landed on Venerable Poison Cell's body. Crackle! Crackle, crackle! 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 Although it still did not leave the slightest mark on Venerable Poison Cell's body, it hit him squarely. This shocked countless people, and their faces were filled with shock. A mere 10 directions heaven martial artist was actually able to firmly suppress a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Although he could not injure the other party, this was already very impressive. If the 2 of them had the same cultivation, wouldn't Venerable Poison Soul be pressed to the ground and rubbed against him? What they did not understand was how Ling Xiao's heavenly essence energy could defeat Venerable Poison Cell's sword domain. That's not just heavenly essence energy, but a brand new internal energy that completely fused heavenly essence energy and soul force. After all, there were still experts in the crowd. No wonder. I knew it. Ling Xiao's sword light seemed to have a life of its own. It turns out that he had integrated his soul power into it. But with so many sword lights and such a huge sword domain, how strong is his soul power when he's only a 10 directions heaven martial artist? This is where he's brilliant. It's said that Ling Xiao started cultivating soul secret techniques very early on, and his soul force is much stronger than martial artists of the same realm. However, no one knows how much stronger. They really did not know how much pain Ling Xiao had suffered and how much risk he had taken in order to cultivate the primordial spirit remnant volume. A person's strength did not come from nowhere, but from walking step by step. You can't hurt me. So what if you can? I'll kill you now. Venerable Poison Soul looked like he was at a disadvantage, but in reality, he was still in an invincible position. Since he was unable to block Ling Xiao's attack, Venerable Poison Soul simply gave up on defending and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The dark green poisonous claws appeared again, but this time there were 2 of them, and they completely merged with his arms. Die! With a furious roar, a bright green light exploded in the air. Venerable Poison Soul approached Ling Xiao at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. He's right. Even if Ling Xiao managed to attack him, it wouldn't be of any use if he couldn't break through his defense. That was what the onlookers thought as well. Even the moon maiden in the sky was ready to rescue him at any time. They did not understand what choice Ling Xiao could make under such circumstances. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's face revealed a smug smile. What are you laughing at? Venerable Poison Soul cursed because he was flustered. He did not know what Ling Xiao's smile meant, nor did he know why Ling Xiao was laughing. He could only roar in anger. At this moment, he felt so powerless. Although he had been the one taking the initiative to attack from the beginning to the end, it was as if every attack was weak and powerless. It was as if he had been completely grasped by his opponent. It was extremely depressing. Ling Xiao's smile continued. 3 stars light gathering array activate. Radiant sword domain condense. In the face of Venerable Poison Soul's furious attack, Ling Xiao only said 2 sentences. At that moment, everyone was surprised to find that a strange triangle had been outlined on Venerable Poison Soul's body. Then, all the sword light in the radiant sword domain was like the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven, completely fusing into this triangle. Through the strengthening of the 3 stars light gathering array, the radiant sword domain condensed into a terrifying giant sword. This is bad. Venerable Poison Soul also realized that if he was hit by this attack, it would be impossible for him to come out unscathed. This kid had been scheming against him from the beginning, and had been fighting with the intention of defeating him. He had never planned to take 7 moves from him. He felt that his self-esteem had been severely challenged. However, compared to his pride, his life was obviously more important. He was actually lying on the ground, using a dodging move that martial artists despised, donkey roll. But even so, even if he abandoned his dignity to hide, it was meaningless. The giant sword followed him like a shadow and struck his body. Bastard! Break for me! Unable to dodge, Venerable Poison Soul could only rely on his powerful domain energy to try and shatter the giant sword. Boom! A moment later, the giant sword formed by the radiant sword domain exploded. They turned into specks of light and disappeared with the wind. 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were still too strong. If Ling Xiao's strike had struck a 1st Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, they would have already died. However, Venerable Poison Soul was actually able to shatter the giant sword. Alas! Ling Xiao sighed, revealing a look of regret. However, the surrounding cultivators were completely dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on Venerable Poison Soul. Yes, the giant sword had been shattered, but there was a large charred mark on Venerable Poison Soul's chest. It was a bloody mess, charred black, and looked extremely frightening. It seems that after 5 moves, the one injured is not me, but you. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. His opponent was very strong, but his knowledge was even more profound. Array, soul power, martial arts, and Tai Chi, these 4 combined to form this wonderful strike. Although this strike was only a light injury to Venerable Poison Soul, It was a very serious blow to Venerable Poison Soul's heart. There was no doubt about it. Everyone looked at the result of this strike in disbelief. Although they did not know what would happen in the end, at least for now, the one who had the upper hand was Ling Xiao. Not him, Venerable Poison Soul. A Venerable Poison Soul held to the sky. He was angry, unwilling, and humiliated. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. No matter what, I must kill you today. Definitely. He no longer cared about the Pact of 7 moves. He realized that it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Xiao in 7 moves. If he was obsessed with 7 moves, he might even be tortured to death by this kid. Didn't you say that you would kill me in 7 moves? Ling Xiao asked disdainfully. Venerable Poison Soul's face was gloomy and ugly. He did not answer Ling Xiao's question because he was unable to. I'm afraid that Venerable Poison Soul did not expect that the battle would turn out like this. He was actually injured by Ling Xiao. 7 moves? I think that he might not even be able to defeat Ling Xiao in 70 moves. That kid is simply a monster. That's right, I think so too. I even have a feeling that if Ling Xiao does not want to die, even Venerable Poison Soul would not be able to kill him. Why do I feel that Venerable Poison Soul is going to die? Suddenly, a voice broke the crowd's discussion. That's impossible. Even if Ling Xiao can injure Venerable Poison Soul, that is by relying on some crafty schemes. Those things can be used once, but not twice. Yes, even if those crafty schemes can succeed, that strike just now should be Ling Xiao's strongest attack. He can't win. Everyone generally believed that Ling Xiao was very strong, so strong that it was difficult to kill him. But to say that Ling Xiao could kill or defeat Venerable Poison Soul was a bit of a stretch. No one was willing to believe it. However, no matter what, Ling Xiao has already created a miracle. The power of that sword strike should be able to kill a first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, right? That's true. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered over the battle just now. That terrifying strike had left many people secretly alarmed. Could it be that Ling Xiao had already reached the level where he could fight against a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Could it be that the barriers between realms were meaningless to him? Ling Xiao had already grown to be an expert on the same level as a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Who could stop him? Hua Floating Light, who was fighting with Cold Plum, had a complicated look in her eyes. She didn't expect that she would lose to her sister in this matter. What a powerful young man, what terrifying potential. This scene made her firm in her decision to do as her sister, Hua Luiying, said. At that moment, she exchanged glances with Cold Plum. Then, Hua Floating Light suddenly approached Venerable Poison Soul. Under the illumination of the lamplight, a slender sword pierced into Venerable Poison Soul's back. You. Venerable Poison Soul still wanted revenge and wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but at this moment, he felt his life rapidly slipping away. Hua Floating Light, what are you doing? Yan Hua's representative looked at the leader of the Twin Flowers pirates in shock and questioned loudly. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. Hua Floating Light suddenly attacked and killed Venerable Poison Soul. This scene was completely unimaginable. What was going on? But amidst the shocked voices, Hua Floating Light pulled out the slender sword, and Venerable Poison Soul's body fell limply to the ground. Hua Fuguang walked towards Ling Xiao and knelt down on one knee. Hua Fuguang greets the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. I am willing to bring the Twin Blossoms pirates to join the Celestial Empire. I hope the Celestial Emperor will take us in. Approved. Actually, from the moment he saw Hua Fuguang appear, Ling Xiao had already seen Hua Fuguang's thoughts from her eyes. At this time, the Twin Blossoms pirates had already entered the city of Sin under the command of Hua Luiying. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, they would help Ling Xiao fight. This was a surrender, so they had to show enough sincerity. Hua Fuguang killing Venerable Poisonous Soul was just a small gift, and also a kind of attitude. Thank you, Celestial Emperor. Hua Fuguang stood up and stood beside Ling Xiao. Hua Fuguang, you dare to betray the Water God Temple. You will regret it, and your Twin Blossoms pirates will be torn to pieces. The representative of Swallow Country roared angrily. He couldn't tolerate this kind of betrayal. Betrayal? Hua Fuguang looked calmly at the representative of Swallow Country, and her voice became cold. When the water god temple forced my crew to serve the crew of the one-eyed pirates, did you think about how angry I would be? Humph, your Twin Blossoms pirates already have some brothel girls. What's wrong with letting them serve others? The representative of Swallow Country snorted. Shameless, Hua Fuguang said coldly. Some of them were brothel girls in the past, but I saved them from the fire pit, and you pushed them into the fire pit. This is the action of a beast. In the past, I didn't dare to rebel against you because I didn't find a wise master. I didn't find someone who would dare to go against the water god temple for us. But now, I have found one, Ling Xiao. He is my wise master, and the savior of the Twin Blossoms pirates. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao again. The representative of Swallow Country's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was Ling Xiao who killed One-Eyed Dragon who listened to his orders the most. Now, it was Ling Xiao who made the Twin Flowers pirates punish Water God Temple. He had to admit that not only was Ling Xiao's cultivation talent extremely monstrous, the most terrifying thing was that this fellow actually had a cunning and charm that ordinary geniuses didn't have. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent, countless forces and countless experts were willing to serve him and help him: Moon Lady, Cold Plum, Xianxia, Fluttering Snow, and now the Twin Flowers pirates. If such a monstrous genius didn't die, sooner or later, he would stir up the entire profound world. He couldn't tolerate such a freak being alive, absolutely not. Naturally, Xianxia, Python Sky, and other people who were unhappy with Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as him. Representative Yan's attacks were even more ferocious. He wanted to kill Xianxia and then kill Ling Xiao. Xianxia's attacks on Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow became even more brutal. Every move was ruthless, and he did not hold back at all. Cold Plum, go help Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow. Finish the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao had just gone through a battle and had a lot of things to digest and comprehend. Moreover, he had consumed a lot of energy, so he needed to rest. Therefore, finishing the battle as soon as possible and returning to Princess Xianxia's residence to rest was what they should do. At that moment, something strange happened. Venerable Poisonous Soul, who had been killed by Hua Floating Light, actually stood up. However, he looked shaky and didn't look like a living person at all. You have the ability to injure Venerable Poisonous Soul. You are indeed an amazing young man, but it's too early for you to be proud. With this old woman here, you are dead. A black shadow appeared on the flywheel of Jade Wave Island. In the dark night, this black shadow looked eerie and terrifying. She was covered in a pitch-black cloak and held a walking stick that seemed to be made of some kind of bone. The person who spoke was her. What, she actually came too? There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Corpse Granny, that's Corpse Granny, one of the deputy island masters of Jade Wave Island. It seems that Mo Xiaoyo's death really made the island master of Jade Wave Island extremely angry. Not only did he send out the inner sect elder Venerable Poisonous Soul, but he even sent out the deputy island master. Corpse Granny is a warrior in the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. She is much stronger than Venerable Poisonous Soul. If she wants to kill Ling Xiao, I'm afraid she can do it in one move. This is really one trouble after another. This time, there is really a good show to watch. Python Sky, who was about to help Xianxia and Representative Yan, breathed a sigh of relief. Without the order of the Black Python clan's first master, he didn't dare to act rashly. However, if Representative Yan of the Water Spirit Temple and Xianxia of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were in danger, he would definitely help. After all, compared to Ling Xiao, these two forces were the Black Python clan's most willing allies. 8th Grotto Heaven Realm. Your Jade Wave Island really thinks highly of me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. He had to use all his strength to deal with someone like Venerable Poisonous Soul. Facing this Corpse Granny, he wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. He was really in trouble. Master, leave her to me. Cold Plum took the initiative to step forward and said. You can't easily use your half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivation. How about this? I'll give you a portion of the human monarch's power. Don't force yourself. Ling Xiao still had 6 portions of the human monarch's power in his body. This time, he gave 1 portion to Cold Plum, so there were only 5 left. However, he didn't feel the pinch. After all, as his cultivation continued to improve, the human monarch's power was becoming less and less useful to him. It could only increase his attack power. It was best to use it before he broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm. It was most suitable. Understood, Master. I will be careful. Cold Plum looked at Corpse Granny expressionlessly. Her aura began to rise from the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm to the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. Blood-red killing intent had already completely enveloped her. At this moment, she was the most dangerous killing god in the night. Ghost. Heavens, how high is that girl's cultivation? Why does it feel like there's no upper limit? Is she more talented than Xianxia? I don't understand. I really don't understand. The crowd once again began to discuss animatedly. They were completely stunned by Lin Mei's sudden burst of strength. He 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 he. Corpse Granny suddenly let out a strange laugh. She looked at Cold Plum and said, "The smell on your body is really nice. Your martial soul seems to be very special. For me, it's a great supplement." At this moment, compared to killing Xianxia, she was more interested in Cold Plum. This was because she liked the aura of Cold Plum's second martial soul the most. Cold Plum didn't say anything. She unsheathed the Devil Mother-Child sword and charged towards Corpse Granny. Corpse Granny sneered. She waved her walking stick and a few more corpses stood up on the ground. One-Eyed Dragon and the One-Eyed Pirates. This guy was like a witch tribe warrior from the ancient times. He could actually use witchcraft to control corpses. However, Cold Plum didn't care about these corpses. After all, corpses were just corpses. They couldn't be more powerful than the person. So what she needed to do now was to kill Corpse Granny. This way, the crisis at the scene could be resolved. Your Majesty the Sky Emperor, leave those corpses to me. Take care of your wounds. Since Hua Floating Light had already submitted to Xianxia, she definitely had to do something for him. She knew that she was no match for Zombie Grandma, but she could still deal with the corpses that Zombie Grandma had resurrected. Okay. Xianxia really needed time to heal. If the battle continued, his injuries would definitely worsen. As a result, he, who was hated by everyone, became an idle person. He sat there and healed while observing the battle. Cold Plum and Zombie Grandma's battle were evenly matched, but Zombie Grandma obviously had more battle experience. Not only could she control the corpses, but she was also extremely powerful. It was easier for Hua Floating Light to deal with the corpses, but she couldn't end the battle in a short time. Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui, and Zhang Tianda were at a disadvantage in the battle, but the outcome wouldn't be decided in a short time. On the other hand, the battle between Yunya and Representative Yen was a battle of tacit understanding. It was actually very easy for Yunya to kill Representative Yen, but she didn't do so. Although she also wanted to cooperate with Xianxia, she wasn't Xiao's subordinate. So, it was enough for her to block Representative Yen for Xianxia. There was no need to kill Representative Yen for Xianxia and become enemies with the Water God Temple. Such a situation made the onlookers exclaim in joy. When had they ever seen so many Grotto Heaven Realm warriors fighting? It was too shocking. Looks like someone's going to end up with nothing. Xianxia looks like he's all alone and doesn't have any power, but whoever wants to take his life will always fail. Isn't he a little too many friends? Yeah, the One-Eyed Pirates will definitely die in vain. Bibo Island won't gain any advantage. As for the Water God Temple, not only did they lose the One-Eyed Pirates, but they also lost the Twin Flowers Pirates. They can only rebuild their power in the City of Sin. It's not that I don't understand. It's just that the world is changing too quickly. Why do I feel that every time Xianxia is about to be killed, the outcome is always different from what we imagined? It's not that the world is changing fast, but that we know too little about Xianxia. Do any of you know his true strength? Many people were unable to answer this question. They felt that Xiao's cultivation should be at 10 directions heaven, but was it really so? Even if it was true, Xiao's battle prowess was most likely above Shifeng Tian's cultivation. After a while, Xiao's internal injuries were completely healed. Medicinal pills combined with the healing ability of the Eye of the Holy King was really not a problem for Xiao. After his body recovered, Xiao turned his gaze to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and Jade Ripple Island's martial artists. these people were all just Deva realm martial artists. Although the numbers were not few, in front of Ling Xiao, they were merely clay dogs and pottery chickens. Especially when Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the early stage 10 directions heaven, and after comprehending sword domain, these people had no way of doing anything to him. His gaze revealed a hint of a cold smile, his face lifting up with some treachery. You all want to kill me, I'll make you all annihilate, not leaving a single one alive. What Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, what Jade Ripple Island, provoke me, Ling Xiao, provoke my celestial empire, die. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's people and Jade Ripple Island's people all saw Ling Xiao's expression and felt the powerful pressure that Ling Xiao released towards them. Each of their bodies could not help trembling a little, endlessly terrified in their hearts. Not good, that lunatic is going to make a move against us. Although fearful, Jade Ripple Island and Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's martial artists were also considered veterans in the pugilistic world in the end. Facing a 17-year-old brat, although they were terrified, for the sake of face, it was still impossible to slip away like this. If that was really the case, it would be too embarrassing. Ling Xiao, you thief, what are you trying to do? Could it be that you want to become enemies with our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Jade Ripple Island? The two groups of people asked the same question. Nonsense. You all want to kill me, can't I kill you all? If you die, don't blame me. Those who kill will be killed. It's that simple. Ling Xiao felt that these people were really funny. Become enemies with them, now that they were already like fire and water, they actually said such words. Could it be that these people's brains were flooded with water? Everyone, don't be afraid of him. He's just one person. With hundreds of us joining forces, could it be that we're still not a match for him? Although they were afraid in their hearts, the people of Jade Ripple Island and Heavenly Dragon Trading Company gathered together because they knew that it was useless to escape at this time. They could only resist. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to let them leave alive. Looking at the actions of these people, Ling Xiao did not say anything else. His sword domain reappeared. In the world of mountains and rivers behind him, the light of the scarlet sun became even brighter. Radiant sword domain, it could illuminate everything, and it could also kill everything. It could destroy everything. The sound of swords whistling continuously sounded, forming a battle song of slaughter. Fight. Among the hundreds of martial artists, 2/3 chose to fight Ling Xiao head-on. They attacked one after another and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The other group of people turned around and fled. They had already seen the terror of Ling Xiao's sword domain. It could even injure Venerable Poison Soul, who was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm Cultivation. How could they, these Heaven Realm martial artists, resist? So they had to escape. Whether it was those who rushed over or those who fled, they were all enveloped by Ling Xiao's radiant sword domain. Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking smile. Rays of sword light shot out like the rays of the scarlet sun. These people came here from afar to take his life. If he did not entertain them well, wouldn't it be a bit too unworthy of these people's hospitality? Sword light flew, screams sounded one after another. The martial artists of Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and Jade Ripple Island were involved in this killing rain of swords. No one was able to escape. They watched helplessly as their bodies were pierced by those rays of light. Bone-piercing pain came from their bodies one after another, causing them to tremble all over. Why did we die? We clearly only came to kill an insignificant person in the Jianghu. Why, we can't accept this. Whether it was the martial artists of Heavenly Dragon Trading Company or Jade Ripple Island, there was only one thought in their minds at this moment, and that was regret and unwillingness. They came with Xianxia, Corpse Grandma, and Venerable Poison Soul. When they came, they were in high spirits. Wasn't it just to kill a Heaven Realm insignificant person? Any one of them could do it. How could there be any danger? But now, the cruel reality told them a truth, and that was to never underestimate those unknown insignificant people. Perhaps their small bodies contained the most terrifying power. Evil creature. Stop it. Corpse Grandma and Xianxia almost shouted at the same time. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were Xianxia's most loyal and capable subordinates. Without these people, he would become a commander without an army in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. At that time, what could he use to fight with Princess Xianxia? Therefore, he could not tolerate Ling Xiao attacking his subordinates. He had to stop Ling Xiao. Most of the people from Emerald Wave Island led by Corpse Granny were the future elites of Emerald Wave Island. Although they might not be geniuses like Imo Xiaoyu, there were too few geniuses. The ones who truly supported Emerald Wave Island were these outstanding warriors who were second only to geniuses. Among them, there were even successors trained by Corpse Granny. But at this moment, they were bleeding and screaming on the long street. Their voices were filled with incomparable grief. Whether it was Corpse Granny or Xianxia, they could not allow Ling Xiao to kill all these people. But was it useful? Although they were angry, they were powerless, because whether it was Cold Plum or Phoenix Cry Piao Shui, they would not let Corpse Granny and Xianxia deal with Ling Xiao. Cold Plum's loyalty to Ling Xiao was probably greater than anyone else's. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui was repaying his kindness and defending the dignity of Chang'e's Celestial Island. If Ling Xiao died here, then she would have no face to see her grandfather, let alone the world. Corpse Granny was originally evenly matched with Cold Plum, but because of this distraction, she was stabbed in the back by Cold Plum. Although this stab was not considered a serious injury. However, Cold Plum penetrated her sword intent into Corpse Granny's body. The situation of the battlefield began to subtly change. Xianxia was even more miserable. His legs were frozen into ice by Phoenix Cry Piao Shui's cold temperature and then shattered. He had a slight advantage in the battle, but at this moment, he was completely at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao did not even look at the battle over there, but his face revealed a sinister smile. I said earlier that those who want to kill me have to be ready to be killed by me at any time. You can raise your butcher's knife to me, so don't blame me for killing you. His voice was cold and firm. The sword domain disappeared, leaving behind hundreds of corpses on the ground, lying there in a disorderly manner. Each of them had at least dozens of sword holes on their bodies. Although this was the most direct and simple way to use the sword domain, it was still incomparably powerful. Xianxia was furious, Corpse Granny was furious, however, the two of them couldn't even protect themselves now. They could only suppress their anger at the bottom of their hearts. The raging flames of anger almost completely burned them, but they were unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. They had really suffered a double loss. This time, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also lost all of his subordinates. This transaction was really a huge loss. This Ling Xiao really can't be provoked. The one-eyed pirates offended him and were completely wiped out. The Heavenly Dragon trading firm led by Xianxia had offended him, and they were all wiped out. The people of Emerald Ripple Island offended him, and they were all wiped out. Yes, it's simply terrifying. In a sense, today's matter had nothing to do with Xianxia at all, but Xianxia provoked such a fiend just to make friends with Water Spirit Temple. Emerald Ripple Island is even more miserable. Mo Xiaoyu wanted to rob Ling Xiao's things and offended Ling Xiao, which led to a series of sacrifices. Not only did a large number of promising disciples die tragically, even the inner court elder Poison Soul Venerable was killed. Now the Vice Island Master, Corpse Granny, is also injured and seems to be in danger. Everyone secretly sighed in their hearts. If Ling Xiao was a fiend, perhaps no one would object. Those who offended him really didn't have a good ending. I heard that Piping Island, one of the 7 martial arts sect islands, was destroyed because they offended Ling Xiao. Will Emerald Ripple Island be the same? That's hard to say, but Emerald Ripple Island is really in trouble. Think about it just now. Venerable Poison Soul Venerable and Corpse Granny led a group of people from Emerald Ripple Island here. How domineering was that? Venerable Poison Soul Venerable even said that he could kill Ling Xiao without anyone's help. How long has it been? Not only is Venerable Poison Soul Venerable dead, but those elites of Emerald Ripple Island are also dead. I think Xianxia is also finished. He has lost so many people and offended such a malefic person. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company will definitely not spare him. I'm afraid that Princess Xianxia will gain the upper hand in the internal strife this time. Everyone sighed, and Meng Tian's face was a little ugly. He didn't know if he should attack Ling Xiao now. This kid was just like a hedgehog, with thorns all over his body. If he attacked him, he might not be able to kill him. Instead, he would attract needles all over his body and stab himself to death. Hua Fuguang's face was full of joy. She had made the right choice. Listening to her sister and choosing Ling Xiao was the wisest decision she had ever made. Otherwise, at this moment, the Twin Flowers pirates might have become the victim of Ling Xiao's rage. After killing the people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm and Emerald Ripple Island, Ling Xiao didn't stay idle. He directly jumped onto the iron-armored airship of the One-Eyed Pirates and put it into his Mountain River world. His storage ring might not be that big, but his Mountain River world was very big. Then, he also put away the airship of Emerald Ripple Island. He was going to take these two airships back to the Ministry of Works of the Celestial Empire for research. With this technology, it would be much more convenient in the future. These two ships could both sail and fly. It was simply too wonderful for words. On the other side, the battle was still going on. However, after seeing Ling Xiao put away the two ships, Corpse Granny and Representative Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding warriors were also dumbfounded. Ling Xiao really didn't give any face to his opponent. Not only did he kill the other party's people, but he also took away their airships. Putting aside Emerald Ripple Island's airship, there should be a lot of valuable things on the ship of the One-Eyed Pirates. This was equivalent to taking away all of them. He was simply rich. Interesting. Not only did Ling Xiao not die, but he also made a fortune. If someone told me this before, I wouldn't have believed it. This is simply a miracle. At this moment, Corpse Granny, Xianxia, and Representative Yan had already thought of retreating. Because if they continued to fight like this, sooner or later, they would be the ones to suffer, not Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a black carriage appeared on the long street. This carriage didn't run, but flew. And it wasn't horse-drawn, but pulled by a person. The person pulling the carriage was actually a warrior of the Grotto Heaven realm. A person who could make such an expert work like a cow or horse was definitely not a weakling. Therefore, this black carriage also immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, the current battle was too stalemate and even a little ugly. Therefore, the appearance of something new would always attract the attention of many people. There were bodyguards on the left, right, and back of the black carriage. They were also at the Grotto Heaven realm. Their strength was on par with the person pulling the carriage. They even looked almost identical. In any case, very few people could recognize them. Some people in the crowd had already recognized the identities of these four people. Aren't they the four slaves, eye, ear, nose, and mouth, of the Black Python clan's first master, Python 5? Eye, ear, nose, and mouth were the names of these four people. It was said that Python 5 had once killed the parents of these four people, but he kept them alive and personally taught them martial arts. Now, not only did these four people not intend to avenge their families, but they were also loyal to Python 5 and were willing to be his four most loyal dogs. Could it be that Python 5 is here? Many people were surprised. Eye, ear, nose, and mouth had always been by Python 5's side. If they appeared, how could Python 5 not appear? Greetings, First Master. Python Tian also walked out from the crowd. Since the First Master was here, it would be unreasonable for him to not show up. Get up. I'm just here to ask for something. Don't mind me. The curtain of the black carriage was lifted, and a tall man walked out. Python 5 looked very ordinary. However, the aura of an overlord in his body could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. Every movement of his was filled with an air of ruthlessness and decisiveness. Every look in his eyes was so sharp and ruthless. You want something? Python Tian was stunned. He thought that Python 5 had come to help Representative Yan and Xianxia after receiving his report. He did not expect that he was only here to ask for something. He was a little disappointed, but he did not dare to ask anything. He just stood aside and waited for Python 5's orders. Python 5 was too terrifying. He never showed mercy even to his own people. If someone dared to disobey his orders and betray him, that person would definitely not be able to escape death. He had always exuded an extremely strong domineering aura. Therefore, no one in the Black Python clan had ever dared to betray him because those who betrayed him would have been killed by him before they could do anything. His most common saying was, "I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me." This person was the typical type of existence where those who submitted to him would prosper and those who opposed him would perish. Therefore, when Ling Xiao crippled Meng Xiao this time, many people thought that Meng 5 would definitely kill Ling Xiao. However, Python 5 didn't make a move afterward, which made many people a little puzzled. Today, Python 5 appeared again. People seemed to understand that it wasn't that Python 5 didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. It was just waiting for an opportunity. Python 5 looked at Ling Xiao. He was here to look for Ling Xiao, he wanted something from Ling Xiao. Is Her Highness Moon Maiden all right? After Python 5 opened its mouth, the first thing it asked wasn't how Ling Xiao was or what it wanted. Instead, it asked about the Moon Lady. She's fine. Ling Xiao nodded. It's been a long time since I've seen Her Highness the Moon Maiden. Back then, when I met her, I was still an ignorant youth. I was around your age. Python 5 wasn't like those boorish guys. Although his name was tacky, his speech and behavior revealed a kind of majesty and rigor. Many people didn't know who the Moon Maiden was, so they were even more surprised. Python 5 was actually so respectful to this person called the Moon Maiden. Could it be that this person had helped him before? It was as if he was reminiscing about the past. After a moment, Python 5 smiled slightly and said, "People still have to admit that they are old. You really shouldn't let Her Highness Moon Maiden out." When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He could tell that Python 5 was blaming the Moon Maiden. "Little guy, you crippled my son Meng Zhao's cultivation, right?" "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded and said. There was nothing to hide. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. It's good that you admit it. Seeing that Her Highness Moon Maiden once guided me, I won't pursue this matter. Python 5 chuckled lightly. He seemed to be quite magnanimous. Pursue? Great Master, you seem to have made a mistake. Your son wanted to kill me, and I only crippled him. This is already giving you face. I should be the one to not pursue this matter. I should be the one to be magnanimous. What right do you have to pursue this matter? Ling Xiao could tell that Python 5 wasn't here to chat with him today. He was here to cause trouble for him. Since the other party was here to cause trouble for him, why should he be polite to this guy? Ha 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 ha. You're really arrogant. However, if you think that you can be unscrupulous and commit crimes just because you have Her Highness Moon Maiden as your backer, then aren't you looking down on the world too much? Python 5 laughed out loud. Great Master, you didn't come here today just to talk nonsense, did you? If that's the case, then there's no need to talk about it. I've heard enough nonsense today, and I don't want to hear any more. Ling Xiao suddenly interrupted Python 5's laughter. Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. Python 5's eyes revealed a touch of awe-inspiring coldness. Although he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously, whether Ling Xiao died or not didn't mean much to him. However, if Ling Xiao was stubborn and wanted to go against him, then he wouldn't mind killing this untactful boy. You got an ancient bronze seal at the Black Wind House's auction yesterday, right? That's right. Ling Xiao suddenly became vigilant. Python 5 suddenly asked about the ancient seal. What was going on? Could it be that the treasure that was being talked about on the streets really had something to do with the Imperial Jade Seal, and this Python 5 actually wanted the Imperial Jade Seal? Well, how about this? Sell the ancient bronze seal to me. I'm willing to buy it at double the price. What do you think? Python 5 said with a smile. He didn't know whether Ling Xiao knew the secret of the ancient bronze seal, so he didn't dare offer too high a price in case Ling Xiao realized something. That wouldn't be good. However, Ling Xiao already knew what he was thinking. If he didn't hand over the ancient bronze seal, Python 5 wouldn't let him off easily. But so what, right now, he had a trump card. Even without the help of the Moon Lady, he could still escape easily by relying on the power of a Yuan Venerate. What could Python 5 do to him? Sneering in his heart, Ling Xiao straightforwardly shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't lack those spirit stones, and I also like that ancient bronze seal. I think it's really quite fun, so I won't sell it. The Imperial Jade Seal was something that Ling Xiao had to obtain. Only with the Imperial Jade Seal could he truly establish a nation and have a real chance of conquering the world. He had already made a great ambition to re-establish a powerful human race dynasty in the mystic realm. How could he leave the Imperial Jade Seal? Many people were puzzled when they heard Python 5's request. It was just an ancient bronze seal. Why would Python 5 come personally to buy it from Ling Xiao? There seemed to be a secret behind this. Otherwise, why would Python 5 do this? Keep watching. People were paying more attention to the situation here. Even the few people who were fighting over there had their ears pricked up to listen. Python 5 was not an ordinary person. Since it was something that he wanted, it must be extraordinary. What if it's 10 times the price? Python 5 gritted his teeth and said. He did not want to offend the Moon Lady now, so if he could solve the problem with spirit stones, it would not be a problem. 10 times the price, that was only tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, which was not attractive to Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Imperial Jade Seal was something that he was determined to get. How could he give it away so easily? I've said it before. I like the ancient bronze seal very much. Even if you offer 100 or 1,000 times the price, it will be useless. This time, Ling Xiao decided to make things clear. Wanting to buy the Imperial Jade Seal with money was tantamount to a fool's dream. There was no way he would give it away. You don't want spirit stones? Well, I'm willing to exchange a mortal-grade spiritual weapon with you. With your cultivation speed, it won't be too late for you to use a mortal-grade spiritual weapon. Don't you want it? Python 5, this fellow, was really willing to pay a heavy price. A mortal-grade spiritual weapon would cost at least hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Even if you had low-grade spirit stones, you might not be able to buy it. He was actually willing to exchange, however, the more it was so, the more people felt strange. What was Python 5 thinking? Why did he have to do this? In fact, the reason why Python 5 was willing to pay such a high price was that he guessed from Ling Xiao's attitude that Ling Xiao might have already known that the item was the Imperial Jade Seal. If he did not pay a high price, it would be impossible to get it. TSK, a mortal-grade spiritual weapon is really extravagant. It's a pity that you don't seem to understand human language. I've said it before, I'm not exchanging it. Even if it was a divine-grade spiritual weapon, he would not exchange it, let alone a mortal-grade spiritual weapon. After all, as long as his cultivation continued to increase, he would be able to get his hands on a divine-grade spiritual artifact sooner or later. In fact, he might even be able to forge one himself. However, the Imperial Jade Seal was not only a magical treasure, but also a symbol of imperial power. There was only one of it. If he lost it, it would be difficult to get it back. Senior Python 5, what are you doing? Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry could not help but ask as the pressure from the attacks lessened. Lady Piao Shui, this matter has nothing to do with you and the everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Python 5 glanced at Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui indifferently. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, there are some things in this world that the weak are not qualified to possess. Those things are not good for you. Instead, they may cause you to lose your life. Many people wanted my life, but they were all disappointed. Ling Xiao still shook his head and said, Boss, you don't have to be so alarmist. A gloomy expression finally appeared on Python 5's face. He felt that he had already given the Moon Lady a lot of face, but this Ling Xiao was completely stubborn. Since he could not talk, he could only use force. A child who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit is not a good child. If it were not for the Moon Lady, do you really think you are worthy of me talking so much nonsense to you? Python 5 said coldly. You also know that what you're saying is nonsense. Then don't say it, lest everyone becomes unhappy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You don't know what's good for you. A strong murderous aura was released from Python 5's body. He directly turned into a ferocious beast and pounced on Ling Xiao. Deterrence. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the thing, and I can let you leave the city of Sin safely. Otherwise, the city of Sin will be the place where you die. Nonsense. Ling Xiao did not give any face to Python 5. He said in a cold voice, Isn't the Black Python clan a clan of robbers? Anyway, robbing and killing are not unfamiliar things. You probably do it every day. Why are you being so hypocritical today? Are you afraid of Sister Moon Lady? If that's the case, then there's no need. Sister Moon Lady doesn't need to deal with a lowly trash like you. Python 5 hated it when people called him AB***. Although he was born AB***, now that his clan was becoming more powerful, he began to think of clearing his name. He did not want to be a B***starred for the rest of his life. If someone dared to say that, it would be like exposing his scars. He would never forgive them. Therefore, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, Python 5's voice became colder. No matter what you say today, I want that ancient bronze seal, either you die, or you hand it over. This was a threat that left no room for negotiation. When the crowd heard this, they could not help but be shocked. Ling Xiao was really something. He had offended Emerald Wave Island, One-Eyed Pirates, Water God Temple, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and now even the Black Python clan. The strongest person sent by Emerald Wave Island was only an 8th Grotto Heaven Realm Corpse Granny. However, the leader of the Black Python clan, Python 5, was a Real Yinyang Realm expert. Could Ling Xiao still be alive? Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. Python 5, you keep saying that you want to turn over a new leaf and never do those evil things in the past. Why does it seem like you're just talking nonsense today? What are you doing? Don't you have any shame? Princess Xianxia easily slapped the representative of Yan Kingdom away. The two of them almost stopped attacking each other temporarily. They were also attracted by the dispute here. The one who spoke to Python 5 was Princess Xianxia. Only she dared to say that. That's right, that's right. Python 5's way of doing things is too dirty. It's easy to change a leopard's spots. Even if he keeps saying that he wants to wash his hands of evil and turn over a new leaf, in fact, he is still a thief and a prostitute. He has always been shameless and despicable when doing things. If you believe that Python 5 can turn over a new leaf, you might as well believe that a rooster can lay eggs. People were talking about it. Although they did not dare to speak loudly, they were quite disdainful of Python 5's approach. 5 masters of the main clan, why are you wasting your breath on that brat? Just kill him and loot his storage ring. That's all. The representative of Yan Kingdom said loudly, when did you become so wishy-washy? Like a little old woman with her feet tied up? That's right, Python 5. Although I don't know what you want, if it were me, I wouldn't be so polite. Corpse Granny also said. Python 5 still looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said, you should understand that if I join forces with them, you will have no chance. Even if the Moon Maiden helps you, I am not afraid. Do you really want her to take the risk? Ling Xiao looked at Python 5 and felt a little annoyed. Ling Xiao was very angry. This time in the city of Sin, he had only bid for a few items according to his goal, but he had been threatened and mocked time and time again. Everyone wanted his life. They all said they wanted to kill him. Even a man made of mud would have a temper, let alone him. The current situation made him very unhappy. These people who threatened him all had powerful forces behind them. They were used to being high and mighty and being above others. When they met the weak, they would never think of reasoning with them. They would only do things according to their own way of thinking. If they didn't listen, they would threaten them and attack them. In these people's eyes, Ling Xiao was a weakling. Naturally, he would be bullied and looked down on by them. Ling Xiao understood this too well. Even if he had many powerful people around him, he wasn't strong enough. Others still wouldn't take him seriously. If he was strong enough, if he could reach the level of the Moon Lady, who would dare to provoke him in the City of Sin, not to mention asking him to give up anything, they probably wouldn't even dare to say anything disrespectful in front of him. Strength, it was strength again. Ling Xiao once again felt the urgency to increase his strength. Ling Xiao, don't worry about me. The Imperial Jade Seal is very important. No matter who it is, you can't give it away. If Python 5 dares to attack, I don't mind destroying the City of Sin. At this moment, the Moon Lady's voice entered Ling Xiao's ears. Thank you, Sister Moon Lady. However, if you can avoid doing anything, please try not to do anything. After all, you are my final trump card. Ling Xiao really didn't want the Moon Lady to take any risks. Therefore, he had to find a way to solve this matter himself. He looked at Python 5 and said, I told you, I don't need Sister Moon Lady to deal with a lowly piece of trash like you. Python 5 frowned. He didn't want to do anything because he was afraid of the Moon Lady. Although Ling Xiao said that he didn't need the Moon Lady to do anything, would the Moon Lady let Ling Xiao die? The corners of Python 5's mouth suddenly curled into a sneer. He no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at the crowd and loudly said, "I'm sure everyone must be confused. Why would I be so interested in a bronze seal? This guy." Ling Xiao instantly understood Python 5's plan. This fellow probably wanted to reveal the secret of the Imperial Jade Seal to the public. In that case, many people who were originally willing to help Ling Xiao would probably covet the Imperial Ruler's seal. In that case, the Moon Maiden would have to face even more enemies. At that time, Python 5 would be able to reap the benefits. Vicious, cunning, as expected of an ambitious and ruthless person who walked out of the Communist Party of China. Python 5, what's going on with that thing? I'm quite confused too. You can't be so crazy over a meaningless ancient bronze seal. Corpse Grandma, who had stopped fighting, asked with a frown. In fact, this question was also what the others wanted to ask. They also wanted to know what the ancient bronze seal that Python 5 had always wanted was. Because that's the Imperial Jade Seal. The human king established the world and left behind the 9 cauldrons and the Imperial Jade Seal. As long as the two are combined, one can obtain supreme fate and become a king, an overlord. Python 5 spoke the secret of the ancient bronze seal word by word. What? That's the Imperial Jade Seal. Python 5's words were too clear. Those who didn't hear it clearly had problems with their ears. The Imperial Jade Seal, Python 5's voice still echoed on the long street and didn't dissipate for a long time. The ancient martial art practitioners were extremely shocked. It was the Imperial Jade Seal. Even if this kind of thing didn't have any practical use, its symbolic meaning alone was enough to be called a priceless treasure. Not to mention, it was rumored that the human king had hidden his cultivation notes in it. If one obtained it, it would undoubtedly save a lot of detours on the road of cultivation. Boiling, absolutely boiling, the entire street seemed to be restless, and the gazes that were directed at Ling Xiao became fervent, as if a hungry wolf cub had seen a delicious meal. No wonder this Python 5 didn't hesitate to throw away his reputation and come personally to ask for something. It's actually the Imperial Jade Seal. Basically, no one doubted Python 5's words. After all, if it wasn't for the Imperial Jade Seal, how could Python 5 do such a thing? He didn't hesitate to ruin his own reputation and turn all his previous efforts into nothing. Hua Fuguang looked at Ling Xiao in shock. She finally understood why she had such a strange feeling about this person. She felt that this person had a king's aura that was different from that of ordinary ancient martial art practitioners. Now, she finally understood. This person had once obtained the 9 cauldrons aura at the martial arts ceremony in the Holy City. Now, he had also obtained the Imperial Jade Seal. In this way, he had handled both of the human king's sacred items. Naturally, he would have some of the human king's aura. Hua Fuguang even suspected that Ling Zhao's rapid improvement had something to do with the human king's 9 cauldrons. Everyone had greed, and Hua Fuguang was no exception. However, at this moment, she was thinking that perhaps she had chosen the right master. To be able to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal in the city of Sin was in itself a kind of luck. After all, treasures would choose their own masters. He. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect you to have such good luck. However, it might turn into bad luck. The corpse grandma laughed coldly. She cultivated the martial arts passed down from the immemorial sorcerer tribe, but it wasn't complete. If the Imperial Jade Seal really contained the human king's cultivation notes, then it would definitely contain some information about the immemorial sorcerer tribe. In this way, the martial arts problem that had been troubling her for a long time would be easily solved. The greed in her eyes became more obvious. What was the point of killing Ling Xiao? Obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal was the right path. Zhang Tianda's eyes were also flickering. His breathing almost became rapid. The Imperial Jade Seal, it was every warrior's dream to become an emperor. If he obtained the Imperial Jade Seal, then he could rightfully compete for the position of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's president. At that time, no one in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would dare to provoke him, let alone Princess Xianxia. His smile became brighter and brighter, like a sunflower in full bloom. Representative Yan was also thinking about the Imperial Jade Seal. The Water God Temple was now one of the most powerful forces in the first 3 continents, but it was obviously not enough. If he wanted to continue increasing the strength of the Water God Temple and his own status, then obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal was a must. On the long street, almost all the warriors were imagining themselves obtaining the Imperial Jade Seal and taking out the cultivation notes from it. Some people didn't dream of becoming an emperor, nor did they want to conquer the world. All they wanted was the human king's cultivation notes. However, the cultivation notes were in the Imperial Jade Seal. Could they get it? Python 5 looked at this scene with a smug smile on his face. Ling Xiao, didn't you refuse to give it to me? I'll screw you over. Python 5 sneered in his heart. I, Python 5, am indeed afraid of the Moon Maiden. But now, I won't fight for the heirloom seal or deal with you. I'll tell everyone the secret of the heirloom seal and let them help me deal with the Moon Maiden. Then, I'll be able to reap the benefits. Needless to say, this guy's plan was very sinister. But would his plan really go so smoothly? The news of the heirloom seal's appearance might spread out of the city of Sin today, and the entire Divine Phoenix continent might know. Even the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island and 5 Immortal Island would covet the heirloom seal. Although Python 5 was a Yin-Yang realm expert, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. It wouldn't be easy for him to reap the benefits. Perhaps Python 5 had already thought of this. If Ling Xiao handed the heirloom seal to him because he was afraid of those people fighting over it, that would be the best outcome. He could then hide and study the human king's cultivation notes and the royal aura of the heirloom seal. Python 5, if you think you can force me to hand over the ancient bronze seal, then you're underestimating me. Ling Xiao looked at Python 5 indifferently. He had completely seen through Python 5's thoughts. Moreover, Ling Xiao was well aware of the consequences of holding the heirloom seal. But now, it wasn't time for him to hand it over. Unless the Moon Maiden was in trouble one day. At that time, he would hand over the heirloom seal without hesitation for the Moon Maiden. This thing might be important, but how could it be more important than the Moon Maiden? What a stubborn brat. Do you want to die? Python 5 frowned. Ling Xiao's words had shattered his fantasy. It seemed like he could only use force. He hoped that there would be someone in the crowd who would fight with Ling Xiao for the Imperial Jade Seal and kill him. Because he knew how powerful the Moon Maiden was, he didn't want to fight. At least not now. Whoever kills Ling Xiao today, I, Python 5, will willingly give up the heirloom seal. At least in the city of Sin, no one will dare to touch you. Python 5 suddenly said loudly. He was starting to sow discord. A shameless person like you is best at turning hostile. Do you think there will be idiots who will believe your words? Ling Xiao glanced at Python 5 with disdain. We, the 4 freaks of the city of Sin, are willing to believe in the 5 masters of Python. 4 strangely dressed people jumped out from the crowd. These 4 people all had strange appearances. One was missing an arm, one was lame, one had only one eye, and one had no ears. Anyway, they were all disabled people. However, the expressions on their faces did not look like that of a disabled person at all. Instead, they looked ferocious and vicious. The 4 monsters of the city of Sin were all at the first Grotto Heaven realm and were extremely powerful. The things they do in the city of Sin have always been cruel and merciless. Though they were beggars in name, the things they do are all robbers. Among the 5 leaders of Python, we can only deal with Ling Xiao. We'll have to trouble you with his helpers. The leader of the city of Sin's 4 freaks said to Python 5 with a smile. Don't worry. You 4 focus on dealing with Ling Xiao. Don't worry about anything else. I will clear the area for you. Python 5 definitely had this capability. Other than the Moon Lady, no one else here could be compared to him. As long as he makes a move, Cold Plum, Yunya, Feng Ming, Piao Shui, or anyone else, none of them can defeat him. Thank you. The 4 freaks of the city of Sin were not stupid. They were just greedy. They knew that even if they get the Imperial Ruler's seal, they will be hunted down. However, they couldn't resist the temptation. Plus, they have already thought of a way to escape after getting the item. There was a 60% chance of them escaping. This was already worth fighting for. Python 5 waved his hand and a black curtain descended. It directly isolated Ling Xiao from the city of Sin's 4 freaks. Cold Plum tried to break in a few times, but she failed every time. Python 5's curtain should be his Grotto Heaven realm. As a yin-yang realm powerhouse, he naturally has his own grotto heaven realm. It was even more mature and powerful. Okay, 4 freaks of the City of Sin, you can start fighting now. Oh right, that guy should have put the Imperial Ruler's seal in his storage ring. Just take all the storage rings he has. Python 5 even gave special pointers. Thank you, Python 5. After we kill this guy, we will naturally search for him. The 4 freaks of the City of Sin snickered. Without anyone's help, Xianxia alone was no match for them. This made them very excited. Perhaps today, the Imperial Ruler's seal will truly belong to them. Boom, boom, Cold Plum was still trying to break through the black curtain. Her face was getting paler and paler. She was going to give it her all. Cold Plum, stop. I am fine. Xianxia had to say this. Otherwise, with Cold Plum's temper, even if she were to die in the black curtain, she would use her last breath to save Xianxia. But Xianxia wouldn't allow her to do that, he wouldn't allow his woman to suffer like this. Moreover, he wasn't at the end of his rope yet. For Grotto Heaven realm powerhouses were indeed a huge challenge for him, but they weren't undefeatable. For freaks of the City of Sin, today, I, Xianxia, will turn you into the 4 dogs of the City of Sin. 4 dead dogs. Xianxia coldly looked at the 4 people in front of him. Injuring the woman by his side was unforgivable. The Tai Chi eye flashed with black and white light. An ancient and heavy door with a terrifying aura opened. Heavy footsteps could be heard from within. Then, a dead person walked out. It was still the huge skeleton soldier, but the armor on the skeleton soldier's body was more complete. The weapon in its hand was also a divine rank artifact. Within the skeleton's eyes, a scarlet light flashed. Powerful and terrifying, Xianxia didn't want to use the secret soul technique because every time he used it, it would be very uncomfortable. But today, against 4 Grotto Heaven realm powerhouses, he had no choice but to use it. Tai Chi Eye of the Divine Tomb, the huge skeleton soldier stood in front of Xianxia. Then, Xianxia jumped up and stood on top of the skeleton soldier's head. But this was only the beginning. If it was just the skeleton soldier, it wouldn't be able to defeat 4 Grotto Heaven realm powerhouses. After all, its strength was there, but it didn't have a brain. Xianxia wanted to control it to fight, soul leaving the shell. The cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll was no joke. Xianxia had already cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll to the day wandering realm. But because the primordial spirit wasn't very useful before the object controlling realm, he didn't show it off. In fact, he had never stopped cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll to improve his soul. What he displayed today was the day wandering realm's primordial spirit. Not only could it freely travel between heaven and earth, but it was also much stronger than the soul-leaving shell realm and night wandering realm. Part of Xianxia's primordial spirit split out and entered the skeleton soldier's body. The skeleton soldier's body was huge. If Xianxia's primordial spirit wasn't as strong as a day-wandering realm cultivator, he wouldn't have been able to control it. But now, there was no problem. When his primordial spirit entered the skeleton soldier's body, the scarlet light in the skeleton's eyes became even brighter. Not only that, but the weapon in the skeleton soldier's hand also turned into a giant sword. A giant sword that looked exactly like the shadow sword. The 4 monsters of the City of Sin were shocked when they saw this giant creature. This was because the skeleton soldier's strength had already reached the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. This was also the realm of Xianxia's primordial spirit. Very few people knew that Xianxia's primordial spirit had always been weaker than his primordial spirit. Although his cultivation kept increasing at a very fast pace, it was still very difficult for him to close the gap between his primordial spirit and his primordial spirit. This was because his primordial spirit was increasing at a faster pace. In the past, he had the help of the mountain river martial spirit. Later, he had obtained part of the human monarch's primordial spirit. Now, he had even cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to increase his cultivation and strength, he would have relied on his primordial spirit to end the battle faster. In fact, he had always treated this as one of his trump cards. The more trump cards he had, the harder it was for his enemies to see through him. Only then would he be able to live better. Today, he had used the eye of the tomb of the god of sin and his primordial spirit. That was because he had no choice. If he didn't use it, he would have to die, or he would have to use the trump cards that he didn't want to use: Butterfly Lady, Yuan Venerate, Moon Lady. The onlookers were also surprised by the giant skeleton soldier that Ling Xiao had suddenly released. Ling Xiao had surprised them time and time again. They were a little numb to it. This kid's new tricks were simply endless. What are the four of you afraid of? That skeleton soldier is just big. If you're afraid, let me know and scram. Don't embarrass yourself there. Python 5 saw that the four monsters of the City of Sin were a little hesitant, so he tried to provoke them. He didn't want to see these four guys scared off before they could even make a move. The four freaks of the City of Sin exchanged glances. Their faces were full of viciousness. Then, they split into four directions and headed towards Ling Xiao with sharp blades in their hands. They were Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although they were only at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, their opponent was only a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist. If he was truly frightened, then how could he continue to live in the City of Sin? How could he survive in Jianghu? The elemental energy domain exploded in the air, forming four elemental energy blades, chopping towards the skull of the huge skeleton soldier. Because Ling Xiao was there. They knew that the skeleton soldiers were controlled by Ling Xiao, so as long as they could kill Ling Xiao, the skeleton soldiers would naturally be unable to move. With the four of them working together, let alone a Heaven Realm martial artist, even a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would not dare to take it head-on. Of course, that was only for ordinary martial artists. Ling Xiao was different. Because he was not ordinary. Roar. The huge skeleton soldier let out a muffled roar. Its body suddenly exploded into the air from the ground. It waved the huge shadow sword in its hand and slashed around its body. The huge sword energy formed a ring, scaring the four freaks of the City of Sin into dodging. However, the attack came too quickly. They only had enough time to block it. The four of them were originally attacking, but at this moment, they were knocked back by the huge ring of sword energy. Every one of them retreated more than 10 meters, crashing into Python 5's sky before stopping. This kid is tricky. Use all your strength. The leader of the four freaks of the City of Sin hurriedly shouted. At the same time, a ferocious tiger appeared behind him. He had finally called out his martial spirit. The other three called out their martial spirits as well. The shadows of an elephant, a bear, and an eagle appeared behind them. The martial spirits of the four freaks of the City of Sin were actually four animals. However, this was not the end of it. The moment their martial spirits were called out, they chose to possess their bodies. The four of them transformed into the appearance of a tiger, elephant, bear, and eagle. Their bodies also became much larger and the handicaps on their bodies were naturally gone. Of course, this was not all. As Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, the four freaks of the City of Sin worked together to create a Grotto Heaven Realm. It was a dense forest and a majestic mountain. This Grotto Heaven Realm was the best way to improve their martial spirits. The skeleton soldier once again landed on the ground. It stood there silently and observed the changes of the four freaks of the City of Sin. The red light in its eye sockets continued to flash. Ling Xiao sat on top of the skeleton soldier's head and calmly watched all of this. The strength of the four freaks of the City of Sin was not to be underestimated. Individually, the four of them were not very strong. However, when the four of them worked together, they could make a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist's heart palpitate. He had truly met his match. And it was a very interesting one. Roar. The skeleton soldier roared again. Behind its previously empty back, a huge pair of wings grew out. The wings were black and white in color and looked extremely ferocious. What is going on? Could this be Ling Xiao's martial spirit? It doesn't look like it. Is it a summoned creature? Why do I feel like this is some sort of Ling Xiao's ultimate skill? Did you notice? The skeleton soldier's movements are very similar to Ling Xiao's. No matter what it is so powerful. Why don't I have something like this? Everyone looked at the giant skeleton soldier with the wings on its back. They were all envious, jealous, and confused. Because they had no idea what it was. Ling Xiao slowly closed his eyes. He had already given 60% of his soul to the skeleton soldier to use. Therefore, even though he could still move his original body, it was best not to use too much energy. Or else the side effects would be too great. Who cares what kind of monster it is? With the four of us working together, I don't believe we can't kill it. Against the giant skeleton soldier, the four freaks of the city of sin transformed into four beasts. With the help of the grotto heaven realm, they all pounced on the skeleton soldier at the same time. Of course, their main target was still Xianxia, who was standing on top of the skeleton soldier's head. Slash. The voice came from the skeleton soldier, but it sounded more like a thicker version of Xiao's voice. Though the voice was low and hoarse, it was even more dominating. A soaring aura burst out, and the huge shadow sword in the skeleton soldier's hand chopped down once again. With such a giant sword, slashing was more effective than stabbing. The air began to vibrate violently. The giant phantom sword in the skeleton soldier's hand began to spin faster. On top of the blade, black and white light intertwined. This giant sword was like a saw that cut through space and trapped the four freaks of the city of sin within it. Not good. Seeing this, Python 5's expression changed. He pointed with his left hand and was about to attack Xianxia. He could not allow Xianxia to kill the four freaks of the city of sin. If that happened, then his plan would not be able to proceed smoothly. Originally, Python 5 thought that the city of sin's four freaks would be able to kill Xianxia with ease. But he didn't think that Xianxia would have such a trick up his sleeves. Seeing that the city of sin's four freaks were in danger, how could he not help? Now that the pharmacist was dead, who would challenge Xianxia? How would he force the Moon Lady to waste her energy? Python 5's only fear was the Moon Lady. He wanted people who could kill Xianxia. Then, the Moon Lady would step in and use those people to waste the Moon Lady's energy. In the end, he would kill the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady was his savior. But at the same time, she was his inner demon. He thought that if the Moon Lady was alive, she would hinder his training. After all, in his mind, the Moon Lady was far too powerful. So powerful that she was undefeatable. But when he pointed his finger, nothing happened. In the sky, a ray of light shot down and his attack was easily dissolved. Python 5 frowned and his face turned white. He couldn't be wrong. The one who helped Xianxia must be the Moon Lady. He was extremely annoyed. What was so good about this Xianxia? Why would the Moon Lady help him? In the sky, Xiao's eyes were still closed. Currently, 90% of his soul had been split out. Only 10% was left to control his body. The other 90% was used in battle. The giant phantom sword mercilessly tore through the void and violently slashed towards the city of sin's four freaks. Even the paradise territory could not affect the power of this sword. The eagle flew away, the tiger ran away, and the bear was scared. Only the elephant monster was too slow and couldn't avoid this terrifying attack. He thought that Xiao's attack this time would be the same as the one before. Little did he know that at the beginning, Xiao only split out 30% of his soul. Now, he split out 90%. 90% of his soul was 3 times as powerful as before. The giant elephant monster was split in half by the sword. Blood splattered everywhere. One of the city of sin's 4 freaks, the elephant monster, had died. Fighting 1 against 4, Xiao was able to kill one of the Paradise Realm cultivators without being injured. This was another miracle. It was another result that left everyone dumbfounded. At this moment, the skeleton soldier was no longer an undead summoned by the eye of the tomb of the god of sin because it had 90% of Xiao's soul. Its body complemented Xiao's martial arts, and its battle prowess became terrifying. Everyone didn't know how to describe their shock, because summoned creatures weren't rare in the sealed world, but there had never been a method for a summoned creature to display their own martial arts. But Xiao actually did it. What was going on? His long hair danced in the wind, his robes were whiter than snow. Xiao sat there cross-legged. His eyes were closed, but he still looked very domineering. The ferocious skeleton soldier shook off the blood on its weapon. Suddenly, a red light flashed in its eye sockets and it spoke in human language. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. If you want to steal something from me, Xiao, then be prepared to lose your lives. His cold and deep words caused everyone's hearts to tremble fiercely. Xiao was really too terrifying. Although the heirloom seal was precious, it wouldn't be worth it to lose one's life for it. The Eye of the God of Sin's Tomb? What a beautiful name, what an artistic soul secret technique. If I can obtain it, that would be great. Corpse Granny stared at the huge skeleton soldier and felt her body tremble with excitement. To her, the existence of undead was also the source of strength. Although she cultivated the witchcraft of the ancient sorcerer clan, in the end, none of them could compare to Ling Xiao's secret technique. Previously, she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but at this moment, she wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive. It would be a pity to kill such a brat. After dodging the skeleton soldier's sword, the tiger, bear, and eagle monsters shrank in a corner of the sky and trembled. Looking at the expressionless skeleton soldier that looked like a monster from hell, and then looking at the bear monster that was split in half by the blade. They didn't feel the slightest bit of anger, only fear and trembling. Too terrifying, this was only a 17-year-old young man. How could he have such powerful strength? The attack just now was definitely not a strength that a 10 Directions Heaven cultivator could display. It should be at least a Grotto Heaven realm expert. Ling Xiao cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll. At first, he only wanted to improve his soul power because he knew that the strength of the soul was true strength. Whether a martial artist could escape the cage of the secular world and truly set foot on the peak of martial arts depended on whether the soul could reach a certain height. But what he didn't expect was that with the strengthening of the soul and the cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he found that the things that the essence soul could do were definitely not as simple as just using soul secret techniques. When the soul was strong to a certain extent, not only could it control all things, it could even revive the martial spirit. What was the martial spirit? There were many answers in the mystic world. Casually flipping through a book, there were thousands of explanations. But Ling Xiao firmly believed that the martial spirit and the soul were closely related. This time, he controlled the skeleton soldier as an experiment. When his soul became stronger, he didn't mind using his own soul to control the martial spirit. The mystic world's martial arts, in the end, were the martial spirit and the bloodline. The martial spirit seemed to be more focused on the cultivation of the soul. The bloodline was more focused on the cultivation of the body. These two were the key to determining victory and defeat. Martial arts, godly weapons, they were all used to pave the way for these two. Through the skeleton soldier's eyes, Ling Xiao calmly looked at the 3 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists who were scared out of their wits. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The 4 monsters of the City of Sin were really going to become 4 dead dogs now. When you attacked me, you probably didn't think that you would be using your lives to bear the responsibility. Die. The skeleton soldier raised its huge shadow sword once again. On the sword blade, a golden light burned, and a huge golden crow gradually took shape. Giant transformation, golden crow soaring sun, a giant golden crow was released from the giant sword and completely filled the sky above Python 5. The 3 survivors of the 4 monsters of the City of Sin couldn't avoid it. At this moment, they could only cry and shout in the sky, slapping and crashing. Python 5, let us out. Python 5, let us out. This kid is crazy. He's crazy. We're no match for him. We don't want to fight anymore. They regretted it, thoroughly regretted it. With their strength, they shouldn't have had any greed for the Imperial Jade Seal. But greed had corrupted their hearts. Coupled with Python 5's instigation, they really thought that they could kill Ling Xiao and take the Imperial Jade Seal. But now, when death came, they were truly afraid. Another blood-curdling shriek rang out in the sky as 2 more of the remaining 3 monsters were killed. The tiger and the bear weren't fast enough. Even though Python 5 had released the sky screen, the tiger and bear monsters were still unable to escape Ling Xiao's attack. They died tragically under Ling Xiao's sword. Under the sword of this ferocious-looking skeleton soldier, the dignified Grotto Heaven realm martial artists did not even have the strength to fight back. They did not even have the time to escape. The eagle flew away. After all, his speed was still a little faster. He rushed out of the sky screen and flew high into the sky. He did not even dare to look at his 3 dead brothers. The only thing he could think of now was to escape. At this time, he was already scared out of his wits. He had long lost the courage to continue fighting. His heart was filled with the fear of being killed. A dignified Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist had actually fled. If this matter was told to others, no one would believe it. However, right here, under the gaze of countless martial artists, he really did escape. However, would Ling Xiao let him go? The skeleton soldier stood there, the shadow sword in his hand aimed at the eagle monster in the sky. A huge crimson sun all was condensing on the tip of the sword. Perhaps because of the skeleton soldier's huge body, it was very easy for the crimson sun all to condense. Boom, the crimson sun all pierced through the sky. The eagle monster was directly hit, and even its corpse completely disappeared. The crimson sun all exploded in the sky like a bright firework. This caused countless people to be dumbfounded. However, no one expected that Ling Xiao would not stop there. The broken fragments of the crimson sun all fell from the sky and suddenly pierced the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth of Python 5's 4 bodyguards. Ling Xiao knew very well that this sneak attack would not kill Python 5. However, it would not be a problem to kill the 4 bodyguards of Python 5. First of all, the 4 of them would not have expected him to suddenly attack. Secondly, the power of the fragments of the Crimson Sun all was now enough to kill a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Clap. Clap. Clap, clap. 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 The 4 bodyguards' eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were lying on the ground at the same time. Their throats had been burned black by the fragments of the Crimson Sun all. You actually killed them. Python 5's face suddenly darkened. The death of the City of Sin's 4 freaks was merely a setback to his plan. He wasn't really angry. What he didn't expect, however, was that Ling Xiao would kill the 4 bodyguards who had been following him for a long time without saying a word. These 4 bodyguards were rare experts of the Black Python clan. Other than him, Python Feng, Python Sky, and Python Yuntu, these 4 people were the strongest. But today, the 4 of them were killed so easily. After a moment of shock, Python 5's anger burned. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Not only will I kill them, but I will also destroy the Black Python clan. I'll make you all disappear from the City of Sin. A voice so cold that it was suffocating sounded from the skeleton soldier's mouth. I gave you face earlier, so I wasn't willing to become enemies with the Black Python clan. However, you just had to force me. You, Python 5, brought the destruction of the Black Python clan upon yourself. As he spoke, the red light in the skeleton soldier's eyes intensified. It even seemed to be emitting crimson flames. However, these flames made the Black Python clan warriors present feel waves of coldness and fear from the bottom of their hearts. More and more people gathered on the long street. Naturally, a large number of Black Python clan warriors were among them. They saw the scene of Ling Xiao killing the City of Sin's 4 freaks. They also saw the corpses of the warriors from Emerald Ripple Island and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company on the ground. Ling Xiao, such a small young man, had actually done something incomparably shocking. They even blamed Python 5 in their hearts. Why did he have to provoke this malefic star? Why? Just you? Python 5 looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Who told you that I can't find help? Are you saying that only you can use the human wave tactic and I can't even find a single helper? Ling Xiao sneered. You're shameless. Python 5 scolded. Shameless? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Was it shameless for him to ask the Moon Maiden for help? So what if Python 5 bullied the weak and relied on the strong to bully the weak? Who was the shameless one? No wonder he was born in the military. It turned out that he liked to distort the truth. Cold Plum, Huafuguang, Sister Moon Maiden, you can do it now. I want the Black Python clan to disappear. Ling Xiao's patience was limited. He had never thought of destroying the Black Python clan before. However, when Python 5 announced that he had the heirloom seal, he had already made up his mind to destroy the Black Python clan. Otherwise, it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. At this time, Corpse Granny, Zhang Tianda, and the Swallow's representative retreated to the side. They were all treacherous people. At this time, no one would help. What they hoped most was that the Black Python clan and Ling Xiao would both be injured. In the end, they would be the ones to seize the heirloom seal. Ling Xiao seemed to have recognized this point. He ordered Cold Plum to deal with Python Feng, Hua Fuguang to deal with Python Tian, and Princess Xianxia to deal with Python Yuntu. Phoenix Cry, Piao Shui didn't intervene this time. Her purpose was to protect Ling Xiao, not to become enemies with other organizations. As long as Ling Xiao wasn't in danger, she wouldn't intervene. However, it didn't matter anymore. Without experts like Python 5, Python Yuntu, Python Feng, and Python Tian, the Black Python clan was a leak waiting to be harvested for Ling Xiao. They were no threat at all. Dong, dong, the skeleton soldiers walked towards the Black Python clan's warriors. The onlookers began to flee. This was a terrifying battle. They didn't want to be involved just because they wanted to watch the show. Ling Xiao, if you dare to touch my Black Python clan's people, I will destroy your celestial empire. At this time, Python 5 could still maintain a high and mighty attitude. He ordered Ling Xiao around as if Ling Xiao was his subordinate. Python 5, you don't seem to understand the situation. Are you qualified to order me around now? Protect yourself first. Ling Xiao glanced at Python 5 disdainfully. He was indeed no match for Python 5 now, but he didn't need to deal with all enemies by himself. Why wouldn't he use a powerful helper like the Moon Maiden? The Moon Maiden in the sky had long been unable to suppress her murderous intent. So many people had come to make trouble for Ling Xiao today. She wanted to kill everyone from the beginning. However, Ling Xiao stopped her because Ling Xiao wanted to train. She had been suppressing her anger until now. In the end, Python 5 dared to provoke her. He was really unlucky. In the sky, a ray of moonlight fell and directly hit Python 5. Fortunately, Python 5 dodged quickly and only lost an arm. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of the Moon Maiden. Run, Python 5 finally understood the terror of the Moon Maiden. This woman was still as terrifying as before. Even though his cultivation had reached the Yin-Yang realm, he was still not worth mentioning in front of this woman. The only thing he could think of was to run away. There was no other choice. The Moon Lady chased after Ling Xiao relentlessly. She wanted everyone who had attacked Ling Xiao to taste the taste of pain. Corpse Grandma, Zhang Tianda, and Yan's representative were also frightened by this scene. End of chapter 1232. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.